Chapter 61. Steamed Bun Stuffing. The aroma spread from the restaurant to the surroundings. Anyone nearby, and those who had not yet started work, were attracted and ran to the restaurant door. What's that smell? It smells so good. Is it meat? Once when I went to the jungle, I encountered a mutant beast that was killed by lightning, and it seemed to smell like this, but there was one difference. The smell coming from the restaurant was obviously more fragrant. The smell of grease was so tempting, but there was a sign at the door saying that it was closed today. More and more people gathered around, ignoring the sign at the door, and staring at the restaurant eagerly. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard everywhere. The members of the fiery team scattered around the restaurant saw this situation, entered the restaurant quietly, and reported the situation outside to Enching. Enching had just taken out another pot of lard residue, and was putting the lard into another basin. The lard residue fell on the previous lard residue, and the crispy skin collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Hearing that there were many more people attracted by the lard residue and gathered outside, Enching was a little confused for a while. Does it smell bad outside? Lin Jiqi of the fiery team nodded honestly. The fragrance is particularly obvious. It is also very tempting. Even he himself, smelling the smell, couldn't help swallowing several times. Those who had undergone special training were like this, not to mention others. Enching didn't know what to say. She was just thinking about how to eat this lard residue. Should she chop it up and mix it with the stuffing of buns? Or cook more rice, and make it into rice with lard residue? Lard residue tastes good no matter how you eat it. You can also eat it directly with a little salt. But it will be easy to get sick of it if you eat too much. Fortunately, this thing is not easy to spoil, and it is fine to keep it for a few days. She hadn't figured out how to eat yet. But so many people came outside, ignoring the sign she had put up saying she was closed today, and a long line had formed. Enching said to Lin Jiqi, "Go and see how many people are queuing outside." Lin Jiqi didn't even need to go out to see, and answered without blinking. There were already 700 or 800 people when I came in, and there were also people attracted by the smell. 700 or 800 people. Enching was a little suffocated. She had just completely forgotten how many pieces she had cut the fat into. Whether there were 700 or 800 pieces. Besides, it would be too mean for her to ask for 1 point for such a small amount of lard residue. Although the people in the base might not care, Enching couldn't get over it. These days, she already had tens of millions of points in her card. The currency in the base was not attractive to her at present. What she needed more was happiness. But it was not feasible to distribute it to outsiders for free. Some things are more about inequity than in quantity. She gave this group of people free food today. Those who didn't get the free food would definitely feel uncomfortable. The mental state of people in this world is unstable. Enching didn't want to stimulate people back to their original state immediately after seeing the improvement. Enching thought for a moment, and said to Lin Jiqi, "Go outside and talk to them. Today we are preparing the ingredients for tomorrow's sale. Let them come early tomorrow, and stop blocking the door. No food will be sold today. Also, tell them that if they continue to block the door, they will be blacklisted." Enching didn't want to threaten people like this every time. But there was no way. People in this world were somewhat unwilling to listen to good words and persuasion. They had to be threatened before they would obey. Lin Jiqi nodded, and went out to negotiate with those people outside. Enching sighed, put the remaining fat into the pot, and started to refine the oil. In fact, she also thought the smell of lard was very fragrant. After thinking for a while, she washed her hands carefully, and then picked out a piece of lard residue that was almost cool from the lard residue, and put it into her mouth. The lard residue was not completely cooled at this moment. When she bit it, the crispy outer skin was bitten, and the warm fat inside flowed to the tip of her tongue. The crispy and strong aroma of fat instantly swept her mouth. It was delicious enough even without salt. Enching couldn't help it, and squinted her eyes happily. She was chewing the crispy oil residue here. And Mu Chen, who had already chopped the fragrant buds, moved his eyes over, including Tang Ming, who was still chopping meat. Enching noticed 2 strong gazes, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, feeling like she was caught eating secretly. She blinked, looked at the 2 people. "Do you want to try it? It's really delicious." Mu Chen didn't say anything, washed his hands and came over, and didn't take more. Just took a piece and put it in his mouth. Almost at the first bite, Mu Chen fell in love with the texture and taste. It was completely different from the 1,000-layer puff pastry, and was very addictive. Although he had not received any special training, his willpower was still very strong. Even if he was not full after eating the previous food, he still wanted to eat more. But he could control himself. But this time, Myukin finished eating the lard residue, staring at the remaining lard residue with burning eyes. And his hands seemed to have their own consciousness, eager to take a piece. That eager look seemed to be transformed into reality. And Qing, when Myukin didn't speak, his presence was very low, similar to Tang Ming's. But because Tang Ming had been by her side for a long time, she would not forget Tang Ming's existence most of the time, but she would easily forget Myukin from time to time. There was only one exception, that is, when he ate his favorite food, and he hadn't eaten enough. Feeling Myukin's burning gaze, and Qing turned the lard residue in the pot. The lard residue had floated up, and its volume was much smaller than when it was just put into the pot, but the surface had only changed a little bit of color, and it would take a while to be refined. And Qing handed the spatula in her hand to Mu Chun. Come and stir the pot slowly. We will have the last pot of lard for ourselves. Mu Chun suppressed his restless hands, nodded, and walked over to take the spatula from Qing's hand. He held it awkwardly, and then turned it over again and again, according to the speed and trajectory of Qing's previous turning. Tang Ming was still chopping meat. He didn't come over when Mu Chun was eating the lard just now. And Qing walked over to wash her hands, grabbed a handful of lard, walked over and stuffed a piece into Tang Ming's mouth. Captain Tang, you try it too. Tang Ming paused and saw the golden lard handed to his mouth. He smelled the familiar smell and the strong fragrance, and still opened his mouth and bit the lard. He was very careful when eating, and did not touch Qing's fingers. And Qing looked at him with a smile. Is it delicious? Tang Ming hummed, and said vaguely, It's delicious. And Qing saw that he had finished chopping the meat on the chopping board, and then walked out of the kitchen, to see how Yi Yu and the others were making the dough. At this moment, Yi Yu and the others had already made the dough several times, and this was the last time. The dough was covered by the basin, and Qing could not see the dough inside. Seeing that they were no longer busy, she smiled and said, Go in and absorb it quickly, remember to wash it clean, and then come out to eat delicious food. Yi Yu and the others had already smelled the smell of lard coming from the kitchen, and the fragrance of lard was even stronger than outside. Several people did not hesitate, and immediately got up and went to the kitchen to wash their hands. Each person was given a piece of lard residue. Yunqing ate the lard residue, which was so delicious that he wanted to swallow his tongue. Unfortunately, the lard residue was too small, and it was gone in a few bites. He couldn't help smacking his lips, savoring the taste in his mouth. In the past, I never thought that we could eat mutant beasts one day. Hearing this, Qing also felt that the people in this world were really pitiful. After all, according to the food picture books she saw in the library, she felt that this world should be considered a parallel time and space with her world. And they were people from the same country in different worlds. You know, for the people of their country, there is nothing that cannot be eaten. If the animals and plants just mutated and grew into monsters, it is possible that those mutated big guys could become delicacies on the table. They were too lenient not to eat the mutated animals and plants to extinction. But unfortunately, these mutated animals and plants became their nemesis. Their mutations were not only physical, but also contained deadly toxins that were very deadly to humans, making them inedible. In the end, humans could only develop nutrient solutions to provide the human body with the nutrients it needs to survive. She couldn't help but say, There will be more food in the future. Yi Yu smiled when she heard this, and looked at Qing, who had gone from being calm at the beginning to being gentle now. Qing opened the lid and looked at the dough inside. The dough had obviously fermented. It was obvious that it was 2 or 3 times larger than the original dough. It now occupied the entire basin. Qing nodded with satisfaction. Well done. It's fermented just right. You can go back and ask if there is anyone who is willing to learn how to make these. I will give it to you next time I need the dough. You can also teach those who want to learn. Okay. Several people agreed in unison. Qing asked, Do you remember how to cook dry rice before? How much water should be added? Qing asked them. Yi Yu nodded. I remember. The water should cover half of the steamer. Qing glanced at Yi Yu. Her memory was really good. Every time she asked something, Yi Yu would always give the correct answer first. What about you? Qing looked at the others. Everyone nodded. Qing smiled. Then tomorrow morning, you can come to the restaurant after you get up and steam the rice. I will leave the rice in the restaurant later. You can steam it when you arrive tomorrow. She went to the door to take a look at the situation outside. There were still many people outside. Lin Yiqi stood on the steps at the door of the restaurant without saying a word. It was obvious that he had said what he wanted to say just now. At this moment, the people who were lining up outside dispersed one by one, looking back every few steps, obviously still reluctantly. And Qing sighed. 001, can the shelves in this supermarket be upgraded? 100 kilograms of rice and 100 kilograms of flour in 2 days are really not enough. 001. Sorry, there seems to be no upgrade function in the system. And Qing was silent, somewhat unwillingly. Can I unlock the duplicate shelves? If she could unlock 10 more food shelves, she would have 1,000 kilograms of rice and 1,000 kilograms of flour. 001 came out of the system, squatted on Qing's shoulder. I don't know about this either. You can give it a try. And Qing. In the kitchen, Tang Ming had already chopped the pork. And Qing told Yu and the others to continue kneading the dough. After kneading the dough firmly, she also went into the kitchen and started making the stuffing for the buns. In fact, many stuffings for buns are made directly from raw meat that has been cooked. But now, both the snow pork and the fragrant buds must be cooked in a wok to remove the toxins inside. It's obvious that if you don't turn on the fire, just mixing the meat and the fragrant sprouts will definitely not work. So you can only stir-fry them briefly to make them cooked. And Qing first boiled water in a wok, boiled the fragrant sprouts in the boiling water, and then poured out the water in the pot. Heated the oil in the pot again, and poured in the snow pork to stir-fry. The pork was fried until each piece was distinct. And she added ginger and garlic powder, shallot powder, 13 spices, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt. She couldn't quite determine how much salt to put, so she just sprinkled a small layer on the surface. And after confirming that the meat in the pot was cooked, she picked up some meat with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The snow pork was very tender, and with enough seasoning, it tasted very fragrant. It was better than the wild boar meat that Qing had eaten before, but it was a little less salty and tasted very little. And Qing added some more salt, stir-fried it twice, and continued to taste it. It felt a little bit worse. After adding salt 4 times, she felt that the taste was almost right. Then she poured the fragrant buds into the stir-fried meat and waited until the snow pork and the fragrant buds were evenly mixed. And Qing turned off the heat and poured it into the clean large bowl she had prepared. She picked up some with chopsticks to taste it. Well, the fragrant buds were fragrant and crispy with a hint of bitterness. The taste was not bad. On the contrary, with the combination of the fragrant buds, it felt better. However, the taste of the fragrant buds was a bit like the wild vegetable dog bean sprouts that she had eaten in her previous life. Chapter 62 Snow Pork and Spicy Bud Buns. And Qing smacked her lips. I don't know if the snow pork and spicy buds are really delicious, or if she hasn't eaten delicious food for a long time, so she actually has an endless aftertaste. Resisting the urge to take another bite, she put down her chopsticks and asked everyone to come over and wash all the utensils in the kitchen carefully several times. Then she started the most important step. And Qing recalled the size of the dough in the videos of making dumplings she had seen, and began to pinch up one dough after another. At first, she didn't pinch too many, only 8, then sprinkled some dry flour on the chopping board, and tried to start with a rolling pin. This time, she had the rolling pin made by the laboratory last time, so she didn't have to use a coffee can as a rolling pin. And Qing asked Tang Ming and others to come and watch. Although she might not be able to do it in practice, she had enough theoretical knowledge. She hoped that in addition to Tang Ming, 1 or 2 people could quickly understand how to roll the bun skin. And Qing took a dough, sprinkled a small amount of dry flour on the chopping board and said, sprinkle less flour. Sprinkle it evenly, so as to prevent the dough from sticking to the chopping board. Several people surrounded Qing and watched her operation, all concentrating and serious. And Qing took the dough and rolled it into a round shape, then pressed it with her hand to make it slightly flatter. Don't roll the dough directly. It's easy to break it. Pressing it like this will give you a rough shape, which will make it easier to roll. She gently held the flattened dough in one hand and a rolling pin in the other. The bun skin should be thin on the outside and thick on the inside. So when rolling the skin, roll it from the edge to the middle. Don't use too much force at this time. Just do it gently, and you can roll it a few more times. Note that although the edge of the bun should be thinner than the middle, it should not be too thin. Otherwise it will break easily when you make the buns. And Qing rolled the buns while speaking. She rolled the buns carefully, but the skin she rolled out was obviously not very good. The thickness of the whole skin was uneven. She was silent for a moment, and then said to a few people, "You all try it, too. It's best to use a more even force. Otherwise it's easy to roll it like mine." The institute sent a few rolling pins. Only 5 in total. And they obviously didn't have enough to share. And Qing asked you, Bai Wei, Jiang Shui, Yuan Cheng and Xiang Jiu to use rolling pins. She, Tang Ming and Mukin all used coffee cans to roll. Tang Ming was very skillful, and he quickly rolled out a bun skin. And Qing's eyes lit up. Yes, 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 that's it. Come and see. Just roll it like this. Yi Yu and the others came over to take a look, and wrote down the bun skin rolled out by Tang Ming, and went back to continue rolling. Obviously, there is no one as talented as Tang Ming. Except Tang Ming. Everyone else rolls the buns with difficulty, no matter how careful they are. The skin is sometimes thin and sometimes thick. Sometimes, if the strength is not controlled well, the edge of the bun skin will be rolled as thin as paper. And Qing looked at the bun skin in front of her that failed several times inside. It was getting late. Wei Xuanyi would send someone to pick up the buns later. She wanted to practice more. But now she didn't have the time. She clapped her hands, put down the coffee can, and gave the dough to Tang Ming. Okay, Yi Yu, don't roll it anymore. We'll practice when we have time. Today, let Tang Ming roll the dough. Come and learn how to make dumplings with me. As she spoke, she picked up a dumpling wrapper. She was afraid that she would not be able to get it right the first time. So she rolled a piece of dough as the filling and put it inside the wrapper. Yi Yu and the others put down their rolling pins and came over. And Qing said, "Drag the dough with your left hand. Press your thumb lightly on it. And close it with your right thumb and index finger like this." And Qing moved very slowly, folding the dumpling wrapper while closing it. Although she was not good at rolling out dough, her fingers were flexible when making buns. Although she was slow, she quickly closed the buns perfectly and made a very beautiful bun. And Qing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "See? It's successful if it's like this." Several people nodded. "I see." And Qing was still a little worried. "You guys should do the same as me. First use the dough as bun filling to practice, and then make the filling after you get the feel." She was really worried that several people would not wrap well and waste her dough in filling. The most important thing is that there is less skin and more stuffing now, so not even a bit of skin can be wasted. Tang Ming rolled the skin carefully, his movements became more and more skillful, and soon he rolled a lot of bun skins, and started to pinch the dough by himself. And Qing took a look. Wow, the doughs were evenly sized, as if they were measured, and more evenly sized than the one she pinched. So, and Qing also handed the pinching of the dough to Tang Ming. Yi Yu and the others each took a bun skin and imitated Qing, and started to make buns. Compared to Qing, they had all kinds of problems. Some of them closed the bun wrapper in a weird way, or there was a big hole on it when they closed it, and some of them tore the bun wrapper apart because they were too strong. And Qing pointed out the problems of several people one by one, and then asked them to continue practicing. She herself did not rest either. She took the bun wrapper and scooped a spoonful of stuffing into it with a spoon, then stared at the bun wrapper in her hand, and began to close the wrapper carefully. It must be said that there is still some difference between the stuffing of the bun dough and the real stuffing, especially because the stuffing is stir-fried so the meat particles are scattered, not like raw meat sticking together. And Qing was tense. Fortunately, she had completely wrapped the stuffing inside. However, the wrinkles on the bun skin were not as beautiful and perfect as before. It was okay. It was good enough to wrap all the stuffing inside. With more practice, she would definitely get better and better. And Qing put the wrapped buns in the prepared large steaming grid. The steaming grid had been brushed with oil in advance. There was no other way. She couldn't find gauze at the moment, and there was no steamer paper to use. After wrapping one bun, and Qing's confidence increased greatly, she continued to wrap the next one. It was not until she had wrapped a basket of buns that Yi Yu and the others were able to wrap the dough properly. And Qing put the basket of buns in the pot to steam first, then checked the results of Yi Yu and the others. Nodded. "Almost done. You can start wrapping the stuffing. But you still have to be careful. It doesn't matter if it looks good, but you must wrap all the stuffing in. Don't let the skin break and the stuffing show." Yi Yu and the others nodded immediately. And Qing turned around and saw Mu Chen wrapping the dough silently beside her. Her eyes fell on the row of buns wrapped in dough in front of Muykin. The first one was extremely ugly, but the second, the third, they were getting better and better, and the one in her hand was almost as good looking as the one she wrapped at the beginning. And Ching was a little surprised. She didn't expect Muykin's hands to be so flexible. So, when she started to wrap the stuffing, and Ching deliberately observed the buns Muykin was wrapping. This man seemed to have completely mastered how to wrap buns. With his fingers flying, a bun was quickly formed, and the stuffing was wrapped in without any leakage, and the seam was closed very perfectly. And Ching blinked, and felt a burst of joy in her heart. She didn't expect that such a talented person was right beside her. Then Ching paid attention to the other people. None of them were as good as Muykin in making buns, and of course she was the same as her master. She had been completely outdone by Muykin. Among the 5 people including Yu and Bai Wei, Yu obviously made the best buns, and Yun Cheng made the worst buns. The wrinkles of the buns were all messy, but fortunately the stuffing was well packed inside. And Ching didn't have high requirements, and it was good enough to be able to do this. Tang Ming pinched the dough, and rolled the dough by himself. He was very fast. He was able to keep up with the speed of the 7 people making dumplings. Of course, this might also be related to the fact that they were not very fast at making dumplings. With the help of several people, the second pot of dumplings was also wrapped. And Ching stood up, and went to check the first pot of dumplings. The dumpling skin had expanded. The white steam coming out from the edge of the pot lid carried the fragrance of the dumplings. The dough could not cover the taste of the stuffing inside. Instead, the stuffing inside mixed with the wheat fragrance of the dumpling skin. It was really a fragrant feeling that made people feel dizzy. And Ching swallowed her saliva, took out a hot bun, tossed it back and forth with her hands, and blew on it continuously. No matter how hot it was, she couldn't bear to let it go. She hadn't eaten buns for a long time. She felt that her eyes seemed to be shining when she saw the buns in her hands. She carefully broke the bun open, looked at the bun's skin, confirmed that it was cooked, and then opened her mouth to take a bite. The bun skin was fermented very well, very soft, and the rich wheat aroma mixed with the taste of the stuffing inside. And Ching closed her eyes and chewed, feeling the distinct taste coming from the tip of her tongue. Delicious. And Ching couldn't help but take another bite. I don't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that the buns made of snow pork and fragrant buds seemed to be better than any buns she had eaten before. She was not bragging. She felt so sincerely. Unconsciously, and Ching had finished a bun. This bun was very big, and the filling inside was quite substantial. Although the bun's skin was thin, but after being steamed and swollen, the whole bun became much sweller. Burp. And Ching couldn't help but burp. One bun actually made her very full. The stomach felt warm and comfortable. Now she finally understood the old saying she had heard before. 3 years of good weather, you won't be hungry. The fire maker. Meaning, the first pot was taken out of the pot, and the second pot was put on the pot to steam. And Ching greeted with a smile. Come on, wash your hands, eat a bun first and then get busy. You have been busy for so long, take a break. According to our speed, we will definitely finish wrapping and steaming before tonight, don't worry. Okay. Everyone agreed in unison, put down their work, stood up and washed their hands. And Ching could clearly feel that Yu and the others had been experiencing more emotional fluctuations than before. Just now, when she asked them to eat buns, they were happy and excited with a hint of expectation when they agreed. The first batch of buns were all made by Ching. After steaming, you could see that the folds of the buns were a little messy. But this did not affect everyone's enthusiasm. Bai Wei took a bun and stuffed it into her mouth without caring about the heat. After taking a bite, she ate it with the skin and filling. When her taste buds felt the taste of the buns, she felt a sense of happiness. She couldn't help but squint her eyes with a look of enjoyment. It's so delicious. If I can eat buns for the rest of my life, I'd be willing to die. The river water on the side pushed her. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Wei came back to her senses and quickly suppressed the sudden thoughts in her mind and subconsciously looked at Tang Ming. Tang Ming took the buns and ate them one bite at a time with a very polite manner and didn't respond to what Bai Wei just said, as if he didn't hear it. Bai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. And Ching smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. There will be more delicious food in the future. You haven't eaten so many delicacies yet, it would be a pity to die?" Bai Wei was stunned, and raised her eyes to meet Ching's smiling eyes, and a feeling of inexplicable emotion surged in her heart for a while. Sour and swollen, very unfamiliar. But the corners of her mouth began to rise naturally, revealing a relaxed and happy smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a new dish. Snow Pig Fan Bud Bun, successfully unlocked corn oil, soup pot. Chapter 63. The price has increased by more than 40 million, and Ching opened the system panel to check. The corn oil on the 11th shelf has been unlocked. The oils that can be purchased now are soybean oil, rapeseed oil, and corn oil. On the 12th shelf, there is a soup pot behind the frying pan. The material of this soup pot looks a bit like stainless steel, but since these pots have their own characteristics, it is uncertain whether it is a stainless steel soup pot. This pot is the same as the wok. Both are household soup pots, and the amount of stew for a family of 3 or 4 is probably about the same. And Ching couldn't help but sigh, complaining to 001. I've come to this world. Can you give me a big iron pot for cooking? Or a stainless steel bucket for stewing soup? 001 didn't say anything, pretending not to hear. And Ching didn't care about it anymore, and continued to make buns with everyone. After eating the buns, everyone was obviously more energetic, and their movements became more fluent and faster as they became more skilled. One pot after another of buns came out of the oven, and the whole kitchen was filled with steam, causing the temperature inside to continue to rise. In the end, Ching and her friends had to move the things outside and make buns in the hotel lobby. Fortunately, before it got dark, all the buns were out of the oven, and Ching counted them. In addition to the buns they had eaten before, there were 577 buns out of the oven. The reason why she could make so many buns was probably because Tang Ming pinched the dough evenly and rolled the dough well. 577 buns, 400 of which would be given to the people who would go on the mission tomorrow. And she would still have 177 left. These 177 buns were too few. It would be difficult to sell them if she kept them for herself. And Ching frowned and thought for a while. The fiery team could have 1 bun each. The higher their combat power, the safer she would be. After all, they were working for her now. Yiyu and the other 5 were tired after a day's work. Each of them could get 1 more. Tang Ming and Mukin were 24-hour bodyguards, not to mention they helped, so giving them 3 each would be enough. It's not that Ching was stingy, but mainly because she felt that the big boss and Wei Xuanyi should also send some over. The big boss's support is needless to say, and she would trouble Wei Xuanyi from time to time. Although this was a mutually beneficial thing, but since they helped her so wholeheartedly, she should also show some appreciation. There were also some people in the lab, although Wei Xuanyi didn't tell her much, and Ching had some guesses based on his attitude when he asked the lab's people to help make something last time. This time, she gave 5 buns to the big boss and Wei Xuanyi, which added up to 121 buns, leaving her with 56. She kept 2 for herself, and asked Wei Xuanyi to help deliver the remaining 54 to the lab. She would let Wei Xuanyi decide which researchers to give them to. After all, she didn't know the lab, and didn't know which people she would use each time. 54 buns, should that be enough? And Ching was a little uncertain. Soon, Wei Xuanyi's people came, and Ching gave them 400 buns, and they left immediately with the buns. And Ching thought for a while, and called Lin Jiqi out from the members of the fiery team. Lin Jiqi came over. Boss. And Ching nodded, and took the buns that were prepared for the big boss and Wei Xuanyi. This one is for the big boss and Wei Mi, and you can talk to Wei Mi about the rest, which is for the researchers in the laboratory. Thank them for their help before, and please ask him to pass it on. There were quite a few buns, and although they were not very heavy, they were not easy to carry, so Lin Jiqi asked someone to pack the buns and send them to the central building. And Ching stretched her back. No matter how good her physique was, she would still feel a little tired after being busy all day. She was so busy today that she didn't even have time to read novels. She still had to train Yiyu and the others as soon as possible. And Ching called the rest of the people and asked them to come and line up to get the buns. After distributing the buns, and Ching closed the door and left. She asked the others to take the buns that Lin Jiqi and others had delivered to the central building back home. And Ching returned home, ate a bun with milk, and planned to use the remaining bun for breakfast tomorrow morning. After a simple wash, she fell into bed and went to sleep. She was really tired today. In a room not far from Ching, Yiyu was eating steamed buns. The buns she had eaten before had been consumed long ago. The buns she was holding were not from the latest batch, so they were not as hot when she ate them. The bun skin seemed to be a little tougher, and not as soft as when they were hot. To be honest, they were not as delicious as the hot buns, but Yiyu still enjoyed eating them. Several teammates in her dormitory were also eating steamed buns. After they followed Ching, they also ate a lot. Before, when many people lined up to buy instant noodles but couldn't, they had eaten them. And Ching was very generous, sharing food with them from time to time. Even the most indifferent people would fall for the food again and again. Food can make people addicted. They can still control themselves once or twice, but it is difficult for them to suppress their body's desire for food after too many times. Just like now, everyone is eating buns, but they look at Yi Yu with envy, because Yi Yu has one more bun than him. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that their moods were getting more and more volatile. But it was obvious that the people of the fiery team had changed since they came to Ching's side. Yi Yu felt the gazes of several people. She ate the last bite of the bun, but she felt that she was not full yet. After hesitating for a while, she took out the 8 treasure porridge that she had just taken out of the cabinet outside. This was in the cabinet distributed to everyone by the base today. The price of the food distributed by the base would be a little more expensive. For example, Ching sells instant noodles for 3 coins. When they are delivered to the cabinets, 4 coins will be deducted from them. The extra coins are used to pay the wages of those who count the goods and deliver food to each cabinet. Although it is a little more expensive than buying from Ching, everyone in the base is willing to do so. After all, they can eat food at least once a day. If they all go to Ching to buy, most people can't buy it. As for those who can buy it nearby, there is no objection. Who said that when you go to a restaurant to eat, you can only order 1 meal per person? Once you finish this meal, you are not allowed to order more. And if you want to go out and queue up again, it is impossible. Because once you go out, the line outside is already very long. Even if you are willing to queue up, you may not get your turn until the restaurant closes. Yi Yu took the 8 treasure porridge and looked at it. It was different from instant noodles, and the packaging was also different from that of chicken legs and braised eggs. Fortunately, there was a picture on the can on how to open and eat it. After looking at it for a while, she knew how to open it. Open the top plastic lid. Take out the folded plastic spoon from it. And Yi Yu put her fingers on the pull ring of the 8 treasure porridge and clicked it in the direction shown in the picture. A crisp sound was heard, and Yi Yu successfully opened the can. She lowered her head and looked at the 8 treasure porridge mixed with many different things. She looked at it for a long time, but couldn't tell what they were. So she took a spoonful and put it into her mouth. The soft and glutinous texture with a hint of sweetness made Yi Yu open her eyes wide. It was another delicacy she had never eaten before. She couldn't help laughing. After coming to Ching's side, she could feel her own changes, from the calm mood like stagnant water at the beginning to being happy every day now. Yi Yu didn't know how to describe her joyful mood, and suddenly remembered a word she had seen in a novel, happiness. She felt that her current feeling was definitely happiness. The others in the same dormitory with Yi Yu were not as extravagant as her. They did not continue eating the buns, and planned to save the 8 treasure porridge for tomorrow morning. However, seeing Yi Yu eating the delicious food in big mouthfuls, they could not help swallowing their saliva, and felt that the speed of saliva secretion in the mouth increased sharply. Yi Yu ignored them, and ate all the 8 treasure porridge in the jar first, then put down the jar and spoon, and sighed with satisfaction. In an instant, the envious eyes around almost became real, and the gazes were very scorching. Yi Yu smiled. She knew that after coming to Ching's side, she was definitely not the only one whose mood changed. So she looked at a roommate and said, "The boss told me today that I want to ask if anyone is willing to learn to cook like me. If so, you can learn from me later." As soon as this sentence came out, the already quiet dormitory was silent. After a while, everyone looked at each other. No one spoke for a while. After a while, someone spoke. "I can't do anything. I can only kill strange beasts. But I want to give it a try. Can I?" Yi Yu couldn't help laughing. Who doesn't? At the beginning, I could only kill strange beasts. All I had in my mind were the weaknesses of each mutant plant and animal. And how to find the weaknesses of mutant plants and animals I had never seen before. In fact, compared to dealing with mutant plants and animals, learning to cook is really simple. As long as you are serious and practice more. The boss is willing to give us the opportunity to practice. After this sentence came out, several people were a little moved. After a while, someone said, "But our mission is to protect the boss. Isn't it a bad idea to learn to cook now?" Yi Yu didn't think it was a big deal. You can learn to cook and protect the boss at the same time. Anyway, You are learning to cook by the boss's side. Besides, our Liahua team is completely independent now and belongs to the boss's team. So naturally, whatever the boss says is what we do. Since she needs us to learn to cook and help her, we should follow her instructions. In fact, Enqing didn't need to ask if anyone was willing. She could just arrange for someone to come. Just like when she asked Yiyu and the others to help her before, but since Enqing asked her to ask, Yiyu would not go against Enqing's wishes, and really came to ask for opinions in a very democratic way. Everyone was silent in the room for a long time. Finally only 2 people decided to learn to cook with Yiyu, and the rest still wanted to stick to their original duties. Yiyu didn't say anything, and everyone took turns to wash and go to bed. It was a dreamless night. Enqing woke up early in the morning, feeling a little sore all over, and didn't want to move at all when she lay on the bed. She probably really needed to pick up the original owner's training. She made buns all day, and was so tired that she didn't want to move. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to get up from the bed. Enqing opened the system panel, yawning while checking the happiness value. Happiness value, 533366650. Enqing's eyes widened, and her brain was a little out of control. What's going on? More than 50 million? Her happiness value balance yesterday was only a few million. And it actually increased by more than 40 million in one day yesterday. This is the highest amount ever. Moreover, the happiness value is still increasing. She opened the detailed data and saw that it was still increasing by 20 points, 30 points, 50 points, and 100 points. Enqing, who was originally a little lazy and decadent and didn't want to move, suddenly became energetic. Chapter 64 Black Snake. Before dawn, the special team has begun to assemble and distribute equipment. This special team mission, a group of people were selected from many special teams. 200 people, 20 groups. They are all veterans who have experienced many battles, and they are very clear about the dangers that may be encountered when going out to explore the situation at this critical moment, and how to deal with danger. A group of people received equipment and weapons. After the equipment was neatly put on, and the weapons were carried, they went to collect the materials needed for this mission. The first level nutrient solution. Different from the nutrient solution used by everyone in the base and the outbound teams. Once the special teams go on a mission, they all use this first level nutrient solution. This is a concentrated nutrient solution developed by the base. It is injected into the body, and one bottle can support the energy required by the human body for 10 days. In other words, as long as one bottle is injected, there will be no hunger within 10 days. The special team will inject one bottle before going on a mission, and carry one bottle on their body, which is enough to support them for 20 days. The first level nutrient solution consumes a lot of materials, and the process is cumbersome, and the output is extremely low. Currently, it can only be provided to the special team that is given a mission. The well-equipped people lined up to get the nutrient solution. The 4th group of the White Tiger team arrived early, and had already picked up the equipment early, so they led the direct team members to the place where the nutrient solution was distributed. There were already many boxes here, which contained the materials they needed this time. Mingy, the leader of the 4th group of the White Tiger team, was the first one in line, and had already checked his identity, and the number of people in the group with the staff very skillfully. After checking, he stretched out his hand, and soon the staff took out the bracelet and carefully put it on him. Mingy moved his wrist, confirmed that the bracelet was tight enough, and then put his hand down. The staff took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution for him. Mingy picked up the nutrient solution, put one into the bag of his equipment, and injected the other into his arm without blinking. He just moved his body to the side, making room for the team members behind him. The staff hurriedly called him. Team leader Ming, wait a minute, there's something else. Mingy looked over in confusion. What else? The staff quickly handed over a box, and said, there are 2 buns in it, which can temporarily increase your combat power by 50% for 5 minutes at a critical moment. After the time limit is over, you will feel a little tired, and your combat power will be reduced from the original level, but it won't be reduced too much, so you have to consider the time when to eat it. Mingy looked at the small metal square box in front of him with some surprise, and some doubt. Can it really increase combat power by 50%? The team members behind him still maintained a neat team, but they couldn't help but stick their heads out to look forward. Something that can increase combat power by 50%, even if the mentality of the special team members is very stable, can't help but fluctuate a little. The person in charge smiled and nodded. This has been tested in a laboratory, confirmed without a doubt. Each of you is one, and there are 2 buns in a box, which can increase combat power twice, without any interval time. In other words, after the combat power increase period ends, they can eat the next meat bun immediately, and continue to increase combat power for 5 minutes. Mingy took the metal box that was the same as the lunch box before the Doomsday, stood aside to let the team members behind him, and then opened the lid to take a look. 2 big white and plump buns were placed in it. When going out on a mission, everything should be convenient and fast. These buns are obviously not as convenient as nutrient solution, but this can increase combat power by 50%. Even if it is not so convenient to use, it is still a super treasure. The buns are cold, but when the lid is opened, there is still a very fragrant smell. When he smelled this smell, Mingy, who had just injected the first level nutrient solution, swallowed his saliva, and his appetite was instantly aroused. He quickly closed the lid. The team members who received the supplies stood behind him, waiting for the other team members. When the last person in the 4th group of the White Tiger team received the buns, he asked, "What if we don't encounter danger during the mission and the buns are not used? Do we need to return them?" The first level nutrient solution that was not used in their mission had to be returned to the base, so this person asked. During this period, the base distributed food to the entire base, and their special team also had it. After tasting the food, even if the buns had no special effects, he couldn't help but want to taste it and see if it tasted better than the ones he had eaten before. The person in charge smiled. The buns cannot be stored for too long. If you don't encounter any danger during the mission, you should try to eat them within 2 days. This is the disadvantage of the buns. Even if these metal boxes have a cooling effect, they cannot keep the buns for too long. If this kind of thing that can improve combat power can be stored for a longer time, it would be better. Of course, it would be better if it could be made into a liquid, like nutrient solution. Everyone received the supplies and understood the special effects of the buns. Then the whole team went to the parking lot and drove away from the base. They left from different directions of the base, heading to different places. In the car, the members of the 4 groups of the White Tiger team said nothing. Their eyes were focused, and they carefully observed the surroundings. At this time, the vehicle was driving in the canyon. The road was wide, but the surroundings were completely bare, and the vehicle drove past, raising dust all over the sky. It was very quiet outside the car, not even the sound of insects and birds. But everyone in the car was on alert. Unlike when the team went out on a mission, they started to equip themselves when they arrived at the edge of the dense forest. All of them were equipped before leaving the base, and their weapons were on them, so they could respond to danger at any time. The vehicle left the canyon and headed towards the dense forest. Soon, various chaotic sounds such as bang, rumble, and hiss entered everyone's ears. Mingy suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the vehicle continued to slide forward for a long distance due to inertia. Then, everyone saw the dust flying in front of them. Indistinctly, they could see the figure of the giant beast flashing in the dust, and the huge black scales. This place is still a long way from the dense forest. Now, the mutant beast has left the dense forest. Mingy's face was grim, and his expression became serious. He picked up the telescope beside him, and adjusted the focus to see the situation ahead. The place where he parked his car was still a little far from the strange beast that made the noise. It was too chaotic over there, and it was obvious that it had not noticed the car that suddenly appeared. The telescope zoomed in, and soon, he saw the situation ahead. It was a group of black snakes. Mingy had been in the special team for so many years, but it was the first time he saw so many black snakes. He tightened his hand holding the telescope. Black snakes are a very ferocious mutant beast. They are huge, with a body length of more than 20 meters. They are covered with hard and sharp scales. These scales usually stick to their bodies. Once fighting, all the scales can stand up, and each scale can cause fatal damage to the opponent. At this time, the scales of the black snakes were not open, and they were obviously not in a fighting state. The black snakes were tightly entangled, and the tips of their tails would hit the ground from time to time, making a banging sound. At such a distance, they could vaguely feel the vibration of the ground in the car. Obviously, the black snakes were breeding. The other members of the White Tiger team also took out binoculars to check the situation. When they saw the situation ahead, they all gasped. Have these black snakes changed their habits? One person asked in a tense voice. Everyone can answer this question, but the black snakes can leave the dense forest and run outside to reproduce. So their habits must have changed. You know, the original black color likes darkness and humidity. so it gathers in larger and more lush forest areas all year round, and will not easily run to dry places. Wait, team leader. Look at the 3 o'clock direction, the team member reminded. Mingyi subconsciously looked over, and his already ugly face became even uglier. Not far from the black snake group, there were many huge white oval objects piled up. A closer look would reveal that they were snake eggs. Looking at it in a flash, there were at least hundreds of snake eggs. Mingyi's throat was dry, and he opened his mouth for a while before he said, Huangke, go back and report the news. Quickly. Yes. Huangke immediately stood up, unloaded some parts from the back of the car, quickly assembled it into a motorcycle-like car, and rode away quickly. The door closed. Mingyi restarted the car, parked it in a more secret place, pressed a button in the car, and the appearance of the whole car changed rapidly, and the color gradually synchronized with the color of the location. And Qing came to the restaurant. Today, she gave everyone in the base a bag of black bean fish. The black bean fish came in a bag, and the price was very attractive. It cost 30 points of happiness to buy one. But she had enough happiness now. One black bean fish for each person in the base only cost 26001990 happiness points. She could afford it. What's more, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. If she was more generous, she would get more happiness points in return tomorrow. When she came to the restaurant, and Qing looked at the lard she'd boiled yesterday. The lard had solidified. It was no different from the lard she'd boiled in her previous life. They were all very white, looking like snow-white cream ice cream. And Qing asked Yu and the others to steam rice. Seeing that there were 1 or 2 people around them, she realized that they were the ones they had found to learn how to do things. However, with so many people, the kitchen seemed a little small. So Qing called Wei Xuanyi to ask for an expansion of the kitchen. It didn't matter whether the restaurant was big or not. The kitchen had to be big anyway. Wei Xuanyi naturally agreed. But the restaurant needed to use it now. So they had to wait until the evening to have someone come over to renovate the kitchen. So they had to make do with it now. And Qing left the kitchen for them to steam rice. She took a stove and a wok to prepare to make the meat strips cut yesterday into jerky. She checked the meat quality. Luckily, after a day, the meat was still fresh. And Qing recalled the methods of making beef jerky that she had seen before. Actually, there are many methods. Basically, they all need to be marinated and baked. But now there is no condition. She can only select some methods that she can do now. Finally, she found a method of making jerky from the corner of her memory, and she started to do it. However, when they started making meat jerky, Yu and the others had already steamed the rice. So Qing called them over to see how to make meat jerky. Put the meat strips in cold water. Remove the foam. And then change the water. Add cooking wine, onion, ginger powder, and peppercorns. Cover the pot and simmer. And Qing told them in detail what she added, and what these things did. After they wrote it down, and Qing looked into the kitchen. The people they brought were guarding the kitchen. When you steamed the rice just now, did you tell them in detail how to do it? Steaming rice is not difficult. As long as you listen carefully and take notes, you will be able to do it quickly. Yu and the others nodded one after another, saying that they had told them in detail how to do it. And Qing nodded. After this pot of rice is steamed, let them do it. And you stand by and watch. And remind them if there is anything wrong. Several people nodded. And Qing did not stew the pork for too long. Snow pork is relatively tender. She stewed it for 10 minutes and took it out, and set it aside to drain the water. Pour out the remaining water. She handed the pot to Yu. You guys take turns to operate it. There were still a lot of pork strips left, and it was no problem for each of them to operate at once. Yu came first. She followed in Qing's previous operation process very strictly, including the time. Then it was Jiang Shui and Bai Wei. When it was Yunqing's turn, the rice inside was steamed. Yu, Jiang Shui, Bai Wei, and Xiang Jiulai went in first to take out the steamed rice, then watched the newcomers steaming rice, and they also helped to watch the newcomers brought by Yunqing. Chapter 65. Sound the alarm. After all the meat strips were stewed and drained, and Qing started the next step, Yu and the others continued to watch and learn. Wash the pot clean, heat the oil in the pot, of course not too much oil when the oil is cooked. Pour the drained meat strips in and stir fry. The meat jerky made in this way is obviously not authentic, but who cares, as long as it is edible and delicious. Stir fry over low heat. The meat jerky is dried, and it becomes harder and harder. And Qing started to season. Actually, she didn't remember the specific seasoning ingredients of beef jerky, But after watching so many videos of making delicious food, she can roughly guess some of it now. She took out a small basin and bought the seasoning she needed from the system. Onion, ginger, garlic powder, 13 spices, chili powder, sugar, pepper, cumin, sesame, salt. She didn't remember the proportions of these seasonings, so she could only follow her heart. Pour all the seasonings into the basin and mix them evenly. Then she tasted the flavors and added whatever she felt was missing. When she felt the flavors were about right, she scooped out a bowl of seasonings from the bowl and sprinkled them evenly on the dried meat in the pot, and then continued to stir-fry. The flavors of chili, cumin, sesame, 13 spices and other seasonings were stimulated by the remaining oil in the pot, and the fragrance spread instantly. People who smelled this smell couldn't help swallowing. The smell was too strong and too stimulating. The saliva in the mouth could not be controlled and secreted crazily. And Ching served a pot of dried meat, asked Yu to wash the pot and make another pot, and tasted the dried meat that had just come out of the pot. After stir-frying, the dried meat was obviously much smaller than before, only the size of a finger. When it was put into the mouth, it was not as hard to chew as imagined. Although it had a tough texture, it was easy to bite off, and it didn't feel dry when eaten. Compared to the beef jerky she had eaten in her previous life, and Ching prefers this kind of beef jerky that is chewy but not too hard to chew. However, this should not be a problem with her cooking method, probably because the quality of snow pork itself is very good. And Ching ate a piece of beef jerky, smacked her lips, and the taste lingered in her mouth. Yu cleaned the wok, came back and started to stir-fry the meat strips according to Ching's previous steps at this time. And Ching's communicator suddenly rang. And Ching was stunned, took out the communicator and looked at it. It was Wei Xuanyi. She answered the call with some doubts. Secretary Wei. And Ching. The range of the monster riot has expanded, and they have left the dense forest. Now, monsters have appeared around the entire base. According to the current situation, they are very likely to arrive at the base within 1 to 2 days. Wei Xuanyi didn't waste any words, and directly stated the seriousness of the matter. This time, the monsters broke out early because they were stimulated by unknown influences to enter the estrus period early. But in addition to making them enter the estrus period, all mutant animals have mutated again. And Ching's expression gradually became solemn. After a little thought, she knew how serious this matter was. The base defense was strong, but it could not withstand too many high-level mutant animals. Not to mention that these mutant animals had undergone secondary mutations. And Ching, I understand. What do you need me to do? Wei Xuanyi, I need you to make as much food as possible to improve combat power during this period. And Ching, okay. You arrange for someone to deliver the meat. After hanging up the phone, and Ching and Yi were frying the dried meat. The dried meat had begun to harden gradually, but it was not yet cooked. So Yi had not started to pour the seasoning into it. And Ching's eyes moved to the meat strips that had been stewed in the wok in the basin. And an idea gradually emerged in her mind. These meat strips were stewed in the wok after removing the foam. Does this count as being cooked in a wok? If so, these meat strips actually have special effects. At this time, if we use ordinary pots to cook the next steps, will the cooked food still have the effect of increasing combat power by 50%? Thinking of this, and Ching took out a stove from the kitchen, took out a wok made in the base, heated the oil, and then began to stir-fry the dried meat. And Ching's eyes flickered. If her idea succeeded, she could provide more food that could improve combat power to the combatants during this period. The mutant animals gradually surrounded the base. This was a major event that concerned the safety of everyone's life. And Ching did not dare to be careless. After all, if the base was really breached by the mutant animals, she would have no way to survive. At this moment, the alarm sounded throughout the base. The sound was long and loud, like a mournful howl, which made people panic. Yi prepared a pot of dried meat, but because the heat was not well controlled, some of the edges of the dried meat were burnt and stuck to the pot. He had just turned off the fire, and was feeling uneasy and wanted Ching to come over to take a look. But he heard the alarm that resounded throughout the base, and his face suddenly changed. Such alarms rarely sounded, but the sound was engraved in their bones from childhood to adulthood, and they remembered it deeply. Every time such an alarm sounded, it proved that the base was about to face a critical moment that would affect the survival of the entire base. As soon as the alarm sounded, all non-essential workers in the entire base were to gather at the nearest assembly point in the base immediately and follow the arrangements of the superiors. Yi Yu and others subconsciously put down their things and rushed out. Tang Ming immediately stopped her. Stop! Where are you going? Yi Yu was stunned, and was a little unable to react for a while. Captain! Alarm! Tang Ming looked at her. Our current mission is to protect Qing's safety. This is the only and very important job. Yi Yu finally reacted. Took a deep breath. Yes! Tang Ming strode outside, and stopped all those who wanted to rush to the assembly point immediately after hearing the sound. After Tang Ming left, Mu Chen stood by Qing's side to protect her. Qing didn't care about anything else. She quickly stir-fried the meat in the pot. When she felt it was almost done, she sprinkled the seasoning evenly and continued to stir-fry. When Tang Ming came back, her pot of meat was already done. She put the pot of meat aside, then filled a bowl with it and asked Lin Jiqi to come in. She immediately sent it to Wei Xuanyi and asked him to send it to the laboratory for testing to see if there was any difference from the previous food and whether it could also increase the combat power by 50%. Lin Jiqi hurriedly ran towards the central building with the dried meat. Qing did not continue to fry the dried meat. Seeing that Yi Yu had finished one pot, she immediately asked Bai Wei to come over and continue frying the next pot with the wok produced by the system. She took Yi Yu into the kitchen to check the situation. The second pot of rice for several people was still steaming in the pot, but it was not cooked yet. Qing looked at the first pot of rice, which had been scattered and left to dry before, and was now cold. Qing took out the lard and put it in the pot to melt it, and then gave it to Yi Yu, telling her to pour it all into the pot of rice after the lard was completely melted. Then he took out the lard residue he had made yesterday, crushed them one by one, and sprinkled them on the cooled rice, and mixed them well. Then he sprinkled some onion powder on the rice. Soon, the lard over there melted. Yi Yu came over with the pot, and sprinkled it lightly on the rice after Qing tried it. Qing immediately started to mix the rice with a spoon. Soon, the lard was stained on every grain of rice. The rice was shiny and smelly fragrant. Qing brought soy sauce over, and sprinkled a layer of soy sauce on the rice. Not too much, mixed it well first, and tasted it, then added soy sauce according to the taste. She scooped a little to eat for herself. The aroma of lard and the salty and fresh taste of soy sauce mixed together, plus the crispy lard residue. This pot of pork lard residue mixed with rice was obviously very delicious. Qing, Yi Yu, go to the fiery team outside and call some more people to help make rice balls. Don't make them too big this time, just half the size of the previous rice balls. Yi Yu seemed a little worried, still worried about what happened in the base. Qing called her twice, and she came back to her senses, and went out to call people to help. The rice was brought to the hotel lobby. The members of the fire team, who were called in, were asked to wash their hands first, before they could start working. It was very simple to make rice balls. As long as you make two, you will know how to make the rice into a ball. Although the rice was mixed with lard, there was not much lard. It was mainly for the fragrance. After the lard was absorbed by the rice became sticky and could be made into rice balls. Qing looked at the busyness in the hotel and looked outside the hotel. At this time, some people were passing by the restaurant in a hurry. Even though the aroma of food in the restaurant was very strong at this moment, those who were rushing to the gathering had no intention of looking at the restaurant. Qing pursed her lips. I wonder if the oil residue and rice mixed with oil from the mutant beasts can increase the combat power by 50%. At this time, someone hurriedly walked in at the door of the restaurant. It was Wei Xuanyi who came over. He was obviously in a hurry. Qing didn't expect him to come over. She walked over quickly and asked, "Has the dried meat been sent to the laboratory?" Wei Xuanyi nodded. "It has been sent. There will be results soon. Dean Jian will ask his assistant to send the news." He looked around and asked, "How many can be used now?" Qing took him to the dried meat fried in the wok. "These are fried in the wok. There is only one wok, so the speed is really not fast enough." Wei Xuanyi responded and waved his hand. Someone came over carrying snow pigs, rats, guinea fowls, and cloud-haired sheep. A board was placed in the restaurant. All these mutant animals were piled on it. Soon it became a small mountain. "Time is urgent. I just simply bled and skinned her. I will arrange for someone to come and help you deal with the bones and internal organs later." Wei Xuanyi looked at Tang Ming. Now the special teams and outbound teams of the entire base have gathered together. You, the fiery team, should not move for the time being. Ensure Qing's safety. Don't leave her unless necessary. Tang Ming nodded. "Yes. I know." Wei Xuanyi nodded, looking at Qing. At this time of chaos in the base, some people with poor mental conditions may be stimulated to suddenly cause trouble, so your safety is also the top priority now. From now on, the fiery team will only be responsible for your safety. Don't let them be distracted by other things. As for the work in the hotel, I will arrange some people who can't participate in the battle to come to the hotel to help. Obviously, Wei Xueli came here in person to remind Enqing of these things. Enqing also looked serious. Not to mention this world, even in her world there are psychopaths who suddenly explode and hurt people. She naturally knew the seriousness of what Wei Xueli said, and immediately nodded and agreed. Don't worry, I understand, but I can't handle the current situation in the hotel by myself. Before the people you arrange come, I still need them to help me for a while. Wei Xueli nodded. I have asked people to mobilize them, and they will arrive at the hotel within half an hour at the latest. Chapter 66 Seasoning Pack. After Wei Xueli explained the situation, he hurriedly left with the meat jerky that was cooked in the wok. Enqing frowned, then took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Captain Tang, you find some good and careful people to cut the meat of these mutant animals, and leave the bones. Tang Ming nodded. Okay. He went out and gathered the members of the fiery team. Li Ran, you take people to deal with those mutant animals, and leave the bones, and Qing will use them. Yes. Li Ran, the leader of the 6th group of the fiery team, agreed, and immediately took people to the restaurant to deal with those mutant animals. Tang Ming glanced at the remaining people, reorganized the layout. Li Ran led a team into the restaurant. And Qing saw people coming, nodded to Li Ran, and said, cut off all the meat on the snow pig's body. The meat on the pig's ribs doesn't need to be shaved too cleanly, leaving a few millimeters or a centimeter of meat is fine, then burn the hair on the pig's head with fire. After burning it clean, peel off the pig's head meat. It's best to peel off the whole pig's head directly. Although the snow pig's skin was removed, the pig's head was not skinned, after all. The snow pig meat that was delivered before, the pig's head was directly removed. She had forgotten to tell Wei Xueli about this before. Luckily, he was busy this time and didn't clean it up for her. Otherwise the pig's head would be gone again. Also, the pig's legs and tail. Sweep and brush the hair off them. I'll use them all. Don't throw away the pig's internal organs after you take them out. Put them aside with something first. And I'll teach you how to deal with them when I'm free. Li Ran. He couldn't help himself. Looked at Enqing several more times. Moved his lips for a while. Didn't say anything in the end. Nodded seriously. And had the snow pig pulled out. Enqing stopped Li Ran, who was about to go out with her, and said, the meat of the front rat, guinea fowl, and cloud-haired sheep should be processed in the same way. Li Ran nodded, yes. When Tang Ming came in, Li Ran was just walking out. He nodded at Tang Ming. Captain. Tang Ming responded. And Li Ran hurried out. Li Ran walked out of the restaurant. The team he led had already started processing the snow pork. There were not enough containers in the restaurant. So he turned around and went to the next door. The people in the next door, who were responsible for counting and distributing food, were basically disabled, or had suffered serious injuries, and could no longer participate in the battle. So, at this moment, they are still counting the food and transporting it to the closets in each building. The person managing this place now is not Wei Xueli's assistant Lin Yuan, but a woman in her 30s. He Z, who is missing an arm. No matter how good the medical technology in the base is, it cannot regenerate a woman's broken arm when she cannot bring it back. They can install a mechanical prosthesis for her, but the mechanical prosthesis is definitely not as convenient as her own hand. He Z doesn't like the stiff feeling of the mechanical prosthesis, and she would rather not install the thing. Li Ran came over, and He Z asked, what's up? People in the base rarely exchanged pleasantries, and basically just spoke directly. Li Ran nodded. Do you have any empty boxes? The hotel needs to borrow some boxes. There must be some empty boxes. Especially since Li Ran directly said that the hotel needed them. He Z naturally said yes, and asked someone to help send a few boxes to the hotel. In fact, it was only a few steps away, because Li Ran and his team processed the snow pork outside the hotel. He Z followed and took a few glances, and her eyes fell on the snow pork. She frowned. What are you doing? The mutant beasts contain a deadly poison, which is something that even a 3-year-old child knows. Why did they bring the mutant beasts to the restaurant? Are they planning to use snow pork as food? Thinking of this, Li Ran's face became serious, and she looked straight at Li Ran. Li Ran nodded. This is the arrangement from above. He Z heard this, and was a little skeptical. But seeing that Li Ran looked serious, he didn't seem to be lying. She still found it a little difficult to understand. Can the poison of the mutant beasts be removed? Liran thought about it. And the whole base would know about this sooner or later. So there was no need to hide it. The boss has a way to remove the toxicity. But the amount that can be removed every day is limited. And there is no way to supply a large amount. Heezy was shocked by this. But then she thought, Enchine could take out food that was no longer in this world. So it was not surprising that she could remove the poison that the Research Institute had not been able to remove. She looked at Liran and the others, who were surrounding the snow pig, and their actions were quick, accurate and ruthless. The snow pig's internal organs were taken out and placed in a box. Then the pig's head was cut off and placed in another box, and the pig's trotters and tail were also cut off and placed in a separate box. Then, the snow pig was split along the spine, into two, and they took the knife and shaved the pig's ribs and spine smoothly. The ribs were separated one by one and put into an empty box. The spine was also cut and put into another box. The snow pig meat was separated into long strips, as wide as a palm, and put into another box. Heezy looked at the several snow pigs that had not been processed. She felt that the boxes sent over might not be enough. She turned back and asked someone to send more boxes for them to use. In the restaurant, Enchine didn't know what happened to the snow pigs outside. Yiyu and the others were still taking turns to make jerky. The rest of the people went inside to watch the newlyweds steam rice. The rice was steaming in the pot, and they began to make rice balls together. They were busy but orderly, not chaotic. She suddenly realized that she should be very anxious and busy. But she felt that she was not needed. There were already enough people in the kitchen. Yiyu and the others were making rice balls around the basin. There were people crowded around the big basin. There was no place for her. Enchine walked out of the kitchen again to watch Bai Wei make dried meat. The seasoning she had prepared before was still there. Bai Wei could already control the heat. She was not needed here. Enchine. So, cooking is actually very simple. How do those contestants who blow up the kitchen in novels cook to blow up the kitchen? And how do the dark cooking contestants make dark dishes that are inedible? No one can answer this question for her. Unless there are really contestants who blow up the kitchen and dark cooking contestants appear in front of her and let her watch the cooking process. Enchine had nothing to do for the time being. So she turned around and walked out of the hotel. Tang Ming and Mukin followed her. She was now very used to having two people around her, and she could completely ignore them when she didn't need them. Enchine walked out of the hotel. In fact, the mutant animals sent over had all been bled. But it was impossible to drain all the blood from the animals' bodies. There would always be some blood left. So there was some blood on the ground outside the hotel. She didn't bother Liran and the others, but just walked to the box and looked at the contents. Whole pig legs, pig tails thicker than her arms, and pig heads several times bigger than normal pigs in her world. Whole pig legs. The upper section can be cut off as a pig bladder, and the pig trotters can be braised together with the pig tail and pig head. Thinking of the taste of braised meat, Enchine couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and couldn't help but miss all kinds of braised flavors. Speaking of which, eggs are also good things. I wonder if the guinea fowls in the base have laid eggs. Looking at the size of the guinea fowl, the eggs it lays must be quite big. Unfortunately, she only has one wok now. If she really wants to make stewed food, she needs to cut the pig's trotters, tails and heads. And she can't stew much. Enchine looked at the snow pork cut into strips. It was very even and pleasing to the eye. These people's knife skills are really good. She returned to the store, opened the system panel, and checked the pots on the 12th shelf, wanting to see if she could find a big stew pot so that she could stew more food. However, looking around, all the pots on the 12th shelf are household pots. Enchine pondered. Since there are household pots, would there be large commercial pots? But they have not been unlocked yet. She still has 277,19199 points of happiness. And she can't buy frying pans and soup pots now. How about continuing to unlock the shelves? After thinking about it, Enchine chose to unlock a new shelf. Do you want to use 409,6000 happiness points to unlock a new shelf? Enchine, yes. Ding. Happiness has been deducted. And the shelf has been unlocked successfully. As the sound fell, a white light flashed next to the 13th shelf. After the white light dissipated, a new shelf appeared in the system. This is the seasoning shelf. Unlike the previous seasoning shelf, this shelf has all kinds of seasoning packets. Pickled fish seasoning packet, spicy boiled fish, braised chicken, mushroom chicken soup, old duck soup, lemon chicken feet, bobo chicken, spicy hot pot ingredients, mushroom soup hot pot ingredients, tomato hot pot ingredients. And Ching stared at the shelf. Her throat rolled. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva without warning. Suddenly she wanted to eat fish, roasted chicken, stewed duck soup, pickled chicken feet, and hot pot barbecue. All kinds of delicious food came to her mind. She wanted to eat them so badly. After traveling to this world, why did she feel like she had lived in this world for more than 10 or 20 years? Oh! Right. Guinea fowl. She was startled and immediately looked at the guinea fowl that had not been dragged out. The guinea fowl's name contained the word pearl. But its body was not pearly at all. It was very big. And Ching walked out of the bar and looked at the guinea fowl's claws with burning eyes. The guinea fowl's claws did not seem to have mutated much. They were no different from normal claws. Except that there was a long, slightly curved and hard hook behind the claws. But the roosters in her world seemed to have this thing too, called chicken spurs. And generally speaking it's pretty normal. And Ching compared them. The guinea fowl's claws were very big, about bigger than her 2 palms combined, and one toe was more than half the thickness of her arm. She reached out and touched the guinea fowl's claws. The guinea fowl had been killed. Naturally there was no reaction. The claws were no longer warm, but the meat on the claws felt hard. I wonder if it can be cooked soft, and although the claws were big, they seemed to be big bones, and there was not much meat on them. Just like the claws in her world. And Ching was observing the chicken feet, when a voice suddenly sounded. And Ching stood up and looked over. It was a stranger she had never seen before. This person was wearing a white coat, which did not look like the style of a hospital white coat. After a little thought, she guessed who the person was. "Hello, are you the assistant of Dean Jiang?" She walked over and asked. Cheong Jing nodded. "It's me, my name is Cheong Jing. The test results of the beef jerky sent over before came out, and the effect was reduced by half compared to the beef jerky fried in a wok." Chapter 67 Arrangement. The effect is halved, which means that it can only increase combat power by 25%. Although it is not more than 50%, it is actually not low. Especially when stewing a pot of meat strips, it is not possible to stir-fry them in one pot, otherwise it is easy to heat unevenly. It is possible to burn and stick to the pot, so it has to be stir-fried 3 times. It only takes 10 minutes to stew. When stir-frying, try to dry the water as much as possible, and the fire should not be too big, so the stir-frying time is longer. Therefore, using the system-produced wok to stew the meat strips, and using the wok made in the base to fry the meat jerky, even if the effect is halved, but as long as the quantity can keep up, it is better in the current war preparedness situation. After all, the meat jerky can be distributed to more people. And Ching asked Cheong Jing. "Cheong Ju, is there any change in the improvement time?" Cheong Jing nodded. "Yes, but the time effect does not fluctuate much. It is 30 seconds to 1 minute less than the previous time effect. It is still related to each person's physique, and we don't have time to get more accurate results at present." And Ching nodded. "Okay, I know, thank you." Cheong Jing came here to tell Ching the test results. After explaining, he turned around and left, and went back to the research institute. And Ching didn't want to observe the chicken claws anymore. Although the mutant beasts hadn't attacked the base yet, they were not far from the base. No one knew when the mutant beasts would attack the base. She thought about it for a while, but still didn't make a decision. She called Wei Xuanyi first. Unlike usual, Wei Xuanyi's line was busy this time. She called several times, but it was busy all the time. She couldn't get through it all. And Ching could only dial the number that she had a number for but had never contacted, to find the big boss. Although she felt that the method of producing food with half the combat power enhancement effect was better for the time being. What if the leadership didn't think so? The line on the boss's side was busy for a while. But Ching dialed the 3rd call. And it was connected. The boss is obviously tired and hoarse voice came. And it could be heard that he was in a very bad mood. "And Ching? What's the matter?" "Boss, I want to talk to you about food that enhances combat power." And Ching told the boss in detail the results of the meat strips she had previously fried and stewed in an ordinary wok. The leader pondered for a moment. Knowing the meaning of Ching's call, he did not hesitate. "In that case, let's go with 25% combat power. Although the combat power increased by half, it can improve the strength of more people, which is actually better than increasing the combat power of a small number of people by 50%. After all, when fighting as a team, the combat power of the team is not as simple as 10 plus 10 plus 10 is equal to 30. the combat power cultivated by the base since childhood, plus the running in between the teams. When they cooperate in combat, it is absolutely 10 plus 10 plus 10 greater than 30. And Sheen got the confirmation from the leader, and a smile spread across her face. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, and Sheen looked at the members of the fiery team who were busy inside and outside, and frowned and said, strange. Why hasn't the person's secretary Wei told me to come yet? She went outside to see the situation. All the people in the base who could be transferred had been transferred away. Now all the streets were very deserted, and there was not a single person to be seen. Naturally, the person that Wei Xuanyi had said he would arrange for her was not there. Unfortunately, the communication line of Wei Xuanyi is still busy. When she contacted the leader just now, she hadn't thought about this, thinking of the leader's tired voice just now, and Sheen couldn't call him again with peace of mind. If it really doesn't work, she can only let the people of the fiery team take over. There are 100 people in the fiery team. Even if she transfers 50 people to help, there are still 50 people. What's more, there are Tang Ming and Mukin. Even if there is danger, it shouldn't be impossible to deal with it. Right? And Sheen looked at Tang Ming next to her. Captain Tang. Just as she opened her mouth, at the corner at the end of the street, a group of people came towards this side, with hurried steps. Almost instantly, the fiery team hidden in various places all became alert. Even Li Ran and others who were dealing with the mutant beasts stopped their actions and locked their eyes on the group of people coming over. Tang Ming and Yukin took a step forward and stood in front of Anqing, being watched by so many people from the fiery team. The people who came over did not dare to get close to them at a distance and stood there stiffly. One of them took a step forward, but still did not dare to get too close. He said nervously, "We were arranged by the secretary of the guard to help the hotel." And Sheen looked at the group of people. They were obviously in a hurry when they came over. There was some sweat on their foreheads. Of course, it might also be because they were scared. At this moment, everyone was a little nervous. This group of people had all their limbs intact, and their walking posture when they hurried over just now was also very smooth, and there was no sign of disability. Of course, not all people who could not participate in the battle were necessarily disabled. So Anqing only asked, "Why did you come here just now?" The man standing in the front smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry. There was a mentally ill person in area just now, and we were involved. So we came late." Wei Xuanyi originally assigned 40 people to Anqing, but as soon as he arrived at Area A, he encountered a person who suddenly exploded and was accidentally involved. 2 of them had their heads smashed, and another had his neck twisted alive. Fortunately, the surrounding security department arrived in time, and although the person who exploded had a much stronger strength than normal, he was not as evil as Mu Qin, so he was quickly suppressed. However, of the 40 people sent by Wei Xuanyi, only 33 people are left now. And Qing looked carefully at the expressions of these people. Some were numb, some were sad, and some sighed. They didn't look like they were lying. She thought that these 10-day daily food could relieve the mental pressure of the people in the base to some extent and improve their mental condition. Unexpectedly, during the preparation period, some people still went berserk. It's no wonder that Wei Xuanyi was worried about her safety. And Qing felt heavy in her heart, nodded and said, "Okay, then you start working, go inside and wash your hands one by one, and then I'll assign you work." She thought about what kind of work to assign to these people. Although she felt that these 33 people didn't look like they were lying, they still reminded her of the outbreak in Area A. Even if these 33 people were fine, and really arranged by Wei Xuanyi, the mental state of the people in this world is worrying. Each of them has psychological problems. Plus the base is now preparing for war, and when they came here, they encountered someone going berserk, and saw the scene of their companions being brutally slaughtered in front of them. What if their mental state is precarious now? Their spirits are extremely tense, and they will break if they are not careful in this world. And Qing felt that she could not be too careful, so it was best not to let these people get too close to her. Nothing was more important than her safety. And Qing waved her hand. "Li Ran, come here." Li Ran put down the knife in his hand, and the snow pigs had been processed almost according to the requirements. The hair on the pig heads, trotters and tails had been burned and washed. Now they had just started to process the cloud sheep. He wiped the blood off his hands and came over. "Boss." And Qing responded, "In a moment. Pick 10 people from that group, and let them handle the mutant animals. Tell them clearly how to deal with them. Also, Have someone watch over them. Li Ran nodded in agreement. And Qing took Tang Ming back to the restaurant. Seeing Yu, Yun Cheng and the others making rice balls inside, she said, Yu, Yun Cheng, by way, the three of you come here. Upon hearing this, Yu and the others made the rice balls in their hands, and immediately stood up and walked out to look at Qing. And Qing looked at the group of people who were washing their hands in turn, and said, Yu, pick 10 people later, and ask them to cut the lean meat of the snow pork, and then cut the lean meat into the meat strips I cut before. Yu had seen what the meat strips and Qing cut before looked like before blanching and stewing, and nodded in agreement. And Qing said to Yun Cheng again, Yun Cheng, call out the people you brought this morning later, and ask them to learn how to stir-fry meat jerky with you. Su nodded, okay. And Qing's eyes fell on Bai Wei. Bai Wei, the rest of the people who just came will be handed over to you. Ask some of them to learn how to steam rice. And you just watch them, and make sure they don't make any mistakes. Let the other part make rice balls. This is simple. As long as they are firmly kneaded, and don't fall apart. Bai Wei also nodded in agreement. Today, everyone was busy preparing for the war. Obviously, no one had time to eat. They'd probably used nutrient solution to deal with it. Therefore, and Qing's happiness value increased only slightly. In addition, she had spent 4 million to unlock the new shelf before, and now her happiness value was only more than 23 million. In the past few days of preparing for the war, it was estimated that not many people were in the mood to eat, so the happiness value was likely not to increase. And she could not buy a new pot. And Qing could not help but sigh, and could only rely on the wok to support herself. As for the food that could increase the combat power value made these days, unless it could not be preserved, they would definitely save it for when the war broke out, and would not eat it in advance and waste it. So, the only thing that can increase her happiness now is the rice ball she is making in the kitchen. Last time, she made more than 600 or nearly 700 rice balls with 100 kilograms of rice. The rice balls were relatively large at that time, and ham and seaweed were added. This time, there is no ham, but she added oil residue and lard. Oil residue and lard can provide more oil and water, which should make people more full than adding ham and seaweed before. This time, she asked people to make only half the size of the last time, so at least 1,000 rice balls can be made. She remembered that the last time someone ate rice balls, the highest happiness value of the person increased by 300 points. The lowest by 20 points. But the general happiness value was still very high. According to the average of 200 points, 1,000 rice balls can increase the happiness value by about 200,000 points. Even if oil and water can provide people with higher happiness values, the average happiness value of each person is 30 points, which is only 300,000 points. It is a long way from her buying a new pot. And Qing is regretting now. If she had known that this would happen today, she should not have bought food for the entire base today. Or she should have bought low-priced food. She was very upset, frowning and thinking about how to increase her happiness. The people who were counting food next door were still working, and they didn't stop. The base would definitely be divided into shifts to take turns to be on guard. It was impossible for all the staff to be on alert. Otherwise, the people in the base would fall down before the mutant beasts arrived. Therefore, it was still possible to let those who took turns to rest eat the black bean fish. Food can heal the soul, even if they are anxious and have no mood to eat. Eating delicious food should relax their mood and increase their happiness more or less. Right? That's 30 points of happiness for black bean fish. Normally, it is possible to increase the happiness by 50 or 100 points. Even under the special circumstances now. Even if it still increases by 20 points. The entire base can provide her with more than 10 million happiness points. Of course, this is because she has lowered her expectations again and again. But there are other possibilities. For example, on the eve of the crisis, everyone is nervous. And maybe the fish with black bean sauce is no different from their last meal. And they will cherish it more and be happier. It is also possible that the increase will exceed the target. However, and Qing is afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. So she dare not think about the second possibility. She still needs to contact Wei Xuanyi and tell him about this matter. If she really can't contact him, then she can only bother the big leader again. Chapter 68 Oven, Baking Oven. It was still early, and Qing did not tell the boss about this immediately. At least she had to wait until the defense of the base was ready to arrange this matter. At this time, everything in the hotel started to get busy. The fiery team, except for Yiyu and other people who were assigned by Anqing, the rest of the fiery team all returned to their own duties, protecting the entire hotel inside and out. With Tang Ming and Mukin following Anqing closely, she now felt very safe. Anqing looked at Yinqing, who was teaching people how to fry meat jerky. To be honest, this method is indeed slow and cumbersome. Although the biggest problem is that the wok is too small, and there is only one reason. It is indeed too slow. Wei Xuanyi sent so many mutant animals over. At this rate, it won't be too late to finish the meat until it goes bad. Right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a new dish. Snow pork jerky. Successfully unlocked peanut oil. And stew pot. Anqing was stunned. She was so busy today that she forgot that the snow pork jerky she made was a new dish. However, why did the prompt sound only appear at this time? Opening the system panel. The peanut oil and stew pot are indeed available for purchase. Moreover, although this stew pot is also a household type, it is much deeper and larger than a soup pot. It is estimated that stewing a whole pig leg with various side dishes and sufficient water is not a problem. Of course, the whole pig leg here refers to the pig leg in her world, not the pig leg of a snow pig. A whole snow pig leg cannot fit in this pot. Anqing closed the system panel and went to see Yiyu and the 10 people she picked out cutting meat strips. Although these people cannot participate in the battle now, they are retired from the outbound team or the special team. They are very smooth in using knives. After Yiyu demonstrated with them, almost everyone can separate the fat and lean meat perfectly and accurately, and then cut the lean meat into the long strips she wants. Compared with the speed of cutting meat strips here, Yunqing's speed of frying meat strips is obviously too slow. Anqing pondered for a moment, and a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind. She thought of a good idea. She turned her head to look at Tang Ming and Mukin. Do you know if there is that kind of metal wire in the base? The non-toxic one. Mukin looked at Anqing with some doubts. Metal wire. How long does it need to be? If it is non-toxic, the hospital should have it. In some operations in the hospital, metal wire is used, which is absolutely non-toxic. Anqing's eyes lit up. The longer the better. I need a lot. Tang Ming next to her asked. What do you want so much wire for? The hospital's wire is very important. They won't give you too much. Anqing pointed at the strips of meat. I plan to string them together with wire and dry them over fire first. It's too late to dry them naturally, so it should be okay to dry them directly over fire. After they are almost done, you can simply stir-fry them in a wok to remove impurities and remove the poison inside. As long as they are stir-fried in a wok, they should also have a combat power bonus effect. More importantly, this is faster than her previous assembly line speed using ordinary woks and system-produced woks. Tang Ming looked at the meat strips that had been cut into several pots. With so many meat strips, it's impossible to get wire from the hospital. You can only get it from the factory. The base also has places, such as nutrient solution production plants, medical equipment production plants, clothing production plants, and weapons production plants. The research institute is only responsible for research in progress, and the research products are handed over to various production plants for production. The hospital certainly can't give Anqing too much wire, but the medical device factory must have a lot of stock. Anqing hesitated and asked, can we go and get it directly? Or do we need to ask the senior leader or the health secretary to issue a note? Tang Ming nodded. To get the wire from the factory, you need a certificate from the senior leader or the health secretary. Or you can get a certificate from the hospital. However, in this special period, the hospital will not issue a certificate casually. Without the certificate from the senior leader and the health secretary, the factory will not give anything. Anqing, she called Wei Xuanyi again. As a result, the other party was busy again. Anqing sighed helplessly and hung up the call. She had no choice but to disturb the big boss. Before she started to broadcast the call, the voice of the communicator in her hand rang. It was Wei Xuanyi calling her back. Anqing was a little surprised. She quickly answered the call. Secretary Wei. Wei Xuanyi's voice was a little hoarse. I don't know if it was caused by talking too much. It sounded a little distorted from the receiver of the communicator. Sorry. I was busy just now. What do you want to talk to me about? Anqing glanced at the fried meat jerky. It's okay. I made a lot of rice balls with lard and oil residue. They are mixed with boiled lard and oil residue. They can also improve combat power. I also fried a batch of meat jerky. When do you think I can send someone to pick it up? Wei Xuanyi agreed. I know. I will let Lin Yun take care of the food from you. And Qing, okay. By the way, there is something else. Wei Xuanyi, you tell me. And Qing didn't waste any words. She said quickly and concisely, I need happiness points. Secretary Wei, please arrange for those who take turns to rest. Let them eat the black bean fish distributed today. In addition, I need to get a lot of metal wire from the production plant. Please help me get a certificate. Wei Xuanyi could understand the first request, but the latter one made him frown. Metal wire is a hospital product, but it can also be a weapon at some point. And Qing suddenly wanted so much metal wire, and Wei Xuanyi still needed to ask clearly, what do you want the metal wire for? And Qing said directly, I plan to use the metal wire to string up the snow pork strips. First dry them with fire, and then fry them in a wok, which will be faster. Wei Xuanyi pondered for a moment, and replied, I know. You want to grill the meat strips, and it is not convenient to use the stove I gave you before. The Research Institute has a batch of high-temperature ovens and high-temperature baking ovens for experiments. I will ask Lin Yun to go to the Research Institute to get 2 for you, and I will ask her to bring the certificate. And Qing, after all this time, the Research Institute actually has an oven. She responded with mixed feelings. After hanging up the call, Lin Yun and her team came in a hurry and unloaded the oven and baking box from the car. Because the oven and baking box were too big, the restaurant could not accommodate them and had to put them outside the restaurant. After Lin Yun handed in Qing the certificate she needed and the operating instructions of the oven and baking box, she took her team away to pack the rice balls and dried meat without even having time to greet Qing. After getting the certificate, Qing immediately handed the things to Lin Jiqi and asked him to go to the factory to get the metal wire. Then, Qing picked up the instructions for the oven and the toaster oven and read them carefully. The instructions were obviously handwritten temporarily, and they were written in a simple and clear manner, not so profound. After reading them carefully twice, Qing knew how to use these 2 things. The oven is baked at high temperature, and the main function of the oven is dehydration. She wants to make jerky now, but she didn't know that there was an oven in the laboratory before, so she thought of baking it with fire. In fact, it is better to dry and dehydrate directly. Qing opened the double doors of the oven. The oven is very large. 12 or 20 people can stand inside, as long as the mutant animals are not too large. They can be stuffed in. There are also rows of grid plates inside. The meat strips do not need to be hung with metal wires. They can be dried by placing them evenly on the grid plates. However, the metal wire will not be wasted, because the distance between the grid plates is very high. If the meat strips are only placed on the grid plates, there will be too much wasted space in the middle. So some meat strips can be hung in the gaps. Qing went to look at the oven again. The oven and the baking oven are not much different inside, except that there is a whole metal plate in the oven in addition to the grid plate. She had studied the oven and the baking oven almost to the point. When she knew how to use them, Lin Jiqi came over with a few coils of wire and a tool for cutting the wire in his hand. He took 3 coils of wire. Boss, the factory doesn't know how thick you want it to be, so I brought 3 coils. Can you see which one is suitable? If it's not suitable, I'll send it back and get it again. The 3 coils refer to 1 mm thick wire, a coil of 2 mm, and a coil of 5 mm. 1 mm and 2 mm are thinner but very tough. This kind of wire can be tied and looped like a rope. 5 mm is thicker. It is very difficult to make a loop with it. But this kind of wire can also be used. It can be used as a hook. Nowadays, there are ovens and toaster ovens. It is obviously not as convenient to use silk thread to string the meat strips. Make the 5 mm wire into small hooks one by one, and you can hook the meat strips and hang them under the grid plate. This way, more meat strips can be baked at one time. However, Qing did not plan to return the 1 mm and 2 mm ones. She never knew when they would be useful. Qing asked Lin Jiqi to put the 1 mm and 2 mm ones in the cabinet under the restaurant bar, and then called him over and told him how to make the hook. You cut the wire into this length. Qing showed the distance between her thumb and index finger. Then bend the front and back ends of the cut wire into hooks. Remember that the directions of the 2 hooks are opposite. One in front and one in back. As she said that, Qing took the tool from Lin Jiqi's hand. This tool was a bit like the pliers in the previous life, but it was a little different. But it was basically the same. She took the pliers and made a hook with 2 bends on the wire. That's it. Understand? This 5mm wire was harder than the thick steel wire in the previous life. But Anqing didn't feel much effort when she bent it with the pliers. Lin Jiqi nodded. Got it. As he said that, he began to cut the wires very neatly. The length of each wire was the same. After cutting too many wires, he stopped, picked up the wires, and bent them one by one into the hooks that Anqing had just made. He was very fast, making hooks more easily than Anqing, and soon he bent a bunch of hooks. Anqing went to the kitchen to get a basin of water, threw the hooks into the water, and simply passed them, then took the hooks to Yiyu's side. Seeing that there were several more basins of meat strips, she hurriedly said, "Stop." Hearing this, the people who were still cutting meat strips stopped what they were doing and looked at Anqing. Anqing waved the hook in her hand at them, and said, "A lot of meat strips have been cut. Stop cutting the meat strips for now. First, hang the meat strips in the basin on the hook like this." She picked up a strip of meat, and hung it on the hook at one end. Only one end of the hook will do. After hanging a basin, send it outside for me. Yiyu led these people to hang meat strips on the hook, and Anqing walked out with a basin of meat strips, walked to the oven, opened the door, and placed the meat strips in the basin side by side on the grid plate. Tang Ming and Mukin also washed their hands and came to help. Plate after plate of meat strips were evenly placed on the plate. Yiyu brought the meat strips on the hook, and Anqing started to hang the meat strips on the grid plate. After the whole oven was filled, Anqing closed the door, adjusted the temperature and time, and the oven started to work with a buzz. Chapter 69 I will. All the remaining members of the special teams that were on the mission today gathered together. After getting ready, they set off with rice balls with lard or beef jerky and headed to the direction where their own team members were. The captain of the White Tiger team, Yang Tian, drove out of the base with his team. Led by Huang Ke, they approached the place where the four groups of people had parked before. At this time, it was getting dark, and the rumbling and banging sounds in the distance became more and more obvious, accompanied by the hissing sounds of snakes. Black snakes are phototropic. All the cars did not turn on the lights, and at this time, several cars slowed down, approaching the parking place of Mingyi and his team. Mingyi and others had already gotten off the car, hiding beside the car and watching the snakes breeding in the distance. This mutated black snake has a long breeding period, which lasts about 3 to 5 days at a time. The female snake will lay eggs after 10 days, and those eggs will basically hatch within 20 to 30 days. This is the data obtained by the special team through continuous observation in the dense forest. But now, this data needs to be updated. Mingyi noticed that the captain brought people here, and soon joined the captain, reporting their previous observations in a low voice. Because there was an outing team to collect soil, air, and some plants at the edge of the dense forest the day before yesterday, there were no black snakes here at that time, so the black snakes may have come here the night before yesterday or yesterday. According to the previous observations of the four groups, the breeding time of black snakes is not as long as before. From this morning to now, the male black snakes have completed breeding with at least 3 females, and about an hour after breeding, the female snakes will lay 5 to 30 eggs nearby. Moreover, the female snakes completely changed their previous habit of only reproducing once. After they finish laying eggs, they return to the snake group and send breeding signals to the male snakes. Mingyi's face was very ugly. There were too many black snakes in this group. It was impossible to count how many females and males there were. Since they came here, the female snakes have laid a lot of snake eggs. Now, there are estimated to be hundreds or even thousands of snake eggs around the group of snakes. Mingyi's report was very difficult. It has been more than a month since the beast tide broke out. Captain, I suspect that these black snakes came here to breed because they don't have enough places to lay eggs. That's why they came here. Thinking of this, how many black snake eggs are there in the dense forest now? According to their current breeding situation, the total number of snake eggs of all black snakes during this period may be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In the dense forest, the black snake's eggs are coveted by other mutant animals or mutant plants. But what about the area around the base? If these black snakes are allowed to continue laying eggs here, it won't be long before the little snakes in these eggs break out of their shells and crawl out. Will they return to the dense forest or run to the base? Yang Tian took out a telescope and switched it to night vision mode. Looking at the black snakes over there, there were too many snakes. When he looked over, a female snake just broke away from the group and crawled to the side of the snake eggs, waiting to lay eggs. After a while, Yang Tian put away the telescope. In addition to this side, Different mutant animals have appeared in other directions of the base. 5-colored spiders appeared in the north. Triangular wolves appeared in the northwest. Giant bulls appeared in the west. And silver-armored mosquitoes appeared in the southwest. Different mutant beasts appeared in various directions, occupying a place to reproduce, as if they were occupying a chassis. These mutant animals are also strong even among the many mutant beasts in the dense forest. They left the jungle? Definitely not because they were driven away by other mutant animals, but because they wanted to. The more Mingy listened, the uglier his face became. He even had a feeling that these mutant animals, could they have premeditated to surround the base? Yang Tian called all the team leaders of the White Tiger team to come for a meeting. Snakes have a natural advantage at night. Although it is unknown whether the vision of these snakes will become the same during the day as at night after this mutation, the night is too disadvantageous for them, so they have to be prepared and start at dawn tomorrow. Now what they have to do is to have people take turns to be on guard, to prevent the black snakes from finishing their reproduction and heading to the base while they are resting. After the discussion, the leaders of each group went to arrange their own team members, and Yang Tian continued to observe the black snakes with a telescope. The black snake's scales have strong defense and lethality, and are very difficult to deal with. Unlike the fatal points of other mutant animals, the fatal point of the black snake is in the throat. The black snake is very large, and the fatal point of the throat is hidden very deeply. There is also a meat curtain in front of their fatal point. It is impossible to shoot the fatal point of the black snake from the outside when it opens its mouth. To kill the black snake, you must enter the mouth of the black snake, and then you have a chance to stab the weapon into its fatal point. This is undoubtedly difficult and dangerous. Not to mention that there are so many black snakes this time. Yang Tian was in a heavy mood. There was a subtle sound of footsteps beside him. He turned his head and saw Mingy coming. Yang Tian asked, "Have you arranged it?" Mingy nodded. "It has been arranged." He frowned and looked at the place where the black snake was worried. It was completely dark at this time. Mingy, who did not use the night vision telescope, could not see the black snake at all. He asked, "Captain, do you think this time can the base hold up?" The outer wall of the base, part of which is made of the scales of the black snake. But those scales are also accumulated bit by bit. Before the mutant animals mutated for the second time, they had to deal with black snakes, and they only dared to deal with them one by one. Now facing the second mutated black snakes, they have to fight so many black snakes. Could it be that humans have done something intolerable to heaven and earth? They have already lived such a difficult life, but God still cannot tolerate them, and must all humans die out? Yang Tian looked at Mingy, who was emitting a depressed mood, and frowned. "Did you do a test before departure?" Mingy was stunned, then nodded, moved his lips for a while, and said slowly, "I did, the value is normal." He pursed his lips, and found that he was thinking too much now than before, not as stable as before, and he didn't know when his mind was shaken, and he actually started to think about all kinds of things. Yang Tian patted Mingy on the shoulder. "Don't think too much. Black snakes were strong in the past, but because of their scarcity, it was difficult for us to obtain black snake scales. Now they are multiplying in large quantities. Think about it from another angle. We have the materials to expand the base, which is actually a good thing." Mingy smiled, but sighed in his heart. It is indeed a good thing to get more black snake scales. But with so many black snakes gathered together, can they really peel off the black snake scales? The base. And Qing has gone home to rest. But the hotel is still busy. The people arranged by Wei Xuanyi were divided into 2 shifts. One shift rested in the first half of the night, and the other shift continued to work. And they took turns in the second half of the night. This was not in Qing's attempt to exploit them, but Wei Xuanyi's arrangement. And Qing lay on the bed. She was very tired today. Not only physically, but also mentally. She was actually a little uneasy and scared. The base was in a very dangerous situation now. No one knew whether they could stop the monsters and protect the base. If the base was breached, and Qing closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down and not think about it. But the more she tried not to think, the more her mind started to think uncontrollably. And she even recalled the scene before the original owner died. Even now, she was still terrified when she thought of how the original owner died. And she couldn't help but be afraid of those terrifying mutant animals. And Qing stared at the ceiling with her eyes open. 001. This base should be able to hold on. Right? 001 appeared beside her, staring at Qing with his mandarin duck eyes, and tilted his head. "Are you afraid?" and Qing pulled the corner of her mouth. How can I not be afraid? When she thought that the base might be breached, her heart began to beat violently in fear. 001 lay lazily beside her, then yawned. Don't be afraid, there's no use being afraid, what's coming will come. And Qing. She reached out and grabbed 001 and stuffed it back into the system. 001, who was suddenly stuffed back into the system, was stunned. It stood stupidly in the system supermarket and was a little unable to react for a while. And Qing snorted coldly. If you can't talk, shut up. If you say something I don't like to hear again, your entity will be gone. 001. And Qing turned over and lay on the bed. Although 001's words were unpleasant to hear, they were true. She could only try her best to help the people in the entire base improve their combat effectiveness. She could not do anything else. Being afraid here would only consume her emotions, and waste her time. There was a knock at the door, and Qing sat up from the bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Not surprisingly, she saw Tang Ming standing at the door. She looked outside and saw only Tang Ming, not Mukin. Captain Tang. What's the matter? Tang Ming smiled. I want to talk to you. And Qing nodded. Then let's go to the living room to talk? Tang Ming, okay. The two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Tang Ming picked up the kettle and poured her a cup of hot water. And Qing held the hot water. The heat penetrated through the cup wall to her palm, and then spread from her palm to her limbs. She blew on the water and took a small sip. Although there were many jokes in the past life about telling girls to drink more hot water, but sometimes a cup of hot water is really hard to soothe people. Anyway, and Qing was completely relaxed at this moment. She leaned on the sofa and looked at Tang Ming with a smile. What does Captain Tang want to talk to me about? Tang Ming shook his head. I don't know. And Qing. She looked at Tang Ming speechlessly. You said you wanted to talk to me, but you didn't know what to talk about. Tang Ming hummed. He looked at Qing. I feel that you haven't been in a good mood today. Although you have been suppressing it, I can still feel your fear. I am afraid that you will be more scared when you are alone now. And Qing was stunned. She thought that she started to have wild thoughts after returning home, and no one around to relax, and she started to worry about it, and then she started to feel scared. As a result, she had already developed fear, but was she suppressing it without knowing it? She looked at Tang Ming with a strange expression. Was he too perceptive? She herself didn't notice it, but he saw it. Tang Ming saw in Qing's complicated expression, not knowing what she was thinking, curled his fingers, and said seriously, no matter what happens, I will protect you, until the last moment of my life. He was so serious and solemn as if he was swearing an oath in front of the party, making Qing burst out laughing. She leaned lazily on the back of the sofa, knowing very well that he said this, because his current duty was to protect her safety. Unless the head of the base assigns him other work, he will protect her even if he dies. Tang Ming looked at Qing's smile, and his eyebrows softened slightly. He pursed his lips, and a trace of joy quietly rose in his heart, as if her joy was transmitted to him. And Qing sat cross-legged on the sofa, supporting her chin with her hands, and looked at Tang Ming with a smile. For some reason, she blurted out, then, if I don't have the system and can't get food, will you still protect me? As soon as she said it, she regretted it, and wanted to slap herself in the face. Asking such a question, did she lose her mind? Isn't the answer to this question obvious? Now the big boss, and Wei Xiuti will give the green light to all her requests, and arrange people to protect her closely, all because she has the golden finger of the system, which can take out food, which is useful to the base. Otherwise. And Qing's smile faded. After discovering that she is not the original owner, her fate will be either death, or becoming an experimental subject of the research institute. I will. And Qing looked up in astonishment, and met Tang Ming's dark and serious eyes. Chapter 70 The Origin of Tang Ming and Qing. And Qing had asked Tang Ming before. Have we met before? I always feel that you look familiar, as if we have known each other before. Tang Ming denied it at that time. He has always had a good memory, but even in the training camp, he has no memory of seeing Qing. But in fact, when he first met Qing, his usually calm mood was disturbed. When he saw Qing's face, he also felt familiar, and there was an inexplicable excitement in his heart. It was like the person he had been waiting for a long time finally came. During this period, he had frequent dreams. Dreams were like floating lights and phantoms, and were not real, but the scenes in the dreams were very familiar to him, as if he had really lived in the dream world. The dreams every night were connected, making him feel like he was living in this world during the day, and living in another world when he slept at night. In the dream, in the clean and bright hotel lounge, he was helplessly stopped by a cleaning lady. Xiao Tang. Listen to your aunt. Men should get married when they are old enough. And women should get married when they are old enough. Young people should still consider their lifelong affairs early. Don't take advantage of your youth and take it lightly. Otherwise the good girls will be picked up by others. Since the aunt knew that he was still single, she loved to talk to him. Tang Ming knew very well that he was in a dream. And he also deeply felt the funny and helpless mood. He has always had a good temper, especially when dealing with elders. So when the aunt's words were unpleasant to hear, he could only smile helplessly, and did not interrupt her. After the aunt finished her rambling, she took out her cell phone and said with a smile, "The girl who runs the supermarket outside our community is very pretty. And she is very well behaved and likable. And has a good personality. I have her photo here. Take a look." Before Tang Ming could refuse, the aunt had already opened the photo in front of him. In the photo, there was a girl wearing a floral apron, standing on tiptoe to sort the shelves. She had a high ponytail, and there were scattered strands of hair on her cheeks. The girl in the photo was not absolutely beautiful, but she was indeed pretty and pretty. The photo in the aunt's phone was just a side profile, but the way she carefully sorted the shelves gave people a very comfortable feeling. His heart seemed to be hit by something. The feeling in the dream was a bit similar to the first time he met Qing in reality, but not exactly the same. What do you think? If you feel that you have a good impression of each other, give me a photo of you. I will talk to them when I get home from get off work. If they think it's appropriate, find a time to meet up, and you two young people can get to know each other. When the aunt saw Tang Ming's appearance, she smiled even more, and was a little proud. Tang Ming retracted his gaze, no longer looking at the girl in the photo, but did not refuse the aunt. "Okay, thank you." The aunt smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed, obviously very happy. The next day, she told Tang Ming a better time to meet. On the day of the blind date, Tang Ming asked for leave early, tidied himself up, and then set off with some nervousness under the encouragement of his friends. The aunt, who was the introducer, came with him, and the two waited for a while, and Qing and her parents came. He looked up. The girl who came in with her parents lowered her head. He couldn't see the expression on her face, but he could see that she was obviously reluctant. She was emitting a low pressure when she came in. She sat opposite him. When she raised her head, the feeling became more obvious. The girl opposite him was exactly the same as the one he saw in the photo. The photo was obviously not beautified. However, her eyes were full of fatigue and tiredness. He even saw numbness in her eyes. In the photo, although only her profile was seen, she looked young and energetic. But the person in front of him gave him a feeling of a walking corpse. She looked not much different in that photo than she does now. Even if the photo was not taken now, it would not have been too long. So, what did she go through to become like this? His heart felt like it was pierced by a sharp needle, and it hurt dully. And Qing's parents and the matchmaker had left, leaving the space for the two of them. Tang Ming considered and smiled gently, trying not to make her uncomfortable, and said softly, "Mizzen, Aunt Song should have told you about my situation, but I still want to introduce myself to you." Before he finished speaking, Qing looked up at him. "Sorry." Tang Ming was stunned. Looking at the girl opposite, she pursed her lips and tightened her clasped hands. Obviously, she was nervous. Tang Ming said gently, "It's okay. Don't be nervous. It's okay. You can say whatever you want." When he said this, he actually anticipated what she wanted to say. But seeing the resistance and struggle in her eyes, how could he not understand that? This blind date, she probably didn't agree to come on her own, but was forced to do so. She was obviously unwilling, clearly very resistant, and was about to reject him, but she was so nervous, she probably didn't notice that. When she said sorry, she was still a little scared, so much so that her voice trembled a little. It was the first time that he fell in love with a girl, and he knew that the other party was going to reject him now, but he didn't feel disappointed or unhappy, but only distressed. He comforted her softly, waiting for her to say something to reject him. And Qing looked at him in surprise. And after a long silence, she said, "Well, I think we are not suitable. Sorry. I wasted your time." Even though he was prepared, he still felt bitter in his heart when he heard the rejection. But it was better for her to say the rejection according to her heart than for her to be forced to suppress her thoughts and emotions to get along with him. Tang Ming smiled, trying not to put pressure on the girl opposite. I know. He looked at her gently. Then, can we be friends? And Ching pursed her lips and shook her head to refuse. Every day. His dreams were long. But he had a deep memory of the blind date. When he woke up the next day, the scene in his dream was clearer and more real than other dreams. Tang Ming observed Ching carefully. He felt that the Ching in his dream was the one in front of him. Perhaps they really knew each other in their previous life. Now Ching did not have the fatigue and numbness during the blind date. She was more like the Ching he saw in his dream. The Ching he saw in the photos on Aunt Song's phone. But his dream did not end. He would continue to dream at night. He dreamed that the end of the world had come. Unlike this world, there were no mutant plants and animals. The land and water there were polluted. Plants died. Animals died. And some humans became zombies that fed on human flesh and blood. Humans built bases to resist zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, he met Ching again. But she was completely different from before. At first, he only had a vague feeling of difference. But every time they met, this feeling became deeper and deeper. He even felt that Ching after the apocalypse was not the same person as the person he had a blind date with. Finally, he came to Ching in his dream. He looked at the person and asked, "Is it you who is on a blind date with me?" "No." The expected answer made Tang Ming feel empty and even a little confused. The person who is on a blind date with you is no longer in this world. In his dream, he did not understand what no longer in this world meant. Did it mean that she was dead, or was she the same as the Ching in front of him? He asked softly. "Will I have a chance to see her again?" Although he knew there would be no answer, he could not restrain his impulse to ask. He looked at the person opposite him hopefully, and could clearly see the guilt and pity in his eyes. Sorry. It had been many years, and he had only met the girl once. He himself had never thought that he would miss someone for so long. So long that his heart still hurts now. In his dream, suddenly one day, the woman who had the same face as Ching, but was completely different, came to see him. She asked, "Do you still want to see her?" Tang Ming felt his calm heart thump and began to beat. He looked at her. He didn't know whether he was really in love with Ching until now, or whether it had become an obsession over time. He only knew that after hearing this question, he answered almost without thinking, "Yes. Okay. I will send you to that world. But the time point of your past is different from the time point of her arrival. So before you meet her, your memory of this world will be completely blocked to prevent you from doing anything that will cause a butterfly effect. But after you meet her, your memory will slowly be unblocked. But you'd better not recognize her. Because in her memory, she hasn't met you yet. You should know that when she went on a blind date with you, things were not right. Her mental state was already very bad at that time. In fact, at that time, she suffered from severe depression and had several suicidal tendencies. Therefore, after she arrived in that world, this part of her memory was blocked. And naturally there was no memory related to you. Before she untied her knot, you can't stimulate her to recover her memory. If she can never untie her knot, it's best not to let her recover her memory forever. As for what her knot is, I can't tell you. Whether she can untie her knot is not up to you. If one day she can untie her knot, her memory will recover by itself." Waking up from the dream again, Tang Ming's eyes were clear. All his memories had been recovered. If it was him, before recovering his memory, he had been strictly educated in the base since he was a child, putting the responsibility of protecting the base and preserving the human race first. Facing Ching's question, he would not answer so firmly. Because Ching's words, "Will you still protect me?" are obviously not ordinary protection, but standing by her side unconditionally no matter who or what she faces. But for Tang Ming, who has recovered his memory, he came for her. For him, in this world, nothing is more important than her. So, he can answer her seriously and firmly, without hesitation. "I will." Faced with Tang Ming's answer, Ching was a little surprised. She was a little confused, a little puzzled, and suspected that Tang Ming didn't understand what she meant. But his eyes were serious, as if he was making a promise and assurance to her, which made Ching feel a little panicked. She looked away, although she didn't believe it in her heart. She couldn't say anything to question it. She was even a little afraid to look into those eyes. She always felt that there seemed to be too many things in the eyes of the person opposite her, which made her subconsciously avoid it. Her intuition told her not to explore too much, and this topic was not suitable to continue. So, Ching ignored the strangeness in her heart, stood up, stretched, yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to sleep. Thank you for chatting with me, Captain Tang." You should go to bed early too. As she said that, she quickly walked around Tang Ming and returned to the room. Tang Ming looked at the door that closed gently, lowered his head and smiled. He touched his chest. The heart under his chest was beating very steadily. He clearly felt that he had given up everything in the other world and came to this world. He did not regret it. He stood up and took a deep breath. Slowly exhaled the turbid air in his chest. Raised his head and looked out the window. And curbed his eyes in a good mood. Chapter 71 Secondary Mutation Prerat. Tang Ming's sudden action made Qin confused and flustered, but it did interrupt her wild thoughts. After returning to the room, she felt exhausted and fell asleep quickly. But after falling asleep, she dreamed of a blind date with Tang Ming again. She woke up in a daze in the morning. She propped herself up and sighed, "TSK, I can't read romance novels anymore." After sitting on the bed for a while, she put the dream behind her and opened the system panel to check her happiness value. At this glance, Qin instantly became alert. It was estimated that the people in the base were divided into several teams. Some people were eating black bean fish after get off work. Therefore, the system was constantly refreshing the happiness value. And the happiness value was rising at a rapid rate. She opened the detailed data. Ding. Happiness value plus 100. Ding. Happiness value plus 80. Ding. Happiness value plus 120. Ding. Happiness value plus 50. The detailed information of happiness value rolled rapidly on the system panel like a snowball. And Qin was dazzled by the dense values. But she was so excited. The current increase in happiness value was obviously in the second situation that she didn't dare to expect. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in her ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a new dish. Fat residue and lard rice balls. Successfully unlocked sesame oil, casserole. It was the second day, and the new dish prompt of fat residue and lard rice balls came out. Besides, isn't fat residue also a 1-cent dish? It's not counted. Qin muttered to herself, but she also knew that the system couldn't communicate, and 001 couldn't control the system. She had no way to give feedback to the system and bargain. In particular, many novel systems have complaint and suggestion buttons next to them. She searched every corner of the panel of this system, but she couldn't find the complaint and suggestion button. Qin took a look at her current happiness value. 769,59769 points of happiness value. In just a blink of an eye, the happiness value rose by 725 points. I wonder how many people have not eaten black bean fish yet. If there are still many people, maybe the happiness value can reach 100 million? Of course, from yesterday to today, she has already increased her happiness value by more than 5,000 points. She really can't expect too much. It's better not to set the goal on 100 million. It would be good if she can reach 80 million in a while. 80 million, she can buy 2 pots. Now she can buy 4 types of pots: frying pan, soup pot, stew pot, and casserole. Frying pan is not considered. Now in an emergency, wasting happiness value on such a small pot will not be of much use. The stew pot is the largest of the remaining 3 pots, so she has to buy it. She compared the remaining soup pot and casserole, and found that the casserole is bigger than the soup pot, so she chose the casserole. Ding! Do you want to use 30 million points of happiness to buy the stew pot? Qin, yes. Happiness value has been deducted. The stew pot has been purchased successfully, and you can take it out by yourself. Ding! Do you want to use 30 million points of happiness to buy the casserole? Qin, yes. Happiness value has been deducted. The casserole has been purchased successfully, and you can take it out by yourself. 60 million points of happiness were spent at once. Looking at the balance of happiness value with heartache, it suddenly shrunk to more than 10 million. Qin took a breath. If this goes on, when will she be able to save enough happiness value? Forget it. As long as the base can be saved, she will be able to save enough happiness value sooner or later. If the base is gone, she will lose her life. Not to mention happiness value. After closing the system panel, Qin got up to wash up, changed her clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Seeing Tang Ming standing in the living room, Qin paused, thinking of their chat last night, and the dream she had afterwards. She curled her toes awkwardly. Her eyes swept over Tang Ming calmly, and nodded to him, and moved Qin on the side. How about having boiled eggs and bread this morning? Plus a box of milk? She poured herself a glass of water. Drinking a glass of water on an empty stomach in the morning is good for the body. Tang Ming and Mukin had no objections. So the three of them had breakfast together and headed to the hotel. As soon as Qing walked out of the building, she suddenly felt a chill, and her body retreated suddenly. Mukin and Tang Ming beside her also reacted quickly. Tang Ming instantly blocked in front of Qing, and Mukin drew out a dagger and cut off the flying object. Swish! Swish! The dagger quickly cut off all the flying thorns like an afterimage. Tang Ming took a look at the thorns that fell on the ground. These thorns are about 10 centimeters long. The tips of the thorns are dark black. These are the thorns growing on the roots/stems/ of sawtooth grass. The thorns of sawtooth grass will continuously secrete venom, but this venom has an anesthetic effect, so sawtooth grass is cultivated in the mutant plant breeding base in the base, and the venom is collected to extract the anesthetic components in it. In addition, the toxicity of sawtooth grass is special, and it has a miraculous effect on some mutant animals, so it can also be used to make weapons. The sudden attack also revealed the fire team hiding in the surroundings. At this time, Qing was protected by 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Tang Ming stood beside Qing without moving. Mu Chen quickly rushed in the direction where the sawtooth grass thorns were shot. Roar! A furious howl sounded. Mu Chen stopped instantly, and all the fire team widened their eyes. What is that? Front rat? No, how could the front rat become like this? Under normal circumstances, the front rat would be about 1 meter tall when standing up, but this one they saw was different. It was nearly 2 meters tall. When howling, the teeth that were originally flat turned into sharp fangs. The eyes glowed with manic scarlet. The claws that were already sharp were now even more separated and sharp. The hair on the body swelled like a hedgehog. Each hair was thick and sharp, and the tip was shining with a cold metallic light. The people who just walked out of the building were wondering why the door of the building was blocked. And then, they saw the huge and strange front rat outside. Hiss! Mutated animals have invaded the base? Heck, is this the second mutation? The lazy vegetarian front rat has become like this. What will other mutant animals become? There are more and more people behind Qing and the others. And the people of the fiery team, who are protecting Qing, clearly feel the fear and despair emanating from those people behind. For a moment, all the members of the fiery team were on high alert, fearing that someone in the crowd would suddenly explode. When Tang Ming saw this former rat, his heart sank. Although his main task now was to protect Qing, and he no longer had to accept missions outside. He had also received the results of the laboratory's previous experiments on former rats. But how could there be a former rat in the base that had mutated twice after absorbing the air from the dense forest? It is impossible for the former rat outside to enter the base so easily without making any noise. So this former rat must be in the base. Then the question is, the former rats that had been experimented on in the base before have been solved. Where did this former rat come from? He looked solemnly in the direction where the sawgrass thorns had been fired before, and narrowed his eyes. The road behind was blocked by people coming out of the building. Tang Ming took the whistle and used it to command the fiery team to protect Qing and retreat. Before the people of the fiery team could make a move, the former rats had already pounced on them, and there was a bloodthirsty light in their manic and scarlet eyes. Obviously, they had changed their vegetarian diet to meat. It stared at the saliva dripping from the human's mouth, and ran towards this side, its footsteps making a loud bang on the ground. Mu Chen had already retreated to the side of the fiery team. Tang Ming immediately exchanged positions with Mu Chen. Mu Chen and a part of the fiery team escorted Qing away, while he stayed behind to command the rest of the fiery team to deal with the rat. There was no other way. Mu Chen was not familiar with the people in the fiery team, nor had they trained together. He could not command the fiery team. Only Tang Ming could do it. Mu Chen and 20 members of the fiery team escorted Qing away. At Tang Ming's command, the fiery team immediately took action, spreading out to surround the front rat. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out. Bullets were fired, and the position of the front rat was controlled to create opportunities for Tang Ming. Tang Ming raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and the bullet instantly hit the fatal point of the front rat. The front rat, sensing the danger, instantly curled up like a hedgehog, and its fatal point was firmly held by dense thorns. The next moment, its hair swelled all over its body, and with a bang, dense thorns shot in all directions. The members of the fiery team quickly retreated, dodging the flying thorns. The faces of the people blocking the door of the building changed, and they all retreated, retreating to the inside of the building. The sound of thump, thump, thump rang out. The dense thorns all pierced into the ground and the wall, only the tail of the thorns remained outside the ground and the wall. The front rat stood up, baring its teeth and rushing towards Tang Ming fiercely. Tang Ming blew a whistle, and the fiery team, which had quickly retreated to avoid the front rat's thorns, quickly came back, and continued to surround the front rat. Although the attack power of the front rat's hair is strong, the last time the experiment was conducted, the Research Institute had already tested the attack power of the second mutated front rat. Its hair cannot be used as a weapon infinitely. After 5 such group attacks, the front rat needs to rest for at least 24 hours before it can use its hair to attack again. To deal with this front rat, it is necessary to use up its 5 group attacks. Fortunately, Mu Chun and 20 people from the fiery team have already protected Enqing. Enqing's face was gloomy. She looked back at Tang Ming's direction with some worry, then pursed her lips and said nothing. She took out the communicator and called Wei Xuanyi. After a while, Wei Xuanyi picked up the phone. Enqing, what's the matter? Enqing's body was very low, and her voice was a little cold. I was attacked by mutant animals just now. How could mutant animals appear in the base? Wei Xuanyi's face was stern. Where? How are you? Enqing, at the entrance of building number 1. I'm fine. Now Mu Qin and the others have taken me away from the mutant animals. Tang Ming and some people from the fiery team are dealing with the mutant animals. This mutant animal is a former rat, but it looks different from the former rat. It has a strong attack power. She did not receive the experimental results on the secondary mutation of the former rat, but she could tell with the naked eye that this former rat was completely different from the former rat in the original owner's memory. Wei Xuanyi, I know. I will send someone to reinforce you. Let Mu Qin take you to the central building to take shelter. Enqing, okay. After hanging up the call, she said to Mu Qin and others, let's go to the central building. Before she finished speaking, a figure rushed over quickly. Go to hell. The voice of the person came with crazy hatred. Enqing looked up and met a pair of eyes full of resentment and murderous intent. Chapter 72, Become Stronger. Mu Qin grabbed Enqing and evacuated to the side. The fiery team split into 2, 10 people continued to protect Enqing and evacuate, and the other 10 rushed over to surround the man. The fiery team fought with the newcomer, whose muscles were swollen and blood vessels were dilated. And he fought with the fiery team members with his bare hands. Be careful, he has a sawtooth grass thorn in his hand. A member of the fiery team found that the man had something between his bandaged fingertips, and immediately warned his companions. Everyone was shocked, and did not dare to confront this man head-on, and quickly dodged his attack. Seeing this, the man did not fight with them, but rushed towards Enqing quickly. He stared at Enqing, his eyes full of murderous intent, and he wanted to kill her. Bang! The fiery team left behind by the man immediately raised their guns and shot at the man. The man quickly dodged the bullet and rushed towards Enqing. Enqing looked at the person, who was getting closer and closer to her. She didn't know why this person had such a great hatred for her, and why he wanted to kill her. This man was obviously not in a state of losing his mind and going berserk. Otherwise he wouldn't bite her to death. Bang! 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 Seeing him getting closer and closer, the fiery team beside Enqing also raised their guns and fired. They quickly formed a human wall to block the man in front of them. Mu Qin took Enqing and ran quickly towards the central building. Enqing was pulled by Mu Qin, and could barely keep up with his speed. She was still recalling the face of the man just now. It looked a little familiar. After a while, she finally found the face of the man just now in the original owner's memory. Ji Ting, a former member of the 188 team. He withdrew from the team because his psychological condition reached level 3. He used to be very good to the original owner. When he was still in the 188 team, he encountered dangerous situations several times, and he assisted in time to help the original owner escape from danger. Recalling the relationship between Ji Ting and the original owner, Enqing felt that Ji Ting and the original owner definitely did not have any deep hatred. On the contrary, she felt that Ji Ting seemed to like the original owner a little. The entire 188 team was very good to the original owner, and the captain also taught the original owner a lot. But Ji Ting's kindness to the original owner was still somewhat obvious in Enqing's opinion. Some details that the original owner didn't notice became clear under Enqing's deliberate recollection. For example, Ji Ting liked to look at the original owner very much. Every time the original owner looked at Ji Ting, he would stare at her, then give her a gentle smile, hiding the feelings in his eyes. Ji Ting never told the original owner about his thoughts. After leaving Team 188, He followed the unspoken rule of the former base commander and never appeared in front of his teammates again. There would definitely be nothing that would make him hate the original owner so much. After she came to this world, she believed that she had never done anything that could cause Ji Ting to have such strong hatred. Then, the only possibility was that Ji Ting knew that she was not the original owner. So he had such strong hatred for her, and wanted to kill her during this special period. And Qing felt a little complicated, although she did not deliberately hide the fact that she was not the original owner, because she was too different from the original owner. And even with the help of the original owner's memory, she could not fully integrate into this world because of the education in her previous life. There would always be omissions in her words and deeds. She is not a spy carefully cultivated by the country, nor is she an actor with superb acting skills. She cannot play another person without flaws. However, even so, the only people who know that she is not the original owner, besides the big boss and Wei Xuni, are Tang Ming Mukin who follows her, and the people in Team 188. The people in Team 188 are all familiar to the original owner. Even if she didn't think so much at the beginning, she would find something wrong later. It is only a matter of time before she guesses. The people in Team 188 can find something wrong through her every move. So Ji Ting, who likes the original owner, will definitely find it as long as he sees her. And Qing couldn't remember if she had seen Ji Ting during this period. After all, there were so many people coming to the hotel every day. She would meet many people on the way to and from the hotel. And she would also meet people when she went to the library. She might have seen him at some point. Thinking of the second mutated former rat in front of building number 1. It was obvious that Ji Ting had discovered that she was not the original owner for a long time, and had been suppressing his hatred and looking for an opportunity to kill her, so he could create a second mutated former rat. When approaching the central building, and Qing suddenly felt a chill on her back, and her sense of danger soared instantly. Mu Chen, who was standing next to her, reacted faster than her. He hooked his hand around her waist, and threw her towards the central building with both hands. And Qing was thrown out suddenly. Her mind went blank for a second. She quickly turned around and landed on the ground with her knees bent. She stood up and turned around. Mu Chen had already started fighting with Ji Ting. Moreover, the members of the fiery team, who were left behind by Mu Chen, were coming quickly. With Ji Ting's ability, he was definitely not a match for the people of the fiery team. However, he was also a person with rich combat experience. If he didn't fight hard with the people of the fiery team, he could easily get rid of the siege of the fiery team. Now, Ji Ting obviously didn't want to get entangled with Mukin, and tried every means to break through Mukin. Mukin was very perceptive, and saw Ji Ting's plan at a glance. He didn't attack, but only focused on defense, blocking Ji Ting tightly, and not giving him a chance to break through. And Qing only watched for a few seconds, and the two sides had already fought countless times. People from the security department rushed to the central building and quickly surrounded Qing for protection. When Qing, the deputy director of the security department, also came, seeing that Qing was fine, she was relieved and walked quickly to Qing's side. And Qing, leave the things here to us. You can go to the security department's work area to rest for a while. And Qing nodded. She said to Qing, that man is a former member of Team 188. I don't think he is going crazy and losing his mind. If possible, I want to talk to him. After a pause, and Qing smiled and said, if not, we don't have to talk. This Ji Ting has no chance to really hurt him, if the former rat is well controlled and the situation in the base is not too serious. And Qing still hopes that this person, who likes the original owner, will have a good ending. Of course, if the consequences he caused were too serious, she would not plead for him. Although his behavior was excusable, people should always be responsible for their own choices. He could have chosen to ask her directly like the people from Team 188. But he chose to kill her directly. And Qing walked into the work area of the security department. Yan Goqiang, who was on duty today, immediately greeted her with a smile. Xiao Qing, how are you? Are you injured? Come on. Come and sit here. Take a rest. By the way, do you want some water? I'll get you a glass of water. Yang Goqiang was very warm and thoughtful. He pulled Qing over to sit down and immediately poured her a cup of hot water. He was very attentive. And Qing held the hot water in her hand and looked at Yang Goqiang, who was also from the security department and had met the original owner once or twice. He was not so enthusiastic before. Thank you. And Qing drank the hot water and soothed her frightened heart. When Ji Ting approached her before, she felt a strong sense of danger and panic. At that time, she felt that she would die in the next moment. If Mu Chen hadn't been by her side, she might have really died just now. And Qing lowered her eyes and ignored Yang Goqiang, who was circling around her. She was in a bad mood. No matter how much she understood Ji Ting, she could not deny the fact that he almost killed her and put her in danger. She did not like being in a dangerous environment where someone could kill her at any time. But the reality was that she just did not like it and was powerless to change anything now. If she could not change the environment, she could only change herself. And Qing narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she had a strong obsession to become stronger. Yes, become stronger. She must become stronger. When she became strong enough that no one in the base could threaten her anymore, she would no longer have to worry about someone attacking her from time to time. When she is so strong that the mutant plants and animals in the jungle cannot hurt her, if she is not happy staying in the base, she can even leave the base and go anywhere. Before, she did not have the ability to become such a strong person. But now she has it. The mutant plants and animals made with the wok can improve combat power and physical fitness. As long as she keeps improving, she will become the strongest one day. At that time, even if she needs happiness points, she can only come to the base occasionally to trade. And Qing did not know how long she had been sitting in the work area of the security department. She was hungry. She took out a nutrient solution expressionlessly and drank it. Soon, when Qing walked in, and Qing it solved. But Ji Ting's injuries are too severe. Although he was sent to the hospital, it seems that he will not survive. And Qing looked at Wen Qing, and for a moment she didn't know what to feel. She nodded, I know. If he died, he died. She didn't really want to talk to someone who wanted to kill her. Where's Mu Chen? Seeing that there was no one behind Wen Qing, and Qing frowned, and her heart tightened. Wen Qing said softly, Mu Chen's arm was scratched by the sawtooth grass just now. Fortunately, he dug out the flesh around the wound in time. He has been sent to the hospital for treatment. He will be fine. Don't worry. And Qing, the thorns of the sawtooth grass are highly poisonous. And the infection speed along the blood is very fast. Even if Mu Chen dug out the flesh around the wound quickly, some toxins must have spread. Fortunately, if it is just a little toxin, the hospital should be able to handle it. And Qing stood up. I'll go to the hospital to see him. When Qing nodded. Okay. Team Tang is not over yet. I will protect you first. And Qing responded. Okay. Thank you. When Qing and Qing walked out of the security department, and the group of members of the fiery team who came to protect Qing immediately followed, and protected Qing in a fan shape. And Qing was a little uncomfortable with so many people following behind her. But she said nothing. She only had a firm look in her eyes. And her determination to become stronger became stronger. In this world, you cannot be weak, even if you have many people protecting you. When Qing came to the hospital, Ji Ting was already dead. His injuries were too severe. He had lost too much blood, and his brain was cracked by the heavy blow. Not to mention that he didn't know when the thorns of the sawgrass on his hand pierced him and poisoned him. Therefore, the rescue failed and he was dead. A cart with a corpse covered with a white cloth passed by Qing. Qing did not look at it, but walked quickly towards the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Qing looked at Mukin, who was already unconscious on the bed. This person always had a low presence in her eyes, but his face looked so ugly for the first time. Mukin's face was very pale, but his lips were slightly purple. He lay there motionless with his eyes closed. Qing's breath was choked, and her throat was a little dry. She stared at Mukin, opened her mouth, but could not say a word. Chapter 73 Surprise. The second mutated front rat is very difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Tang Ming and his teammates cooperated well, and they knew how to deal with the second mutated front rat in advance. Although it was troublesome and time-consuming, it was still easy. After consuming the thorns on the front rat, Tang Ming led his men to encircle and suppress the front rat. When the members of the fiery team consumed the thorns on the front rat, they were more or less injured. Those with minor injuries just sprayed some medicine on themselves, and those with serious injuries were sent to the hospital one after another. When encircling and suppressing the front rat just now, Tang Ming faced the front rat head-on, and was scratched on the chest by the front rat's sharp claws. Although he dodged in time, he was inevitably left with several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The wound was too deep and too long. Using hemostatic spray and recovery agent, It only made the bleeding of the wound slightly better. This wound must be stitched in the hospital. Fortunately, the claws and thorns of the rat are not poisonous, otherwise more than half of Tang Ming and others would have been killed or injured today. Compared to the people who were carried to the hospital, Tang Ming was relatively good. After he arrived at the hospital by car, he was able to get off the car and walk into the hospital by himself. Debridement room. The doctor looked at the wound on Tang Ming's chest. It's not serious, just sew it up. Do you want anesthesia? Many people in the base don't like anesthesia, especially in the case of this kind of flesh injury. Even stitches are not needed. Among them, the special team has the most people. The doctor prepared the medicine to clean the wound. When asked, the wound had already been cleaned. Tang Ming frowned. The medicine stained the wound, which stung and hurt. No need. The doctor quickly cleaned the wound and began to sew him with a sterilizer. It can be seen that the doctor is very familiar with this. His hands moved quickly. After a while, several wounds were all sewed up. Okay, remember to use the recovery agent. The stitches can be removed tomorrow. After saying that, the doctor hurried to treat the wound of the next patient. The wound was stitched, and there was no bandage. Tang Ming sprayed himself with medicine again. He suddenly remembered the last time when Enqing sprayed medicine on his back when he was injured. He subconsciously looked at the wound on his chest this time. Tang Ming smiled, put aside some inexplicable thoughts in his mind, stood up and put on his clothes, buttoning them one by one. When he walked out of the debridement room, he ran into Jiang Ziqian. Jiang Ziqian was the leader of the 10th group of the fiery team. When the front rat appeared, Tang Ming asked the 9th and 10th groups to escort Enqing to evacuate. He frowned, walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" Jiang Ziqian saw Tang Ming, walked over. "Captain." Tang Ming looked around, did not see Enqing. What happened? Enqing was injured? When he said this, his heart was already lifted, and his eyebrows and eyes looked sharper. Jiang Ziqian shook his head. No. The boss is fine. It's Mu Chen who was injured. The boss came to see him. Tang Ming paused, nodded. Where is it? Jiang Ziqian pointed in a direction, and Tang Ming walked over there. Actually, it wasn't far away, just around the corner. Enqing was standing at the door of the emergency room. The members of the fiery team were spread out from Enqing. He knew the hiding places of all the team members with just one glance. Qin Guangmao and Wan Hu from Group 9 were protecting Enqing not far away. The one closest to Enqing was Wenqing, the deputy director of the security department. When Tang Ming came over, he couldn't help but frown. Enqing was standing there motionless, which was obviously wrong, and she was very tense. He walked over quickly. The fiery team and Wenqing looked over sharply. They found that it was Tang Ming, and then they relaxed. Tang Ming came to Enqing's side, looked at her carefully, and saw that she was staring blankly into the emergency room. He followed her line of sight, and saw Mu Chen, who was unconscious inside. Mu Chen's condition did not look good, obviously poisoned. Tang Ming subconsciously turned sideways, blocking Enqing's sight. He had killed zombies and humans in his previous life, and in this life, he had killed countless mutant animals and plants, and had seen countless dead people. Enqing was different from him. Before she came here, she was an ordinary person. She had never experienced anything. How could she have seen these things? Enqing. Tang Ming looked down at her. Are you okay? Enqing was originally staring at Mu Chen, but her sight was suddenly blocked by a figure. She raised her head a little slowly, and met Tang Ming's concerned eyes. Captain Tang? She had never seen a dead person, nor had she seen a dying person. The original owner had seen all kinds of dead people, but that was the original owner's memory, not hers. Even if she knew the original owner's memory, it was like seeing flowers in the fog. Seeing Mu Chen's appearance now, she felt cold all over. Her hands and feet were numb, and her heart was beating so fast that she could hardly breathe. She didn't know whether she was afraid or something else. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of anything. She just felt cold. Very cold. As if she was suddenly placed in the ice and snow and shivered. Suddenly, a warm hand covered her tightly clenched fist, and the warmth spread through her hand to her limbs, and the cold was dispelled bit by bit. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Tang Ming looked into Enqing's eyes, and said soothingly. Enqing subconsciously wanted to see Mu Chen, but Tang Ming's body blocked her view. She couldn't see anything. Tang Ming turned his head, and glanced at Mu Chen in the emergency room. Muchin was connected to a lot of transparent tubes, which looked very scary. Soon, he turned back and said with a smile, "Don't worry. The doctor is filtering his blood, and he will be fine soon. He will be back tonight." And Qing blinked. She looked at Tang Ming and asked for confirmation. "Really?" Tang Ming nodded, "Really." And Qing's tense body suddenly relaxed. As she relaxed, she felt her legs and feet were a little weak, and her body was shaking. Tang Ming hurriedly grabbed Qing's hand and sent her to sit on the chair next to him. And Qing sat on the chair, covered her eyes with both hands and took a deep breath. She finally understood why people in this world are so prone to mental problems. And Qing sat on the chair for a long time, until Muchin's face in the emergency room improved and the color of his lips slowly recovered. And then she was completely relieved. She stood up, suddenly remembered something, and asked Tang Ming, "Captain Tang, how are you? Are you injured?" Tang Ming nodded. "I got some skin injuries. It's okay." And Qing frowned. "Where are the others? Are there any casualties?" Tang Ming, "There are some injuries, but they are not serious. There will be no danger to your life. Don't worry." And Qing nodded. "Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel first." Although she had decided to become stronger, the current situation was that she couldn't become stronger all at once. And she still needed to rely on the base. And the base must not have any problems. And Qing hurried to the restaurant. People in the restaurant were still busy. 2 shifts these people, under the watchful eyes of Yi Yunqing and the others, fried a lot of meat jerky. Someone was watching, and it was confirmed that the meat jerky was fried in a wok after being dried in the oven. And Qing picked up a piece of meat jerky and tasted it. The meat was very dry, very chewy, and tasted like meat jerky. The seasoning was not hers, and the taste was a little different from the seasoning she had prepared before, but it was also delicious. The meat jerky could be preserved for a long time. She could bake it in the oven for a while later, so that it could be drier and preserved for a longer time. In the future, I can carry the dried meat with me, and it will give me more protection when I encounter a situation like today. And Qing tasted several dried meats, but she didn't feel anything special, nor did she notice how her strength increased. It would probably only be reflected when she was fighting. Yi Yu and his team were able to lead people to complete all the steps in an orderly manner. So she stopped worrying about the dried meat and turned to look at the pig heads, pig tails, pig trotters, and the many bones from yesterday. And Qing took out the stew pot and casserole she had just bought, and then went to get the snow pig ribs. The ribs were long, and Qing took the knife and chopped them off with one stroke. Soon, she chopped the ribs into 10-centimeter long pieces. The end faces of the bones were very neat, and they were no different from those cut by a machine saw in the previous life. And Qing quickly washed the ribs and put them into the casserole. She bought a mushroom rib seasoning package from the system and put it into the casserole to stew together. The casserole was set aside for stewing. And Qing went to get the pig's tail, washed it, chopped it into small pieces with a knife, blanched it, put it into the soup pot, and boiled it with the marinade package. Last night and this morning, the meat that needed to be baked had been baked, and the remaining ones were bones, pig heads, pig tails, pig trotters, and sheep heads and trotters. And Qing's pot was too small, and she couldn't stew much each time. If these things were left like this, they would go bad after a long time. And Qing took the pig trotters and pig tails to the oven to dry, so that they could be preserved for a longer time and stewed whenever she wanted. Only the chicken feet were left. She wanted to stew them, so she washed the chicken feet, chopped off the nails one by one, and then chopped off the fingers of the chicken feet one by one. There was no other way. Her pot couldn't hold the whole chicken feet. You could only chop the chicken feet into small pieces. And Qing blanched them in water in an ordinary pot, and took them out to drain the water aside. After more than half an hour, the pigtail was cooked soft and tasty, and then Qing took it out, and then put the chicken feet in to continue braising. The aroma of the braising quickly drifted away, and this time no one came to the restaurant door to block and look. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound outside. And Qing was a little surprised. What's going on outside? Some members of the fiery team are still in the hospital. As long as they are not seriously injured, they have all returned, and they are doing what they should do, protecting Qing. Bai Wei went out to check the situation and soon came back. Boss, it's the White Tiger team who are back. They dragged the Black Snake's body back. And Qing was stunned. From the original owner's memory, she found the memory of the Black Snake being hungry. Black snakes are a kind of mutant animals that are difficult to deal with. and their number is rare. You either don't encounter them, or you can't kill them if you encounter them. However, black snakes are a very valuable mutant animal for the base. However, no matter how valuable black snakes are, the base has hunted them before, so they shouldn't be so excited, right? And Qing asked Yu to watch the pot for her, and she went out to see the situation. Tang Ming was beside her, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the base. The entrance was surrounded by densely packed people. There were too many people, and Qing couldn't see the situation inside even if she stood on tiptoe. The people in the base were obviously very surprised and excited, and exclamations came one after another. Chapter 74: How to Use Dried Meat. The large open space at the entrance of the base was filled with people, and Qing suspected that all the people who were taking turns to rest had crowded here. At this moment, someone was still rushing here. After a while, there were many more people behind Qing. The people of the fiery team surrounded Qing tacitly, completely separating her from the people behind her. Qing was submerged in the crowd, even if she tiptoed. She couldn't see the situation in front. She patted the person in front of her. "Sister, what happened inside? Why are there so many people here?" The woman who was squeezed in front and looked around turned around, glanced at Qing, and looked inside without paying attention. "I don't know. I heard that the White Tiger team came back and brought back a lot of black snake corpses, and it is said that there are still outside, and many outgoing teams were sent out to help them carry the black snakes back. But I also heard about it. I don't know if it's true, but there are indeed quite a few outbound teams that went out from this door just now." Qing was a little surprised. "It sounds like there are quite a lot of them. Is the White Tiger team so powerful? They can actually deal with so many black snakes? It's a pity that you can't see inside at all." She felt a little regretful. "Shall I hold you up to see?" Tang Ming asked softly. Qing looked back at him. Tang Ming was much taller than her. "Can you see inside?" Tang Ming shook his head. "There are too many people in front." Qing nodded. "Okay. Thank you for your help." Tang Ming bent down, put his arm around Qing's knees, and held her up, even though she was mentally prepared. Qing still felt a little insecure when her body suddenly flew into the air. She subconsciously reached out to hold Tang Ming's neck to stabilize her body. However, Tang Ming's movements were very smooth and neat. He picked her up and gently dragged her, and she sat on his shoulders. Qing's hand that was about to hold his neck turned, and she grabbed his hair. Fortunately, Tang Ming looked thin, but his shoulders were broad and strong. Qing sat on them very steadily, and she didn't grab his hair very hard. After Qing sat firmly, she let go of Tang Ming's hair. She was afraid of falling, so she put one hand on his head. A little embarrassed. "Sorry. I'm a little scared." Tang Ming smiled. "It's okay. I won't let you fall." Tang Ming was tall, and she sat on his shoulders, so her vision became very high, and she could see very far. The surroundings were densely packed with people's heads. Further ahead, the crowd formed a circle, and inside it was a huge dead black snake. The body of the black snake was hovering on the ground, with some bright red blood flowing out of its mouth. His so big? This was bigger than the black snake in the original owner's memory. How did she get this whole snake back to the base? Soon, she knew how to get it back. The door at the entrance of the base was opened. It was not a small door that only people could pass through, but a big door that cars could pass through. A huge black snake, its head, body, and tail were tied to the roofs of different cars. The cars drove into the base one by one, and then flipped the huge snake down. Boom! The huge black snake fell to the ground. Even though she was sitting on Tang Ming's shoulder, Qing could feel the strong vibration of the ground. Qing didn't watch for long. People from the security department came and evacuated the people around one by one, asking everyone to do what they should do and to rest. Everyone was still very cooperative and left along with the evacuation of the security department. But when they left, many people couldn't help but look back at the body of the black snake. Qing got down from Tang Ming's shoulder and felt a little awkward. When she was sitting on Tang Ming's shoulder just now, the temperature from his shoulder was transmitted to the skin on her legs through his pants. It felt too obvious, and she realized that she was uncomfortable. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Qing also prepared to go back with Tang Ming and the others. After taking 2 steps, she found Wei Xuanyi walking towards them. Qing turned around and walked towards Wei Xuanyi. "Secretary Wei." Qing greeted Wei Xuanyi. Wei Xuanyi was a little surprised to see Qing, and then nodded, glanced at the members of the fiery team beside her, and asked her, "Why are you here?" "And Ching, I heard that the White Tiger team brought back a lot of black snakes. Come and see." Wei Xuanyi nodded, motioned her to come with him, and said as he walked, "This time it's all thanks to you. The food you made has a very strong attraction to mutant animals. This time they were able to kill so many black snakes. All thanks to the food trapping." And Ching was surprised. She really didn't know that the food made with the pots produced by the system had this effect. After all, the system didn't say it. Wei Xuanyi and Ching talked about it in detail. And Ching finally understood how the White Tiger team could hunt so many black snakes. As soon as the sun rose this morning, the black snakes, who had been hunting for who knows how long, finally got tired and stopped to rest. Once they stopped, the black snakes were tired and wanted to hunt for food to fill their stomachs. The White Tiger team was all in their cars, which could isolate the human scent well and prevent the black snakes from discovering them. Therefore, the black snakes scattered in all directions to look for food. Some went towards the dense forest, and some went towards the base. Obviously, they were exploring the surrounding situation. After the White Tiger team waited for the snakes to disperse, they drove to chase the black snakes heading towards the base. The black snakes were huge and moved fast. Fortunately, they had no target, so they slowed down. The White Tiger team quickly caught up. The black snake stopped immediately after noticing the noise, and turned to attack several cars. The members of the White Tiger team got out of the car one after another, and the driver drove the car to a safe place and parked it. Everyone lined up to deal with the black snakes. The black snakes were too big, and their attack power was more sensitive than before the second evolution. The White Tiger team suffered a lot under the attack of the black snakes. Fortunately, the White Tiger team finally forced the black snakes to open their mouths. The captain took the opportunity to eat the dried meat he brought with him, and planned to find an opportunity to get into the mouth of the black snakes. You know, the black snake is very aware of its weaknesses, so it will never swallow a living thing into its mouth. It will only swallow it after it is completely strangled. Therefore, it is very difficult to get into the mouth of a black snake. As a result, as soon as Captain Yang Tian took out the dried meat, the black snake's attack suddenly stopped. And then it rushed straight towards Yang Tian regardless of the White Tiger team members who were attacking him. No matter how calm Yang Tian was, he was also startled by the black snake's sudden reaction. But when he saw the black snake rushing over with its bloody mouth opened, he immediately realized that this was a good opportunity. So, he quickly stuffed the dried meat into his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, stared closely at the black snake rushing towards him, and when he was close to the black snake's mouth, he stepped hard and rushed into the black snake's mouth. He held the dagger in his hand, quickly passed through the black snake's mouth to its throat, grabbed the black snake's flesh curtain, and the dagger accurately inserted into the fatal point. The black snake stabbed in the throat, opened its mouth, and let out a painful roar, and then fell heavily to the ground. Yang Tian quickly got out of the black snake's mouth. He himself did not expect that. He thought the black snake was difficult to deal with, but this time he solved it so easily. Wang Ke and others came over to check the black snake's condition. After confirming that the black snake was really dead, they were all a little surprised. I thought the second mutated black snake would be difficult to deal with, but it turned out to be so simple? How could it be so simple? Just look at the attack power of the black snake just now. It is much more difficult to deal with than before. This black snake looks stupid, but it actually opened its mouth to swallow the captain. Isn't it looking for death? You say. The black snake's attack power has increased, but its IQ has decreased? It even forgot to protect its fatal point. Yang Tian simply cleaned up the black snake's saliva on his body. He couldn't help but recall the previous situation frame by frame. Then opened the box of dried meat, squinted his eyes, and said, "It's not that the black snake's IQ has decreased. It seems that this dried meat has a strong attraction to the black snake." He could feel that when the black snake rushed over just now, it had a huge appetite. It should be attracted by the smell, which made it forget to protect its fatal point, and was easily solved by him. Everyone gathered around. Didn't they say this is food that can improve our combat power? It actually has a strong attraction to mutants. How strong is the attraction to make the black snake lose its mind to this extent? Could it be that food can not only improve our combat power, but also improve mutants? Sometimes, the senses of animals are much more sensitive than humans. Perhaps after smelling the dried meat, it noticed it, was attracted, and couldn't help wanting to swallow it. Yang Tian closed the lid, squinting his eyes, and said, "Is it true? We'll know after a try. This time, he found that black snakes really couldn't resist the smell of dried meat. Without dried meat, black snakes were very difficult to deal with. They were smart and cunning. Even if they occasionally made angry sounds, they would never give humans a chance to get into their mouths. As a result, as soon as the dried meat was taken out, the black snakes opened their mouths to swallow them. I just don't know if dried meat is so attractive only to black snakes, or to all mutant animals. Yang Tian and his team thought that it would be a tough battle against the black snakes this time. Maybe all the members of their white tiger team would be buried in the snakes' stomachs. After all, there were too many black snakes. Who knew that with the dried meat, the situation would be reversed? Those black snakes, every one of them, as long as you take out the dried meat in front of them, they will all go crazy. And Qing, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Wei Xuanyi said, this time they hunted a total of 131 black snakes. You also saw that some of these black snakes were more than 20 meters long, and some were more than 30 meters long. They basically weighed 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms. More than 100 snakes would have a lot of snake meat. Even if you make nutrient solution, you can't use up all the snake meat. How much can you use here? Although there is a cold storage in the base, there is no way to put all the snakes in the cold storage. It would take up too much cold storage space. And Qing had never eaten snake meat since she was a child, and she didn't know whether snake meat was delicious or not. How much meat can I take? And Qing asked. Wei Xuanyi smiled and said, take as much as you can use. It would be best if you can make all of it into food. And Qing, look, are you talking nonsense? 131. Even if the skin and bones are peeled off. And one snake has an average of 1,000 kilograms of meat. That's more than 100,000 kilograms of meat. What is the concept of hundreds of thousands of kilograms of meat? Anyway, she couldn't imagine what it would be like to have so much meat piled together. After all, she had never seen it. However, and Qing suddenly thought of a way. It's not impossible. But I need more people to help me. I can make bacon out of the snake meat first. Chapter 75. Are you hurt? In her previous life, and Qing had eaten mountain bacon brought back by a grandmother from a mountainous hometown. It was very fragrant and delicious. So during that time, she watched a lot of videos on making bacon. Each place has a different way of making bacon. But by her time, making bacon was already very convenient. Both bacon and braised meat had prepared seasonings. Just apply them on the meat, and then hang it up to dry. There were also bacon made with cypress and orange peel. In this world, forget about smoking meat. Mutated plants are poisonous. If you use them to burn fire, who knows if the gas will be poisonous? Don't burn it and poison the whole base. The seasoning pack on the 14th shelf contains the seasoning pack for meat sauce and bacon. Each seasoning pack has 12 happiness points, which can pickle 6 kilograms of meat. She still has more than 10 million happiness points. Pickling all the snake meat is not a problem at all. Wei Xuanyi was just talking at first. He never thought that Qing could really handle so much snake meat. He was still thinking about how to expand the cold storage. The skin and scales of black snakes are important materials for expanding the base. This time, with so many skins and scales of black snakes, plus the mineral materials stored in the warehouse, this time, we can expand the area of the entire base by at least 1/5. However, the expansion of the base is not so fast. The black snake meat still needs to be stored in the previous cold storage. If it can't be stored and can't be used up, it can only be discarded. Thinking of this, Wei Xuanyi felt distressed. After all, the meat of black snakes is rich in nutrients, and can also be used to make nutrient solution. He was just thinking about it. And then he heard Qing's words. Wei Xuanyi stopped. He turned his head and looked at Qing. What did you just say? And Qing looked over in confusion. I said that as long as I can have enough people, I can use snake meat to make bacon. Bacon is very simple to make, and it can be kept for a long time after it is made. Although it cannot be taken out and eaten immediately, it can be eaten slowly for a long time. Wei Xuanyi couldn't help laughing. He reached out and patted Qing on the shoulder. Okay. Great. Thank you. And Qing was stunned when she met Wei Xuanyi's sincere eyes. Wei Xuanyi began to arrange people to carefully peel the snake's skin. The black snake's skin is difficult to peel off. They must use a grinder to continuously grind from the tongue, simulate the situation of snake shedding. Grind the skin on the black snake's head, then grab the edge and peel it off along the snake's body. The snake's skin looks very difficult to peel off, and can only be done bit by bit. After Wei Xuanyi arranged the people, he asked Anqing, "How do you make the bacon you mentioned?" Anqing, "Just have someone cut the snake meat into 5 cm wide strips, but not too long. About 20 to 30 centimeters long. I'll go prepare the seasoning now, and we can marinate it after it's cut. By the way, to marinate so much meat, I don't have enough basins, so I need the kind of metal boxes that are often used in the base. The more the better." Wei Xuanyi nodded, "Okay. I'll have someone deliver the meat after it's cut, and have Lin Yun deliver the box to you first. How many more people do you need?" Anqing thought about it. "And when marinating the snake meat, you need to evenly apply the seasoning on the snake meat. This step is very simple. When her mother marinated the meat in sauce before, she could spread the seasoning in less than half an hour after buying 20 kilograms of meat. But it's getting late now. It's past 5 in the afternoon. The skin of the first snake hasn't been shed yet." However, Wei Xuanyi brought a lot of people with him. It seems that he plans to skin all the snakes today. This is normal. After all, the snakes are dead. They will become less fresh as time goes by. "Anqing, please arrange 2,000 people for me first." Wei Xuanyi didn't question it at all. He nodded and said, "After the snake meat is cut and sent to you, those people will stay to help you." Anqing nodded, "Okay." When she went back, Anqing smelled the aroma of stewed meat wafting from the restaurant. The rich aroma of the stewed food wafted in all directions, which was stronger and fresher than the stewed food when it was just put into the pot. Anqing paused and swallowed her saliva subconsciously, then quickened her pace and walked towards the restaurant. Yi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Anqing coming back. "Boss, can you see if the chicken feet in the pot are ready?" Anqing opened the lid of the pot and poked the chicken feet with chopsticks. The skin of the chicken feet was still very tough. She used force, and the chopsticks finally broke through the skin of the chicken feet and went in. She pulled out her chopsticks and scooped up the chicken feet with a colander. "Okay. Add some more water, and get some pig ears to stew." No wonder some people say that the older the marinade is, the better it tastes. Anqing really felt that the first time she stewed pigtails, the marinade was fragrant, but not particularly amazing. But after stewing the chicken feet, the marinade became even more fragrant. Anqing suddenly missed the taste of braised noodles. The noodle shelf in the system supermarket has not been unlocked yet, but she bought 100 kilograms of flour and rice as soon as the cooling time was up. But she just didn't take them out to use. Now I can cook some braised noodles. Making noodles is a bit troublesome, but I can make noodles that save time and effort. The flour is from the supermarket system, and I can cook it directly in the big pot made in the base. No matter how busy I am, I can't be too hard on myself. Now I have the conditions to eat better. Why not? Not to mention that this world is so dangerous. Before she can strengthen her strength and grow up, the base will be attacked by mutant animals and plants, and she will end up dead. Although this idea is a bit too negative, Anqing feels that it is normal for her to think this way. Born in such a world, now everyone in the restaurant is very busy, so busy that Anqing doesn't even have a basin to knead the dough. However, this is not difficult for her. Anqing directly took out the steamer, poured 100 kilograms of flour into several pots, then began to add water and knead the dough. She is now very familiar with kneading dough, and she doesn't need anyone to help her with 100 kilograms of flour. She can move very quickly by herself. Tang Ming washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a pot, and kneaded the dough. Anqing looked at him, not knowing if it was her illusion. Tang Ming's movements were not as smooth as before when kneading the dough, and there seemed to be an inexplicable pause when he was exerting force. Tang Ming noticed her gaze, looked over and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Anqing looked him up and down for a moment, suddenly frowned. She stopped what she was doing and asked, "Are you injured?" From Tang Ming's face, she could not see anything, but his movements when kneading the dough were so smooth and amazing, so that his unintentional pause now looked particularly obvious. Anqing suddenly thought of what Tang Ming and his team had done with the former rat before. That former rat looked very dangerous. It was normal for Tang Ming to be injured. Tang Ming blinked and smiled. "It's okay. It's just a superficial wound." Anqing didn't believe it. After all, the last time he was injured, it was also a superficial wound. She suddenly moved closer to him and sniffed Tang Ming. He smelled of a faint disinfectant, as well as the hemostatic and healing agents she had used on him before. Anqing pursed her lips, turned to the kitchen to wash the flour off her hands, and then walked up to him. "Let me see." Tang Ming looked at her helplessly. "No. I'm really fine. And Qing interrupted him. Let me see. Where is the injury? Arm? Back? Shoulder? Or chest? Or waist and abdomen? Tang Ming. He was tense all over, and felt that Qing's gaze seemed to have a real touch. Every time she looked at a place, there would be a tingling sensation like an electric shock. Tang Ming's Adam's apple rolled, and he hurriedly interrupted her guess. Interrupted her random gaze on him. Chest. And Qing went straight to his hands, unbuttoned his clothes and looked at his chest. Several long wounds ran diagonally from the left clavicle to the right abdomen, and there were obvious suture marks on the wounds. The suture doctor was very skilled, and the sutured wounds were smooth, so that although the wound in front of her eyes was long, it did not look scary. And Qing's hands trembled slightly, and her eyes were a little red. This man was injured, and had stitches in the hospital, but he appeared in front of her as if nothing had happened. He had carried her to see the snake before, and now he was needing dough here. An unknown anger surged up, and she wanted to get angry and ask him if he didn't want to live. But when she looked up and met Tang Ming's eyes, the anger was suppressed again, and she couldn't get it out, couldn't swallow it, and it made her uncomfortable. And Qing pursed her lips, and couldn't hold back her anger. Why are you working when you are injured? Are you afraid that your wound will not split, or do you think this injury is not painful enough? As she said that, she snatched the pot from his hand and said coldly, Go wash your hands, and go sit at the bar and rest. Tang Ming blinked, and blinked again. His eyes fell on Qing's face. Her cheeks were red from anger, and her eyes were also red, which was a bit cute. Although he was yelled at, he could clearly feel the worry in her words. He was not angry at all, but his heart became softer. Tang Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and Qing was even more angry when she saw this. You are still laughing? You can't take care of yourself. And I don't know how you grew up. After the voice fell, and Qing closed her mouth, she forgot that this world was not the peaceful world she used to live in. This world was very dangerous. Not to mention that Tang Ming was the captain of the fiery team. When he was on a mission in the jungle, no matter how badly he was injured, as long as he was not dead, he had to fight desperately. Otherwise there was no way to survive. She was a little annoyed. She shouldn't have said that to him. I'm sorry. And Qing had just started to apologize, and then she felt a hand on her head, kissing and rubbing it. I know. But it's really okay. This wound will heal soon after it is sutured, and the stitches can be removed tomorrow. After saying that, Tang Ming went in to wash his hands, and Qing was stiff all over. She stretched out her hand, and slowly put her hand on her head, and smeared the flour that Tang Ming had rubbed on her hair. Even if she had a good temper, she couldn't control her temper. Tang Ming, you didn't even wash your hands before touching my head. Tang Ming, who was washing his hands, he felt a little guilty. He had forgotten before. When his hand fell on Qing's head, he saw the flour on his hands. After washing his hands quickly, Tang Ming saw Qing, who was almost angry like a puffer fish, and smiled and said, Sorry. I just forgot that I hadn't washed my hands. As he said that, he glanced at the flour on Qing's head, coughed lightly. What are you going to do this time? I can do something else. And Qing took a deep breath. She didn't want to see him now, and she didn't want to see him at all. She said expressionlessly, Okay. Go to the planting base, and bring me more aphrodisiac buds. The more the better. Chapter 76 Dough Lumps. If Muchen was here now, Tang Ming would have gone, but Muchen hadn't come back yet, so Tang Ming couldn't leave Qing's side. He asked Lin Jiqi to go to the planting base to get the incense buds, and then stayed by Qing's side. He saw that she had mixed a lot of flour and water, and it didn't look like she was going to make pancakes, so he asked, What are you doing? And Qing was very angry, and didn't want to pay any attention to him. It was really annoying to have flour on your hair, especially wet flour, and he didn't know how long it would take to clean the flour off his hair when he got back. Tang Ming knew he was in the wrong, and seeing Qing ignoring him, he could only stand quietly by the side, pretending to be invisible. And Qing quickly mixed the flour. After mixing, the flour was not as dry as when making white flour pancakes, but it was not very thin either. It was a bit like the state of mixed meat paste. She then took out a large pot to boil water, and after the water boiled, she turned down the heat, rolled up a small ball of dough, and put it in her hand. She smeared some oil on the spoon, and quickly scooped the flour from her hand into the water. The dough balls were as thick as little fingers, and they soon solidified in the water. Seeing this, Tang Ming knew that Ching wanted to cook noodles. So he also took a spoon and stood by the pot to put the noodles in. Ching glanced at him, hummed incomprehensible sounds in her throat, and said nothing else, and continued to make noodles. The two of them quickly put in a large pot of noodles. Ching stirred it with a large spoon, and then boiled it over high heat. The noodles didn't need to be boiled for too long, as long as they were cooked thoroughly. Soon, the noodles could be fished out. Tang Ming had already brought another pot, and Ching used a colander to scoop up the cooked noodles and put them into the empty pot, and then started to cook the next pot. While the next pot of noodles was cooking, Ching scooped a bowl of cooked noodles and took it to see the stewed pig ears. She pierced the pig ears with chopsticks, and they were already cooked. She pierced through them. She asked Yi to pick up the pig ears, and she scooped a spoonful of stewed sauce into the noodles. Then she put 2 pieces of the previously braised pig tail and chicken feet into the bowl, and she also cut a lot of the freshly cooked pig ears and put them in the bowl. Lin Jiqi had already sent the incense buds over. He got a lot this time, and directly packed 10 boxes in boxes. Ching washed a handful of buds of the fragrant grass, put them into the casserole with the ribs and boiled them for 2 times after confirming that they were cooked. Scooped them out and put them into the bowl of noodles. A bowl of fragrant noodles with stewed sauce came out. Ching took the bowl and sat at the bar, scooped up the noodles with the stewed sauce with a spoon and put them into her mouth. The noodles were still very chewy after being cooked, with a strong wheat flavor, and very delicious when mixed with the stewed sauce. Ching ate another piece of stewed pig's tail. The pig's tail was very big, the bone in the middle was thick, and there was a lot of meat on the tail. In one bite, both the skin on the outside and the meat inside were very chewy, and the pig's tail that was full of stewed sauce was particularly tasty. She ate a pig's tail, and a noodle dumpling, and then a chicken's foot, and a noodle dumpling. It's true. The meat on the chicken's foot was crispy, and it felt like the meat in the center of the pickled pepper chicken's foot in the previous life, because the guinea fowl was big enough. The claws were big, and the meat on it was deep. The toes could make Ching gnaw for a long time, and after she gnawed off all the meat on it, she threw away the bones and ate the next piece. Ching enjoyed eating here very much, and the people working around couldn't help but look at her, smelling the fragrance in the air, and their mouths were about to drool. Yunchen knocked on the table in front of him. Don't look at it. Work hard. Working in a restaurant really requires some perseverance. Otherwise, the continuous smell of food in the restaurant can easily make people confused. Jiang Yu is the leader of the group of people who can't go to the battlefield arranged by Wei Xuanyi. But now these people have been dispersed and followed by different people to work, and his leader is now just a decoration. Once, Jiang Yu was the captain of the 1009 team. He was seriously injured in a mission, and many tendons and veins were broken. Although he was lucky to survive, his strength decreased, and his physical fitness and reaction speed were not as good as before, so he could no longer participate in the battle. After returning to the base, he accepted the base's arrangement to do various logistical work. This time the base was in danger. He originally thought that he would be assigned some dangerous logistical work, but he did not expect that the secretary of the security department directly arranged for him to bring people to the hotel to help. Jiang Yu is now frying meat jerky with Yunqing, and pot after pot of fragrant meat jerky is constantly coming out of the pot, which makes people salivate. Fortunately, although the willpower of this group of people is not comparable to that of the special team, they are still very firm. So even if they are swallowing their saliva, no one secretly eats the meat jerky. Moreover, watching pot after pot of dried meat being packed and sent out, he felt a special sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. However, the aroma of stewed meat coming from the store was too overbearing. Jiang Yu couldn't help but look over there frequently. Now Ching was sitting over there eating, which would certainly attract more people's attention. Fortunately, after Yuncheng reminded her, everyone withdrew their gazes and worked honestly. After a bowl of stewed noodles, Ching still didn't feel her strength improved. She just felt very satisfied. It was so delicious. If she wasn't full, she would have wanted another bowl. Ching looked at the busy people in and outside the store, and then looked at Tang Ming, who was still obediently cooking and scooping noodles by the pot while she was eating them. She waved, Lin Jiqi, come here. Ching was always protected by the members of the fiery team, some far away and some near. Lin Jiqi was not far from Ching. When she waved, he saw her and came over immediately. Boss. Ching nodded, Go and make arrangements. Let everyone take turns to eat a bowl of noodles. Note that people need to stay in each place to continue working. And then let a few people from the fiery team help scoop noodles. Lin Jiqi didn't know what noodles were before. But when Enqing said that, and looked at what Tang Ming was cooking, he realized it at the first time. That is, noodles. He nodded and went to make arrangements. Enqing walked back to the kitchen, picked up a small bowl, and began to put the seasoning. With so many people, even if each person only ate a small bowl, the sauce in the pot would not be enough, so they could only make a sauce bowl for them. Enqing put some garlic powder and green onion powder in the bowl, then oyster sauce, light soy sauce, vinegar, salt, mushroom powder, pepper powder, and scooped a small spoonful of noodle soup into the bowl later, and the bowl of sauce was complete. Just put the noodles in. Soon Lin Jiqi arranged for several members of the fiery team to come and help her. Enqing pointed to the bowls that had been seasoned with sauce. Put half a spoonful of noodle soup in each bowl. And then put 10 noodle dumplings in it. This time, the 4 people assigned to come were Li Ran, Song Yiming, Chen Guangmao and Wang Hu. They nodded, and each of them went over to get a big spoon ready. Enqing continued to season the bowls, looked at the 4 people, and asked Li Ran, "What's your name?" Li Ran looked over and answered in a serious tone, "Li Ran." Enqing nodded, "Come here. Watch how I season the sauce. And try to season it later." Li Ran was a little surprised, but he still put down the big spoon in his hand and walked to Enqing to watch. Enqing introduced the seasoning bottles on the table to her. "This is onion powder. This is garlic powder. This is pepper powder and mushroom powder. These are spices in food. They are used to enhance the flavor. They can be used in many foods." She put the seasonings in the bowl while talking, and looked at Li Ran's reaction from time to time. Seeing that Li Ran listened very seriously and focused, she continued, "The amount of these ingredients depends on the specific amount of food in the bowl. For example, in this small bowl, half a spoonful of soup for 10 dumplings needs less, especially salt and light soy sauce. Otherwise it will be too salty. You also need to use less vinegar, otherwise it will be too sour, and peppercorns. You only need a little bit, otherwise it will be too spicy to eat at all." Enqing tried to explain it to her as carefully as possible, but she really couldn't tell Li Ran in detail about the seasoning, so she could only let her understand as much as possible. After watching Enqing mix several bowls of seasoning, he also took out a bowl of seasoning. She remembered everything Enqing said, but it was still a little confusing. However, she observed carefully and had a good memory, so she could remember the order in which Enqing added the seasonings and how much seasoning she used, so it should be okay according to the amount of seasoning Enqing used before in her memory. When Enqing saw Li Ran trying to season the bowl, she stopped and watched. Although Li Ran's movements were not as agile as hers, he did one thing after another without any lag, and the amount seemed to be about the same as hers. Even if it was not exactly the same, it would probably not be too salty or too bland. Enqing smiled. "That's it. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. It seems you are very talented in this area." Li Ran, she was not talented. She just followed Enqing's amount completely. As they were talking, some people had already lined up. Lin Jiqi arranged for Jiangyu and his group to take turns eating the noodles. Jiangyu was close to this place, so he was the first one in line. Song Yiming and others were ready. When they saw someone coming, they immediately picked up the bowl and carefully scooped half a spoonful of soup into the bowl. The boiling noodle soup rushed into the seasoning bowl, instantly stimulating the fragrance in the bowl, although it was not as strong and overbearing as the marinade. Jiangyu was standing close to them and could smell the fragrance instantly. He stared at the bowl, swallowing his saliva involuntarily. When he came here to work, he thought he could only look but not eat, and he had already prepared for it. Who knew that someone had arranged for them to come and take turns eating noodles? This was the one the boss had just eaten. Song Yiming counted the noodles from the cooked noodles, scooped up 10 with one spoon and poured them into the bowl, and handed it to Jiangyu. Jiangyu hurriedly held the bowl, watching the white smoke curling in the bowl, and smelling the fragrance floating along with the white smoke. The speed of saliva secretion in his mouth suddenly increased. He didn't dare to speak at all, for fear that his saliva would flow out as soon as he opened his mouth. He hurriedly held the bowl to make room for the people behind him, but he was a little confused. How to eat this? Tang Ming was speechless when he saw this. He felt a little funny. Enqing didn't tell Song Yiming and the others to take the small spoon for eating. Song Jiming and the others didn't realize that they had to give spoons to Jiangyu and the others. Tang Ming turned around and took out a bunch of spoons. He took one and gave it to Jiangyu. Eat with this. Then, he said to the others in the queue, bring your bowls, and come over to get the spoons to eat. After eating, wash the bowls and spoons and put them on the shelf. Jiangyu took the spoon and thanked Tang Ming. The restaurant was crowded. He walked to the restaurant entrance and sat down on the steps. He scooped a piece of dough with a spoon and put it into his mouth. It was a little hot. Jiangyu was breathing heavily because of the heat. He chewed the dough while breathing heavily. It was delicious. Jiangyu thought while eating. I heard that there are countless delicious foods before the end of the world. I wonder if I can eat dough like this every day before the end of the world. Can I eat it whenever I want? Chapter 77. How did he know? It tasted good. But there was too little. Jiangyu felt that he had only eaten 2 bites. And the noodle dumplings were gone. He chewed the remaining noodle dumplings in his mouth with care, and was very reluctant to swallow them. Finally, he drank the soup in the bowl without spilling a drop. Then, he hurried to the kitchen to wash the bowl and spoon, and put them on the drain rack, and immediately went to replace the person who was frying the meat. And Qing was watching the stewed ribs. This was already the 3rd pot of stewed ribs. He poked the ribs lightly with chopsticks, and the tip of the chopstick easily pierced the meat on top, and pierced the bone. She hurriedly took a large spoon, put salt in the large spoon, and then mixed the salt into the soup, scooped a small spoonful of soup with a bowl and tasted it, after confirming that the taste was right, covered the pot and stewed for 10 minutes, then took out the ribs. If there were corn and radish, the ribs stewed with corn and radish were especially delicious. And Qing thought of the fragrant buds. The fragrant buds were really delicious, whether they were used to make dumplings before or boiled in noodles just now. They were delicious. Maybe she should go to the planting base to have a look. Maybe there are mutant plants that can replace corn and radish. This time, she didn't pour the soup and ribs into the other pot. She only took out the ribs and left the soup in the casserole. At this time, everyone had eaten the noodles in turn. And Qing opened the system panel and found that the happiness value had been rising. Now there are more than 30 million happiness points. And Qing was a little surprised. She bought 2 pots before, and her happiness value was only more than 10 million. Now it has risen to more than 30 million. This increase is quite comfortable. However, she also guessed that this should be related to the non-stop frying of jerky from yesterday to today. Especially now that there is an oven for drying, which saves other steps, and can be directly fried in the system wok. Actually, frying meat jerky for a long time is still very tiring, so now Jiangyu and his group of people take turns to fry it. The people who stayed up late to fry meat jerky last night woke up before eating the noodles, and just happened to eat the noodles together. And Qing called these people over, and taught them how to wash the fragrant buds. After she carefully taught these people to wash, she watched them wash, and then let them wash with confidence. Lin Jiqi came over. Boss, Assistant Lin brought people to deliver the snake meat. And Qing nodded and walked outside. Lin Yun was standing not far from the restaurant, directing people to unload box after box of snake meat from the truck. Seeing Qing coming over, she walked over quickly. And Qing, Secretary Wei asked me to transfer a batch of empty boxes. But there are many places in the base that need boxes now, so I can't transfer many. See if it's enough. If not, I'll think of a way. The empty boxes were already piled up next to them. And Qing took a look and saw that there were about 100 of them. However, the snake meat was also packed in boxes, so it was still enough. And Qing nodded. It should be enough. If it's not enough, I'll tell you. Lin Yun, okay. The mutant beast meat that should be cut into strips yesterday has been cut into strips, and the meat that should be dried has been dried. There is no time to refine the snow pig fat meat, so Qing asked someone to help send it to the freezer to freeze it first. So now, except for the people who fried the meat, they are basically idle. In addition, except for Lin Yun, the people who sent the snake meat will stay to help her. There should be enough people at present. She immediately organized the people, and taught them how to marinate the meat. And Qing took out the seasoning packet of marinated bacon and showed it to everyone. This packet of seasoning can marinate 6 pounds of meat. If you are not sure, you can weigh it first. You can marinate 6 pounds or 6 pounds. Or you can take a few more packets of seasoning to marinate 12 or 18 pounds. She took out 6 pounds of meat, opened a packet of seasoning and poured it on it, and started to spread it. It's very simple. Just spread the seasoning on the whole piece of meat. Remember to spread it evenly. She had seen her mother marinate meat countless times, and was very familiar with it. She quickly spread the 6 pounds of meat evenly. After the meat is coated, put it in a box and cover it with a lid and put it in a cool place. After 24 hours, open the lid and turn all the snake meat inside. Then keep it covered. After another 24 hours, turn it over again. After 3 days, you can take the meat out and dry it. After Anqing finished coating, she washed her hands, took out the seasoning packets and piled them on the ground, and asked them to start coating the snake meat with sauce. She stood by and watched. Everyone was very serious about coating the snake meat with sauce. This was really simple. No one did it badly. After watching for a while, she went back to the restaurant. At this time, the fragrant buds were washed and piled in the box. Anqing looked at the remaining dough balls. These fragrant buds were first cooked in a casserole, and then scooped out and put aside. In a while, the dough balls and fragrant buds could be mixed in the big pot produced by the base. And some chicken legs, duck legs, eggs, ham sausages, etc. could be added to make a big pot of stew to reward the people working in the restaurant. After all, they were different from her. They were now working in shifts for 24 hours. Anqing handed the task of cooking the fragrant buds in a casserole to Song Jiming, Chen Guangmao and Wang Hu. Finally, she assigned a separate task to Li Ran, asking her to season each bowl as before. She could also choose a few people to teach her how to season and help her later. Watch the time. Let everyone take turns to rest for a while later. During the rest time, you can boil the cooked mixiang buds and the remaining noodles in a large iron pot, and scoop them into a seasoning bowl. Just like the noodles before, give everyone a bowl to eat. Li Ran heard this, and subconsciously looked at the remaining noodles. There was only 1/10 of the noodles left. For a moment, he hesitated. Even if the people of the fiery team didn't eat them, it didn't seem to be enough to give them to those who came to work. Li Ran looked at Anqing and reminded her, "Boss, isn't this a little bit?" Anqing nodded. "Yes, a little bit. So I will leave some chicken legs, duck legs, braised eggs and ham sausages. You can ask someone to peel the meat of the chicken legs and duck legs and cut them into pieces. Cut the eggs into quarters or eighths. And cut the ham sausages into small pieces and mix them in to cook. You can also eat some when the time comes." Li Ran felt a little embarrassed, afraid that Anqing would misunderstand that she was asking for food on purpose, and hurriedly said, "We don't need it." Anqing smiled and said, "Don't worry. There will definitely be enough food. You can eat it too." As she said that, she took out the chicken legs, duck legs, braised eggs and ham sausages from the system supermarket and handed them to Li Ran. Li Ran hurriedly brought an empty box over and put the things in the box first. Anqing called Yu over and pointed at the ribs that were stewed today and said, "In a while, you can share the ribs with everyone in the fiery team. After all, 1 piece should be enough for everyone. The soup is also distributed to everyone. I will take some of the braised meat away later, and the rest will be sent to Wei Mi, who will arrange it." Yu nodded, "Okay." Anqing arranged everything in the restaurant, and then took a large bowl to put some braised pigtails, braised chicken feet, and braised pig ears to take away. Now there is a stove at home, although it is not produced by the system. These braised meats are already prepared. After removing impurities, there is no toxin. It is completely okay to process them in the pot at home. As soon as she walked out of the restaurant, she saw Myukin coming from a distance. His face had recovered, and he was no longer pale. Anqing was a little happy, and walked over quickly. "Myukin, are you okay? How do you feel now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Myukin was stunned for a moment, then smiled with the corners of his mouth. "It's okay. I'm not feeling uncomfortable." After a pause, he continued, "Thank you for your concern." Anqing raised the big bowl in her hand and said with a smile, "That's good. Let's go back to eat braised meat rice tonight." Myukin had already smelled the fragrance coming from the restaurant. Various fragrances were intertwined, mixed but not chaotic. Just smelling it made people salivate. Anqing held up the bowl in her hand, and Muqing could smell it instantly. This was one of the aromas coming out of the restaurant. He couldn't help but smell it, and asked, "Is this braised meat?" Anqing nodded, and said as she walked back, "Yes. I braised pigtails, chicken feet, and pig ears today. It's a pity that there is no such a big pot. Otherwise I could just braise the whole pigtail, the whole pig ear, and the whole chicken feet." If she could hold such a big chicken foot and chew it, She couldn't imagine how happy she would be. Tang Ming saw Enqing and Mukun chatting as if no one was around. Touched his nose. And followed them silently. Ever since he put flour on Enqing's head. Enqing ignored him. Tang Ming sighed. He really didn't mean it. Back home. Enqing looked at Tang Ming. Can you cook dry rice in a wok? This is a wok produced by the base. It is the size of a home version. Tang Ming heard Enqing talking to him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. And hurriedly replied, yes. Enqing was a little suspicious. It's really no problem. She was not sure that she could cook dry rice in a wok. How could he be so confident? But thinking of Tang Ming's amazing talent in cooking. Maybe he could do it? If he really couldn't, he could just cook it into porridge. Tang Ming nodded seriously. Yes. No problem. Although he was a hotel manager in his previous life, his cooking skills were not bad. He also used an iron pot to cook dry rice, and knew how to cook it well. Enqing took out a bowl of rice piled high, and gave it to Tang Ming. Okay. Then I'll trouble you to cook. She handed the cooking to Tang Ming. And hurried back to the room to take a shower and wash her hair. It is really difficult to get flour on your hair. Especially now that the flour on your hair has dried. Enqing washed for a long time to get it clean. Tang Ming had already cooked the rice. The rice in the pot was served in 3 bowls. Because there was a thick layer of rice crust at the bottom of the pot, so the rice was just enough for 3 bowls. When Enqing came out, Tang Ming just used a spatula to scoop up all the rice crust along the edge of the pot, and put it on a plate. Mu Chen, who was standing next to him, smelled the fragrance of the rice crust, and was eager to try it. He reached out, and tore off a small piece from it, and put it in his mouth. The rice crust baked by the wok was very crispy. Even from such a distance, you could hear the crisp sound of the rice crust. Enqing thought that what she would see when she came out would be either a pot of dry porridge, or a pot of porridge, or a pot of dry rice that was not cooked yet. She did not expect Tang Ming to actually cook it. She was a little surprised and walked over to take a look. She could not help but look at Tang Ming a few more times. How are you so amazing? You cooked it in a short time. And it was cooked so well? Enqing was a little suspicious. She did not even know how much water was needed to cook dry rice in a wok. How did he cook it? And he cooked it so successfully. This should not be a problem that can be explained by talent. Right? The guess that she had put aside before now came up. After all, no matter how talented a person is, he cannot cook something he has never seen before in one go. Unless he already knows how to cook rice in a wok. Chapter 78 Body Tempering Spiritual Liquid. Enqing looked at Tang Ming inquiringly for a few times, and finally said nothing, and heated the braised meat she brought back and divided it into 3 portions, and poured it into a bowl of rice. That's right, it was just such a simple braised meat rice bowl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised pork ribs, successfully unlocked the steamer, coconut oil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised pigtail, successfully unlocked the pressure cooker, scallion oil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised chicken feet, successfully unlocked the barbecue pot, ginger oil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised pig ears, successfully unlocked the rice cooker, peanut oil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised noodles, successfully unlocked the hot pot, chili oil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new dish. Braised meat rice bowl, successfully unlocked the warm pot, garlic oil. Congratulations to the host for unlocking all the pots on the shelf. The daily welfare shelf is now unlocked. Please check it out. Enqing was eating braised pigtail with chopsticks, and a series of prompt sounds appeared in her ears. After listening to the system broadcast, she hurriedly opened the system panel to check. The goods on the 11th and 12th shelves were all unlocked. As long as the happiness value was enough, she could buy them at any time. In addition, there were only 14 shelves in the system supermarket. But now there was one more shelf. The shelf was empty, with only one thing on it. A small bottle the size of a thumb, filled with transparent liquid. Enqing's eyes fell on the label and instructions under the bottle. Today's welfare, body tempering spiritual liquid, removes impurities from the body. Strengthens the blood, flesh, bones, tendons and veins. Product description: spiritual liquid can remove impurities from the body. Strengthen the body's blood, flesh, bones, and tendons. A bottle of spiritual liquid can improve the original physical fitness by 2 to 3 times. P.S. The spirit liquid can only be used once per person, and repeated use is invalid. And Qing blinked her eyes, and after confirming that she was not mistaken, her heart began to beat wildly with excitement. She felt her mouth dry, and her hands holding the chopsticks were numb with excitement. She hurried to check the price of the body-quenching spirit liquid. 10 million happiness points. 10 million, not even as expensive as the price of a pot. What are you still hesitating about? Only a fool would not buy it. And Qing immediately chose to buy it. Ding, do you want to use 10 million happiness points to buy the body-quenching spirit liquid? And Qing, yes. Ding, happiness points have been deducted. The spirit liquid was purchased successfully. And Qing saw that the bottle of body-quenching spirit liquid on the welfare shelf was moved to the empty shelf below the shelf, and the place where the spirit liquid was originally placed was empty. She originally wanted to continue buying, but it was gone now. As if seeing her confusion, 001's voice came out. There is only one item on the welfare shelf every day. And there is only one item. And Qing, oh? Then do you know what items are on the welfare shelf? 001's figure appeared. It circled around the welfare shelf and said, I don't know. Any item may appear on the welfare shelf, such as the tempering spirit liquid just now. But ordinary items may also appear, such as rice instant noodles. And Qing, 001 comforted, but don't worry. These shelves are all welfare shelves. Even if there are rice instant noodles, they will be cheaper and larger than the commodity shelves. And Qing's eyes fell on the system panel. The bottle of tempering spirit liquid that she had not taken out to use. This thing can only be used once per person, which means that no matter whether she can refresh the body tempering spiritual liquid in the future, she cannot use it a second time, after all. It is a waste if it is used for a second time. So should she use it now? If she can improve her physical fitness by 2 or 3 times, she will become very powerful. It is estimated that by then, both Tang Ming and Mukin may not be her opponents. But she can first use food to improve her physical fitness, and then use the body tempering spiritual liquid. Wouldn't the effect be better that way? At present, she is not in any danger for the time being, and there is no need to rush to use the body tempering spiritual liquid. However, the instructions for using the body tempering spiritual liquid did not include any specific conditions after use. What if this thing did not work as soon as it was eaten? Like the food cooked in the wok produced by the system? After all, it had the word body tempering in it. What if this was the same as the spiritual liquid that cleansed the essence and marrow in the novel? Because she was thinking about the body tempering spiritual liquid. And Qing finished the meal without any appetite. After Muchen finished eating, he stood up and cleaned up the dishes for the 3 people. And Qing stood up and said to Tang Ming, accompany me to the training base to practice for a while. Tang Ming nodded, and he agreed with Qing to improve her own strength. After recovering his memories of his previous life, he knew very well that even if a person had many people protecting him, he would not be as safe as if he became stronger. No matter how strict the protection was, negligence and loopholes might occur. Only if he became stronger could he be the safest. The 2 of them usually walked to the safe base, mainly to digest the food. After all, it was not good to do strenuous exercise right after eating. Half an hour later, and Qing looked at Tang Ming. I hope you won't hold back. I want to have a good training partner. She said this because she thought of the last time she and Tang Ming fought. Tang Ming nodded, okay. I understand. And Qing's heart skipped a beat. And she quickly added, but you can't use too much force on me. There is a huge gap between our strengths. A smile appeared in Tang Ming's eyes. And he hummed, don't worry. It won't happen. After the S province base was incorporated into an I Ching's territory in the previous life, he later took a job in the territory and became an instructor for the children in the middle school, teaching them how to tap into their own abilities and awaken their superpowers. Everyone has the potential to awaken superpowers. After the Doomsday in the previous life, many people were unable to awaken because they had not tapped it. However, even though there are more and more people with special abilities later, and the methods of teaching children to tap into their own special abilities are becoming more and more mature, there are still some people who can never awaken their special abilities. The animals and plants in this world have mutated so much, but no one has awakened their special abilities. After Tang Ming recovered his memory, he has been trying to see if he can awaken special abilities in this world. After all, animals and plants have mutated twice, so who can guarantee that there won't be a 3rd, 4th, or even 10th mutation? By then, if humans don't have special abilities, they will probably perish sooner or later. However, the physical fitness of humans in this world has basically been stretched to the limit of their bodies. They still cannot awaken superpowers in this situation. It is very likely that this world does not have superpowers. However, Tang Ming has not given up yet. He must try more. He was a superpower in his previous life. As long as superpowers can be awakened in this world, he believes that he will be fine. Moreover, this world is the hometown of that person. Since she can send him back, how can she watch the humans in this world go to extinction? Tang Ming stood in place. And Qing recalled the moves of the original owner and attacked Tang Ming instantly. Tang Ming kept his word. This time, he really didn't just dodge and not attack. However, he obviously held back. And Qing was beaten back again and again. Even though the opponent had held back, the attacks on her body still hurt. And Qing, who had never suffered such pain since she was a child, almost cried. It really hurt. It hurt a lot. After being thrown to the ground again, and Qing gritted her teeth and got up, and continued to attack Tang Ming. It was actually a good thing that Tang Ming was willing to attack her, because Qing could feel that her speed of digesting the original owner's moves was getting faster and faster. From the beginning, she couldn't hold on to one move from Tang Ming. But now she can fight him back and forth for several rounds. Sweat rolled down her forehead. Her hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. And her clothes were all wet with sweat. Fortunately, all the clothes in the base were suitable for combat. And even if they were wet and stuck to her body, they would not hinder her attack. And Qing held out for 20 minutes in Tang Ming's hands before she was knocked down. She moved on the ground. But she was a little exhausted and couldn't even get up. She was already very fast. But Tang Ming was faster than her. Tang Ming came over, looked at Qing's condition, and held out his hand to her. Okay, let's stop here today. And Qing gasped, swallowed hard, and raised her soft hand to his palm. Tang Ming held her hand, exerted force, and pulled her up from the ground. And Qing stood up, staggered, and finally stood firm. Tang Ming took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat off her face, and asked worriedly, "Can you still walk back? Or I'll carry you." And Qing shook her head, "No. I'll walk by myself." When she lifted her foot, she found that her foot was as soft as cooked noodles. And she almost fell forward. Tang Ming stretched out his hand to hold her waist. And then he didn't let her fall face down. He said with a smile, "It seems that you can't walk anymore. I'll carry you." And Qing, she nodded a little depressed. After Tang Ming helped her stand steadily, he squatted in front of her. And Qing looked at the person squatting with his back to her, and she seemed to see her father squatting to carry her when she was a child. She lay on Tang Ming's back. Tang Ming held her knees with both hands and lifted her up, then stood up steadily. And Qing climbed his shoulders with both hands, and she didn't feel comfortable lying on Tang Ming's back. Tang Ming took 2 steps, and said helplessly, "You are like this. I am a little tired." And Qing, oh! She thought of the feeling of sitting on Tang Ming's shoulders last time, and suddenly felt that the temperature of his 2 hands holding her knees was getting stronger and stronger, and getting hotter and hotter. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably. And Qing slowly moved her hands on Tang Ming's shoulders forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and leaned forward to get close to his back. Her chin fell on Tang Ming's shoulder, and her face was too close to his face, as if they were already touching. Is this a little too intimate? She quickly turned her head, and her cheek rested on Tang Ming's shoulder. This also seemed intimate. No, having someone carry you back is intimate in itself, so any posture she takes now will appear too intimate. But if she leaned back like she did just now, and distanced herself from Tang Ming, it would add burden to him, making him more tired for no reason. And Qing's mind was in a mess, but she was very tired after today's training, and Tang Ming carried her and walked steadily, without any bumps, giving her a very safe feeling. Unconsciously, and Qing's eyelids began to twitch, and then slowly closed completely, and her breathing was even. Chapter 79 Becoming Stronger. Tang Ming noticed that the person behind him, who was originally a little tense, gradually relaxed his body, and his head, which was resting on his shoulder, completely pressed up, and his breathing gradually became even. He paused for a moment, and then slowed down his pace, and walked more steadily. It was completely dark, and there were no stars tonight, only a full moon hanging high in the sky. A breeze blew by, blowing away the temptation lingering around him. At this moment, Tang Ming's heart was particularly calm and stable. He exhaled, and the corners of his mouth rose. Today's training was somewhat intentional. After recovering his past life memories, he knew that even those who practice physical training since childhood would not have unlimited physical fitness. Since he had trained those middle school students before, he knew their limits. If Enqing had finished the training 10 minutes earlier, she would not have been so exhausted that she could hardly stand up. She could have walked back slowly. Tang Ming felt guilty for doing this on purpose. But he was also happy to see the person on his back relying on him without any defense. He felt very conflicted, no matter how slow their steps were. They finally returned to building number 1, on the 6th floor, before Tang Ming reached out to open the door. The door had already opened from the inside. Mu Chen looked at Tang Ming, then at Enqing, who was on his back, and frowned and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Tang Ming lowered his voice. She trained too much and was exhausted. Mu Chen opened the door and let him carry Enqing in, whispering, "Next time you go out for training at night, you should call me. It's too dangerous." Tang Ming stopped and responded after a while. He carried Enqing on his back and sent her into the room and gently put her on the bed. Enqing had trained so much today and sweated a lot, so she should have washed herself before going to bed. But there was a difference between men and women, and he couldn't help Enqing wash herself, and he couldn't bear to wake her up when he saw her sleeping so deeply. However, thinking of Enqing's upset look with flour on her hair today, if he didn't wake her up, would she be even more upset when she woke up tomorrow morning? Tang Ming called softly, "Enqing, wake up, we're home." Enqing frowned, made a sound, and her eyelashes trembled, but she didn't open her eyes. "Enqing." Tang Ming reached out and touched her shoulder and shook it. Enqing's body was shaken, and her head also shook left and right with the force. This time, there was no sound at all. Instead, she smacked her lips twice and muttered, "Delicious." This was obviously a sweet dream. Tang Ming hesitated for a moment. Just sleep for a night, and take a shower tomorrow morning. It shouldn't be a big deal. Right? Mu Chen saw that he hadn't come out for a long time, and couldn't help knocking on the door. "Why are you still in there?" Tang Ming stood up, and looked at Mu Chen. "Well, I was thinking, should I ask her to get up and take a shower?" Mu Chen. He looked at Tang Ming with a hard-to-find expression. Tang Ming explained, "She just sweated a lot. It must be uncomfortable to sleep like this. And she will be very upset if she wakes up smelly tomorrow morning." Mu Chen, "Then you can call her. Standing by the bed all the time. Can she wake up by herself?" Tang Ming helplessly, "I called her." Mu Chen looked at him, and wanted to say that he was outside just now, and didn't hear him calling Enqing. But after thinking about it, he shut up, walked over and raised his hand, pinching Enqing's nose. Enqing suddenly suffocated in her dream, subconsciously reached out and slapped the hand that was pinching her nose. Then took a deep breath, and her eyes opened. She suddenly sat up from the bed and gasped for air. It took her a while to recover. Then she looked at the two people standing beside her bed with angry eyes, gritting her teeth. "What are you doing?" Tang Ming stepped back subconsciously and immediately denied, "It's not me." Mu Chen looked at Enqing's eyes burning with anger. "Tang Ming said he told you to get up and take a shower. But you couldn't wake me up." Enqing took a deep breath and smiled. "Your way of waking people up is pretty good." "Mu Chen," she said in a sinister voice, "you two will have no food for tomorrow. Drink the nutrient solution. Get out." She kicked the two out directly and closed the door. After standing in the room for a while, the irritation of being disturbed in a good dream finally dissipated a little. Although she knew they meant well, she really couldn't accept this way of waking up. After calming down, Enqing recalled that she was sweating all over today. She raised her arm and smelled it. It felt that after such a short time, it already smelled a bit. She rushed into the bathroom, threw her clothes into the cleaning machine, and then started to take a shower. While taking a shower, Enqing thought of the body-tempering spirit liquid and opened the system panel. Looking at the bottle of spirit liquid placed under the welfare shelf, she thought that what she had guessed before might not be true. So it was actually best to take it now. Even if the situation she guessed didn't happen, she wouldn't lose anything. After all, she couldn't gamble her life on that one chance. What's more, Enqing thought of the frustration of being beaten by Tang Ming tonight. After taking this bottle of spiritual liquid, she would be able to beat him tomorrow. When she thought of Tang Ming being forced to dodge and panic under her moves, and being thrown to the ground by her again and again, Enqing couldn't help but want to laugh, and her mouth corners raised in joy. She took out the body-tempering spiritual liquid, opened the lid, and drank it with her head tilted back. The spiritual liquid had a sweet smell of natural spring water, and nothing else. After drinking it for a while, Enqing felt nothing. She continued to take a bath in confusion. There was no pain of washing away the essence and marrow in the novels. And the body did not remove stains like in the novels. Why did she feel nothing happened after drinking it? It was not until she was about to finish her bath that Enching felt a heat rising in her body. The heat began to spread from the abdomen to the whole body. And then, there was a severe pain. Enching was already exhausted before. Even after sleeping for a while, her feet were still a little unsteady, and the sudden pain made her unable to stand up at all. She cried out in pain, and fell to her knees. It hurt so much. This hurts countless times more than when Tang Ming threw her to the ground before. Sure enough, something that can increase the human body's limit by 2 or 3 times. How can it be so easy without any feeling? She guessed right. Luckily she used it in advance. Otherwise, if she really used it in danger, what's the difference between that and sending her head directly to the enemy? She could have struggled a bit. Okay, after drinking the spirit liquid, she lay on the chopping board and let others slaughter her. Enching tried to divert her attention and ignore the pain in her body. Unfortunately, this pain was too much to endure. It was like a small hammer, breaking her bones bit by bit, and her flesh and blood seemed to be reshaped bit by bit. The pain made Enching's consciousness blurred. She couldn't help but think at this time. Even if this thing could be used infinitely by one person. After this trick, she was afraid that she would not have the courage to drink the second bottle. Not to mention the second bottle. She was now regretting that she drank the body-tempering spirit liquid. Dad? Mom? Enching's face was covered with tears from the pain. She fell to the ground and curled up. She wanted to faint immediately to end this excruciating pain. But she couldn't bear it anymore, and her consciousness was a little fuzzy. But she couldn't faint. It was hard to say whether this body-hardening spirit liquid was a torture tool. I'm afraid that even the most tight-lipped prisoners couldn't bear such pain. Enching wanted to call for help in the pain, but she had no strength in her body now. She couldn't even make a sound in the pain. Even if she wanted to call for help, she couldn't. 001 came out of the space, paced over, rubbed Enching's cheek with his furry head. There was a rare pain in his eyes. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. Enching opened her eyes. Tears flowed out, looking at 001 aggrievedly. When no one comforted her, she had already cried miserably. Now that someone comforted her, her tears flowed even more violently. 001 stretched out his tongue to lick the tears on Enching's face. Something that can instantly increase human strength. There must be some side effects. The body-tempering spirit liquid is actually considered to be something without side effects, but it is inevitable that it will be a little painful when the body is tempered by the spirit liquid. Enching stared at 001 with eyes wide open in disbelief. She only had one thought in her mind at this time. You actually knew? She looked at 001 with accusatory eyes. It knew it would be so painful but didn't tell her. 001 moved his eyes away with a guilty conscience. Actually, it hurts. Just grit your teeth, close your eyes, and it will be fine soon after drinking it. If I had told you earlier. What if you were timid and didn't dare to drink it? Since you came to this world, you have encountered danger twice. Although you were safe in the end, no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. So, it selfishly hopes that Enching will be stronger and have enough self-protection ability. Enching has closed her eyes. She blames 001 now. But she is actually not on the right side. After all, before she drank the spiritual liquid, she also had a guess that it might be painful. After all, in many novels, the process of cleansing the essence and marrow is very painful. After all, it is to temper the bones, tendons, blood and flesh. However, this pain was far beyond Enching's imagination. 001 stayed beside her and accompanied her, comforting her from time to time. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that the pain in her body seemed not as severe as before, and the pain had decreased. After a while, Enching was sure that it was not an illusion, and the pain was really relieved. At the same time, some black water stains began to seep out of her pores, and an indescribable sour smell came out, as if she had not taken a bath or changed clothes for a month or 2 in the hot summer. Seeing this, 001, who was originally with Enching, quit and left. Enching, she looked at the black liquid that was still oozing out of her skin. This liquid was like sweat, but the color was really unflattering and made her scalp numb. The pain became less and less, and Enching felt that her strength was gradually recovering. She supported herself on the ground and climbed up, staggered to stand, turned on the shower again, stood under the water, and let the water continue to wash her body. Half an hour later, there was no more black liquid oozing out of her body, and she took a careful bath again. The tormenting pain disappeared. After washing, the sour smell on her body also disappeared. And Qing could clearly feel the changes in her body. She was stronger. Her body was lighter than before. Her eyes could see things more clearly. Her ears were more sensitive. And even her skin was more delicate and fairer than before. Although her skin was delicate and fair, it was very strong. And Qing did not want to destroy her bathroom. So she resisted the urge to punch the bathroom wall. Chapter 80 Roasted Ants. And Qing dressed and came out of the bathroom, feeling more relaxed than ever before. However, after tossing and turning for so long, she was tired after all. She fell asleep almost the moment she fell on the bed. 001 came out of the space, biting the quilt silently and pulling it over to cover Qing. When she woke up the next day, Qing stared at the ceiling with her eyes open and didn't move for a long time. Too many things happened yesterday. She kept recalling what happened yesterday in her mind, and then she hugged the quilt to cover her face. Ah. So tired. Why so tired? Speaking of which, there is no need to unlock new dishes in this system, so she doesn't need to make new dishes now, so she can take a good rest. Right? Although the base still needs to fry meat jerky constantly, she has already taught those people how to fry meat jerky, and she doesn't need to marinate snake meat. After the snake meat is dried, she can just cook it in the pot produced by the system and eat it. After thinking about it, Qing felt that she could indeed take a rest. So, Qing lay still on the bed. She closed her eyes, wanting to take a nap, but found that she couldn't fall asleep even with her eyes closed. Perhaps this body didn't have the habit of taking a nap. Qing opened her eyes helplessly and sighed. I'm really destined to be a hard worker. But she still didn't want to move. Just wanted to have a good rest. So she lay on the bed and opened the system panel to check her happiness value. Happiness value, 1010423131. Qing was stunned and didn't react. She counted one by one. 100 million? Really 100 million? She rubbed her eyes, confirmed that the number was real. She was not mistaken, and jumped up from the bed instantly. 001, what's going on? I remember seeing only over 30 million yesterday? No, I bought the body tempering spiritual liquid yesterday, and only over 20 million is left. How come it's over 100 million in one night? If I remember correctly, I don't think I distributed food to the entire base yesterday. Where did all these happiness points come from? 001 stayed up late with Qing last night, and is still not awake now. He was awakened instantly by Qing's voice, and jumped out of the system space in a daze. What's wrong? What's wrong? Qing picked it up and let it look at the system panel. 100 million. I have 100 million happiness points. 001. 100 million is not much. You need 2 billion to save your parents' souls. Halfway through, 001 got stuck instantly. It's not like Qing's happiness value increased by tens of millions overnight before. But at most it increased by 40 to 50 million overnight. And that was when food was distributed to the entire base. Yesterday. Qing didn't distribute food to the entire base at all. And because the base was too busy yesterday, no one came to Qing to ask for food distribution. So, where did the tens of millions of happiness value yesterday come from? 001 immediately entered the system. Wait. Let me see the detailed data. The snow-white long-haired cat in Qing's hand disappeared instantly. And she also hurriedly opened the system panel to check the detailed data of happiness value. The sudden increase in happiness value seemed to have happened at midnight yesterday. And the increase in happiness value was also very strange, all +1 +1 +1. The key point is, the happiness value +1 directly increased by tens of millions. Looking at this outrageous data, she felt a little unsure. What is going on? Could it be that there is a problem with the system? Then how much happiness value does she have? Qing waited for a long time. 001 didn't come out. She couldn't lie down anymore. She got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, changed clothes, and walked out of the room. She walked out in a daze, and saw Mu-Chen standing in the living room. Good morning. Qing greeted Mu-Chen, sat on the sofa, poured a glass of water, and drank a sip to calm down. Then she realized that there was only Mu-Chen in the living room, but no Tang Ming. She looked over in confusion. Where is Captain Tang? He hasn't gotten up yet. Mu-Chen was silent, then said, Captain Tang went to get the nutrient solution. Qing. She then remembered that something happened last night, when she used the body tempering spirit solution, and her mouth twitched suddenly. Qing, oh! She didn't say anything else, bite herself a braised egg, bread and pickled mustard, then sandwiched the braised egg and pickled mustard in the bread, and ate and drank with milk. Mu Chen. He looked at the sandwich bread in Qing's hand for several times, unable to help swallowing his saliva, slowly, and with great difficulty moved his eyes away. Qing was in a good mood. In the past, she really didn't dare to provoke Mu Chen so blatantly, especially when Tang Ming was not around. But now, although the process of using the body-tempering spirit liquid was painful, the gains were indeed not small. She could feel that she could easily crush Mu Chen to death now. Even though she didn't look at Mu Chen on purpose, her eyes still caught Mu Chen's every little move accurately. Qing deliberately ate very happily. Who asked him to wake her up in the middle of the night by pinching her nose to prevent her from breathing? Don't you know that's very uncomfortable? As her strength increases, the nutrition and energy needed by her body also increase. Qing used to eat like this. If she wasn't full, she could at least eat 70% full. But now she feels like she's not even full. Qing bought another bucket of instant noodles. She added a spicy crispy sausage, a ham sausage, and a salt-baked egg to the instant noodles. After finishing the bucket of instant noodles with rich ingredients, Qing felt a little full. After Qing finished eating, there was a noise at the door. Tang Ming came back. After he came in, his eyes fell on Qing. And then he gave some of the nutrient solution he brought back to Mu Chen. The two of them drank the nutrient solution silently. Qing, inexplicably, I felt that the two of them looked a little pitiful. Qing originally wanted to rest. But now she didn't want to rest. No matter where the 100 million happiness value came from, it motivated her very well. After all, she still has to save her parents. 202 billion. She still needs to work hard. Thinking of the welfare shelf, Qing hurriedly reopened the system panel to see what welfare products there are today. Sure enough, a new day refreshed the products. There was still a bottle on the shelf, filled with transparent liquid. However, this bottle has much more than the body-tempering spirit liquid. At least about 2,000 milliliters. A very large bottle. Toxin decomposition liquid. Can decompose any toxin. Product description. 1 drop can decompose 1,000 milliliters of toxins. Qing was a little dumbfounded. Can it decompose toxins? 1 drop can decompose 1,000 ml. Then isn't this bottle invincible? However, the product description is too simple. How to use this thing? Drop a drop while cooking. Will the toxins of mutant animals and plants be eliminated? Of course, after all. 1 drop can decompose 1,000 milliliters of toxins. But the question is, after decomposition, can mutant animal meat and mutant plants be eaten? If humans are poisoned, can they take toxin decomposition liquid? Qing looked at the price of the product. It was still 10 million happiness points, but compared with other products, this bottle of toxin decomposition liquid is really cost-effective. However, Qing did not buy it for the time being. Anyway, it would be refreshed in a day, so she could think about it first. When Qing arrived at the restaurant was busy with people marinating meat, frying meat, and others were using yesterday's brine to marinate pig ears, chicken feet and pig tails. Qing watched for a while, and felt that everyone was very motivated and energetic. However, there were so many people that it was difficult for her to enter the restaurant. Qing, the leader wants to see you. Lin Yun hurried over to inform Qing. Qing was a little surprised, but nodded and followed Lin Yun to the central building. After entering the elevator, Qing found that Lin Yun did not press the button for the top floor, but pressed the button for the basement floor. Qing frowned and asked with some vigilance, "The big boss is in the basement?" Lin Yun nodded, "Yes. Secretary Wei is also there." Qing glanced at Mu Chen and Tang Ming standing behind her, and said nothing. The elevator slowly descended, and soon stopped at the basement floor. The elevator door opened, and Wei Xuanyi was waiting for her at the elevator door. Qing heaved a sigh of relief, and walked out of the elevator. Lin Yun followed. Qing looked at Wei Xuanyi, and then looked around. "Secretary Wei, where is this place? Why is the leader here?" Wei Xuanyi smiled and said, "This is the freezer of the underground laboratory. Many items that need to be refrigerated are here, including the snow pig fat that you requested to be frozen before." Qing, Wei Xuanyi led her forward. Soon, 2 doors appeared in front of them. One was the cold storage, and the other was the freezer. The big boss was sitting in a wheelchair, waiting at the door of the freezer. Qing didn't understand, and followed Wei Xuanyi. The big boss turned his head and saw her and smiled. "Are you here?" Then, he motioned Wei Xuanyi to open the door of the freezer. Seeing this, Qing was very confused. "Big boss, you asked me to come here? Is there something?" especially since he was not waiting for her in the office, but in the freezer. It seemed wrong. The big boss looked at Ching. Do you know that the mutant beast meat you made with the cookware produced by the system has an absolute attraction to mutant beasts and mutant plants? And Ching blinked and nodded. Secretary Wei told me about this before. The White Tiger team successfully killed so many black snakes because of this. The big boss shook his head. It's much more than that. And Ching was even more confused. Afterwards, Wei Xuanyi had already opened the door of the freezer. And Ching's eyes widened immediately. In the freezer, there were densely packed corpses of mutant animals frozen, which had filled the entire freezer, so that when the door of the freezer was opened, the corpses of mutant animals had already squeezed to the door. So many? And Ching was shocked. The big boss sighed. As long as those mutant animals smell the food made with the pots produced by the system, they will lose their minds and only want to eat that kind of food. And Ching, the big boss, so? The mutant animals heading towards the base around have been completely dealt with until this morning. And Ching nodded in confusion. Then, is this good? She didn't expect that these foods would have such an irresistible and strong attraction to mutant animals. Although they are powerful, they are easier for humans to deal with because of their loss of mind. The big boss was silent after hearing this. He looked at Wei Xuanyi, opened the cold storage door. And Ching was puzzled. Wei Xuanyi walked over, took out the key and opened the cold storage door. Almost as soon as the cold storage door was opened, dense black dots poured out from inside, like extremely full fine sand. Wei Xuanyi was prepared, and jumped to the side to avoid being buried. And Ching walked over to take a look, and then found that it was actually densely packed ants. The ants were also different from the ants she knew in her previous life. These ants were as big as a fingernail, all black, and their mouthparts looked sharper than scissors. And these densely packed ants also exuded the aroma of barbecue. And Ching, she subconsciously took a step back and looked at the big boss. Big boss, why are there so many ants in the cold storage? They were roasted. Chapter 81 Ambition. Wei Xuanyi said, a mutant animal. The five-color spider appeared in the north of the base. The five-color spider's silk is tough and has strong lethality, so it was very difficult for the Jianbing team heading north to deal with it. The battle was once in a stalemate. It was not until the White Tiger team's findings were sent over that they used steamed buns and dried meat to solve the five-color spider. As he spoke, Wei Xuanyi looked at the densely packed ants that were burned and exuded a burnt aroma. But after solving the five-color spider, densely packed giant ants emerged from all directions. Giant ants have always been weak, they have always been hiding, and dare not appear in front of humans. This thing can be crushed to death with 1 foot. Their food is also the remains of powerful mutant plants and animals. But this time, when countless giant ants appeared and swarmed towards the Jianbing team, it was still too terrifying. These things are carnivorous, and they are very fast. If they are really surrounded by so many giant ants, people can be eaten clean in 1 second. And Ching was stunned, but she knew that what Wei Xuanyi said was true. Wei Xuanyi looked at Ching at that time. It was too late for the Jianbing team to evacuate. So they threw out the buns and dried meat in their hands, and found that the giant ants rushed towards the dried meat and buns without looking back. In the end, everyone threw all the dried meat and buns on their bodies, and even threw out the boxes containing the dried meat and buns. The giant ants completely ignored them and rushed towards the dried meat and buns. The Jianbing team originally wanted to evacuate, but seeing the giant ants rushing towards the place where the dried meat and buns were like whirlpools, they simply set fire to it. In fact, the Jianbing team didn't think they could really burn the giant ants to death. After all, giant ants are afraid of fire. Once the fire starts, they will definitely flee in all directions. As a result, the giant ants seemed to have no sense of the threat of the fire. They didn't care whether they would die in the fire or not. They just wanted to squeeze their companions away and rush over to take a bite of the buns or dried meat. The scene was really crazy. In the end, all the giant ants were burned to death by the fire, and the bodies were transported back overnight. And Ching was stunned. Wait, this is a bit too exaggerated. Are those giant ants attracted by the dried meat and buns? This is even stronger than the attraction to the black snake before. It feels that the giant ants are no different from moths flying into the fire. This kind of madness makes people feel inexplicably fearful. The leader nodded. It is indeed possible. Fortunately, the base has an internal circulation system. You will not be discovered by mutant animals when you make these foods in the base. The breeding base is also fully enclosed. And Ching subconsciously looked at the leader. She didn't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that the leader said this to her on purpose. She nodded in agreement, yes. If she was making these foods outside the base, the scene would be unimaginable. No matter how powerful she was, it would be difficult to deal with mutant animals coming in groups. The big boss smiled and said, "Look at these giant ants. Can they be made into food?" And Ching thought about it. In fact, in her previous life, some people in some areas ate ants. She had never eaten them, but she had seen people soaking ants in wine in a short video, also cold ants, fried ants, and scrambled eggs with ants. Of course, those ants were non-toxic ants. As for the giant ants in this world, they were definitely poisonous, but frying them in a wok could remove the toxins. And Ching nodded and said, "Okay." Especially, these giant ants were all cooked with a big fire, and they were not burnt, but instead exuded a barbecue aroma, so they only needed to be fried slightly in the wok produced by the system. And Ching looked at the mutant beast in the freezer. This is a 5-color spider. This spider is very huge. Its belly is almost as big as 4 or 5 adults holding hands and hugging each other. The pattern on its body is a bit like an orchid crab, and the colors are colorful. The spider's legs are thin and long, but that is only relative to its body. You can find it when you walk closer. The spider's legs are actually a little thicker than in Ching's legs. And Ching walked over and held a 5-colored spider's leg. The 5-colored spider's leg was very hard. And it was as hard as metal. With such strength, it was impossible to break the spider's leg with bare hands according to the original owner's previous strength. However, now that she had increased her strength by 2 or 3 times, she held both sides of the spider's leg and bit it with force. Crack. The spider's leg made a crisp sound. And Ching broke the spider's leg with her bare hands without any external force. For a moment, Lin Yun widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Ching in disbelief. After all, so far, no one has been able to break the legs of a 5-colored spider with bare hands. Mukin was also shocked. After all, as one of the people who was protecting Ching, he was quite familiar with Ching's situation. Wei Xuanyi and the big boss looked at Ching with surprise in their eyes. Among these people, the most surprised person was Tang Ming. After all, he had trained with her last night, and he knew very well that she definitely didn't have the strength last night. So, what happened to make her so strong overnight? While thinking about it, Tang Ming's face did not show any abnormality, nor did he show any surprise at all. The big boss glanced at Tang Ming inconspicuously, and then retracted his gaze. And Ching looked at the spider leg in her hand that was broken into 2 sections. The spider leg was very hard, but the shell on the leg was not thick. After breaking it open, you can see the snow-white tender meat inside, just like the crab legs you ate in your previous life. But this meat is obviously smoother and more tender than the crab leg meat, because it was frozen hard in the freezer. Otherwise, she would doubt that the leg meat of the 5-color spider would be as duong as jelly if you shook it. And Ching looked at the big boss and Wei Xuanyi, smiling a little embarrassedly. When I looked at this spider leg, I thought of crabs. I wanted to see if this spider leg could be eaten like crab legs. Now it seems that it can be eaten. It is probably delicious. The big boss was silent for a while, then smiled and nodded, indeed. And Ching's eyes flashed, put down the spider leg in her hand, and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I unlocked a welfare shelf today. There will be a welfare product available for purchase every day. I just checked it. Today's welfare product is toxin decomposition liquid. 1 drop can decompose 1,000 milliliters of toxins. If you buy this, we can dilute it into small bottles of antidote. In this way, people on missions can carry it with them and drink the antidote when they are poisoned. What do you think?" The big boss looked at Ching. He always felt that this little girl, who looked a little silly and naive at the beginning, and whose little thoughts were written on her face and could be seen through at a glance, had not changed much. Sometimes she has a lot of thoughts, and sometimes she has very simple thoughts, but the big boss thinks that such a golden finger is the most relaxing and safe in the hands of someone like Ching. After all, she doesn't have so many schemes, and the things in her heart can be seen clearly at a glance. But such a person also has disadvantages if no one protects him. It will be very dangerous, and it is easy to be used by others. The big boss has been training Wei Xuanyi for a while, as the future successor of the base. He had thought before, since Ching can have such an adventure, with this golden finger, can he hand over the base to Ching? But thinking carefully, she was not cautious, and even acted impulsively, so he could not trust Ching to hand over the base to her. So, after careful consideration, he began to train Wei Xuanyi. And Qing also had a feeling of muddling along. She did not have such great ambitions, nor did she have a desire for power. But now, the big boss saw a hint of ambition in Qing's eyes. He felt a little complicated, and looked at Qing for a while, before turning the wheelchair with his hands. "Let's talk in my office." And Qing smiled, and nodded and followed. The doors of the cold storage and freezer were closed, and the group returned to the top floor. This time, no one went in. Only the big boss, and Qing went into the office alone. The big boss sat at the coffee table, as if they had met for the first time. Except that this time he was in a wheelchair. "Sit down." "You're welcome," the big boss said with a smile. And Qing sat down, and saw the big boss preparing to pour water. She stood up, took the kettle first, turned over the cups, and poured 2 cups of water. One for the big boss, and one for herself. The big boss smiled. He looked at Qing kindly. "What do you think?" And Qing smiled. "I know I'm not smart, that's why I asked you." "Big boss." Her words were ambiguous. It could be said that she was talking about the toxin decomposition liquid, or it could be said that she was talking about what the big boss was thinking. The big boss stroked the water cup, laughed. "Okay, don't beat around the bush with me." And Qing sighed, actually. When she saw that today's welfare product was the toxin decomposition liquid, she didn't think so much. She didn't buy it immediately because she wanted to talk to the big boss or Wei Xuanyi before buying it, to see how they use the toxin decomposition liquid. After all, her strength has improved now, and her strength is her reliance, and the worries and fears before are no longer a problem. Just as she thought before, if she really can't stay in the base, she can still leave the base. It was the words of the big leader that woke her up. She still needs the base. Although she knew that the big leader deliberately said that to her, there should be other meanings, after all. The big leader at that time didn't know that she had become stronger. But Qing was thinking, no matter what, the base is indeed safer. But the big boss's health is getting worse and worse. How long can he stay in this position? Although Wei Xuanyi's attitude towards her is very good now. Who knows if he has become wary because of the former deputy leader's incident? So he has always maintained the appearance that the big boss likes? Even if he values her sincerely now. What about later? After Wei Xuanyi takes the position of the big boss? Will his mentality really not change? So, she is thinking, instead of leaving her fate to others, it is better to take it into her own hands. She is indeed not smart enough. But she has a system. And she is in control of the dietary issues of the entire base. So she is qualified to be the leader of the base. Right? The big leader looked at Qing deeply. You have to know that this position is not easy. And Qing smiled. I saw a description when I was reading a novel before. Leaders don't have to be very powerful. They just need to know how to use people. Let people who are good at doing what they are good at. And keep the right people in the right positions. The big leader looked at Qing, but a weak leader, making a wrong decision, may ruin the entire base. And Qing, although you have the system golden finger, I am still not sure whether it brings us hope or despair. And Qing was stunned for a moment, and was unable to react for a while. The leader looked tired, and said with a wry smile, this golden finger belongs to you. But Qing, you are a human being. As long as you are a human being, no matter how well we protect you, you will die one day. He looked at Qing, and there was confusion in his eyes, at that time. What should the people in the base do? People who have been in the dark can still survive with difficulty. But how can someone who has seen the light endure darkness again? If the death rate of people in the base had not been getting higher and higher, he would not have allowed Qing's food to circulate in the base from the beginning. And Qing was silent for a long time. And a smile appeared on his face. If this is the case, you don't have to worry, leader. After the physical fitness of the people in the base gradually breaks through the limit, as it continues to rise, their detoxification system will be strengthened. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 82 Agree. The big boss was stunned when he heard this. He stared at Qing, trying to tell the truth from her expression. After all, he had just expressed his concerns. And Qing gave such an answer. It was hard for him not to doubt. And Qing looked calm, and her eyes were full of confidence. She did not lie. She did not lie. Because this was the information revealed to her by 001. The big boss was a little excited. He was about to say something. But because of the excitement, his breathing quickened, and he suddenly choked and coughed. And Qing was startled, seeing that his face was red from coughing. She hurriedly stood up, and patted the leader on the back to calm him down. It took the leader a while to recover, but the spirit he had finally regained was gone. He leaned weakly on the back of the wheelchair, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. I'm fine. He remembered what Enching had just said. After human physique gradually breaks through the limit, as the physique continues to improve, the body's metabolic detoxification function will become stronger and stronger. The human body has a detoxification system, which excretes toxins through metabolism. However, the human body's detoxification system has limited effects. Once the amount of toxins exceeds the amount of toxins that it can excrete, it will stop working, and humans will also experience symptoms of poisoning. For example, before the end of the world, there are many foods that are harmless to the body if eaten in small amounts. But if you eat too much at one time, people will experience symptoms of poisoning. If the human detoxification system can become stronger, more toxins can be excreted from the body through metabolism. After years of accumulation, perhaps one day, without Enching's system, they can directly eat mutant plants and animals and no longer be afraid of the toxins in their bodies. It's easy to imagine that it will take years of accumulation to improve one's physical fitness to the point where the detoxification system can expel such strong toxins. He needs Enching, and the base needs Enching. In fact, the leader still has many doubts in his heart, but the base is already on the verge of danger, and his health is getting worse. This time, even with the help of the base's powerful recovery potion for so long, the injury has not been fully healed. Instead, every day makes him feel more and more unbalanced. Enching sat opposite the leader again, looking at him with some worry. At this time, the boss's face was as pale as paper. She was really worried that if she was not careful, the boss would die directly because of being too excited. Boss, how about we talk about it later? Let's call a doctor to see you first. On the one hand, she was really worried about the boss, but she also had her own selfish motives. If the boss really died here, she was really afraid of being regarded as the murderer of the boss. After all, the boss's face looked much better before, but he died after talking to her for a while. It was hard not to be suspected. The big boss opened his eyes and shook his head. No, I'm really fine. He looked at Enching. You're right. I will call a meeting of the entire base's leadership tomorrow morning, and Wei Xuedi will pick you up in advance. Enching heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. After she walked out of the big boss's office, she felt relaxed. Wei Xuedi nodded at her and then entered the office. Enching smiled and said to Mukin and Tang Ming, Let's go. Let's go to the hotel and take a look. Wei Xuedi saw the ugly face of the big leader, and his heart tightened. He hurriedly stepped forward and squatted in front of the big leader. Leader, how are you? I'll call the doctor over right away. The big leader stretched out his somewhat skinny hand and grabbed Wei Xuedi's hand. I'm fine. Just a little excited. Wei Xuedi couldn't hide his worry, because anyone could see that the big leader didn't look fine now. He didn't know what he had just said to Enching. She was obviously relaxed when she came out, but the big leader's condition was so bad. The big leader looked at Wei Xuedi lovingly. Wei Xuedi had been with him for quite some time. When he first came to him, he was just a teenager. This was a child he had watched grow up step by step. Although he had been hid by the former deputy leader Chengwe, the big leader still believed in Wei Xuedi and believed that he was definitely not a person like Chengwe. So, after careful consideration, he chose to train him. Although this matter was not said directly, Wei Xuedi must have understood his intentions at that time. Now that he has to change the successor, the leader feels a little guilty. After a long pause, the leader slowly spoke, saying gently, Sit down. Don't squat. It's uncomfortable. Wei Xuedi pulled a stool over and sat down, and saw that the leader had something to say to him. The leader thought for a long time before speaking. Actually, I had considered whether to let Enching inherit my position. Wei Xuedi nodded, without any surprise on his face. After all, he had been with the leader for so long, and he had seen some of the leader's initial thinking and hesitation. But the leader gave up this idea later, and then he turned to train him. The leader is talking about this now, and it is definitely not just a casual chat with him. Wei Xuedi understood a little bit in his heart. He pursed his lips, and suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. The leader put his hand on Wei Xuedi's head. You did a good job. I don't distrust you, nor do I doubt your ability. Wei Xuedi felt a little better after hearing this. He looked at the leader. Then what are you going to do next? The leader sighed. Some of Qing's ideas are indeed too naive. But it must be said that people are social animals. It's not enough to just live together. Everyone needs to communicate, need a correct outlook on life and values, and need correct interpersonal relationships. Wei Xuanyi thought of what Qing had said before, that the base should restore the marriage system, raise their own children, have a small family, and take on the responsibility of the small family. As the secretary of the big boss, Wei Xuanyi has systematically studied a lot of information before the end of the world, and also knows the way of human survival before the end of the world. In fact, he agrees with Qing's idea in his heart, but he thinks that it is not applicable now. Big boss, Qing's golden finger has become stronger. You also saw her break the legs of the five-colored spider today. Although she explained it, it must be related to her system. Moreover, Qing said that the food made with the system-produced utensils will continuously improve the human physique and break through the limit. The body's metabolic detoxification system will also become stronger. Do you know what this means? Wei Xuanyi is not a fool. He immediately realized the seriousness of this matter. This means that the future of mankind is no longer dark, and they have a future. Wei Xuanyi was also excited. He respected and loved the leader very much, and his thoughts were deeply influenced by the leader. When he found that the leader was training him, he was determined to inherit the leader's will, protect the base, and preserve the human fire. He hoped that one day, humans would overturn the world and break the darkness. The leader carefully observed Wei Xuanyi's expression, and then couldn't help laughing. This is a good boy. He is indeed different from Chengwe. He didn't make a mistake. It can be said that Qing is now shouldering the future of everyone. She cannot make any mistakes. So I thought about it, and decided that instead of letting you stand in my position and continue to protect her, it would be better to let her inherit my position directly. Wei Xuanyi thought for a moment. But for the territory, would it be too much of a hassle to force her to take the position? The big boss smiled. In fact, this child is very determined. It can be said that her determination is not inferior to anyone in the base. She is just too naive and inexperienced. Wei Xuanyi agreed with the big boss's evaluation of Qing and nodded. The big boss sighed. I will hold a base meeting tomorrow to inform her of this matter. You go pick her up and go to the meeting room tomorrow morning. By the way, tell her about the current situation of the base. Wei Xuanyi, then I will sort out the information now, summarize it, and tell her tomorrow. The big boss patted Wei Xuanyi on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Xuanyi stood up, smiling. This is what I should do. Wei Xuanyi sent the big boss to rest first, and then went to sort out the information, and counted the names of the entire base, and the positions one by one. Of course, there are not many people who can attend tomorrow's meeting. The information of others can be shown to Qing later. Her main task now is to understand the leaders who will attend tomorrow's meeting. He was busy sorting out the information, and Qing was already in the restaurant. The restaurant received a lot of snow pork, which was used to make meat jerky. The black snake meat had been marinated. At this moment, the people were turning the meat, and Qing didn't stay in the restaurant for long. She was very satisfied with the meat jerky coming out of the pot. Although there was only one wok, but with so much meat jerky produced every day, her happiness value would definitely rise. Afterwards, she went to the planting base to see the mutant plants. Today, Wei Xuanyi said that the Jianbing team was surrounded by giant ants last night. After the Jianbing team threw away all the buns and meat jerky on their bodies to save their names, and Qing guessed a possibility. Mutated animals can also increase their happiness by eating her food. Because there are enough ants, they fight for it. An ant probably can't eat more than 2 bites before being squeezed away by the ones behind. So in the system, she saw this morning, there were so many records of happiness +1. And the mutant animals like the food produced by the system so much. Could it be that these foods can also improve their physical fitness? Maybe there is this possibility. But this kind of food is obviously more harmful to mutant animals. Because once they smell the taste of food, they will lose their minds and only want to eat food, ignoring everything else. And Qing felt that this person was more like a demon. The planting base was a large building. It looked no different from other buildings from the outside, except that the door was written with the word planting base. But when you walked in, you found that the walls on the outside were actually transparent from the inside. And the huge house was well lit. Su Xing, the general manager of the planting base, got the news and came over with his assistant immediately. Hello. And Qing, I am the person in charge of the planting base. Su Xing, Nice to meet you. Although they had never met, Su Xing and Enqing had had several encounters. Of course, this is not to say that the base distributed the food purchased from Enqing, but the fact that Wei Xuanyi sent Enqing the incense buds from Su Xing. Wei Xuanyi had previously reminded that if someone from Enqing needed some mutant plants, the planting base would fully cooperate. But Su Xing didn't expect that Enqing would come by herself this time. Enqing smiled. Hello, sorry to bother you. I just want to take a look, see what mutant plants are in our planting base. I wonder if it's okay. Su Xing nodded. Of course, however, because some mutant plants in the planting base will spray toxic gases, and some mutant plants are aggressive, so you need to change into protective clothing before entering. Chapter 83 Planting Base. Su Xing didn't have that much time to accompany Enqing to visit the planting base. After all, there was still a lot of work to do, so she asked her assistant Peng Jing to accompany Enqing in. It was her first time to come to the plantation, and Enqing didn't know what was going on inside. After all, the original owner had never set foot here before, so she didn't refuse. After changing into protective clothing, followed Peng Jing into the gate of the planting area. The gate was a triple gate. The second gate could only be opened after the first gate was closed, and similarly, the third gate could only be opened after the second gate was completely closed. The protection was really tight. After passing through 3 gates, Enqing finally came to the planting area. The planting area is fully enclosed with metal materials, but it has climate and sunlight weather simulation like the base. According to the leader, there is also a separate internal circulation system. There are large and small flower pots here. Some plants in the flower pots have not yet emerged. Some have already sprouted, and some have grown to half a foot tall. Enqing's eyes fell on the plants next to him that were already being raised in large flower pots. There were long strips of things hanging on the green plants. Some were green, and some were red. Although she didn't recognize the plant, the long strip looked like a pepper. This is the area where ghost peppers are grown. Peng Jing was very quiet and spoke very little. She briefly introduced it. Enqing blinked. Oh, ghost pepper. The original owner had seen this thing in her memory, but she just didn't remember it. But speaking of ghost pepper, she remembered the food article she read in this world. She was not interested in the ghost pepper blood vine. After all, she didn't know what it would taste like when fried. But she suddenly missed beef with spicy peppers, green peppers and pork, stir-fried chili peppers. When she thought of this, her saliva was about to come out. Enqing looked at Peng Jing. I want to pick some ghost peppers, can I? Perhaps because she had been told, Peng Jing did not show any surprise, nodding and saying, Sure, wait a moment. As she said that, Peng Jing walked towards the ghost peppers. The ghost pepper is indeed a mutant plant that likes to hide among many plants and sneakily attack humans and mutant animals. Now it is raised alone in this area. Without other mutant plants to cover it, it is very timid and afraid. The moment Peng Jing raised her foot to approach, several ghost peppers around her instantly sprayed out strong gas. Even though everyone is wearing protective clothing and will not be irritated by the gas sprayed is strong enough, and people can still see it at a glance. The gas gradually dissipated in the air. Enqing finally understood why the planting area was designed to be so airtight. If the gas really leaked out, I don't know how many people in the base would suffer. After all, although the gas dissipated, it didn't mean that the smell was completely gone. The ghost pepper was very big, as long as the wrist to the elbow, and looked a bit like a long and thin thorn tree. Peng Jing picked 5 in a row. The ghost peppers kept emitting gas as if they were stimulated, and the leaves on their bodies also slapped Peng Jing frantically. The leaves were not simple either. They slapped Peng Jing and made a sound of metal collision. At this time, the place where Peng Jing was standing was surrounded by the gas emitted by the ghost pepper, and she could hardly see herself. Enqing hurriedly said, Enough. Enough. No need to pick any more. Peng Jing stopped, and when she walked back, she was holding 5 ghost peppers in her hand, explaining, There are still many ghost peppers here. You can pick more. Enqing smiled, Thank you. But this much is enough for now. I may need more later. Peng Jing nodded, and gave the ghost pepper in her hand to Enqing. Tang Ming next to her reached out and took it. The ghost pepper that was picked no longer had the ability to continue to spray gas, and was held in Tang Ming's palm. Enqing looked at the ghost pepper that was picked, and the ghost pepper plant that looked a little wilted, and asked with some concern, It looks a little wilted. Is it okay? Peng Jing shook her head. It's okay. It will recover in a while. Enqing nodded, and looked at the newly unearthed buds over there, the one that just emerged here. How long will it take to grow up? Peng Jing. The growth rate of mutant plants is very fast. Ghost pepper is considered medium among mutant plants. It usually takes about 10 days from germination to fruiting. And Qing nodded. Then, how long will it take for the fruit that was picked here to grow again? Peng Jing. 2 or 3 days will be fine. That's pretty good. It feels like there will be no shortage of peppers to eat in the future. This ghost pepper can spray such choking gas. I wonder if it tastes the same as peppers. I'll know when I go back and try it. And Qing continued to visit the mutant plants in several areas. There are not many plants that can be domesticated by the base. After all, the base dare not raise plants that are too destructive. So many times, the team still needs to go out to get them. And Qing asked while looking, do you know the rice before the end of the world? Do you know which mutant plant is derived from rice? She could associate the ghost pepper with pepper at a glance. But after searching the original owner's memory for a while, she couldn't find anything that could be associated with rice. Her system can only buy 100 kilograms of rice and 100 kilograms of flour in 2 days. It is obvious that she cannot rely on the system to support the entire base. Moreover, even if the happiness value provided is enough, she cannot do so. On the one hand, she really cannot support the people in this world to death. And on the other hand, she wants to collect enough happiness value to save her parents as soon as possible. Therefore, it is still necessary to find mutated rice and wheat. Peng Jing looked at Qing in surprise, but soon put away the surprise on her face, nodded and said, I know. The base found mutated rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and corn a long time ago. As she said, she took Qing around a corner and walked towards the other side of the area, opening the door and saying, after the rice mutated, when it was first explored by the special team, it was named Black Pearl. Soon, Qing came to the breeding area of Black Pearl. The breeding area for black pearls also has densely packed flower pots. In addition to soil, each flower pot contains a lot of water. It seems that even if it is mutated, the rice still cannot do without so much water. There is only one rice plant in a flower pot, and the root stem of the rice is very thick and tall, estimated to be 3 or 4 meters high. There are still many people working here at this time. And Qing watched. Those people were holding baskets in their hands, and stepped on ladders to take snow white and round fruits from the rice, which were as big as Qing's 2 fists. And Qing was a little stunned. She had seen rice before, but she had never looked at it carefully. She didn't know if what she saw was different from rice except for the size. However, such round and large rice grains, and they were picked directly from the plant, felt too strange. She watched these people picking fruits for a long time. When they filled a basket, they would come down and put it in the box next to them, and then continue to pick. The rice that mutated into black pearls was very quiet and honest. It did not do anything to hurt the people around it. It looked much safer than many mutated plants. And Qing was curious. The fruit of the black pearl is white. Why is it named Black Pearl? She guessed that the black pearl should live in the deep forest, which is not an area that the outbound team can access. Otherwise the original owner would not have no information about the black pearl in his memory, and he would not have seen it. Peng Jing, it is still white now, because it is not ripe yet. And Qing blinked and looked over in confusion. Peng Jing, when the black pearl fruit grows up, the shell will split in all directions, revealing the snow-white fruit inside. At this time, you need to pick them. If you don't pick them in time, they will slowly turn black after 10 minutes. Once they are completely black, they are fully mature. She looked at Qing. The mature black pearl is particularly dangerous. The plant can completely control when the fruit falls off. And once the black fruit falls off, it will produce a powerful explosion. And Qing opened her eyes wide. So, after turning black, they become bombs? Peng Jing nodded, and the explosion is very powerful. So there must be someone picking the black pearl fruit in the black pearl breeding area 24 hours a day. Otherwise the area can be directly blown up. Because of this, the black pearl area is the smallest of all planting areas. And the number of black pearls raised is also very small. I dare not raise too many, for fear that someone will be careless at some point, and the entire planting base will be blown up. And Qing, it has become a bomb. Can I still use this rice? Can I still eat it after it is cooked? Fortunately, she has become accustomed to the strange degree of mutation of animals and plants in this world. So after a little shock, she calmed down again. Give me 3 fruits, I'll take them back and have a look. Peng Jing went over and took 3, and Mu Chen took them. Afterwards, and Qing went to see the mutant wheat. The mutant wheat was called mist. It also grew very big. The fruit was different in shape from the black pearl, but the size was similar. However, the shell of the wheat fruit would not open by itself. But some people picked the fruit here, and the fruit was still shelled. Peng Jing next to him introduced, when the mist fruit is fully ripe, it will spray out white dust like mist like the ghost pepper. The dust can cover people's vision and make people lose their way. Both vision and hearing will be blocked. Therefore, after being attacked by the mist, many people will unknowingly walk into the hunting range of the mist, which is called mist nutrients. And Qing is now accustomed to the fact that plants eat people. She didn't feel horrified. Instead, after listening, her eyes gradually brightened. Peng Jing also noticed that Qing seemed very happy. She was excited and looked at her with some confusion. And Qing licked her dry lips and asked with a smile, "Have you ever collected the dust sprayed by the mist?" Peng Jing nodded, "Yes. But it is difficult to collect the dust sprayed by the mist. And it is dangerous. Even if we are wearing protective clothing now, the dust can block our vision and hearing. It happened before. After being attacked by the mist, the staff here bumped into the mist plant. It was midnight, and no one noticed the abnormality of this person. So this person was trapped next to the plant. When the oxygen in the protective suit was exhausted, he opened the protective suit uncomfortably, and finally became the nutrient of the mist. At the beginning, relying on the protective suit, whether it was black pearl or the mist, one person came to work, and one person replaced another person every time they took turns. After this incident, the planting base was urgently adjusted, and more people were assigned. Each rotation required a group of 4 to work, and they had to check the situation of their teammates from time to time. And Qing originally thought that if she could spray the fruit into dust, wouldn't it be like turning herself into flour? When she heard Peng Jing say that, she was no longer excited. After a while, she finally got over the discomfort in her heart, and asked thoughtfully, "Can we make a container that can wrap the fruit? Wait for it to mature slowly, and then take it down after the plant sprays dust?" Peng Jing was stunned, and thought for a while, "But it is possible. We don't have such a container. The dust sprayed by the mist does not always have an effect. Each time the dust is sprayed, the effect can only last for 3 hours. So the person who died in the mist planting area before was really unlucky. When the man was attacked by the mist, his protective suit only had 2 hours of oxygen left. And when he put on the protective suit, he forgot to bring the emergency bell." Chapter 84. Stir-fried pork with ghost pepper. After leaving the planting base, Qing took the ghost pepper and mutant rice back home. When passing by the restaurant, she took a piece of fat and lean pork belly from the restaurant. Back home, Qing used 10 million happiness points to buy today's welfare product, toxin decomposition liquid. She took out a basin, filled a basin with water, and dropped a drop of toxin decomposition liquid in it, then soaked the ghost pepper and snow pork in it. 001. There shouldn't be 1,000 milliliters of toxins in these ghost peppers and pork belly. Right? After all, the ghost pepper and snow pork together are probably only about 1 pound. 001 came out, looking down at the thing soaked in water. "I don't know about this either. But the toxins in plants and animals are related to the water content in their bodies. The toxin content in mutant plants is relatively high, estimated to be 80% to 90%. And the water content in mutant animal meat is estimated to be around 70%. So the toxin content is indeed lighter than the weight." And Qing listened to it say a lot, and summarized it in one sentence. What it means is that this drop of toxin decomposition liquid can solve the toxins of the snow pork and ghost pepper soaked in it. Right? 001 choked, nodded a little depressed. That's right. And Qing looked for a while, and didn't see any changes in the pork and ghost pepper soaked in water. She tilted her head and asked, "So, how long does it take to completely decompose the toxins in it?" 001. 2 or 3 minutes of complete soaking will be enough. And Qing nodded. Then soak it for a while longer. 4 or 5 minutes. I would rather soak it more than soak it less, and have toxins remain in the food. By the way, after soaking, does the water still have detoxification effect? Can it be reused? 001. If you don't have only 900 milliliters of poison, then this water can still decompose 100 milliliters of poison. And Qing. She looked at the black pearl rice. She didn't soak the rice with meat and vegetables. She always felt that it would be tainted with meat or chili flavor. 001. If I drop a drop of toxin decomposition liquid directly into the water for cooking rice, is it okay? If the amount of cold poison in the rice is less than 1000 ml, will there be any problem after eating it after cooking? 001. It said speechlessly. Of course not, it can also help people detoxify the body. And Sheen, oh. 001's eyes looked like he was looking at a mentally retarded person, but she just wanted to confirm more. For this kind of thing, you should ask more clearly if you can. Snow pork and ghost pepper were soaked to decompose the toxins. And Sheen took the black pearl rice and washed it with water. After washing it carefully, she put it into the pot and added a drop of toxin decomposition liquid to start cooking. She added a lot of water, just like stewing bones. There was no other way. She had never seen such a big rice before, and she didn't know how much water it would take to cook it. Naturally, it was better to use more water. What's more, for such a big grain of rice, it didn't matter whether it was dry or watery, as long as it was cooked. And Sheen covered the pot. The water in the pot was boiling. At this time, the snow pork and ghost pepper that Sheen had soaked had also reached their time. She took out the snow pork and ghost pepper and started to cut vegetables with a kitchen knife. Although the pots produced by the system are now used in restaurants, her family only has the pots made in the base. But she doesn't want to buy pots now, and wants to accumulate happiness points faster. And Sheen neatly cut the snow pork into thin slices of fat and lean meat. The ghost pepper looks big, but the skin is not thick, but the seeds inside are big and one by one. And Sheen suspects that these seeds will be hard and not tasty after being fried. So she split the pepper in half, removed the seeds inside, and then cut the ghost pepper skin diagonally into diamonds for later use. It doesn't take too long to cook, but black pearl rice definitely takes a long time to cook, so Sheen didn't start cooking immediately. She went to wash her hands, looked at Mu Chen, and then looked at Tang Ming. Tonight, you two can practice with me. And Sheen felt that she was floating. She actually felt that Tang Ming could not pose any threat to her, and her current strength was not a problem for her to fight two people at once. I was eager to try. And I wanted to compete with them immediately. Tang Ming nodded. Okay. Mu Chen naturally did not object. The rice was boiling in the pot. Soon, the white smoke from the gap in the pot lid brought a rich rice aroma. And Sheen took a breath. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the aroma of black pearl rice was better than the rice produced by the system. And it was more appetizing. She opened the pot lid, picked up the chopsticks and rubbed the rice. The tip of the chopstick sank into the rice, and the outer third could be poked in. Only a small piece in the middle was still hard and could not be poked. There was still half of the water left in the pot. And Sheen did not add more water. She covered the lid and continued to cook. She also started to prepare the dishes. She did not know what the ginger and garlic in this world had mutated into. Perhaps after the beast tide was over, she could go to the dense forest to look for them. There was no ginger and garlic, only ginger and garlic powder and ginger and garlic oil. And Sheen poured a little rapeseed oil, a little ginger oil, and some garlic oil, and heated it up and threw a few peppercorns in. The aroma of ginger oil, garlic oil and peppercorns was immediately stimulated. And Sheen then put the snow pork in and stir-fried it. The meat slices were cut very thinly. As soon as they were put into the pan, the meat was wrapped in oil and made a sizzling sound. The meat slices also began to curl slightly, and a strong meaty aroma wafted out. And Sheen stir-fried it for a few times, and felt that it was almost done, so she put the ghost pepper in and stir-fried it. The ghost pepper can emit irritating gas, but Sheen didn't feel any discomfort when she cut it. I don't know if it was like this after being picked, or because it was soaked in speed decomposition liquid. Now that it was put into the pan and stir-fried, it actually stimulated the aroma of the tender pepper fried meat that I had eaten in my previous life, fragrant but not spicy. Smelling this smell, and Sheen began to saliva in her mouth. Fortunately, she soon saw that the ghost pepper was fried soft, because she was not sure whether it was done. She also scooped up a pepper with a spatula and tasted it. It was cooked, but not very soft. It still maintained the slightly crisp taste of the pepper itself, but it had no taste. And Sheen quickly turned down the heat, then added oyster sauce, soy sauce, salt, and chicken essence for seasoning. After stir-frying evenly, she turned off the heat and served it on a plate. Mu Chen came over to help carry the dishes. He smelled the spicy pork, and it smelled good. I didn't expect that snow pork and ghost peppers would smell so good together. Tang Ming glanced at him and moved his lips. And Sheen said before. Mu Chen made a gesture to silence her. He looked at Sheen and confirmed that she didn't hear him. Then he whispered, "Don't talk. Didn't you see that she forgot everything? Don't make trouble for no reason." when he saw Anqing order 3 bowls of black pearl rice. He guessed that there must be a portion for him and Tang Ming. Either Anqing forgot what she said in the morning, or she was no longer angry, so she pretended to forget. No matter what the situation is, they should not talk at this moment, or remind them. Tang Ming. This Mukin is getting more and more cunning for food. But he didn't say anything more. Compared to Anqing forgetting, in fact, he also tends to think that Anqing pretended to forget. It is probably because she is in a good mood, so she doesn't care about them, or it may be, for tonight's training, so she feeds them first. Tang Ming's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but recall that when Anqing asked him and Mukin to accompany her for training, her eyes were bright and cunning, and her thoughts were completely exposed. Anqing's ears and eyes are sharp now. She couldn't hear Mu Qian and Tang Ming talking at this volume before, but now she can hear them clearly. She chuckled inwardly, pretending not to hear, and naturally walked over to open the pot lid to look at the black pearl rice in the pot. The aroma of the rice in the pot became stronger, and she poked with chopsticks, and it went straight through the rice. Anqing went to get 3 bowls, scooped up the rice, and said with a smile, "Wash your hands, and it's time to eat." Mu Qian and Tang Ming responded, and they went over to wash their hands. Tang Ming brought the chopsticks over, and Anqing pushed the 2 bowls of rice to them. Although there was only 1 grain of rice, it was nearly twice as big after being cooked, so that it was a little difficult to put it in the bowl. Although it was stuffed, the rice stuck out of the bowl. Anqing smiled and said, "Eat it. After eating, take a rest, and we will go to the training base." Even Mu Qian could sense the bad intentions in her smile. He shrugged, not caring much on the surface, but he was a little alert in his heart. After all, he saw Anqing break the 5-colored spider's legs with his own eyes today. However, he had more combat experience than Anqing. Even if she became stronger, she was not as experienced as him. As long as she was careful, it would not be a problem. Anqing held the bowl and took a bite of the rice. It had a soft texture with a hint of chewiness, same as rice. Although the black pearl rice was big, it was as delicate as the rice in the system. Even if she ate it without any food, it had the aroma of rice. Anqing felt that she could finish the rice directly. The main thing is, it smells so good. Anqing picked up a piece of fried pork with ghost pepper with her chopsticks. The thin slices of meat and the green ghost pepper were picked up together, which gave people a very delicious feeling visually. When she put it into her mouth, Anqing squinted her eyes, enjoying the delicious taste that she hadn't eaten for a long time. She has always liked fried pork with green pepper, and she has a high tolerance for various levels of spiciness. Different levels of spiciness give different feelings and different flavors. This plate of fried pork with green pepper has only a very low spiciness, which is almost not spicy for Anqing. Anqing ate very happily. 1 mouthful of stir-fried pork with green pepper, and 1 mouthful of rice. A grain of rice was too big after being cooked. After Anqing was transformed by the body-hardening spirit liquid, her appetite became much bigger. She was just full after eating a grain of rice. Burp Anqing put down her bowl and chopsticks, feeling very satisfied. Tang Ming also put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking relaxed. He obviously liked the rice made from mutant rice, and the stir-fried pork with ghost pepper. Mu Qian, on the other hand, opened his mouth and laughed. His face slightly flushed. He had to eat 2 mouthfuls of rice for each mouthful of food, and drink a few gulps of water. Anqing. She looked at Mukin in confusion. Is it that spicy? She felt that the spicy taste of the chili fried pork was not really strong, just a little bit stronger than the spicy instant noodles. Is Mukin had eaten sour and spicy or spicy instant noodles before? I don't remember whether I had eaten it specifically, but many people in the base had eaten it. Even if some people thought it was spicy, the reaction was not as strong as Mukin's. Mukin's forehead was sweating from the spiciness, his cheeks were red, even his eye sockets were a little red, and tears came out of his eyes from the spiciness. Even after drinking water, he was still shivering. He nodded vigorously, without saying anything, feeling like he was about to be unable to make a sound due to the spiciness. Anqing, then you'd better not eat it. Mu Qian hurriedly dragged the remaining fried pork with ghost pepper over. Although it was really spicy, it tasted good, and after the spicy stimulation, there was an unprecedented sense of relief. Tang Ming looked at Mu Qian's situation, smiled and said, I see that he is in this state. I won't be able to accompany you to train for a while. Is it better for me to accompany you to train today? Chapter 85 Voting. Anqing looked at Tang Ming with a strange look in her eyes. She had never seen someone who was so eager to be bullied. Okay. She wanted to get back her face no matter what. So Mu-Chin was just a byproduct. Her main target was Tang Ming. It didn't matter whether Mu-Chin went or not. Of course, the main purpose was to test her current strength. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a very rhythmic knock on the door. And Qing looked over in surprise. Tang Ming had already stood up and opened the door. The door opened. It was Wei Xuanyi standing outside. He smiled at Tang Ming, who opened the door. "I have something to talk to Qing about." Tang Ming nodded, but did not let Wei Xuanyi in directly. He turned to Qing and said, "It's Wei Mi who came." And Qing nodded. "Let him in." Mu-Chin was very tactful and immediately put away all the dishes on the table, wiped the table, and then went to wash the dishes. Although the room had been cleaned up, the special aroma of fried meat with ghost peppers still lingered in the room. Wei Xuanyi did not look around. He walked to Qing and handed her a stack of information. "The big boss asked me to tell you about the current situation of the base. I think it is necessary to sort out the personnel list of the base for you first." As he said, he picked up the top sheet of information. "You can take your time to look at the rest later. There are only these people participating in the meeting tomorrow. Let me tell you first." And Qing became serious. She was inevitably a little nervous. She also knew that it would be difficult for the big boss to suddenly push her to the top. She only dared to try her best and dream of that position, because she relied on the system she had. But in fact, she is completely in the dark now, and doesn't know what to do after she really takes that position. She is also worried. Perhaps in tomorrow's meeting, she will be voted out unanimously, and it is impossible for her to take the position of the leader of the base. But after all, she still has to give it a try. And Qing closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her hands clenched unconsciously. She nodded at Wei Xuanyi, and moved the thick stack of information in front of her. Tang Ming came over, and collected the information on the table. Wei Xuanyi sat next to Qing. After the previous deputy leader was detained, the deputy leader position is temporarily vacant. So the people who will participate in the meeting tomorrow are the director of the Research Institute, Jiang Fuxing. Jiang Fuxing was raised by the former director, and inherited the former director's ambition. He is dedicated to research for the entire base. Therefore, as long as he knows that the food made by the system's pots and pans can not only improve human physique, but also improve the body's detoxification system, he will definitely support you. I think the big leader should have contacted him privately. So tomorrow, he will follow the big leader's advice and support you. And Qing was not unfamiliar with the name Jiang Fuxing. But she was stunned after seeing the portrait attached to the information. In her impression, a director of a research institute should be a spirited old man with white hair and white beard. She didn't expect that Jiang Fuxing was so young. Then the weapon storage warehouse manager Xiao Xiao, who used to be the captain of a team going out, was quite strong, but after being injured many times, his strength declined greatly. Later, because of his good statistical management ability, he was qualified to be the manager of the weapon storage warehouse, and managed all the weapon storage warehouses in the entire base. Xiao Xiao is 38 years old this year. Apart from the weapon storage warehouse, she is in charge of. She basically does nothing. Every meeting votes with the crowd, so, if there are many people who support you tomorrow, she will support you, and if there are many people who oppose you, she will oppose you. And Qing. Is it such a joke? And Qing's heart suddenly felt complicated, and she didn't know what to say. The hospital director Qian Guangming is passionate about medicine. Apart from being willing to spend time managing the hospital, he is also a carefree person. He is already over 50 this year, and his health is gradually declining. He has also neglected the management of the hospital. It is estimated that he will hand over the position of director in the next 1 or 2 years. Director Qian has a good relationship with the senior leader, and the two often have the same ideas. Over the years, he has basically fully supported the decision of the senior leader. This time, the senior leader will also inform Director Qian in advance. Then, there is the chief instructor of the special team. Although he is an instructor, he is also the superior of the entire special team. Under normal circumstances, they are all dispatched by the chief instructor. There is also the chief instructor of the outbound team, who also has the right to mobilize all outbound teams. Then, there is the director of the security department. And Qing listened very carefully at first, and then found that the senior leaders of the base either firmly followed the footsteps of the big leader, or only cared about their own little piece of land, and followed the crowd. Then, there were those who had slowly followed the footsteps of the former deputy leader, and after the deputy leader fell, they either retreated, or were dismissed and replaced. She couldn't help but look at Wei Xuanyi. So, I don't need to prepare anything. The big leader has already arranged it. Wei Xuanyi paused, nodded and said, that's right. The big leader asked me to talk to you about the situation first. And he was also afraid that you would be too nervous at that time and be looked down upon by others. And Qing, she thought there were many difficulties. But in fact, it was just what she thought. In fact, the big boss had already cut and cleared all the thorns on her way to the top. She just had to lift her feet, step forward, and sit down. And Qing took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Thank you. Also, please, Secretary Wei, thank the big boss for me. Wei Xuanyi smiled, shook his head and said, you're welcome. We are helping you for the sake of the entire base. At this point, he looked at Qing seriously, and Qing, I hope that when you take that position in the future, no matter what arrangements you make, please consider everyone in the base a little more. He actually wanted to say that he hoped she would keep her original intention unchanged. Because as long as she did not change, with her current style and personality, she would not do anything harmful to the base. But how can a person never change? So he could only take a step back, hoping that she would consider everyone in the base more in the future. And Qing looked at Wei Xuanyi's serious expression, and her heart tightened a little. She wanted to take the position of the base leader, in order to protect herself, in order not to be controlled by others. As for other things, she really didn't think too much. But seeing Wei Xuanyi's current attitude, she realized that, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Becoming the base leader will indeed prevent her from being controlled by others in the future, but it also puts shackles on her, because everyone in the base has become a list that she needs to take up. For a moment, and Qing was somewhat bewildered. She actually began to doubt whether this step was right or wrong. As an ordinary person, how could she be responsible for the entire base? And Qing did not speak for a long time. Her expression was bewildered, and she even had a trace of timid retreat. Wei Xuanyi saw it clearly, and could not help but sigh. Don't be afraid. I will help you. And so will the big boss. And Qing came back to her senses and nodded, yes. The timidity that had just risen in her heart disappeared. It was not Wei Xuanyi's words that gave her confidence. But as she retreated because she was afraid of the burden that would fall on her shoulders in the future. Then she would have to live at the mercy of others in the future. How she lived depended on the attitude of the person in power towards her. Thinking about that kind of day, and Qing's heart became firm. After Wei Xuanyi left, and Qing didn't want to practice with Tang Ming anymore, and went back to her room to rest early. The next day, Wei Xuanyi came early in the morning, and took Qing, Tang Ming and Yukin to the central building for a meeting. Tang Ming and Yukin were not allowed to enter the meeting room, and could only wait outside. And Qing, who had a clear mind, walked into the meeting room, and when she saw so many people, she was still a little nervous. Fortunately, she was accompanied by the familiar Wei Xuanyi, and then sat next to the familiar big leader, and the nervousness quietly faded away. The meeting lasted less than an hour, and the voting results were exactly the same as Wei Xuanyi's analysis to Qing. In the end, Qing successfully became the successor of the big leader with more than half of the votes. At the end of the meeting, the big leader sitting in a wheelchair knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. He had a smile on his face, and said in a hoarse voice with some helplessness, my health is getting worse and worse, and my energy is very low. Since Qing passed the vote, there is no need to wait. From now on, Qing will take over my position. This decision shocked many people, and Qing herself was shocked. She never thought that the big leader would give up the throne to her now. Qing was a little confused, but she still subconsciously paid attention to the expressions of the people around her. People like Jiang Fusheng, the director of the research institute, and Qian Guangming, the director of the hospital, who had a good relationship with the leader and always supported the leader's decisions, had obviously been notified in advance. So there was no surprise, and Wei Xuanyi was obviously well prepared. So there was no strange look on his face. Boss, isn't this too fast? Yes, it's too sudden. Even if she passed the vote, she should have stayed with you for a while to learn. That's right. It's too hasty to give up the position now. The whole conference room was talking, noisy, and the voices were louder and louder, expressing their disagreement. The big boss coughed twice, his expression becoming more and more tired. This matter has been settled. Don't worry. While I still have a breath, I will teach her more during this period. And Wei Xuanyi will assist Qing in the future. so that she can do it as soon as possible. After a few words, the big boss's face became more and more ugly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Wei Xuanyi hurried to the door of the conference room, pushed it open, and the doctors who had been waiting outside rushed in, put the big boss on a ventilator, and then replaced the wheelchair with a stretcher, and hurriedly pushed the big boss away. And Qing was a little stunned, and hurriedly stood up. What happened to the big boss? Wei Xuanyi grabbed Qing's hand. It's okay. Don't worry. He pushed Qing to sit down again. And Qing was confused, wondering if the big boss's health was really that bad, or if he was deliberately acting in front of everyone. Obviously, everyone in the conference room looked unhappy, and they were very worried about the big boss's current condition. Wei Xuanyi, then, from now on, Qing is the new leader of our base. What new leader? The leader is in critical condition, and you are still talking about this here, Wei Xuanyi. What are your intentions? Wei Xuanyi smiled and said, this is the decision of the former leader, or do you want to argue with the former leader now? The man who spoke looked a little ugly. What could he argue about now? Jiang Fuxing next to him looked at Qing. Leader, I don't know how the former leader is doing now. Can we go over to see the former leader now? No matter how stupid Qing was, she knew that Jiang Fuxing was passing on the topic to her again, and she also knew that this was to prove her current status as a leader. So, Qing nodded, and said after scanning the different faces of the people, well, today's meeting is over. I also want to go see my former leader. You can go with me. After that, when Qing stood up and prepared to leave, Jiang Fuxing and Qian Guangming stood up and followed Qing out of the meeting room. Those who were still standing looked at each other. Some were still hesitant, and some slowly stood up and quickly followed, seeing more and more people following. The last person left could only follow, and Qing brought a group of people to the hospital, but did not see the former leader Song Minhua. The hospital director Qian Guangming called someone to ask about the situation, and walked to Qing after a while. Boss, the former leader's heart just stopped beating, and he is being rescued. And Qing's eyes widened. No wonder the boss announced that she would take over after the vote. It turned out that her body could not support it at all. If she had not gone to the boss before, perhaps Wei Xuanyi would take over now. And Qing could not help but glance at Wei Xuanyi standing next to her. There was no resentment in his expression, only real worry about Song Minhua. Chapter 86, In Dire Straits. A few hours later, the former leader Song Minhua successfully survived the crisis, and was now sent to the sterile ward. After Qing and the chief doctor of the big leader carefully inquired about the situation, they realized how serious Song Minhua's condition was. The people in this world generally have a short lifespan. Even though medicine has far surpassed Qing's era, the people in this world are even shorter lived. In this world, living to the age of 40 or 50 is considered longevity. Song Minhua is already in his 50s this year. Early before the former deputy leader Chengwe took action against him, his organs had already begun to fail. The heavy blow to him by Chengwe only accelerated the progress. Now, Song Minhua's physical condition has made him unsuitable to live in the world outside the sterile ward. Even if he wants to teach Qing and give her instructions, he can only do it through the communicator. Or Qing can wear sterile clothes and go into the ward to ask him. In fact, even if Song Minhua lives in the sterile ward, his body is too weak, and he may not be able to hold on for long. And Qing felt a little heavy, and looked through the glass of the sterile ward at Song Minhua sleeping inside, and then went back. After sitting on the sofa at home for a long time, and Qing asked, 001. Is there anything in the system that can save the former leader? 001 appeared on Qing's legs. It looked at Qing, felt that she was in a bad mood, and rubbed her with its furry head. Don't be sad. Humans will always experience life and death. You also gave him food that can improve his physical fitness before, but his physical condition did not change. If improving his physical fitness can't save him, there is nothing else in the system that can save him. And Qing sighed, and her eyes were a little sore while holding 001. Before she could feel uncomfortable for long, there was a knock at the door. Tang Ming went to open the door, and it was Wei Xuanyi who came in with a thick stack of documents. The documents were piled high, from his waist to his chin. Boss, these are the documents that need to be processed during this period. I picked out the more urgent ones and sent them here first. Wei Xuanyi came over and put the documents on the coffee table in front of Qing. And Qing, she stared at the thick stack of documents in front of her in amazement. She sat on the sofa, and the documents on the coffee table were almost taller than her, which made her scalp numb. Wait. These? All of them. I have to deal with? And they are only the more urgent documents. Every cell in Enqing's body began to scream. Tang Ming nodded, took out the top stack of documents and said, Big leader, please read it yourself first, and ask me if you don't understand it. As she said that, she handed it to Enqing. Enqing had a wooden face, took the document Tang Ming handed to her, and looked down. This was a document sent by the base's finance department. She read it carefully, and saw the general meaning. The research institute was burning some coins for research. The outbound team, the special team, the hospital, the planting base, and the breeding base were all burning some coins. Now the financial situation of the finance department is very urgent. In the final analysis, it was just crying poor. Enqing closed the file and looked at Wei Xuanyi on the side. Is the financial situation of the base really so tight? Wei Xuanyi had been prepared for this year and took out this year's financial report for Enqing to see. The dense numbers in the financial report made Enqing dizzy. She was not a good student in her previous life. In elementary school, she didn't even get a perfect score in math. She only passed a few exams, let alone a perfect score. Although she has no problem with accounting now, it would be very difficult for her to see the accounts of the entire base. Enqing closed the report. Just tell me about the situation in the finance department. Wei Xuanyi glanced at Enqing, then opened the financial report, pointed to the numbers on it, and told her in detail about the financial situation of the base. Seeing Enqing as if she was listening to a foreign language, he was somewhat helpless. Big boss, you are now in this position, and you can leave the financial situation to others. You don't have to check it yourself, but you need to be able to read the report, understand the actual situation through the report, and occasionally check it yourself. Enqing touched her nose in disappointment, nodded and said, Okay, I understand. You hire a teacher for me in this area when the time comes. I think, to be able to read this thing, I need to learn it well. God knows, she couldn't continue to study before, so she didn't continue to go to school and went home to run a supermarket with her parents. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time, she found a job for herself and now has to learn again. Enqing sighed. After Wei Xuanyi's detailed explanation, she also knew how urgent the current financial situation was. In fact, the current financial emergency of the base was caused by Enqing. The base's point coins have a fixed quota, not unlimited. Therefore, a large number of point coins poured into Enqing's account. However, when the point coins in her account were not spent at all, the income was huge and the expenditure was very small, which caused the crisis of the base's finance department. Enqing realized it later. She hadn't checked her point coin account for a long time. How many points did she get from the base to cause the base's financial situation to be critical? She couldn't help asking Wei Xuanyi. In fact, there is no tax in the base? She recalled the original owner's memory, and she really didn't find the situation of paying taxes in the original owner's memory. Wei Xuanyi was silent, too. After a while, he said, Whether it is the hospital or the nutrient solution production plant in the base, they all belong to the base. So the monthly income will be handed over to the base, and the financial department will collect and record it. Everyone's salary is also paid by the financial department, including the outbound team, and the extra allowances for special teams are also. Enqing really didn't expect that after becoming the leader of the base, she would live in dire straits like this. It was really too difficult. She felt that her hands would break from signing every day when dealing with documents that required her to sign and distribute them. Not to mention that it was not just a matter of signing. She had to read the contents carefully, and then give instructions. Wei Xuanyi really taught her seriously. He never told her what to do, but helped her analyze and waited for her to decide what to do. Her brain cells were consumed rapidly every day. There were still some things in the base that Wei Xuanyi needed to deal with, especially now that there were still many special teams fighting outside. After killing a batch of those mutant animals, another batch would appear and gradually approach the base. The special teams could only take turns fighting on the front line and resting in turns, which consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, we now have dried meat as an aid. The mutant animals that were difficult to deal with before, and now even more difficult to deal with after the second mutation, are much easier to kill with the lure of dried meat. Enqing had no choice but to contact Song Minghua from time to time through the communicator, but because Song Mingua's voice was weak, She couldn't hear clearly through the communicator, so she could only go to the hospital after a series of disinfection and sterilization procedures, put on sterile clothes, and took the sterilized information to find Song Minhwa. Looking at Song Minhwa, whose face was so pale that there was no trace of blood, who had become skinny in a short time, and Ching felt guilty. After all, she is in this state, and she still comes to ask questions. Song Minhwa knew what Ching was thinking when he saw her eyes. He smiled with a smirk on his face, and his voice was very hoarse. Don't let your imagination run wild. I am dragging my life on now. I originally wanted to teach you more. Otherwise, at this point, he took a hard breath, and then said, with my current physical condition, I would rather leave early. This voice was no longer his original tone, and the volume was also very low. You had to listen very quietly and carefully to hear what he was saying. The ward was very quiet at this moment, but Ching still heard it. But she felt even more guilty. She sat carefully in front of the bed, looking at Song Minhwa in front of her. He looked completely different from the last time she saw him. If the current and previous photos were put together, I'm afraid no one would recognize that this was the same person. Leader. And Ching didn't call the former leader. She was a little cautious. Song Minhwa smiled. Call me Uncle Song. After saying that, as if he felt that he had taken advantage of someone, he smiled helplessly. Just call me Grandpa. And Ching blinked. Uncle Song, I received a document from the base construction department today. The construction department thinks that the materials are sufficient this time, but now there is not much open space for construction at the original site of the base, so we apply to find another place to rebuild the base. The current base is indeed too narrow for so many people living in it. Too small living space will also make people depressed. If the base can be expanded, not to mention how much living space, at least everyone's living place plus the bathroom have about 10 square meters. Right? However, Ching feels that, although the meat jerky is attractive to mutant beasts, the mutant beasts heading towards the base can be dealt with one by one, and it seems to be under control. But it is still too dangerous to find another place to build a base now. However, the valley where the base is located does not have much space for expansion. And Ching is a little entangled. Wei Xuanyi is very busy today, so she has no chance to ask him. So she can only come to Song Minhwa. Song Minhwa thought for a moment, and asked gently, what do you think? And Ching held the documents in her hand, and said entangledly, I think it is too dangerous. We should not be too radical when we have not fully understood the mutant plants and animals after the second mutation. She looked at Song Minhwa, also. Although we have dried meat as an aid, the mutant animals seem to pose no threat to us. But so far, the mutant plants have not taken any action. I think that after the mutant plants have mutated, they actually have a high IQ. No one knows which direction the secondary mutation will go. Speaking of which, Ching always feels that mutant plants are smarter than mutant animals. After all, animals, before the Doomsday, were actually little creatures with thoughts. People who keep pets have also proved that many animals have high IQs. Therefore, after the mutation, the IQ of the mutant animals does not seem to have improved, which makes the mutant plants stand out. Especially this time. The mutant animals mutated for the second time, and the mutant plants must have also undergone a second mutation. After all, they did it at the same time the first time. But the mutant animals are so noisy, and we haven't seen any mutant plants move at all yet. Song Minhwa nodded gently. Your idea is right. It's better to be quiet than to move. Now we have enough materials, but we can expand the base step by step, and we can't exaggerate this step. And Ching breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face, but soon frowned again. But I see that the opinions of the Ministry of Construction are very strong. I'm afraid they will be unwilling to reject it. Song Minhwa nodded. The Ministry of Construction has been repairing the base for many years, and they have wanted to expand for a long time. This time, so many materials have really made them feel proud. You ask the Minister of the Ministry of Construction to come and talk. If the other party is not satisfied, just hold a meeting to discuss it. You should communicate with Jiang Fuxing and others privately in advance. The result of the meeting will basically be fine. And Ching. She looked at Song Minhwa. Although he was very weak and his voice was very small, he still spoke fluently without stuttering. So, every time we have a meeting to discuss democracy on the surface, the outcome has actually been decided? When Ching left the sterile ward in a daze, her mind was full of learning. Of course, Song Minhwa can do this because he has the ability to control the situation and has people around him who agree with him and can stand by him and support him. So, She should also cultivate her own people now. But how to cultivate? This is a problem. Chapter 87 you can continue. And Qing thought about this question for a long time, but got no result. Perhaps the superiors have a set of means to cultivate confidence, but Qing does not. She has not received such education since she was a child, and she cannot control people's hearts like Song Minhua. Finally, Qing had to give up the option of selecting people for training. The big leaders can cultivate Cheng Yu. She is afraid that she will not be able to cultivate confidence, but because of her lack of ability, she will cultivate someone more powerful than Cheng Yu. Therefore, Qing decided to use the people left by Song Minhua. Now, Song Minhua's former secretarial team has become Qing's secretarial team. Wei Xuanyi was busy, so Qing called a female secretary named Zhou Jing from the secretarial team. Big leader. Zhou Jing bowed respectfully in front of Qing. Qing was not used to being called big leader. Perhaps she was used to calling Song Minhua that. When she heard the title of big leader, her first reaction was Song Minhua. In short, she felt uncomfortable all over. Don't call me the big boss from now on. Qing thought, this is a base. According to the Doomsday novel she read in her previous life, the leader of the base is basically called the base chief. After reading too many novels, she actually felt that the title of base chief was more appropriate than the big boss and easier to accept. In Zhou Jing's confused eyes, Qing cleared her throat. Call me the base chief from now on. Zhou Jing. Changing a title is a small matter. But Zhou Jing is not used to calling her boss the big boss for so many years, and suddenly changing it to the base chief. Fortunately, the title of base commander is simple and clear. And Qing's position is clear as soon as she hears it. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and smiled. It was the leader's order. What if she was not used to it? Okay. Base commander. Qing felt comfortable all over. She smiled and nodded. You go and make arrangements. Well, pick some people out. I plan to teach them how to cook. Let the research institute work hard and make more pots for me. There are so many people in the base. She can't supply them all by opening a restaurant alone. What's more, she is now the base commander of this base, so she naturally has to arrange the restaurant's affairs. Qing calculated the time and estimated that the vending machines at the research institute would be available soon. In this way, instant noodles and other things would not need to be sold in restaurants. People in the base could buy them from vending machines by themselves, and the branch could do real restaurant business. Yiyu and the others could teach her about cooking. As for the people in the restaurant she opened before, they mainly used the wok produced by the system to cook during the days of taking over the base. Qing did not forget to buy rice and flour every 2 days, as well as daily welfare products. Now she has stockpiled 3 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid, 2 bottles of body hardening spirit liquid, and 2,500 tons of rice. Yes, 2,500 tons. Because yesterday's welfare product was ordinary rice, but it was also sold for 10 million happiness points. The quantity is indeed large, and it is cheap as 001 said. After all, she bought rice on the food shelf at 10 happiness points per kilogram. Although these 2,500 tons cost 10 million happiness points, it only cost 2 coins per kilogram. With this calculation, it is indeed a good deal to have ordinary goods. Qing secretly expected that flour or other fresh dishes would appear today. And it really appeared. Not flour, but fresh vegetables and cabbage. 10 million happiness points bought a total of 10 million cabbages. Although there is no meat, but we have cabbage. How far can meat be? Luckily, after buying these things, they can be stored in the system supermarket before she takes them out, and they are always kept fresh. Otherwise, with so much rice and cabbage, I really worry about them going bad. It is also because of the welfare products yesterday and today that Qing wants people to learn how to cook and fry, so that the whole base can be provided with meals. Zhou Jing got Qing's order and went to work quickly. Those who can work in Song Minhua's secretariat are all capable. When Zhou Jing left, she began to think about who to assign to the right people. Those who have important work are definitely not allowed, not to mention the field teams and special teams, so only those who have retired can be assigned, but they must also be healthy and quick-handed. Of course, before assigning people, Zhou Jing first went to the research institute and relayed what Qing had told him. The people in the research institute were about to explode again, but were suppressed by Jiang Fusheng. Zhou Jing breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Jiang Fusheng, and hurried to arrange the next things. Qing sat in the office, and finally finished today's workload. She felt tired all over and lay on the office chair without moving. After a while, she opened the system panel to check her happiness value. Although it was a mess during this period, her happiness value increased a lot. She has now bought all the pots on the pot shelf, and her happiness value is still over 100 million. There were no more items for sale on the 12th shelf. All that was on it were the pots she had bought but hadn't taken out yet. And Ching thought about whether to unlock a new shelf. After thinking for a long time, she decided not to unlock it, under the condition that she was not sure whether the items on the new shelf were particularly needed by her. She had enough things in her hand at present, and there was no need to rush to unlock it. After all, the next shelf would require more than 8 million happiness points. And Ching closed the system panel, stood up and stretched. Her eyes fell on Mu Qian and Tang Ming beside her. By the way, I said I would practice before, but it took so long. It's better to do it today than tomorrow. Let's go, you two can practice with me. She was so busy during this period that she forgot about these two people. The three of them came to the training base together, and just happened to meet Team 188 walking out of the base. When both sides met, they were stunned for a moment. In fact, they had not seen each other for a long time. But when they met suddenly, they felt as if they were in a different world. The eyes of the members of Team 188 were a little complicated when they looked at Ching. After all, no one expected that she would suddenly become the leader of the base. Wang Yuan nodded at Ching, leader. And Ching was also a little embarrassed. You don't have to call me leader. Just call me base commander from now on. The original owner had a friendship with Wang Yuan and the others. But she was actually not familiar with Wang Yuan and the others. Now everyone in Team 188 knew it well. If they were asked to call her by her name directly, they probably wouldn't agree. So they might as well change it to a name that made them feel comfortable. Wang Yuan nodded, yes. Base commander. And Ching smiled. And when she saw Wang Yuan and the others were about to leave, she asked, by the way, what you said before, does it still count? Wang Yuan was stunned. And Lin Yin and the others who followed him also looked over. And Ching smiled and said, it's about using your training room. Wang Yuan nodded, of course. And Ching, thank you. Wang Yuan, base commander. Just go there directly. We have never revoked your authority. The two sides separated, and Ching went to the training room of Team 188. And Ching stretched her body briefly, looked at Tang Ming and Mu Qian, who will go first. Mu Qian looked at Tang Ming, smiled and said, I'll go first. And Ching didn't care, nodded in agreement. Mu Qian's expression changed, and he rushed over in an instant. And Ching found that, after taking the body-hardening spirit liquid, her changes were far more powerful than she thought. For example, now, Mu Qian's attack speed was very fast, but what she saw was like a slow-motion TV show, including Mu Qian's fake move, which was too obvious, almost at a glance. And Ching came up with many moves to deal with Mu Qian. She ignored Mu Qian's fake move, accurately avoided Mu Qian's attacking fist, grabbed his elbow with her hand, and only used 30% of her strength to knock Mu Qian to the ground. Bang! When Mu Qian was thrown heavily to the ground, he was still a little unresponsive. He looked at Ching in shock. Captain. No. Base commander. How come you are so fast? He knew that Ching was strong, so he didn't plan to let down his guard when attacking, and was very alert. As a result, his eyes blurred, and he was knocked over before he could see Ching's movements clearly. Ching, well, are you coming again? Mu Qian supported himself on the ground and turned over. Come on. He had been a leader in the base since he was a child. He really didn't want to lose to Ching's move. Even if he had to lose, he had to lose in a good way. Right? However, Mu Qian found that Ching was really too fast. Whether he took the initiative to attack or defend, Ching could always catch his weakness and defeat him with one move. Mu Qian lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes were blank and shocked. Ching looked at Tang Ming and hooked her finger at him. It's your turn. Tang Ming nodded. Okay. He took off his outer clothes, leaving only the vest that he wore next to his body. Ching, what do you mean? The clothes in the base are basically combat uniforms, which will not hinder combat. Why do you still need to take off your clothes? Her eyes fell on the tight, but not exaggerated muscles in Tang Ming's arms, and the chest and abdominal muscles outlined by the vest. She swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Beauty trap? Tang Ming met Ching's strange eyes, and his steps forward paused. He subconsciously explained, I just think it's more convenient to move around. Ching laughed. Do you believe it yourself? Tang Ming. Tang Ming silently picked up his clothes and put them on slowly. And Qing snorted and said, "Let's get started." Tang Ming nodded and rushed towards Qing. And Qing could clearly see that although Tang Ming's movements were also slowed down, he was obviously much faster than Mu Chen. Even if he was slowed down, it was impossible to catch Tang Ming's gap and knock him over. Tang Ming was concentrating and fighting him with all his strength. And Qing focused her mind and accurately dodged Tang Ming's attacks. When she counterattacked, Tang Ming dodged again. She was a little shocked. She used the body-tempering spirit liquid, but she couldn't even control Tang Ming. Isn't this man's skills too abnormal? Fortunately, although Qing didn't beat Tang Ming in one go, she was at ease in the fight, and she could see that Tang Ming was struggling. It was only a matter of time before she defeated Tang Ming, and Qing began to look for Tang Ming's flaws. She didn't want to use time to defeat Tang Ming. Mu Chen had already sat on a lounge chair and looked at this side. Both of them were very fast. So fast that people couldn't follow their movements at all. Their hands and feet became afterimages. He could at least see Tang Ming's movements clearly, but Qing couldn't see them clearly. Bang! Tang Ming was kicked in the chest, and the whole person flew out and hit the wall heavily. The person stayed on the wall for 2 seconds before sliding down, leaving a pit that was obviously sunken. And Qing was stunned for a moment, and hurried over. "Tang Ming, are you okay?" She was horrified to see Tang Ming sliding to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. She was a little anxious just now, and she couldn't control the strength when she kicked. The effect of people being kicked and smashed against the wall for a few seconds is basically only seen in cartoons and movies. And she actually did it just now. Tang Ming coughed twice, and a lot of bright red blood flowed out of his mouth. And Qing was at a loss. I'll call a doctor for you." Tang Ming waved his hand, stood up from the ground, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine." After a pause, he said, "You can continue." And Qing? Chapter 88 Superpower. Tang Ming was not looking for trouble, nor was he unwilling to be defeated by Qing, but he felt a very familiar power just now. He was an ice superpower in his previous life. He had tried many methods during this period, but he did not feel the familiar ice energy. But just now, he clearly felt the fluctuation of superpower, very weak, but it did exist. Tang Ming did not know what the principle was, but his intuition told him that he should continue. Seeing Qing looking at him as if he was looking at a fool, Tang Ming opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain, but also did not want to give up the opportunity to awaken superpowers. He smiled helplessly. "Qing, believe me, I'm not crazy." And Qing thought, "This doesn't look like a normal person, right?" But Tang Ming was very serious. After hesitating for a while, Qing agreed. Tang Ming cleaned the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared himself. This time, Qing paid attention to restraining her strength. The two of them fought back and forth, and it felt like they couldn't tell the winner. Tang Ming's previous feeling disappeared, and he was a little confused. "Qing, use all your strength." "Qing." She looked at Tang Ming with a hard-to-tell expression, and didn't know what to say. She simply stopped her moves. "Okay, let's stop here today. Let's go back." Tang Ming was stunned. He quickly followed. "No, I don't mean to be abused. It's just that when I fought with you before, I felt a force." And Qing stopped and looked at Tang Ming in confusion. "What do you mean?" Tang Ming was not good at talking about his past life, and said vaguely, "I can't say it either. But I feel that if I continue in the state just now, I should be able to break through." "Break through what?" "Break through his limit?" And Qing was confused. 001. "Do you know what's going on with Tang Ming?" 001's voice came from the system said, "I don't know." And Qing looked at Tang Ming for a moment, hesitantly. "Are you sure you are okay just now?" Tang Ming nodded. "Really?" And Qing, "Okay, try it again. If it doesn't work, stop it in time." Tang Ming smiled. "Okay." The two of them spoke in a low voice. Mu Chen didn't hear it, only saw Qing was about to leave. But soon the two of them started fighting again. But this time Qing's strength was obviously heavier and more cruel, and she was more ruthless than the first time. After a while, Tang Ming was thrown heavily to the ground. But soon, he stood up again. "Continue." Bang. 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 The body was repeatedly smashed to the ground, and the sound of the wall came one after another. Even Mukin felt a little scared. What was going on? Are these two crazy? let alone Mukin, and Qing felt a little uneasy. Seeing Tang Ming flying out again, and colliding with the wall and the ground, her heart would jump suddenly, and she was a little nervous. She knew her own strength, not to mention that Tang Ming's clothes were all stained red by the blood overflowing from his nose and mouth. And Qing saw Tang Ming fall out again, and approached him with some worry. But she didn't dare to reach out to pull him up. She looked down at Tang Ming and said, "How are you? Are you okay? Or let it go. It's possible that you are wrong." She even suspected that Tang Ming's head was broken when he hit the wall for the first time. Tang Ming lay on the ground, his chest heaving, his breathing heavy, and in addition to the overflowing blood, there were also large beads of sweat rolling down. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. A big smile appeared on his face, and his dark eyes were as bright as stars. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking at Qing with a bright smile. Success. And Qing was stunned. This was the first time she saw Tang Ming smile like this. His smile was always gentle, like the gentle and gentle jade-like gentleman described in ancient romance novels. Even when he was helpless, his smile was shallow and gentle. It was hard to imagine how such a bright smile would appear on his face. But at this moment, he smiled like this, even though he was in a mess, even though most of his face was covered with blood. And Qing pursed her lips and stretched out her hand. "Get up if you succeed." Tang Ming hummed, and held in Qing's hand tightly, and used her strength to get up from the ground. And Qing looked at Tang Ming curiously for a moment, and didn't see any difference between him now and before, but thinking that she didn't see much change on the surface after taking the body-hardening spirit liquid, even if Tang Ming broke through the limit of his physical constitution, it would probably not be seen. Tang Ming pinched her hand without leaving a trace. And Qing looked down at her hand, and then looked at Tang Ming. Was he telling her to go back and talk about it? In fact, she didn't mean to ask him. But since he wanted to tell her, she still wanted to know. After all, it was too unbelievable that one could break through the physical limit by being beaten half to death. If it was really that simple, then so many people in this base had experienced serious injuries and near death. But they still couldn't break through the physical limit? Of course, it could also be because Tang Ming had eaten a lot of food made with pots produced by the system during this period. However, Tang Ming motioned her to go back and talk about it, as if he was on guard against Mu Qin, which made her feel that it might not be that simple. On the way back, and Qing asked Mu Qin to go to the restaurant to pick some ingredients, and she and Tang Ming went home together. After returning home, Tang Ming carefully checked the surroundings, and then, without waiting for Qing to ask, he walked in front of her and stretched out his right hand. And Qing was a little confused, hesitating whether to give her hand to him. The next moment, she was shocked to see a layer of frost slowly condensing on Tang Ming's palm. She widened her eyes and looked at Tang Ming in astonishment. "You are?" Tang Ming nodded, and said with a smile, "Yes. I have awakened my superpowers." "I's superpowers." And Qing, her eyes became particularly complicated when she looked at Tang Ming. There are superpowers in this world, and the first person to awaken superpowers is not her. A time traveler with a golden finger, but him, a native. Although Qing felt that Tang Ming's identity as a native was very suspicious. Tang Ming tried to condense the frost on his hand into shape. "Although my current ability level is still very low, I can't condense even a piece of ice blade. However, after awakening the ability, my physique will be stronger than ordinary people. To be precise, the better and stronger the physique of a person before awakening the ability. After awakening the ability, the physique will be stronger than ordinary people. Because in this life, he has been strictly trained in the base since he was a child. His physique is already at the peak of his body. Plus Qing's food that can add to his physique, he can feel that after awakening the ability, he is much stronger than when he just awakened the ability in his previous life." And Qing, she was still doubting her life. Tang Ming realized it later, finally found Qing in a daze. He stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of her. And Qing? And Qing came back to her senses. So, being beaten half to death, can awaken superpowers? Does she want to give it a try? But thinking about Tang Ming's miserable look just now, it seemed to be very painful. Is it really worthwhile to awaken superpowers in this way, Tang Ming? He laughed. Of course not. Actually, I don't know either. I have made many attempts before, but there was no sign of awakening superpowers. But this time, his eyes fell on Qing, and he couldn't help but thinking more. Maybe I can awaken my superpowers, and it has something to do with you. And Qing was puzzled. Me? Tang Ming thought for a while. Do you want to try to awaken your superpowers? And Qing's scalp suddenly tingled, her body leaned back, and her steps followed. How to awaken? Tang Ming, not like I just did. I know a set of meditation methods. Maybe it can stimulate superpowers. And Qing breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a while. She looked at the ice needle condensed in Tang Ming's palm. It was very thin and small. She reached out and touched it. It was icy cold. It was indeed condensed from ice. Who hasn't fantasized about becoming a superpower? If she didn't have to be beaten half to death before awakening. And Qing felt that she could still give it a try. Then I'll give it a try? And Qing looked at the ice needles condensed in his hand with envy. And her eyes were eager to try. Tang Ming smiled. Okay. I'll go to your room later to find you. Mukin should be back by now. And Qing nodded. After a while, Mukin really came back, holding a piece of braised snake meat in his hand. Base Commander, the restaurant said that the pork for today has been used up. This braised snake meat looks dry. So I took a piece back. And Qing nodded. Okay. It just happens that we can eat snake meat fried with cabbage tonight. I don't know if it tastes good, but I can give it a try. Just like before, dilute a drop of toxin decomposition liquid with clean water, and then soak the sauce snake meat. After soaking for a long enough time, pick it up and slice it. Heat oil in a pan and stir-fry it. Then add the cabbage. Each cabbage is very big. And Qing only broke off half of the cabbage for frying. Even so, the dish of snake meat and cabbage is very big. And Qing used the rice cooker produced by the system to steam a pot of rice. The three of them ate the snake meat and cabbage. It's true that the black snake is so big, but the snake meat is not rough. Even after drying, the meat is very delicate. It tastes a bit like eel, but it has a bit more toughness, because the snake meat was pickled. And Qing did not add any other seasonings when she fried the cabbage. But the cabbage already had flavor. The sweetness of the cabbage blended with the snake meat. And the cabbage had the aroma of the sauce snake meat. And the snake meat had some of the sweetness of the cabbage. It tasted very good and went well with rice. After Tang Ming awakened his superpowers, his appetite was obviously bigger than before. Anyway, the three of them ate the snake meat fried cabbage and a large pot of rice until nothing was left. After dinner, Tang Ming and Mu Chen were responsible for washing the dishes and pots. And Qing took a walk in the living room to digest the food and then returned to her room. But she was thinking about superpowers, and she didn't feel sleepy at all. After washing up and changing her clothes, and Qing waited in bed bored. 001, is there anything in the system that can awaken superpowers? And Qing couldn't help asking. 001 appeared beside and Qing swung his tail. I don't know. But it shouldn't be. And Qing was a little disappointed. Sighed, by the way. Tang Ming said that he might have awakened his superpowers because of me. Do you know the reason? 001 was also puzzled. I don't know either. Could it be because you took the body-hardening spiritual liquid? But the spiritual liquid has been absorbed by you. Could it be because you didn't absorb it completely? So when you practiced with Tang Ming, you leaked the breath of the spiritual liquid and was absorbed by him? And Qing, you don't know? How should I know? But this is too far-fetched. Right? If that's the case, then I also practice with Mukin. 001, maybe when you practice with Mukin, you restrain too much? And Qing couldn't help but ponder. It seems to be true? Chapter 89 Awakening. But this doesn't make sense. If it's really because of the body-tempering spiritual liquid, then how come Tang Ming has awakened his superpowers, but she hasn't? Moreover, Tang Ming looks very familiar with superpowers, which doesn't seem like someone who has just awakened his superpowers. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out anything, and instead felt that her thoughts were getting more and more confused. And Qing simply stopped thinking about it. After a while, there was a knock at the door. And Qing turned over and got up from the bed, and quickly went over to open the door. Tang Ming smiled. Excuse me. And Qing waved her hand. You're welcome. Come in. Is Mu Chen asleep? Tang Ming walked in, nodded and said, Yes, he's asleep. And Qing closed the door, walked over. Shall we start? Tang Ming pointed to the bed. Sit down cross-legged first. And Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, curiously asked, Then what? Tang Ming, close your eyes, relax your body and put aside your messy thoughts. Don't think about anything. Don't think about anything. And Qing followed Tang Ming's instructions and closed her eyes, gradually abandoning her distracting thoughts, emptying her mind. After an unknown amount of time, she heard Tang Ming's voice. That's it. Now feel the air around you. There are a lot of very small energies around you that cannot be discerned by the naked eye. Try to slowly attract them. Take them into your body. And control them. And Qing felt nothing at first. But soon, she realized that there were really very small points of light around her. She was busy attracting these points of light to herself. The process was smooth. She did not feel any obstacles. And when a small point of light was absorbed into her body, the surrounding points of light rushed towards her body more easily, and were absorbed by her together. At this time, Qing clearly felt that her body had changed. It was a bit similar to taking the body-tempering spiritual liquid. But this time it felt very good and comfortable, like soaking in the warmth, without the pain caused by the body-tempering spiritual liquid. Tang Ming stopped talking when he saw Qing's body tremble slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Qing, who had successfully awakened her superpowers, with his eyes softly. After a while, Qing opened her eyes, a little curious about what superpowers she had awakened. She stretched out her hand, and after a while, a soft light emanated from her hand. But nothing appeared. Qing looked at Tang Ming in confusion. What superpower do I have? Tang Ming saw the white light emanating from Qing's hand, and said with a smile, You have awakened the healing superpower. Qing, she was still wondering if she would awaken the lightning, fire, or other superpowers. But she didn't expect that she would awaken the healing superpower. Tang Ming saw that she looked a little disappointed, and reached out to touch Qing's head. Healing superpowers are good. You know, healing superpowers are precious and rare. And I can feel that although you have just awakened the healing superpower, your superpower level is not low. At least higher than mine. He did not lie. Although Qing only had a soft white light emanating from her palm, he had already felt the powerful healing ability. Qing, she looked at Tang Ming in a speechless manner. There are only 2 people with superpowers in this world. Where did the rare healing superpowers come from? This person did not hide anything in front of her, and Qing wanted to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she did not ask, because she felt that Tang Ming would not tell her, and it would be useless to ask. She looked down at the white light in her palm, and suddenly asked, Then, can my superpowers save Song Minhua? Tang Ming looked at Qing in surprise. You want to save him? Qing nodded. Tang Ming was silent for a while. Although he remembered the things in his previous life, he grew up in this world and admired Song Minhua. But Qing awakened the healing ability. But he never thought of letting Qing treat Song Minhua. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. There can't be 2 leaders in one base. If Song Minhua recovers, who will be the leader of this base? Although Qing is the leader of the base now, with Song Minhua's reputation and authority, it is easy for him to return to the position of the leader of the base. It's not that Tang Ming doesn't believe in Song Minhua, but everyone has different ideas. So when something happens at the base, Song Minhua may disagree with Qing. At that time, if neither side can convince the other, Song Minhua will really let Qing make the decision for the sake of the entire base? And when the leader of a base can't even make a decision, how can he still be a leader? Qing looked at Tang Ming in confusion, and waved her hand in front of him. Captain Tang? Tang Ming looked at her helplessly. Don't call me Captain Tang. Just call me by my name. Qing said. Oh. And the 2 words Tang Ming rolled on the tip of her tongue, and her voice instantly became smaller. Tang Ming. Tang Ming smiled. Yeah. The former leader is old and weak, and his organs are naturally failing. Although your healing ability is very powerful, it has just awakened. In your current condition, there is no way to cure him. Qing felt a little disappointed when she heard this. She didn't think as much as Tang Ming did. She still trusted Song Minhua in her heart. After all, when she came to this world, Song Minhua trusted and supported her. Without Song Minhua, she would not be able to live so comfortably in this world. Tang Ming, general healing psychics can only heal some minor wounds when they just awaken, while the more powerful ones can heal some major wounds. Qiu Yuanyuan, the strongest healing psychic in I Ching's territory in the previous life, was said to be very powerful when she just awakened. She instantly healed the wounds of more than 20 people. Although they were not completely healed, they also saved the lives of more than 20 people. Tang Ming had never seen Qiu Yuanyuan's awakening ability, so he didn't know who was more powerful than Qing. But restoring a failing organ to health is much more difficult than healing a wound. And it's no different from regenerating a broken limb. No matter how powerful Qing's awakened ability is, it's impossible for her to regenerate a broken limb right away. Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, I understand. After finishing this topic, Tang Ming taught Anqing how to meditate and practice to improve her ability. The training method was what he learned after he joined the territory last time. It can improve superpowers and mental power more smoothly and quickly. And it can also train the accuracy of controlling superpowers. Tang Ming had guided people to practice before. But now, he has just awakened his superpowers. And he can't practice the whole set by himself. He can only tell Anqing the training method first. Anqing felt that the training method was a bit like playing a game. Controlling mental power to run on a broad road. The road ahead split into two. And she had to control mental power to run. And then 3. She had just awakened her superpowers. And when she controlled mental power to split, the rhythm was instantly messed up. Mental power was like a racing car that lost control and crashed directly out of the lane. To be honest, it was quite fun. After failing once, Anqing would start over from the beginning. This time she slowed down her running speed a little. And it was indeed a little easier to control. As a result, when it was time to split into 3 lanes, her mental strength was a little weak, just like a car running out of gas. Anqing continued to work hard. And after a short rest, she continued to start over. This game was a bit addictive. Anqing kept competing with this game. And she would start over every time she failed. She was very satisfied every time she could make more progress than before. When she opened her eyes, a night had passed. Now, Anqing could divide her mental power into 8 lines and move in different directions, which gave her a sense of accomplishment. The former leader was seriously ill, and the news of the base's new leader had spread throughout the base. The appearance of food made the atmosphere in the base much more relaxed than before, and many people smiled more and were willing to talk and chat with people around them. Zhou Jing walked into the central building and pressed the top floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and she walked towards the office of the big leader, which was now the base director. Arriving at the door, she nodded to Mukun standing at the door as a greeting, and then raised her hand to knock on the door. Come in. Anqing's voice came from inside. Zhou Jing pushed the door open. Anqing was sitting at her desk writing furiously, and Tang Ming stood behind her like a statue. She walked over. Base director. The people who were arranged yesterday have all learned how to cook. Anqing stopped reviewing the documents. Have they all learned it? Zhou Jing nodded, yes. I asked you and the others. And they also said it was okay. Anqing put on the pen cap. Then let's go. I'll teach them how to cook. Have the pots and pans been made? Are they enough? Zhou Jing, Dean Jiang cooperates with our work very well. Yesterday, the Research Institute sent people to help make some. And some more were delivered this morning. It is enough for now. Anqing nodded. Anqing followed Zhou Jing out of the central building and came to the other side of the hotel. There was a vacant room here. A temporary stove was built inside. And pots, pans, and bowls were also available. Anqing bought the necessary seasonings from the system. She was only teaching these people how to stir-fry cabbage at the moment. So she didn't need much. And she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to remember too much. This time Zhou Jing arranged 30 people to come and learn. Anqing placed the seasonings one by one on the table in front of her, and called them over. Come and take a look. I'll briefly talk about these things first. Try to remember them. It doesn't matter if you don't remember them. You'll know after using them a few times when cooking. Everyone came over. Anqing picked up the rapeseed oil. This is rapeseed oil. It's cooking oil. You can use it for cooking. This is salt. It's seasoning. You can pour a little on your hands and taste it. This is ginger powder. Anqing introduced them one by one, and asked them to taste the seasonings, so that they could have a simple understanding of them. Although there were many people, everyone was very obedient, and listened very carefully, so the introduction of seasonings was over quickly. Anqing took out the Chinese cabbage. This is Chinese cabbage, not a mutant plant, not poisonous, but we need to wash it before frying it. Before washing, we first break off its leaves one by one. Anqing brought a basin over, and put the broken leaves in the basin. Others also followed Anqing's example, brought basins, broke off the cabbage leaves one by one, and washed them with her. There is basically no need for Anqing to teach how to cut vegetables. As long as these people saw how Anqing cut them, they could cut them in the same way. After all, they were good with knives, and controlling the knife in their hands was as easy as drinking water. Get the pan off the stove, and heat the oil. Everyone, pay attention, this step should be cautious. Be sure to dry the pan before pouring the oil, and not leave any water, otherwise the oil in the pan will crackle and explode. Anqing said. When the oil is cooked, You can put the vegetables in and stir fry. Chapter 90. Welcome to the base, Commander. Gung Nanan worked the night shift last night. She yawned loudly when she walked out of the neonatal training center early this morning. All the newborns born in the training center recently have been concentrated in the past few days. Everyone in the training center is exhausted. At this moment, Gung Nanan's eyelids are fighting. She feels that she can fall asleep standing here with her eyes closed. After changing clothes, Gung Nanan went to wash her face with cold water to wake herself up. After a tiring night, she was already starving, but she could rest for a whole day after working the night shift. It would be a pity not to go to the restaurant to eat something delicious at this time. So she did not drink the nutrient solution. Her stomach growled, and Gung Nanan walked quickly toward the branch of the restaurant. The Happiness restaurant is now constantly producing foods such as dried meat, so it is not open for business, and if you want to eat, you can only go to the branch. At first, the branch only had instant noodles, but then they added self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles and other foods, and the choices became more numerous. After eating too much instant noodles, Gung Nanan already felt a little tired of it, and it didn't taste as good as when she first ate it. She had eaten self-heating hot pots several times, and she was amazed at first, but after a few times, it just felt so. Self-heating rice is the same, although there are many flavors, but how to say it? Gung Nanan sighed. If she doesn't eat it, she will miss it, but when she eats it, she feels something is missing. While walking towards the nearest branch, she thinks about what to eat later. At first, she also thought that the snail noodles were very smelly. The smell was like biological weapons, and made people uncomfortable, but many people like to eat snail noodles. Gradually, she got used to the smell, and it didn't smell so bad. But she had never eaten snail noodles before. After hesitating for a while, Gung Nanan still thought that she should not eat it for the time being, and then try snail noodles when there was really nothing to eat. Let's eat hot and sour noodles today. When Gung Nanan arrived at the branch, as expected, she saw a long queue outside the branch. Since the opening of the Xingfu Hotel branch, it is normal to have a long queue outside the door, and it is abnormal to have no one. It was only a while ago, when the mutant beasts were heading towards the base. When the whole base was on alert, there were not many people outside the branch. During this period, the mutant beasts outside were controlled. After the danger of the base was lifted, more people came to the restaurant to eat. Gung Nanan walked over quickly, and stood at the back of the line. As soon as she stood still, there were several more people behind her, standing in the line. Gung Nanan followed the line forward. Soon, she felt something was wrong. The speed of moving forward was a bit fast. Right? You know, when we were queuing before, the line moved very slowly, and it took a long time to move one position. Gung Nanan leaned forward to look, because there were too many people in front of her. She couldn't see the situation in front of her. The woman behind Gung Nanan also leaned forward to look. Hey, what's going on today? The people in front of us are eating very fast. Gung Nanan looked back at the person behind her. She didn't know him, but she nodded in agreement. I thought we would have to wait for more than 2 hours. At this rate, it seems that we won't have to wait. The man in front of Gung Nanan said, It's not that the people in front of us eat fast, it's that the people in front of us can just go over and pay for the food and take it home to eat. Gung Nanan was stunned. The women behind her were also surprised, and they all looked at the man. Take it home to eat? The man nodded. I just came from the entrance of the restaurant, and saw a lot of metal boxes placed over there. It was about the same size as the box of self-heating rice. Someone put rice and vegetables into the box, and covered it with a lid and put it aside. We lined up to get a box, and went to the other side to pay some coins. Gung Nanan, I was wondering why it was so fast. So that's how it is. In fact, I think instant noodles and other things can be sold like this. We can get more people to buy them. And we don't have to wait so long. The woman behind her nodded. I think so too. In fact, it's completely okay to go home and eat them. How to make instant noodles? You'll know after watching it once. It's easier and faster to make them yourself. The man in front smiled and said, Soon, you can buy them and make them yourself. Gung Nanan and the others looked at the man in confusion. The man smiled and said, I will go to the warehouse of the laboratory to help load the truck in a while. Guess what I will load? What? The woman behind Gung Nanan asked curiously. As the three of them talked, many people came over and listened. Man, vending machine. Gung Nanan was surprised. Vending machine? Is it a machine that can automatically sell things without people? Ah, I know this thing. I heard that it was very convenient for humans to buy things before the end of the world. In addition to supermarkets and convenience stores, there are also machines called vending machines. So there must be vending machines in the base? The man nodded. Yes. I heard that the big boss asked the Research Institute to do it, so that everyone can buy food. I heard from the people in the Research Institute that many vending machines have been made. At that time, a vending machine will be set up at a certain distance in the entire base. Gung Nanan heard this and reminded, it's the base director. The big boss said that she will be called from now on base chief. The man was stunned, then nodded, said with a smile, I've been used to calling it that before, and it's hard to change it in a short time. Someone nearby saw that the topic had deviated, and asked hurriedly, Hey, let's talk about the vending machine first. Is this true? There will really be vending machines in the base? The man nodded. Really, it will be loaded and transported to various places in the base this afternoon, and the places for installing the vending machines have been prepared. That's great, so I can eat delicious food every day? I really hope the vending machine can be installed immediately. While a group of people were chattering, the team had already walked a long distance forward, and it would soon be Gung Nanan's turn. Sure enough, someone in front of me was constantly putting rice and green and white vegetables into metal boxes. The person who was putting the vegetables in was very fast. There were many metal boxes piled on the table. Whoever got his turn just took a box and left. The man in front of Gung Nanan took the box and went to pay the bill. Gung Nanan also took a box of rice and vegetables. She couldn't help but look at the big bucket of vegetables over there. Excuse me, what is this? The person in charge of the big dishes looked at Gung Nanan, knocked the big spoon on the edge of the bucket, and made 2 bangs. This is stir-fried cabbage. Take the lunch box and go over there to pay the bill. Don't block here, Gung Nanan said. Oh. She walked quickly towards the payment area. The complicated person who collected the money swiped Gung Nanan's card. When returning the card, the person reminded her, a portion of rice and a portion of fried cabbage are not expensive. The reason why it is so high this time is mainly because of this lunch box. Remember to wash and put away the lunch box after you finish eating. Next time you come to get food, bring your own lunch box. I won't charge you for an extra lunch box. Gung Nanan listened very carefully. After listening, she nodded. Okay, I understand, thank you. Walking away with her lunch box, Gung Nanan looked at the metal box in her hand. Is this fried cabbage? Gung Nanan swallowed her saliva. The area where she got food was filled with the aroma of fried cabbage and the rich aroma of rice. She stood aside, opened the lid of the lunch box. Half of it was rice, and half was fried cabbage. The rice was pressed into a square and very tight shape, and the cabbage on the other side was juicy and oily, which made people very appetizing. The rice and cabbage were still hot. Gung Nanan quickly covered the lunch box and ran towards home. When she got home, Gung Nanan's roommates hadn't come back yet, so she quickly opened the lid of the lunch box, picked up the spoon and started eating. The fresh rice was very fragrant and delicious, much better than the self-heating rice. The same goes for stir-fried cabbage. She had eaten self-heating rice with stir-fried cabbage and meat before. How should I put it? The stir-fried cabbage and meat in the self-heating rice was really hard to describe. The cabbage was soft and had no texture, and the meat in the stir-fried cabbage and meat was not in pieces, but it was like some meat sauce was squeezed into the cabbage. Of course, the taste was still okay, but it was greasy if you ate too much. Gung Nanan squinted her eyes, enjoying the fragrant rice and the crispy, tender, and juicy cabbage. Delicious. Really delicious. After a while, Gung Nanan ate the whole box of food. Her stomach was full of food. She felt very satisfied and lay lazily on her bed, not wanting to move. After a long while, Gung Nanan got up, washed the lunchbox, and saved it for next time. After washing the lunchbox, Gung Nanan moved around for a while to digest the food, and then fell asleep on the bed. It seemed that she had a good dream. She kept smiling, and her mouth smacked unconsciously. With the help of Song Minwei and Wei Xiuni, and Qin gradually understood and mastered this base. Now she has the ability to protect herself, especially after awakening her superpowers. Her physical fitness has increased several times after taking the body-hardening spirit liquid. It can be said that no one can hurt her now, let alone take her life. Therefore, the fiery team no longer needs to protect her, and can do what they should do. Mu Chen's mental problems have been alleviated a lot now, and the indicators have been declining. Now they have returned to the safety line. So under Enqing's arrangement, he returned to the outbound team. Tang Ming also led the fiery team and other special teams to take turns to go outside the base to deal with the mutant animals that came one after another. The outbound team, the special team, and the security department are the only 3 armed forces in the base. Even if Enqing is stupid, she knows that she needs to control these 3 armed forces in her own hands. So she hopes that Mu Qin and Tang Ming can be the chief instructors of the outbound team and the special team respectively. At the same time, Enqing also plans to train a team by herself. At this time, Enqing followed Zhou Jing, and they came to the training camp together. The chief instructor of the training camp was informed of Enqing's arrival, and he had been waiting at the entrance of the training camp with his men. The chief instructor stood in front, followed by the deputy chief instructor, and a neatly arranged team of instructors. As soon as Enqing arrived, the chief instructor walked over quickly and said with a smile, "Base Commander, welcome to our training camp for inspection. Please come in." "Hello, Base Commander." "Welcome, Base Commander," the deputy chief instructor said with a smile. The instructors also shouted in unison, "Hello, Base Commander." "Welcome, Base Commander." Chapter 91 Vending Machine, Enqing. She smiled awkwardly and said hello to everyone. Fortunately, soon each instructor did what they were supposed to do, and dispersed. Only the chief instructor and the deputy chief instructor followed Enqing inside. The group soon arrived at the chief instructor's office. The chief instructor took out a document that had been prepared long ago from the drawer of his desk. "Base Commander, this is the performance statistics of the children, who will become adults in the next few months. Please take a look." The chief instructor handed the document to Enqing. Enqing took the file and flipped it open. This file was a thick stack, actually just like a resume. The first page was a girl named Li Yu, who would be 18 in a few days. She had poor academic performance since childhood, so she only learned simple literacy and arithmetic and devoted herself to physical training and combat training. Compared with her academic performance, Li Yu's physical training progress has always been among the best, and she is also very good at combat, and her body reaction speed is very fast. From childhood to adulthood, she has rarely lost in competitions. The second page was a boy who had turned 18 2 days ago, and because he had not been assigned to an outing team, Enqing came to pick people, and the chief instructor handed him his information in the package. The boy's name is Zhongyi. He has been very good since he was a child. Although he has not experienced any field missions, his physical fitness has now reached the peak of his physical condition. What he lacks now is only practical experience. It can be seen that the chief instructor has selected the best children from the children, who will soon become adults, and brought them to Enqing. In addition to the one-page resume for each person, there is also a statistical table that summarizes the performance of these children who have just become adults or are about to become adults, so that you can see the situation of each person at a glance. For example, some people are more responsive, some have stronger combat awareness, and some have greater strength. In short, the list set by the chief instructor is the best of the best, and each has its own strengths. Oh, except for Li Yu. Li Yu is very stable in all aspects. Today, the product on the welfare shelf is the body-hardening spirit liquid again. Enqing has bought it. She now has 3 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid. So she plans to select 3 people for the time being. Li Yu is very stable in all aspects. It can be seen that because her personality is relatively stable, Enqing picked out Li Yu's information. Zhongyi's physique has reached its peak, and he is very suitable for using the body-hardening spirit liquid. Enqing also took out his information. The third one, Enqing looked at the statistics for a long time, and finally chose Huang Jian. Huang Jian is a strong man, but he is simple-minded. When he competes with others, he has no tactics and relies on brute force. However, because of his superior conditions, he loses less and wins more in various assessments. After taking out the information of these 3 people, Enqing did not immediately decide to take them, but asked the chief instructor to bring all these people over first, and she would take a closer look before making a decision. Soon, people were brought over and stood in a row in front of Enqing. The chief instructor asked everyone to introduce themselves one by one. Enqing's eyes fell on Li Yu. Although the people in the base had no food before, they had nutrient solution that could replenish the nutrients needed by the body. So the people standing in front of her were very healthy and had rosy faces, because of years of continuous physical training and fighting. Everyone's figure was very well proportioned and good looking. Of course, even if the training was the same for different individuals, the effects would be somewhat different. For example, Liu has a very slender figure with curves in all the right places. In her original world, she would have been a perfect model. Zhong Yiji has a tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Although he is wearing clothes, you can still vaguely see his abdominal muscles underneath. You can imagine that he has a very attractive body. As for Huang Jian, probably because he has a very good physique, and he relies on explosive power when fighting, so his figure looks stronger. Zhong Yiji can only vaguely see his abdominal muscles under his clothes, and Huang Jian's knotted muscles are very obvious even through his clothes. In addition to the three of them, and Qing also looked at the others carefully. Several of them looked very good, since there were only 3 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. She originally wanted to choose only 3 people, but now she was a little hesitant. In fact, she didn't want to use the body-tempering spiritual liquid on these people immediately after taking them back. She had to feed them food that could improve their physique first, and observe them for a while before using the body-tempering spiritual liquid on them. Maybe she could buy more body-tempering spiritual liquid at that time. So, and Qing picked a few more people out, and gathered 10 people. The people who were not selected left, and the people selected by Qing were waiting outside with Zhou Jing. And Qing smiled and looked at the chief instructor. Thank you for your hard work, chief instructor. There will be good candidates who will reach adulthood in the future. I hope you can send me a copy of their information. The chief instructor nodded hurriedly. I understand, base commander. Don't worry. And Qing completed the registration, signed, and led the people back. It is reasonable that people must live in the training camp before they reach the age of 18. But most of these people are only 1 or 2 months away from adulthood. Besides, and Qing wasn't taking them outside the base, so there was no need to be so strict. After the members of the fiery team no longer had to protect Qing, they returned to their previous residence. The entire 6th floor of building number 1 was temporarily vacant, and no one had been arranged to move in yet. Coincidentally, and Qing let 10 people live in the room next to her. In the corridor, and Qing looked at the people standing in a row in front of her. From today on, you are my guard team. You must stay by my side every day to protect my safety. And Qing said seriously. 10 people nodded one after another. It can be seen that they are a little excited and nervous. And Qing looked at Liu. Starting today, you will temporarily serve as the captain of the guard team. Liu was stunned, and then quickly responded, yes. Although they have been living in the training camp, they will also be divided into teams during the training camp, and each team will also have a captain position. Liu has served as a captain many times since she was a child, and she is not unfamiliar with the position of captain. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, it was too unbelievable that such an important responsibility as protecting the head of the base fell on them. A group of people who had just come out of the training camp, and Qing didn't say anything more to them, and asked Liu to take the people back to rest. She only arranged one room for Liu and the others, which was also convenient for Liu to manage them in a centralized manner. Before Qing went back to the room to rest, she received a call. It was Jiang Fuxing who called. Base commander, one vending machine has been installed. Do you have time to come over and take a look? And Qing, she sighed resignedly, asked Jiang Fuxing for the location, and took Zhou Jing there. She didn't call Liu and the others, as they had just come out of the training camp, and gave them some time to sort out their feelings today. Soon, and Qing arrived at Building 48. From a distance, she saw a lot of people gathered in front of Building 48, talking excitedly, because there were too many people talking, and Qing couldn't hear what they were talking about. When Qing walked over, Zhou Jing immediately made way in front of her. Make way. Make way. The base commander is coming. The people around heard her, and quickly made way to the side, and quickly made way for Qing to pass. Jiang Fuxing, who heard the voice inside, also walked over and nodded at Qing, base commander. And Qing responded, walked over and saw the installed vending machine, and was stunned for a moment. Rather than a vending machine, it is more like a vending supermarket. The entire vending machine is about 2 meters high and 5 meters wide. The entire machine is embedded in the wall of the first floor of Building 48. This vending machine can accommodate 8 people at the same time, because there are 8 delivery ports on the vending machine. Jiang Fuxing, base captain. Let's go in and take a look. And Qing nodded. and followed Jiang Fuxing into the small door next to it. There is a small door next to the vending machine, and you can enter after opening it. Inside the wall where the vending machine is embedded is a space of more than 200 square meters. At this time, this space is very sci-fi, with shelves of different heights, conveyor belts connected to the vending machine, and many mechanical arms. Jiang Fuxing had discussed with Enqing before, and wanted to make the vending machine the kind that can automatically refill. Enqing agreed without much thought. After all, it is indeed much more convenient to be able to refill automatically. Otherwise, according to the purchasing power of so many people in the base, it is unknown how many times a day it would take to refill enough. I really didn't expect Jiang Fuxing to be able to make the vending machine she simply requested like this. Jiang Fuxing, every time you replenish the goods, you only need to scan them at the scanning window here, and then place them on the shelves one by one. The scanned goods can be viewed on the vending machine outside. After someone chooses the goods to buy, the robotic arm will grab the selected goods and put them on the corresponding conveyor belt to send them to the delivery port. Enqing, have you tested it? Will there be any errors? Jiang Fuxing nodded, before sending it out for installation. We have tested it many times. Only the robotic arm jammed, and there was no error. We have also improved the jamming of the robotic arm. Enqing nodded. She took out instant noodles from the system, scanned the instant noodles, and put them on the shelf. There are also hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, self-heating rice, braised eggs, chicken legs, ham sausage, bread, milk. Jiang Fuxing called someone to help, and Enqing only needs to scan the product at the scanning port, then enter the product name, and set the price. Because for each product, Enqing only needs to scan and enter once, only different flavors need to be scanned and entered again. Enqing also uploaded the toothbrush and toothpaste. When uploading, she said to Zhou Jing next to her, "Zhou Jing, this toothpaste and toothbrush are not for eating, but for cleaning and protecting teeth. I will tell you how to use this thing later, and then you arrange someone to promote it to the people in the base, so that they don't think it is also for eating." It's not that she is worrying too much, but this world knows some things about the world before the end of the world because of information, but some things are completely unknown. So far, she has not seen the promotional brochures of toothpaste and toothbrush in the base library. So people in this world may not know these two things. Zhou Jing nodded, okay. And Enqing bought 2,000 copies of each item. It's not that she doesn't want to put more, but the 200 square meter space is too small. There is no room for more. She sincerely suggested, I think this space can be expanded a little bit. Otherwise the things inside will probably be sold out soon. Jiang Fuxing, if the space is expanded, conveyor belts, robotic arms, and shelves will also need to be increased. And Enqing nodded, then increase it. And also empty a warehouse next to it to store the other party's supplies. Later, some people can be arranged to work here. And if any goods are out of stock, they can also replenish them in time. Chapter 92 Top 3. Soon, vending machines were laid out throughout the base. The base had limited space, and it was impossible to set up a vending machine downstairs in each building, so vending machines were set up one in each area. When the vending machines were put into use, each vending machine was crowded. In front of the vending machine in District 13, Xiang Sigua took the lead, and immediately rushed to the nearest purchase port after the vending machine was tested, and immediately inserted his coin card into the card slot. After successfully occupying a position, Xiang Sigua was very excited. The main store and 4 branches of Happiness Hotel were far away from where Xiang Sigua lived and worked. In addition, she was not very lucky. So after the restaurant had been open for so long, she could not even eat instant noodles, let alone rice balls and pancakes. So far, she had only eaten the food distributed to everyone by the base. But there was only one kind of food that day. Not to mention that since the mutant beast approached the base was on full alert, and the food distributed to everyone in the base was stopped. And it has not been restored until now. Now the main store doesn't sell food anymore. Only the branches left. So she can't buy food anymore. Even though she has nutrient solution to fill her stomach, she still feels very uncomfortable. She keeps saliva in her mouth, and even drools when she speaks. This time, Xiang Sigua was able to occupy the purchase counter first, because her former captain revealed the news to her. So she knew that the base was going to install vending machines. And she also knew the specific location in District 13. Therefore, Xiang Sigua had been waiting here long ago. She was standing very close to the place. so she naturally occupied a position. Xiang Sigua browsed the video names and images on the screen, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She felt that everything was delicious and wanted to try everything. This time she occupied a good position and was able to buy food. She didn't know when it would be her turn next time. So, if she could buy now, she would naturally buy more and store them. Xiang Sigua directly chose 100 bags of instant noodles, and then braised eggs, chicken legs, ham sausages, bread, milk. She had enough points in her card, so she didn't hesitate to buy things. Ding! The daily consumption limit for a single card is 100 points. Please repurchase. A mechanical reminder sounded at the purchase counter where Xiang Sigua was standing. Xiang Sigua was stunned. Ah? What's going on? Limit? The people behind her also heard the limit reminder, originally wanted to buy more food at once, but this was like a bucket of cold water poured down, and it chilled them to the bone. But 100 points are not a small amount, and they can buy a lot of things, which is better than before. The people behind her looked at Xiang Sigua, who was still stunned, standing at the purchase counter without moving, and urged, "It's a limit, just buy less, hurry up." Xiang Sigua came back to her senses, and deleted the things she had planned to buy before with some depression, because there were only 100 points to use. Xiang Sigua sighed, bought 10 braised eggs, 10 bags of instant noodles, which used up 50 points, and left 50 points. Xiang Sigua browsed for a long time, and finally bought 5 bags of hot and sour noodles, which used up 30 points, and 10 bags of potato chips, which used up 20 points. This time, Xiang Sigua successfully purchased the goods. And Sue? Her braised eggs, instant noodles, hot and sour noodles, and potato chips were all delivered to the pickup port. The pickup port baffle opened. Seeing so much food, Xiang Sigua's depression just now was swept away, and she took out her food with shining eyes, took out the point card, and quickly went home to soak. Ah! I want to eat instant noodles. I can finally eat instant noodles. He ran to Sigua, and the people behind him immediately went over to insert the card and start choosing the products. The people in the queue further back thought about what food they wanted to buy, while looking ahead impatiently, and when they saw the people standing in front of them struggling to buy for a long time, they hurriedly shouted and urged them. For a while, the whole base was noisy. Although it was noisy, the mental state of the people in the base was obviously much better than before, and they were more rational now. Although they were anxious and noisy, they didn't fight over a disagreement. And Qing really didn't expect that the method of expanding the base would be like this. She left the base with Wei Xuanyi and the guards, who had just taken office, standing on the open space between the outer wall of the base and the canyon wall. The people from the Ministry of Construction were planning and sizing. At this time, Minister Niu of the Ministry of Construction looked at Qing very sadly. Base Director, we have enough materials now. If there is a large enough area, we can at least expand the current base by 2 or 3 times. And Qing, she looked at the current base. To be honest, it is really attractive to be able to expand it to 2 or 3 times the original size. The base has been expanded, and the area is larger, so the people in the base can live more comfortably. She shook her head and said, "It's impossible to choose another location. At least not now. It's too dangerous." Seeing Qing's stubborn look, Niu Liang couldn't help but sigh and looked at the canyon with worry. And Qing walked to the edge of the mountain wall and reached out to touch the mountain wall. The Daxing Mountains are rolling and undulating all the way to the distance. But this mountain is a completely rocky mountain, without any grass or trees on it, and it is very hard. In fact, several exits of the base were dug out of the mountain. And Qing clenched his fist and pounded it a few times, and suddenly said, "Minister Niu, what do you think about us digging out a space from this mountain to build the base?" Minister Niu was still unhappy, and was a little surprised to hear this. He looked at Qing, and then at the wall of Daxing Mountain, frowned and said, "Although the Daxing Mountain range is a rocky mountain, it has always been well balanced. The base has been established here for 100 years, and there has never been a landslide. But if we dig a hole from it, I'm worried that the rock mountain will be unstable, and there may be a risk of collapse or landslide." He looked at Qing. After all, to build a base, it certainly can't be just a small path like digging a tunnel. You need to dig a large space. And Qing was a little surprised. Can a rock mountain also have a landslide? She had never known about this situation before, so she really didn't know, and nodded. "I know." Minister Niu's frown gradually relaxed, and his heart, which had been lifted, was put back into his chest. and Qing looked at the mountain wall with some regret. In fact, she thought that digging a cave on the mountain wall to build a base was the best choice, and it was safer. But if it was easy to cause 3-body collapse and landslide, then it was really unbelievable. It would be better if the mountain could be reinforced. It was a pity if one of her or Tang Ming awakened the Earth-related ability. Minister Niu, how long will it take to expand the base? And Qing asked. The base expansion had started for several days, but the Ministry of Construction had been measuring and calculating, and had not really started construction until now. Minister Niu, it takes some time to calculate, but it will be quick once the location is confirmed. It will be completed in about 2 or 3 days. And Qing was really surprised. Although she knew the speed of the people in the base, she didn't expect that the expansion of the entire base could be so fast. So much so that she subconsciously questioned. So fast? Minister Niu nodded and said proudly, the expansion preparations were made at the beginning of the base. So the outer wall of the base is spliced. When expanding, the interface can be opened inside, and the wall can be expanded outward. And Qing. So, we need to prepare the walls of the expansion range in advance. And we need to calculate carefully. And there can be no difference. Minister Niu was very proud. We have almost calculated it. And we should be able to start construction tomorrow. And Qing also admired him very much. After learning about the situation of the expansion base, and Qing took people back. She went back to the office to process documents first. She was already very familiar with the documents and scanned them at a glance. If there was no problem, she would sign her name below. The documents that came to her were basically reports submitted by various departments. She only needed to take a look and understand them. And Qing read these documents faster. As for those documents about applying for something, and Qing read them more slowly. She needed to read them carefully to understand the other party's meaning and what she needed. After the documents were processed, it was already dark. The processed documents were handed over to Wei Xuanyi, and Qing walked away with her guard team with brisk steps. After a few days of observation, Qing found that Li Yu was really stable, serious and responsible. Others had their own personalities, but because they were in this world, the differences in personalities were not very large. But they could still be seen with careful observation. Probably because they had been brainwashed in the base since childhood. These 10 people were loyal to her after being selected as her guard team, without any hypocrisy. And Qing observed carefully. These people were still very simple in a sense, more simple than her who came from a peaceful world. What they were thinking could be seen at a glance. In front of her, they were like a blank sheet of paper, just like she was in front of Song Minhua, Wei Xuanyi and others. What was written on it could be seen at a glance. However, this was a good thing for Qing. She didn't have to spend time thinking about how to cultivate their loyalty. And Qing didn't take them back to building number 1, but went to the training base. As her escort, Li Yu and her team also had a training room of their own. Li Yu saw Qing walking towards the training base, and was a little confused. Base captain, what are we doing here? The training base is of course used for training. But Li Yu felt that if it was just training, Qing would not have to come with him. Qing walked to the door of their training room and raised her chin, opened the door. Li Yu walked over and opened the door of the training room. Qing walked in first and turned on the lights in the training room. Although the others were also confused, they followed them in. The door of the training room was closed. Qing said, line up. Li Yu and others immediately lined up in a row, standing straight, waiting for Qing to speak. Qing glanced at everyone and said with a smile, you have performed very well during this period. Li Yu's face suddenly turned red. Although she was praised and felt happy, she actually felt that they had been idle around Qing these days, doing nothing, and even reducing their training time. On the contrary, because they were with Qing, their food was greatly improved, and they could eat a lot of delicious food every day, which made Li Yu feel that they were incompetent. Hearing Qing's step, Li Yu hurriedly said, thank you for the compliment, Base Commander. We haven't done anything these days. Qing smiled. You are my guard team. It is your duty to protect my safety with due diligence. You only need to do a good job of guarding and preventing emergencies. You have no chance to take action, which means that I am not in danger. I am very safe. This is a good thing. Of course, I also hope that you will not be careless just because I am not in danger at the moment. You also need to stay vigilant at all times, so that you can react immediately when I am in danger and resolve the danger. Yes. Li Yu and others immediately became serious and said seriously. Qing nodded with satisfaction. I brought you to the training room today to let you compete with each other and decide the winner. Wang Jian scratched his head, eager to try. Base captain? Can the winner be the captain? And Qing looked at him, rubbing his hands with excitement, and was speechless for a moment. After a while, she said, Captain Li is doing very well at the moment. I have no plans to change the captain for the time being. Wang Jian suddenly became a little depressed. And Qing, in this competition, the top 3 people will each receive a bottle of body-quenching spirit liquid. Hearing this, Zhong Yiji's eyebrows moved, and he looked at Qing, base captain. What is body-quenching spirit liquid? And Qing, body-quenching spirit liquid. Drinking it can remove impurities from the body, strengthen the flesh, blood, bones and tendons, and can increase your physical fitness and strength to 2 to 3 times the original. As soon as she finished speaking, she clearly felt that the gazes of the 10 people looking at her became very hot. They have been learning physical training since they were young, and they participate in competitions of all sizes in the training camp every year. They all have a desire to become stronger. How can they not be excited when they hear her words? Even though Liu has always been very stable in all aspects, and her mind is even more stable, she is now looking at Qing with burning eyes. And she is so excited that she wants to compete with her teammates immediately. Chapter 93 Bloodline. And Qing now has 4 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. In the past few days, she only encountered 1 bottle of spiritual liquid. So she doesn't know how long it will take for her to encounter body-tempering spiritual liquid. It seems to be completely based on luck. There is no regularity when you can encounter body-tempering spiritual liquid. Especially during this period, the products unlocked on the welfare shelf every time are either rice or flour, or cabbage, and even other vegetables cannot be unlocked, which really hit Qing. So, Qing took out 3 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid this time, and kept 1 bottle for the next competition. After 10 days or half a month, she should be able to unlock 1 or 2 bottles of spiritual liquid. Right, even if not, she should be able to unlock 1 bottle a month. If she still can't unlock the spiritual liquid, she will change the competition to once every 2 months, except for the top 3 at the beginning. Only the first place will get a bottle of spiritual liquid each time. Of course, after each competition, she will also add some more people to the guard team, give everyone a sense of urgency, and avoid the mentality of just waiting slowly until one day it will be their turn. And Qing took out a piece of paper, torn it into 10 small pieces, and wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on them in order. She crumpled the pieces of paper into balls. Okay, now you draw the balls first. Those with the same numbers will be opponents, and the winners will enter the next round. Each loser can apply once to compete with one of the 5 winners again, and the winner can replace the opponent and enter the next round. Base leader, what is the content of the next round? Liu asked. And Qing smiled and said, I will tell you about the next round after this one is over. Now, who will draw the paper first? Wang Jian was full of confidence and immediately came over. Me first. He took a paper and unfolded it. I drew 3. Others also came over and took the paper from Qing. I drew 5. I drew 5 too. Those who drew the same number looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Soon, everyone opened the paper and found the person with the same number as themselves. And Qing, okay. Start with one group. Everyone else stepped back. The 2 who drew 1 were a girl named Karui and a boy named Wenjubian. Everyone spread out and gave the 2 people the center of the training room. And Qing stood aside and watched. And when they were all ready, she said, Begin. As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them burst out and rushed towards each other. Both of them were very fast. Their punches and kicks were very powerful, and they seemed to be evenly matched in both offense and defense. And Qing stared at the 2 men intently. No matter how fast they were, it seemed a little slow to her now. She even saw that Karui had exposed several flaws in less than 3 minutes, but Wenjubian failed to seize the opportunity to attack Karui's flaws. Similarly, Wenjubian's flaws were also obvious, but Karui didn't find them at all. The 2 fought until 10 minutes later when Karui pinned Wenjubian to the ground with a slight advantage. After a fierce battle, both were panting and sweating. 10 seconds later, Wenjubian failed to push Karui aside and stand up. Karui won the competition. After Qing announced that Karui was the winner of the competition, the Group 1 went to rest nearby, and the Group 2 took over. Wenjubian was a little annoyed, but he lost, and it was useless to be annoyed. He sat down in the rest area and began to look at the others. He had to rest well and save his energy. After everyone finished writing, he would have another chance to challenge the winner. He only had one chance left, and he had to seize it. Kurue wiped the sweat off her face with her clothes, went to get 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Wenjubian. Have some water. Wenjubian nodded, thank you. The two sat here to watch the second group's competition. The second group was the boy Rendong and the girl Zhou Wei. This group lasted 3 minutes longer than the first group, and Rendong won in the end. The third group was Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian. And Qing didn't expect that these two would actually face off in the first round, but she was also very curious. Who would win between these two? Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian can be said to be among the most powerful of the 10 people. Although she used the competition to select the top 3. And Qing thought that the top 3 would be Liu, Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian. Of course, she knew it. But she had to use the competition to determine the winners for the sake of fairness. What's more, what if a dark horse emerged? And Qing announced the start of the competition. But Zhong Yiji did not start immediately, but stared at Huang Jian. Huang Jian roared, and rushed towards Zhong Yiji with amazing explosive power. The tangled muscles in his hands were bulging, which was enough to show the strength of his hands. Zhong Yiji did not resist Huang Jian, but seized the opportunity, dodged Huang Jian's fist, and almost instantly came to Huang Jian's back. Huang Jian only had brute force, and although his brain was not very good, he had a lot of experience in competitions since he was a child. Realizing that his fist had hit nothing, his body had already reacted instinctively. Zhong Yiji, who was behind Huang Jian, kicked Huang Jian. Huang Jian turned around, grabbed Zhong Yiji's ankle, and rolled on the ground with Zhong Yiji. The two of them punched each other, and even though Zhong Yiji had tried his best to avoid Huang Jian's attack, he still couldn't avoid being attacked. Huang Jian also suffered a lot. Zhong Yiji had already stretched his physique to its fullest. Even though he was not as strong as Huang Jian, he was more flexible, and had a good brain. He would not fight Huang Jian head-on, but would sneak past Huang Jian. The two did not decide the winner until an hour later. Zhong Yiji won. The fourth group was Liu and Jiang Yuanjian. Liu reached out. The fifth group was 2 girls, Wan Shui and Chen Qianqian. In the end, Wan Shui won. After the 5 groups finished, Huang Jian, who lost to Zhong Yiji, was the first to challenge. The person he wanted to challenge was Rendong. So Rendong, who was in the second group, was quickly defeated and lost to Huang Jian. Every loser has a chance to challenge, so Rendong also has won. Every loser starts to challenge the person they're targeting. After another 2 hours, the final winner appears. Liu, Zhong Yiji, Huang Jian, Jiang Yuanjian, Kurue entered the next game. At this time, it was completely dark, and Qing asked everyone to line up, then began to say, "That's it for today, the rest of the competition will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 5 of you will compete in speed, endurance, agility, and strength. The first place in each game will get 5 points, the second place will get 4 points, the fifth place will get 1 point. After the 4 competitions, the top 3 will be selected according to your average score." The 5 people agreed in unison. After the competition the next day, no dark horse emerged. The result was as Qing expected. The top 3 were Liu, Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian. Zhong Yiji was first, Liu was second, and Huang Jian was third. And Qing asked everyone else to go back and rest, and took Liu and the other 2 back to her house. Now Qing lived alone in this 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. She originally thought that the house was not big, but she found it was a bit empty after living there alone. Now there were 3 people standing in front of her, and the house suddenly felt not empty. She took out 3 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid. Before using the body-hardening spirit liquid, I want to make it clear to you that the spirit liquid can remove impurities from the body and strengthen the body. It is true that it can improve strength, but you must know that something that can instantly improve strength is definitely not easy. Removing impurities from the body is equivalent to using a knife to carefully scrape your body inside and out. It hurts, probably so much that you want to die, but don't have the strength to die. Strengthening the blood, flesh, bones and tendons is equivalent to repeatedly beating and tempering your tendons with a small hammer over and over again, making them stronger. And Qing looked at the 3 of them. In short, after drinking this spirit liquid, you can indeed become stronger, but it is also very painful. Now you still have a chance to regret it. Liu looked at Qing, knowing that she was reminding them seriously and giving them time to regret. She looked at the 3 small bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid in Qing's hand. and Qing may not know that her name has long been in the training camp. When instant noodles first appeared, the news from the base was that the research institute had reproduced instant noodles, but the quantity was scarce, and everyone who was not old enough to live in the training camp had no chance to eat instant noodles. At that time, everyone was looking forward to it, hoping that they would become adults soon, so that they could earn some coins and buy instant noodles. But the base said that the instant noodles were reproduced by the research institute, but they did not deliberately hide it, so that someone soon discovered that the instant noodles did not come from the research institute of the base at all. This news spread quietly in the base, and more people carefully observed Qing. Later, everyone found out that it was Qing who took out the instant noodles and food. After that, the base began to buy food from Qing and distributed it to everyone. There was no hiding. As long as you are not a fool, you will not think that these foods are copied from the research institute. Liu also ate the food distributed. The braised eggs are delicious. The duck legs are delicious. And the bread, black bean fish, etc. are all very delicious. At that time, Liu was eating the food in her hand, wondering what kind of person Qing was. What did she look like? How could she have so many delicious foods? Occasionally, she also thought, if she became an adult, she could work for Qing directly without joining the outing team. It is said that people who work for her can eat a lot of delicious food almost every day. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes her drool. Liu is a very calm girl, although she has a lot of random thoughts in her mind. She still trains seriously step by step, but her energy is stronger than before. Liu was about to become an adult, and she was ready to be assigned to the outbound team. She thought that she could earn some coins to buy food after being assigned to the outbound team, and she was in a good mood. However, Liu herself did not expect that Qing would become the base commander of the entire base, and she would also select her to join the guard team and serve as the captain of the base commander's guard team. Liu did not show it on the surface, but she was actually very excited inside, and she was determined to manage the guard team for the base commander and protect the base commander's safety. But she was still a little worried. After all, as the head of the entire base, Qing should have selected stronger and more experienced people as the guards, just like the fiery team that had protected Qing before. But now she chose this group of inexperienced people. No matter how calm Liu was, she was only an adult. She was worried and worried. She was afraid that they would not be able to protect the head of the base when facing danger. So, after hearing about the effect of the body-tempering spiritual liquid, Liu was very excited and determined to obtain the spiritual liquid. Facing Qing's question, Liu did not hesitate at all. When Qing finished speaking, she had already walked over, took a bottle of spiritual liquid from Qing and said, "Thank you, base commander. I have thought about it." After that, she opened the lid of the spiritual liquid, raised her head, and drank it in one gulp. Liu was taught from a young age that she should contribute to the entire base and preserve the human fire. But in fact, she had a rebellious heart under her calmness. She had no idea of contributing to the entire base. From childhood to adulthood, she considered herself the most. Working hard is for yourself, and competing is also for yourself. Now she is with Qing, and can eat a lot of delicious food. She is very satisfied and likes her current life. Thinking back to her life in the past 10 years, and then thinking about it now, she really feels that the days before were not for human beings. And these delicious foods, these foods that make people feel happy, are brought by the base commander. So, she will definitely protect the base commander and will not let anyone hurt her. Liu's eyes were firm. After a while, she was a little confused. "Base captain, why don't I feel anything?" Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian also drank the body-hardening spirit liquid, but they didn't feel anything. This made Qing's solemn words just now seem to be deliberately intimidating them. "I don't feel anything either." "Ah, me too." Qing nodded. "It's like this. It will start in a while. You three go to the bathroom in the next room, so you can take a shower in time." 3 people, when they went to a room and stayed in the bathroom, they were so bored that they were about to doubt whether Qing's so-called body-hardening spirit liquid was a lie. And the effect of the spirit liquid finally started. The 3 people felt the pain described by Qing one after another, and their faces turned pale. Before long, their bodies slid down uncontrollably and fell on the floor of the bathroom. A few hours later, the 3 people came out of the bathroom after washing themselves. After gathering outside, they knocked on the door. Qing opened the door looked at the three people who were obviously different from before, and smiled. "How do you feel?" Liu followed Qing into the room, nodded and said, "I can feel that my strength has increased, and my eyes are clearer, and my hearing is better than before." Zhongyi, me too. I feel that if I go back to the competition now, it will be no problem to fight 3 against 1. Huang Jian, I can fight 5 against 1. Zhongyi looked at Huang Jian speechlessly, but did not say anything. And Qing nodded, "Okay. You don't have to follow me for a while. Go to the training base to adapt, and teach each other some moves." Liu hesitated. "Are we all going? Base captain, how about I stay by your side to protect you, and let Zhongyi and Huang Jian go first? Then Zhongyi will take my place, and then Huang Jian will take Zhongyi's place?" And Qing laughed. "Don't worry. Don't we still have Rendong and the others? The sooner you 3 get familiar with your physical condition, the better. Go quickly, and I won't leave the base. So there's basically no danger." Of course, the main reason why Qing is so confident is that she is strong enough now, and there will be no danger without protection. Otherwise, she would not let Tang Ming leave at all. Liu nodded in agreement when she saw this. The 3 of them did not go to rest, but went directly to the training base to adapt to their bodies. Outside the base, it was time for the special team to change shifts. The fiery team dealt with several waves of mutant animals today. Because the base provided enough dried meat, it was easy to deal with these mutant animals. After getting familiar with the rhythm of dealing with mutant animals, everyone was used to it and was at ease. The team that replaced the fiery team was the fish team. Of course, the fish team had been completely replaced. The team members had nothing to do with the fish team members, who worked for the deputy leader before. Instead, they were excellent team members selected from various teams. The captain of the fishing team greeted Tang Ming, and the 2 sides changed shifts. The fiery team also gathered and prepared to return to the base. Tang Ming hadn't gotten on the car yet, when he suddenly heard a very subtle sound. It was rustling, a bit like the sound of snakes crawling. He meant the tiny sound made by small snakes crawling in the previous life, not the sound of huge snakes crawling in this world, because the sound was too small. No one else seemed to notice it. The captain of the fishing team was gathering the team members and arranging the tasks in order. "Captain?" Lin Shui, the leader of Team 1 of the fiery team, was a little confused when he saw his captain suddenly standing still. Tang Ming frowned and raised his finger to silence him. When Lin Shui saw this, his face suddenly became serious. He looked around with caution, but after a long while, he didn't notice anything unusual. Tang Ming slowly squatted down and gently touched the ground with his palm. After a while, he leaned over and put his ear to the ground. Sure enough, after putting his ear close to the ground, the sound became obviously stronger. The captain of the fishing team had not yet finished arranging the work. He noticed the movement of the fiery team and looked over. He frowned when he saw Tang Ming lying on the ground. He was just about to walk over to ask Tang Ming about the situation, but Tang Ming suddenly stood up and roared, "Be careful! Watch your feet!" Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers formed claws and grabbed the ground like lightning. His hand penetrated the hard ground and accurately grabbed the thing that was moving underground. He exerted his whole body to pull the thing out in an instant. A blood-red vine as thick as an adult man's arm was pulled out from the ground. It was obvious that the blood vine did not react for a while, and seemed a little confused. It did not move for several seconds in Tang Ming's hand. "This is blood vine?" Someone gasped in shock. In just one sentence, the blood vine had reacted. It struggled in Tang Ming's hand furiously, and the hard and solid ground began to shake. The next moment, blood vines of all sizes broke out of the ground and attacked the surrounding humans. Why are there so many blood vines? When did they get here? Although the captain of the fish team had only been the captain for a short time, he was also a veteran. He was shocked at first, but he quickly reacted and drew his sword to cut the blood vines that emerged from the ground. But there were too many. Dense blood vines kept coming out from the ground. There were so many that people were going to have claustrophobia. Tang Ming was still struggling with the blood vines that were as thick as his arms. He drew out his dagger and stabbed it hard into the blood vines. The skin of the blood vine is very hard. Fortunately, Tang Ming is very strong. His physical fitness has been completely elevated to another level after awakening his superpowers. The dagger in his hand directly pierced through the skin of the mutated blood vine. Squeak! The blood vine made a sharp sound. The sound was strange and weird, completely different from the sound of humans and animals. Both the fiery team and the fish team were surrounded by the mutated blood vines, and had a hard time dealing with the densely packed blood vines. Tang Ming, obviously. They sneaked in from underground. The captain of the fish team was so excited by Tang Ming's adjective that his scalp numbed. But this was the fact. The blood vines did sneak in from underground. If Tang Ming hadn't discovered it just now, perhaps in another day, or perhaps in just a few hours, these blood vines would have reached the base. Let's not talk about whether so many blood vines can break through the base's defense. Even if they can't break through the base's defense, once no one finds that the blood vines have been entrenched around the base, as long as the base gate is opened, these blood vines will have an opportunity to take advantage. No, those potions that restrain plants and trees are ineffective. You know, before, the base would only come out to spray potions every once in a while. But after the beast tide broke out in advance, the base has changed to spraying potions around the base every day. As a result, these drugs had no effect on the mutant blood vine. Not only did it want to sneak into the base, but it even broke out of the ground and attacked them after being discovered. Showing no fear at all, Tang Ming tightly grasped the thickest mutant blood vine in his hand and kept pulling it out, trying to pull out all the mutant blood vines hidden underground. Blood vines have always been individuals that act alone and will not act with other blood vines. So Tang Ming had a guess in his mind. So he tightly grasped the blood vine in his hand and pulled it out. "You drive back to the base immediately and ask for support." "Yes, Captain." Yu quickly got rid of the blood vines that were entangled with her, and ran towards the car. The people around Yu immediately surrounded Yu and ran towards the car, helping Yu to clear the blood vines around and beside the car, so that she could drive out quickly. The car shot out like a sharp arrow. Tang Ming calmly input the ice power into the wound of the mutant blood vine in his hand. He thought of using the power to deal with the mutant blood vine as soon as he caught it. But the outer wall of the blood vine was too hard and thick, and it also had the function of resisting cold. So Tang Ming would use it to pierce the mutant blood vine and scratch a big wound. If he had the same level of superpowers as in his previous life, he could freeze the mutant blood vines. Unfortunately, he had just awakened his superpowers not long ago, and even if he had time to practice, he had only just reached the 3rd level. Fortunately, Tang Ming was a superpower user in his previous life, and he was one of the best superpower users. He was very familiar with ice superpowers, and even if he was only at the 3rd level, he could still exert strength that exceeded the 3rd level. However, it was not possible to freeze so many mutant blood vines directly. Tang Ming carefully observed the mutant blood vines entangled with them. No matter how these blood vines attack people, their roots were always rooted in the soil. Moreover, when he was fighting with the blood vine in his hand, there were many smaller blood vines around him, and the apostles kept coming over to attack him. His guess was very likely true. Perhaps these blood vines originally belonged to one root, and were just branches from the main root. If so, it would explain why the blood vines originally acted alone, but now there are so many blood vines acting together. This may be the 2nd mutation of the blood vine. Of course, it is not certain whether this is the case. Tang Ming had to deal with the blood vines attacking him from all around, and he also had to concentrate on inputting supernatural power into the wound of the blood vine. The frost penetrated from the wound and continued to spread along the wound. The blood vine was afraid of cold. It was usually protected by a thick and hard outer skin, and it would not be corroded by the cold at all. But now, the cold frost that had been pierced through the outer skin penetrated into the inside, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and continued to spread towards the main body. All the blood vines were shivered by the frost that spread rapidly in the body. And then, all the blood vines became a little slow. Chapter 94. There is a physical body. And Qing is reading a document in the office. The expansion of the base has been successfully completed, but because of the recent large-scale hunting of mutant animals, the newly built freezer is full again, so these expanded places cannot be used for other purposes for the time being. They must be used to store mutant animals first. After reading this document, Qing put it aside and picked up the next one to continue reading. This is an application submitted by the Research Institute, which was submitted by Jiang Fuxing on behalf of the old researcher of the Research Institute. After reading it carefully, Qing was still a little confused. The application submitted by the Research Institute roughly means that the Research Institute is very busy now. Really busy. So they are really too busy to make pots and pans. However, because the base currently needs pots, pans, and other utensils, the Research Institute applied to transfer a group of people with strong learning ability from the utensil manufacturer to learn the technology of producing pots, pans, and utensils. And the utensil matters should originally be the concern of the utensil manufacturer, not the research institute. And Qing only knew that the pots, pans, and utensils she used were made by the research institute. But she originally thought that only the researchers at the research institute figured out how to make the pots, pans, and utensils, and then handed them over to the craftsmen to make them. After all this time, they said that they were made by the research institute, but were they really all made by the researchers? And Qing was speechless for a moment. No one of the researchers at the research institute were furious. Who could stand this? After Qing understood the situation, she naturally agreed to this matter, and asked Zhou Jing to notify the equipment manufacturer to send people to the research institute to learn. Zhou Jing had just left, and Qing had just started to read the next document when there was a knock on the door. And Qing put down the document and said, "Come in." Wei Xuanyi pushed the door open with a serious look on his face, and hurried over. "Base commander, something happened." And Qing frowned. "What happened?" "We found blood vines sneaking into the base from underground in the northwest direction of the base. There are a lot of them, because they sneaked quietly from underground. There was no movement at all. We don't know if there are blood vines sneaking from underground in other directions of the base. This matter is very serious." Wei Xuanyi frowned tightly, and his expression was very ugly. And Qing recalled the habits of the blood vine. Doesn't the blood vine always act alone? Did it change its habits after the second mutation? Also, since there was no movement, how did it find the blood vine in the northwest direction? Wei Xuanyi was concise and explained quickly that when the fiery team and the fish team were handing over, Tang Ming found something wrong, and then grabbed the blood vine from the ground. And Qing sat up straight. "Let someone notify people in other directions first. Detect whether there are blood vines or other lurking mutant plants underground. And arrange people to go to the northwest to support the fiery team and the fish team." "Yes." Wei Xuanyi immediately went down to make arrangements. And Qing stood up, frowning as she walked around the office. She was a little worried about Tang Ming. However, Tang Ming was now a superpower, and his strength had greatly improved. He would definitely be able to survive. Although she thought so, she was still a little worried. She took a few deep breaths and began to ponder why the mutant plants and animals were running towards the base. There were two possibilities. One was that they all knew that there were many humans living in the base. Before, they were not strong enough and could only watch the humans living here, but could not get close. After the second mutation, they felt that they had the ability to come and devour the base. So they walked towards this side. Of course, there is also a second possibility. Perhaps the food that can enhance human physique has a strong attraction to mutant plants and animals. Even if there is an internal circulation system in the base, it still leaks a little bit to the outside world, thus attracting mutant plants and animals to move towards the base. As for why the mutant animals did not lose their minds and rush directly to the base, it may be that the smell leaked out is not much, not enough to shake the animal sanity. So they move towards the base, but do not forget to busy themselves. Why didn't the mutant plants approach the base before? And are they only approaching the base now? And they are walking underground? However, no matter what attracted them, the mutant plants and animals are all heading for the base. And Qing picked up the communicator and called Jiang Fusheng. The call was answered quickly. "The base is growing well." And Qing, "Well, I remember reading the information before. The research institute was studying a special medicine to deal with the mutant blood vine." "Right. How is it now? Have you produced any results?" "Jiang Fusheng, it has come out. We have conducted experiments at the base, and the results are good. However, due to the beast tide, it has not been applied in actual combat, and the specific effect is still uncertain. And Qing, there are many mutant blood vines coming towards the base. You should have people pack the medicines and send them out now. Pack as many as you can." Jiang Fusheng was stunned. Mutated blood vines are coming towards the base? There are still many. And Qing, "Yes, how many medicines are there now, if not many? How many can be produced now?" Jiang Fusheng frowned. "There are not many medicines. There are only 100 at present, because the mutant plants and animals have mutated twice. So I wanted to wait until the beast tide is over and have people go to the dense forest to collect samples and analyze them, so as to improve the medicine for the second mutant blood vine. It's okay to make medicine now, but I'm worried that the medicine for the previous blood vine will not be effective against the second mutant blood vine." Jiang Fusheng said, Base Commander, I hope you can send someone to escort my assistant to the place where the blood vine appears to collect samples. And Qing was stunned, and hesitated. It's too late to collect samples now. Right? Jiang Fuxing, don't worry, as long as the blood vine is not strong enough to break through the base within 3 days. It will be in time. And Qing. Okay, she thought for a while, and called Liu and the other two who were gradually getting familiar with their stronger bodies, and asked them to escort Jiang Fuxing's assistant Qiang Jing to the northwest to collect samples. Your mission this time is very important. I hope you can escort Qiang Jing to the northwest area as soon as possible, protect his safety, give him time to collect samples, and after collecting samples, immediately escort him back to the base quickly. And Qing looked at the 3 people. I know, this is your first time to go out of the base for a mission. You have no experience, so you only need to protect Qiang Jing's safety, and let Qiang Jing take charge of the rest. And Qing has read Qiang Jing's information. Qiang Jing can become Jiang Fuxing's assistant, because he has a very useful mind, and he has received elite education since childhood, which is different from the original owner and other outbound teams who only receive simple literacy and arithmetic education. After all, as an assistant, Qiang Jing also needs to assist Jiang Fuxing in his work. If he doesn't know this or that, he can't help. However, while Qiang Jing received elite education, he also did not neglect physical training. In addition to being an assistant, he also served as a bodyguard for Jiang Fuxing. Before becoming Jiang Fuxing's assistant, he had followed the outbound team and the special team, and had led the outbound team and the special team to avoid danger many times with the knowledge he learned. It can be said that this person has a high martial arts value, a smart mind, and can clearly distinguish the situation and arrange the people around him reasonably. Therefore, it is most appropriate to let Liu and others follow Qiang Jing's command. Liu and the other 2 received Qing's instructions, and first went to get their equipment, and then waited at the entrance of the first floor of the central building. Not long after, Qiang Jing, who was carrying tools and almost fully armed, came out of the elevator. After both parties confirmed their identities, they left the base from the northwest exit together. Not long after Qing made the arrangements, Wei Xuanyi hurried over. His expression was even uglier than before. Base Commander, mutated blood vines have also appeared in other directions. Wei Xuanyi rubbed his aching temple. The speed of blood vines sneaking from underground should be relatively slow, but because other directions were discovered much later than the northwest direction, the blood vines are less than 2 kilometers away from the base. 2 kilometers means that they are very close to the base. And Qing's scalp tingled for a moment. She asked, in other directions? There are also a lot of blood vines? Wei Xuanyi nodded solemnly. And Qing curled her fingers and clenched them into fists. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Had the people sent to support in various directions been sent out? Wei Xuanyi nodded. They have been sent out. And Qing thought for a long time. Does the blood vine have natural enemies? Wei Xuanyi was stunned. Natural enemies? And Qing nodded, yes. What kind of creature feeds on blood vines? Wei Xuanyi heard what Qing meant, and shook his head and said, this won't work. Base Commander, blood vines do have natural enemies. Resting birds, flying-eared rabbits all feed on blood vines. But they don't just eat blood vines. If you really want to use it, if we come to deal with a blood vine, I'm afraid it will bring disaster. The resting birds and flying rabbits are both mutant animals that can fly. It's difficult to deal with them. What's more, we haven't encountered them after the second mutation. We don't know what they have mutated into. And Qing sighed. I understand. Then you call a meeting and discuss it with everyone to see if we can find a solution. Although Jiang Fuxing is confident, and Qing feels that it is not a good idea to put all her hopes on Jiang Fuxing. Wei Xuanyi responded, and went down to notify. And Qing opened the system panel. She hadn't checked her happiness value for a long time. Maybe it was because restaurants could take away meals now, so more people could buy meals. In addition, vending machines were also opened. Even if you couldn't buy meals, you could buy all kinds of food in the supermarket. So her happiness value increased rapidly during this period. She opened the system panel every day before, but she mainly went for the daily benefits, and the rice and flour every 2 days. Although the welfare shelf has more than 2,000 tons of rice each time it appears. The more you eat, the less rice you have. So the food shelf can only buy 100 kilograms in 2 days. And she did not miss any purchases. A mosquito is still meat even if it is small. Today, I opened the system panel to check the happiness value, and I saw that Before I knew it, the happiness value had risen to 3.2 billion. When Enqing saw the balance of happiness value, she was stunned for a moment, suspecting that she had read it wrong, and counted one by one. After a while, Enqing finally confirmed that her happiness value was really more than 3 billion. 001. I have enough happiness value. Why didn't you remind me? Enqing paused for a while before asking. 001 appeared in front of Enqing, wagging his tail. You were too busy some time ago. I wanted to talk to you several times, but you asked me not to disturb you. Enqing. She recalled that it seemed to be true. At that time, she was so exhausted from dealing with documents that she asked 001 not to disturb her. Enqing withdrew her gaze from the happiness value and asked 001. Is there anything in the system that can deal with the blood vine? I remember that some things in the system will not appear on the shelves, but they can be purchased through you. Right? For example, she wanted to confirm the situation of her parents before, and she used happiness points to buy it from 001. There is also the matter of protecting the souls of parents and arranging a new life for them. There is no such thing on the system panel, but it can be traded directly through 001. 001 shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to help you. Maybe you can refresh the welfare shelf to see if you can refresh something useful? Enqing was stunned. The welfare shelf can be refreshed. 001 nodded. It can be refreshed, but not now. I need a physical body to help you refresh the welfare shelf. Enqing raised her eyebrows, stared at 001 with some suspicion. It really requires you to have a physical body as a prerequisite. 001 was speechless. I don't need to lie to you. You have already promised me to help me by the physical body. Do I need to lie to you? Enqing thought about it. It was indeed the case. Although she has not yet protected her parents' souls, her happiness value is now enough. Whether it is what her parents need or what 001 needs. Enqing thought to herself, the blood vine is coming fiercely. So how long this base can last, and whether it will be broken by the blood vine are all questions. What if she fails to deal with the blood vine? She may not live long. After all, according to the attraction of food made by system-produced pots to mutant animals and plants, once the base protection is lost, she will either never use system-produced pots to make food, or she will be torn to pieces by the beasts. In that case, it would be very difficult for her to accumulate happiness points. Unless the food in the system supermarket can also increase the happiness points of mutant animals. But when Enqing went to the breeding base before, she tried it. Food without physical improvement effect was not attractive to mutant animals. Even if she ate it, it did not increase her happiness points. This is also normal. After all, for mutant animals, they are not short of food. Enqing thought for a long time before asking. I remember your entity needs 50 million. Right? 001 looked at Enqing with bright eyes and nodded vigorously. Yes. Enqing nodded. Okay. Use happiness points to protect my parents' souls first. 001 also became serious. Okay. Ding. Do you know how to use 2 billion happiness points to protect your parents' souls? Enqing. Yes. Ding. Happiness points have been deducted, and the soul is being circled. Ding. Successfully passed through the space barrier. Circled the target soul. Protection layer is forming. Protection layer has been formed. Enqing blinked. The system did not respond. Enqing looked at 001 in confusion. Are my parents okay? 001, to be precise. Your parents' souls are okay. If you are worried, you can use 10 million happiness points to check your parents' situation again. Enqing was silent for a while, and chose to believe 001. Forget it, I won't check it for now. I'll change the entity for you first. Ding. Do you want to use 5000000 to purchase the entity for System 001? Enqing, confirm. Ding. Happiness points have been deducted, please wait. 001 was so excited that he almost jumped up. The next moment, 001 returned to the system supermarket and stood in the open space of the supermarket. Circles of light surrounded it, like a band of light from a magic wand wrapped around 001. The light spots entered 001's body little by little, and soon the light spots seemed to be absorbed by 001 and disappeared. Enqing stared at 001 in the system supermarket, looking left and right. But she couldn't see any difference from before. She asked in confusion, do you really have a physical body? 001 paced around the supermarket, holding his head high, and was very happy. Hearing this, it came out of the system, landed on Enqing's legs, and rubbed its head against her. Feel it yourself. It's different from before. Right? And Qing reached out and touched it. But still didn't feel any difference from before. The only difference was probably it seemed a little heavier than before. And Qing patted its head. And stopped worrying. Okay. Help me refresh the welfare shelf first. I'll see if I can refresh something useful. Chapter 95 Dice. Hearing this, 001 looked at Qing with a guilty conscience. And Qing saw its expression and movements, and had a bad feeling in her heart, and narrowed her eyes vigilantly. What's wrong? You didn't really lie to me. Did you? 001 shook his head immediately. No, of course not, but I can only help you refresh the welfare shelf once a day, and if you want to refresh it again, you need to pay 10 million happiness points. And Qing, 10 million happiness points, and the price of the goods on the welfare shelf is almost the same. However, it is better to be able to refresh than not to be able to refresh. She thought about it, nodded and said, okay. I understand. You refresh first. 001 nodded, okay. It returned to the system space, pressed its claws on the welfare shelf, and the next moment, the shelf emitted a burst of white light, and a product appeared on the shelf that was originally empty. And Qing took a look and saw the familiar body-quenching spirit liquid. She spent her happiness points to buy the body-quenching spirit liquid. Refresh again. 001 reminded. Refreshing again will deduct happiness points. And Qing nodded. I know. You refresh. Refresh again. And a multifaceted dice appeared on the shelf. She looked carefully and found that the dice had a total of 30 sides, with numbers 1 to 30 written on them. What is this? And Qing was a little confused. 001. Ah, this thing is quite useful. It had already leaned on the shelf and stared at the product description on it. Its head blocked the product description, so Qing couldn't see it at all. Move aside, let me see. Qing reached out to push it away, and her hand actually reached in and pushed 001 away. 001 had already finished reading it, and sat aside after being pushed away and said, this is a dice that doubles items. You choose an item, and after throwing the dice, that item can be doubled. But it can only be used once a day, and the item must be a real thing. And Qing also saw it clearly. Her eyes lit up, and immediately bought the dice. She only had one bottle of body-tempering spiritual liquid left before, and no body-tempering spiritual liquid had been refreshed in the past few days. 001 just refreshed a bottle, making a total of 2 bottles. If she could roll 30 with the dice, she would have 60 more bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid. As for the fact that she could only choose one thing to use the dice, they were all body-tempering spiritual liquid. So why didn't they count as one thing? Before Qing used the dice, Wei Shuani came over. Base Commander, everyone has been notified to hold a meeting. And Qing nodded, and went to the meeting to discuss how to deal with the mutant blood vine. A car sped out of the base, heading northwest. Inside the car were Qiong, who was going to collect samples, as well as Li Yu, Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian. This was the first mission for Li Yu and the other two, and they were all on high alert, observing their surroundings vigilantly. They had received driving training in the training camp, so they all knew how to drive. At this moment, Zhong Yiji was sitting in the driver's seat, with his foot on the accelerator. Li Yu was sitting in the passenger seat, and Qiong, who was holding the tools for collecting samples, and Huang Jian, who was protecting him, were sitting in the back. The car was driving very fast, and soon they saw the battlefield ahead. Qiong was a little surprised by the battle ahead, and the situation didn't seem too bad. The vines of the blood vine seemed to be sluggish in their movements, and many of them were cut off by the fiery team, the fish team, the white butterfly team, and the wind team, who came to support them. However, after the vines were cut off, new vines emerged from the ground. Qiong, pull over, before coming, and Qing told him to follow Qiong's command. So Zhong Yiji immediately pulled over. Qiong got off the car, and Li Yu and the other two followed him, protecting him closely. Qiong carried the box for collecting samples in one hand, and held a weapon in the other hand to clear the vines in front of him. Seeing this, Li Yu and the other two no longer cared about the vines in front of them, but focused on helping to clear the vines around them. The blood vine didn't know why its movements became so slow, which greatly weakened its combat effectiveness compared to what they had known before. Even so, Li Yu and the others didn't dare to be careless at all. After Qiong approached the battlefield, he locked onto Tang Ming with a glance. He quickly approached Tang Ming and said, "Captain Tang, what's going on now?" Tang Ming's face was gloomy. He was a little surprised to see Cheong Jing coming over. He knew that Cheong Jing was Jiang Fuxing's assistant. He nodded and said, "Why are you here?" "Cheong Jing, I'm here to extract blood vine samples." As he spoke, he glanced around and said, "What's going on with these blood vines?" Tang Ming still held the thicker blood vine tightly in his hand, and kept injecting ice power into it. But he was very tired after holding on for so long. He could feel that the power in his body was rapidly dissipating. He estimated that he could only hold on for another half an hour at most. "I suspect that after the second mutation, the blood vine has branched out. Just like an octopus. Cutting off its tentacles will not kill it at all. You must find its main body." Cheong Jing listened to Tang Ming's guess, put on his gloves and picked up a broken blood vine that had curled up on the ground. The cut blood vine immediately lost moisture and curled up into a ball, becoming a dry vine. He frowned, looked at the battle situation around him, and then his eyes fell on the blood vine in Tang Ming's hand. "This one seems to be a little different from the other blood vines." Tang Ming nodded. "I guess this one should be the deepest connected to the main body of the vine. But I found that this vine spreads very long. So it is very likely that its main body is still in the dense forest." Cheong Jing didn't know how Tang Ming confirmed it, and his face was still ugly. He observed the surroundings and felt that Tang Ming's guess might be true. In this case, it might not be enough for him to take samples of the blood vine branches. He needed to take samples of the main body directly. But if the main body was in the jungle, how could he enter the jungle to collect it when the beast tide had not yet ended? Although the base commander sent people to assist him, there were only 3 newcomers who knew nothing. Now that so many vines were heading towards the base, he did not dare to transfer people from the special team here to accompany him to the jungle. Finally, Cheong Jing had no choice but to take some samples from the vines in Tang Ming's hand. Before he could move, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. The ground shook, and people felt a real earth-shaking. The vine in Tang Ming's hand struggled wildly, and this time, the force was very strong. Because Tang Ming did not let go, the vine swung directly and threw Tang Ming into the sky. "Captain Tang!" Cheong Jing's face changed. Li Yu on the side grabbed Cheong Jing's wrist and dragged him back. Zhong Yiji dodged and blocked Cheong Jing. He chopped down with a knife in his hand. A vine as thick as a man's waist broke out from the ground. As soon as it came out, it met the cold blade chopped down by Zhong Yiji. The vine turned to the side, avoiding the falling blade, and then slapped it hard. Being hit by such a strong force, Zhong Yiji's knife almost slipped out of his hand. If his strength had not been improved by 3 cups on the original basis, I guess the knife would have been slapped away. He retreated with Cheong Jing in doubt. Wang Jian on the side roared, and directly grabbed a blood vine that was coming towards him. With a twist of his arm, he wrapped the vine around his arm. He was strong to begin with, and he had also used the body tempering spirit liquid to improve his strength. Now he directly pulled the vine out of the soil. The vine was obviously not as strong as Wang Jian, and it was pulled out a lot before he could react. The next moment, the tip of the vine suddenly split open, and it opened its bloody mouth like a carnivorous plant and bit towards Wang Jian's head. Wang Jian reacted quickly, and with his left hand, he raised the knife and chopped at the split mouth of the vine. In the sky, Tang Ming was tossed around by the vines. His eyes were blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He held on to the vines tightly, and he no longer had the energy to continue inputting ice-type supernatural powers into the vines. He could only try his best to hold on to the vines to prevent himself from being thrown out. As if realizing that he couldn't get rid of Tang Ming, the dogskin plaster, the vines began to change their ways, and smashed down hard towards the ground. Tang Ming saw the right moment, and when the height from the ground was not very high, he let go of the vines, and rolled over, rolling a long way on the ground before releasing the force. The next moment after releasing the force, he stood up from the ground, drew out his long sword to deal with the vines that surrounded him, and looked towards the dense forest, frowning. The blood vine was not right. Even if it was a secondary mutation, it should not be so strong. If it was so strong, would other mutants in the dense forest still have a chance to survive? Suddenly, in a flash, Tang Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. The first to appear near the base were the mutant animals, and they were all strong mutant animals. They were not only heading towards the base, but also constantly reproducing. In addition to the fact that it was in the estrus period, could it be because its life was threatened, and the vines, which were only coming towards the base now, have become so terrifying? Could it be because, after the second mutation of the blood vine, it first slaughtered and devoured in the dense forest, until there were no more mutant animals in the dense forest for it to devour and become stronger? It then followed the escaped mutant animals towards the base. The ground was still shaking. Tang Ming's lower body was very stable, and he was a little unsteady. The surrounding special team members would only be worse. Tang Ming saw a member of the white butterfly team being whipped away by the vines nearby. And then a vine opened its bloody mouth to swallow the man. Tang Ming swung his knife to cut the vine. However, farther away from him, screams were heard. Many people were bitten on the head, neck, and even waist by the bloody mouth of the vine. The blood vine was like a beast, chewing and swallowing humans in big mouthfuls, and the open bloody mouth was densely covered with long and sharp saw teeth. On the other side, Li Yu and the other two finally brought Qiong Jing to a safer place. Li Yu looked at Qiong Jing, who had a grim expression, and asked, "Assistant Qiong, what should we do now?" Qiong Jing had already looked at Li Yu and the other two with a new respect. Based on their performance just now, their combat power was much stronger than that of the special team members. I don't know how the base commander trained them. He looked at the cruel scene of blood spraying in front of him, and the flying limbs and arms. We have to go to the dense forest to find the main body of the blood vine. Qiong Jing and Tang Ming thought of the same thing. If this is the case, then they have to go to the dense forest to find the main body of the blood vine and extract the sample. Otherwise, according to the current blood vine, their base will not last long. Even if all the special teams in the base come out to intercept the blood vine, they may not be able to intercept it. Because he just observed carefully, the blood vine actually has the ability to regenerate. This is too terrifying. There is no way to deal with it. Chapter 96 Gift. When Tang Ming came over, heard what Qiong Jing said, he asked, "Can just a few of you do it? Do you want to bring more people?" He couldn't leave here now. He needed to stay here, to stop these vines from moving towards the base. Qiong Jing shook his head. "No, just a few of us will do, and too many people will make too much noise." Tang Ming nodded. "Get ready, I'll clear a path for you." After the negotiation, Qiong Jing and his companions quickly got into the car and prepared to drive away. This place is still a long way from the dense forest. It would take too much time to walk there, so we had to drive. Soon, under the command of Tang Ming, everyone worked together to clear the blood vines around, leaving a path for Li Yu and others. Zhong Yiji drove the car and quickly passed through the blood vines. But the movement could not be hidden from the blood vines, so that vines emerged from the ground one after another behind the car, trying to encircle the car. Zhong Yiji drove very fast, dodging the vines that emerged from the surroundings. Those vines were too long. Even though many vines were restrained by Tang Ming and others, they still had a lot of vines that attacked the car along the way. Zhong Yiji, who was driving, was tense and focused on driving, trying to avoid every attack from the vines. The vehicle kept drifting left and right on the road, and sometimes it would turn around in place to avoid the vines. Li Yu and Huang Jian in the car were not idle either. They opened the car windows and kept shooting at the attacking vines with guns. Bang 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 sounds rang out, and bullets kept exploding on the vines. The broken vines fell to the ground and withered quickly, while another vine quickly grew out. Why do I feel that the speed of these vines has increased? Huang Jian was a little confused. Yes, Qiong Jing also discovered that when the vines suddenly exploded just now, their speed increased from the initial slowness. But he didn't know the specific situation now. When the group arrived at the dense forest, there was a debate in the meeting room of the base. This time, the situation was obviously much more serious than the previous mutant beasts heading towards the base. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come up with a specific rule. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Wei Xuanyi walked over to open the door, and the visitor whispered something in his ear. Wei Xuanyi walked back and leaned over to tell Anqing the situation. Anqing was a little confused. She suppressed her panic, looked at the people who were looking at her, and felt her throat dry. Everyone, the latest situation, the blood vine may have become a big guy. The blood vines currently heading towards the base are all the same blood vine, and the main body is probably still in the dense forest. For a moment, the conference room was terribly silent. The main body is still in the dense forest, but there are so many branch vines that are almost reaching the base. What does this prove? The main body must be very large, so that the branch vines can be so long and run so far. Also, after testing, The base previously developed a drug to deal with the mutated blood vine, but it has no effect on the current blood vine. And Ching felt a little bitter. She really didn't expect that she would face such a difficult situation not long after taking office. If she had known this earlier, why would she take up such a position and be the head of the base? She would die sooner or later. Sitting in this position, she still has to bear the responsibility of the entire base. Base director. The blood vine has become so terrifying. The base may not be able to be saved. Should we evacuate in advance? And Ching looked at Jiang Fusheng, who was sitting on the side without saying anything. Dean Jiang. How is the Noah's Ark project going now? As early as more than 20 years ago, the base proposed the Noah's Ark project and the Sky City project. These two projects were carried out simultaneously. Over the years, many research institutes have devoted themselves to these two projects. It was only after Ching became the base director that she got the plans for Noah's Ark and Sky City. But in fact, the research of Sky City is much more difficult than Noah's Ark, so the Sky City project was shelved 10 years ago, and everyone is working on the Noah's Ark project. Jiang Fusheng shook his head silently. The plan is still not perfect. Even if we work overtime day and night, it will probably take another year to test fly. It will take too long to test fly after a year. Many people sitting there felt desperate. Someone couldn't help but stand up and said, "What the hell is your laboratory doing? The plan started more than 20 years ago, and it hasn't been completed yet." Jiang Fusheng looked over coldly. The number of researchers in the laboratory is not large, and we need to study the things needed in the base, and various weapons. What do you want me to use to study and manufacture Noah's Ark? The data is missing, the number of researchers is small, and there are not many people who weld and cut the shell of Noah's Ark. Under such circumstances, it has been completed to the current level in more than 20 years. Jiang Fusheng believes that the speed is already very fast. After all, this is not a car, let alone a small aircraft. What should we do now? At this critical moment, Noah's Ark is not ready yet, and this is your dereliction of duty. Don't say that. President Jiang has not been the president of the institute for a long time, and this is not his fault. Seeing the quarrel in the conference room again, and Ching felt a headache. She didn't know what the situation was like when Song Minwei held meetings before, but she felt that this conference room was no different from a noisy vegetable market. She slapped the table hard, and stood up, and said gloomily, "What's the point of saying this now?" For a moment, everyone was quiet. "No. Right?" And Ching gritted her teeth and said, "Since there is none, then let's start arranging people to deal with the blood vines that may come to the base at any time. We have no way out now, and we can only fight to the death." This meeting made Ching feel a headache. After the meeting, she sat on the sofa in the office weakly, staring at the front in a daze. "Base director, Dean Jiang is here," Wei Xuan said, and Ching rubbed her eyebrows tiredly. Being the base director is really tiring. She felt like she was more than 10 years older. "Let him in." Wei Xuan opened the door, and Jiang Fusheng walked in. The office door closed. Jiang Fusheng walked to the opposite side of Ching, and looked at her tired face. And Ching sat up straight. "What's the matter? Tell me." Jiang Fusheng sat opposite her. "Base commander, the fire of mankind must be preserved." And Ching heard this familiar sentence, and paused. This sentence is the criterion of the base. The original owner has heard this sentence since childhood. It is almost a brainwashing sentence for the people in the base. She looked at Jiang Fusheng. "So?" Jiang Fusheng sighed. "In fact, Noah's Ark has been completed." And Ching paused, and looked up at Jiang Fusheng. "Jiang Fusheng, after we started planning more than 20 years ago, we kept trying and failing, trying again and again, and finally decided to build a small Noah's Ark first, to accumulate experience, and then build a large one after we had enough experience. A few years ago, the small Noah's Ark was completed, and it was successfully tested. After we had the experience, we immediately started to build a large Noah's Ark. But because of limited manpower and time, it has not been completed yet. The small Noah's Ark can't accommodate many people. So I told them that Noah's Ark is not yet completed." And Ching already understood what he meant. "So you mean to let those children in the training camp go to Noah's Ark?" Jiang Fusheng shook his head. "Noah's Ark can't accommodate so many children. So, I hope to move the sperm bank and egg bank of the neonatal breeding base to the base, and then some staff of the neonatal breeding base also need to go up. The research institute also needs to select some young, capable researchers, and some coaches in the training camp. Of course, the children in the training camp also need to select some talented ones." And Ching pursed her lips. and didn't know what to say for a while. She was panicking and confused. She wanted to ask, "What about her?" But she didn't need to ask. And she knew the answer. As the head of the entire base, she would never board the Noah's Arkansas. It was the thing that preserved the fire of mankind. And as the head of the base, she needed to stand together with the entire base. And Jean closed her eyes. Things were not so bad yet. She still had the system and the golden finger. The base would not necessarily be destroyed by the blood vine. "I know. You and Wei Xuanyi will arrange this matter. Everything must be kept secret and cannot be discovered by others." Wei Xuanyi and Jiang Fuxing agreed. After the two of them left, and Jean took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She sat on the sofa for a while, and then took out 2 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid from the system. Looking at the body-hardening spirit liquid in her hand, and Jean did not move. She first looked at her current happiness value. She had protected her parents' souls before, and then gave 001 the entity, and also bought body-hardening spirit liquid, refreshed the welfare shelf, and bought dice. However, because her happiness value increased a lot during this period, she now had more than 80 million happiness value left. You can refresh the welfare shelf 4 times and purchase 4 items. And Jean could feel that her hands were trembling. People are always afraid when facing death. 001. Host. And Jean and 001 spoke at the same time. 001 appeared on the coffee table in front of Jean and looked at her worriedly. And Jean paused. "What do you want to say?" 001 sat on the coffee table. "Didn't I say before that if I could have a physical body, I would give you a gift?" And Jean was stunned, and recalled that 001 seemed to have said that he would give her a gift before. But she didn't take it to heart at the time, so she had forgotten it. Now that 001 mentioned it, she vaguely remembered it. And Jean couldn't help but smile. "Really? Then what gift are you going to give me?" Although she asked this, she didn't think 001 could give her any gift. After spending so much time together, and Jean really felt that although the system and 001 were somewhat connected, they were 2 separate individuals, and 001 really didn't have much use. Of course, it was still useful at times. 001 looked at Jean, and realized that she didn't take its gift seriously. "Close your eyes first." And Jean was amused. This was so mysterious. But after 001 interrupted her, her nervousness and anxiety dissipated a lot. She closed her eyes and said, "Okay, I'll close them." After 001 confirmed that Jean really closed her eyes, he opened his mouth. Something formed in his mouth. Then, a bubble came out of his mouth. The bubble became bigger and bigger, and the 2 figures inside grew bigger as the bubble grew bigger. Finally, the bubble burst with a pop. The 2 people walking together had a dazed look in their eyes. And then, their eyes slowly focused on Jean. Ching a trembling, somewhat unbelievable voice, excitedly and cautiously called. And Jean, who closed her eyes, still had a smile on her lips. Hearing the familiar voice, the familiar name, the smile on her face froze. Her eyes were still closed, and she didn't dare to open her eyes. Chapter 97 Another World, and Jean's parents and Aniching. And Weigwa still remembers his wife's sudden illness. He hurriedly wanted to hug his wife and ask his daughter to drive them to the hospital, but his daughter in the room didn't respond for a long time. He kicked the door twice in anger. His daughter didn't come out yet, but his wife in his arms suddenly bit his neck. After that, his memory became chaotic and blurred. After waking up, he found himself standing in a very bright and luxuriously decorated office. And Weigwa subconsciously looked for his wife, and found her standing beside him, looking equally confused. And Weigwa breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaofan, how do you feel? Are you okay?" Li Xiaofang blinked and hesitated. "What happened to me just now? Where is this place?" And Weigwa looked at this strange place, and shook his head. "I don't know either." Before he finished speaking, he saw the double doors of the office being pushed open, and a strange yet familiar person walked in. Although she had grown up and become more mature, the couple recognized her at a glance. This was their daughter Jean. Li Xiaofang blinked. "Ching." She walked quickly towards her daughter. "Ching, how did you become like this? And where is this place? Why are we here?" Li Xiaofang looked at the woman in front of her. It was only a blink of an eye, but she seemed to have missed her daughter for many years. And Weigwa wanted to hold his wife, but he failed. He looked at the familiar yet strange woman in front of him, and he was a little suspicious. He vaguely felt that this was not their daughter. "Uncle, Annie, hello, my name is Aniching, not your daughter and Qing. And Yiqing showed the two a gentle smile, and made a gesture of invitation. Please sit down, I will tell you about the situation. Li Xiaofang was stunned. She stared at Qing closely, although there were some changes, but this was obviously her daughter. And Wei Gua pulled Li Xiaofang. Xiaofan, please sit down first. Li Xiaofang was a little confused. No, this is obviously Qingqing. Our daughter Qingqing. Why doesn't she recognize me? And Wei Gua had already pulled Li Xiaofang to sit down. He didn't say anything, and looked at Yiqing in silence. And Yiqing poured a glass of water for each of them, and said with a smile, Do you remember what happened before? Li Xiaofang held the water in her hand, and was still looking at Yiqing. After hearing the question, she recalled what had just happened. She only remembered that she opened the window, and the red fog outside floated in. She felt a little uncomfortable, and then lost consciousness. She woke up now. So, Li Xiaofang looked at Wei Gua, and Wei Gua put his hand on his neck. I remember. Looking at the bewildered Li Xiaofang, he continued, I don't know why Xiaofang got sick before. She lost consciousness and fell down with convulsions all over her body. I wanted to take her to the hospital, but she suddenly pounced on me and bit my neck fiercely. Fearing that his wife would feel uncomfortable, he omitted asking his daughter to drive them to the hospital. And Qing ignored it. And Yiqing nodded. At that time, the end of the world had come. The red fog carried the zombie virus. Some people who inhaled the red fog were fine, but some people became zombies. And Wei Gua looked at the person in front of him, who was talking seriously, and felt that it was a bit ridiculous. But looking at the changed environment around him, and the real memories before, he was speechless. Li Xiaofang tightly grasped Wei Gua's hand, and looked at Qing nervously. So, we became zombies? Then what is our situation now? And what about our daughter? Yes, when the end of the world came, you too became zombies. Now you are alive in the state of soul. The smile on Qing's face gradually disappeared. As for your daughter, she is dead. Boom. This news exploded in the minds of the two people like a bomb. Li Xiaofang grabbed her collar fiercely, feeling that she was about to suffocate, and her vision was blacking out, and her voice was trembling. Dead? Dead? And Wei Gua couldn't accept it either. His body swayed, his face became paler, but he was much calmer than Li Xiaofang. He hugged Li Xiaofang to comfort her, and then looked at Yiqing. Has our daughter also become a zombie? And Yiqing shook her head. No, she died before the end of the world. Impossible. And Wei Gua immediately denied it. Before the accident, she was fine. How could she have died before the end of the world? And Yiqing, is it impossible? After you brought Qing back from the blind date, she returned to the room. Do you know what she did? Li Xiaofang's breath was choked. A guess that she couldn't accept emerged in her mind. She shook her head. No. Impossible. Impossible. Why? Why would he? And Yiqing raised her hand and waved. And a screen slowly lowered. And a human figure gradually appeared on the screen. Actually, I shouldn't tell you this, but she will never tell you, because she doesn't want to make you sad. On the screen, there appeared a scene of Qing's first blind date. Qing likes living with you very much. She doesn't reject dating, nor does she reject marriage. She has a plan for her own life. In her plan, she will meet someone who likes her, and she also likes and fall in love. If they have similar values after dating, they can talk about marriage. But in your eyes, these are immature, ignorant, and too young. You don't understand her ideas, and act in a way that you think is good for her. Since she was 18, you have forced her to go on blind dates. She didn't want to, but you coaxed and persuaded her to go on blind dates. She was resistant, and every blind date failed. You didn't say anything at first, thinking that if this one didn't work out, there would be another one. But she was 21 years old and still hadn't found one. So you started to worry. In the picture, there are scenes of Qing being forced to go on blind dates every time. Resistant, helpless, and really unable to persuade her parents. It can be seen that day after day, she was more and more resistant. And each blind date was embarrassing and painful. The scene gradually came to the time when Qing was 21 years old. Once a blind date failed, Li Xiaofang exploded, pointing at Qing's nose and scolding. What are you thinking about writing every day? What's wrong with this boy? Your aunt introduced him to you. He has a car, a house, a good personality, a good job, and his appearance is not as good as those stars. But he is not bad. Right? Who wouldn't say he is a handsome guy when they see him outside? Tell me, what is wrong with him that makes you so unhappy? And Qing sat on the sofa. Anyway, it's not suitable. Li Xiaofang was so angry. What's not suitable? You haven't even tried to think of it. How do you know it's not suitable? I guess you have a sharp eye. And you can see it at a glance? And Qing, Mom, I really don't want to go on a blind date. In this era, who still goes on a blind date? Isn't it better to let things take their course? You are already 21. And you are still letting things take their own course? Your cousin is getting married next month. How long are you going to let things take their own course? Li Xiaofang said angrily. If you keep dragging your feet, all the good guys will be picked up. And you will only be left with ugly ones. Qing, I am not saying anything bad about you. But women should date and get married when they reach their age. I know you want to say that many people get married late. But they are still studying. Look at yourself. You are not good at studying. And you are not smart enough. At best, you have a pretty face. But there are so many pretty girls nowadays. And this is not an advantage. Li Xiaofang looked at the screen and saw herself nagging in front of her daughter, listing her shortcomings one by one, and belittling her daughter to nothing. No, it's not like that. Li Xiaofang saw in Qing's eyes getting dim as she was scolded by her, and tears gathered in her eyes. She hurriedly shook her head. I didn't mean that. Qing. And Yiqing looked at Li Xiaofang, who was a little collapsed. And in Weigua next to her, you belittled her, denied her, and caused great harm to her heart. In the picture, and Qing finally agreed to get along with a boy reluctantly in order to stop going on blind dates. But she couldn't get along with him at all. When he talked, she was distracted. She tried for a long time, but couldn't think of what to talk to him about. Every time they met, it was like being tortured. She didn't want to delay the other party, and proposed to break up. But her parents came to urge her to get married. Because the boy's parents came to propose marriage. And Qing couldn't accept it at all. They had only been together for a short time. And the more they got along, the more she felt that they were not suitable. How could they get married? She had a big fight with Li Xiaofang and in Weigua, and broke up with the boy. After that, she was unwilling to go on blind dates again. Li Xiaofang's persuasion was useless. She brought photos of several boys, but Qing didn't even look at them. She even locked the door and hid in the room. Li Xiaofang was so angry that she kept crying. She cried that her daughter was stubborn and didn't listen to her. When she and Weigua were gone, and Qing would be left alone. She cried that Qing would be alone when she got old. And Qing was helpless, and came out to communicate with Li Xiaofang and Weigua. But her idea seemed childish and ridiculous to Li Xiaofang and Weigua. They thought that she was a child and didn't understand things. They had to worry about her and plan a good future for her. So, the communication between the two sides failed. Because of this incident, the family quarreled endlessly. And Qing became more and more tired, more and more quiet. The spirit in her eyes gradually disappeared. And she gradually began to suffer from insomnia. Someone introduced a date to Qing. And Li Xiaofang asked Qing to go. But Qing refused. She was so anxious that no matter what she said, she refused to listen. She was so angry that she hit Qing several times. From childhood to adulthood, Li Xiaofang had never been willing to hit her daughter. This was the first time. But after being hit, Qing still refused to go. She was determined not to go. She even went back to her room and locked the door to express her determination. Afterwards, Li Xiaofang stood at the door of the room, holding a kitchen knife to her neck and threatening to die. Qing came out. But the last bit of light in her eyes was gone. She was like a walking corpse, no longer refusing her parents' request for a blind date. But she only went to meet them, without leaving a phone number or contacting them. Qing was 25 years old. And Weigua and Li Xiaofang were so anxious. But they couldn't do anything about their daughter. So they could only ask people to find a match for her. This blind date was also Qing's last blind date, which happened during the day when the end of the world came. Qing rejected him as usual, and locked herself in her room when she got home. In the living room, Li Xiaofang was so angry that she kept crying, and said to Weigua, "Tell me, what is this child thinking? She doesn't like such a good guy. What kind of guy does she want to find? She doesn't even look at her own conditions. There are better ones. But can she match him?" He frowned after hearing her words. "Okay. You've gone too far. You can't say such things anyway. It hurts the child too much." Li Xiaofang, Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for her. If it weren't for her, would I have to do this? She's already 25 years old. Does she really want to be an old maid at home for the rest of her life? Her heart is getting higher and higher every day. Every time she says a lot of shortcomings about others. Why doesn't she count how many shortcomings she has? Okay. You should say less. If you don't like this one, just ask someone to find the next one. And Wegwa said, the next one? It's easy to say. Do you know how many people I've offended by finding a date for her? Now no one dares to tell her. When I mention it, they change the subject and don't respond. She has dated dozens of men over the years, but none of them are good enough for her. She's so picky. She picks people with this and that kind of flaws. Is there anyone who is perfect without flaws? Even if there is, they won't like her. In the room, and Ching, with a pale face, listened quietly to her mother's words outside, and tears fell down in big drops. With trembling hands, she picked up the medicine on the table, unscrewed it, poured all the pills inside into her mouth, swallowed them with water, slowly lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes. The tears were still falling. Ching, Mom was wrong. Don't do this, don't. Li Xiaofeng rushed to the screen, but at this time, the screen was black. Ching. Li Xiaofeng fell to the ground and cried bitterly. She was in a soul state now, with no tears in her eyes, but her whole body was desperate. Her soul was trembling and twisting, as if it would collapse in the next moment. And Wegwa's face was expressionless. He stared at the black screen, and seemed to have not reacted yet. He looked like a stone statue. And Yiqing looked at the two of them. They undoubtedly loved Yiqing very much. But they loved her in the wrong way. But it was precisely because they loved Yiqing deeply, and Yiqing loved them, that the things they did hurt Yiqing so much. Especially when Li Xiaofeng threatened to die. And Yiqing, do you know? Actually, after Yiqing was forced to go on a blind date by you, she gradually developed depression. She had attempted suicide many times. But she always considered you, and pulled herself back from the extreme emotions. The words you said on the last blind date became the last straw that broke her back. Li Xiaofeng covered her chest. Her eyes were dull, and her soul was twisted. And Wegwa covered his face in pain. Don't blame Xiaofen. Blame me. I knew Xiaofen sometimes went too far. But I couldn't stop her. The edge of his soul had turned into stardust, and was dissipating. And Yiqing reached out, and stabilized the souls of the two. As parents, you really consider her wholeheartedly. But she is a person, not an object. She has her own thoughts. You should listen to her ideas instead of acting according to your ideas. She is not a person, but your puppet. And Yiqing supported her chin. Her expression was still gentle, but her words were very cold. I am very curious. Why do you think Yiqing is looking for someone left over by others, when she is later in life? There were many people who got married in their 30s. Right? And is marriage necessarily happy? There are many happy people. But there are also many people who suffer in marriage. Right? Those who are not happy after marriage are better off being single and happy. I have always felt that whether to get married or not should follow your heart. Otherwise you will never be happy. Love and marriage should be a natural process, not a necessary process. Li Xiaofeng and Wegwa were no longer responsive. Their souls were constantly collapsing. And if she hadn't protected their souls, they would probably have dissipated. It was obvious that they simply could not accept the fact that they had forced their own daughter to death, and could not bear it. And Yiqing sighed, and swallowed what she wanted to say. And Yiqing is still alive. With just one sentence, the two people who had just been so depressed that their souls were about to dissipate immediately looked at Yiqing. But no one spoke. And Yiqing, I traveled to this world. And after I came back to life with your daughter's body, she also came to my original world, and lived with my body. Li Xiaofeng stood up from the ground tremblingly. What? What do you mean? Traveled? You know. Right? It means that Yiqing and I traveled through each other. But after she traveled to another world, her soul protected itself, and she forgot what happened after she turned 21. But this memory was a time bomb for her. She could not tell when she would remember it. And then she would be dragged into the abyss by that memory. And Wegwa was anxious when he heard this. Then, what should we do? Please help us. We don't ask for anything now. We just want Qingqing to live a stable life. As long as she is happy, we can do anything. Can you help us? And Wegwa knelt down in front of Yiqing with a plop. And Yiqing raised her hand and forced Wegwa to get up and sit back on the sofa. Although I am not your daughter, this body is hers. Even if it belongs to me now, you cannot kneel. As for Enqing's matter, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Enqing looked at the two of them. She loves you very much. So you have a great influence on her. That painful memory has become her heart knot. If you want to untie it and heal her, it depends on how you do it. Li Xiaofang, I can do anything. As long as she is fine. I can do anything. And Enqing smiled, then wait. You should be able to meet soon. Li Xiaofang was a little anxious. When? And Enqing shook her head. I don't know the details. But you will know when the time comes. Chapter 98 Recovering Memory. This is my gift to you. 001's voice sounded in her ears. Enqing's eyelashes trembled, and then Huahuan opened her eyes. The faces of her parents appeared in front of her. They looked excited, wanting to get close to her, but inexplicably timid, as if they didn't dare to come forward and didn't dare to get close. Enqing didn't have time to think about why her parents showed such an expression. The moment she saw the two of them, her tears fell all at once. Dad, Mom. The grievance, fear, and anxiety and fear in her heart all surged up at this moment. She rushed over and hugged the two of them tightly. Be gentle. Be gentle. Your parents are in the soul projection state now. Although I can let them have simulated entities to touch, they are actually very fragile. Don't break them. 001 saw Enqing's posture of rushing over, and was frightened and warned loudly. Obviously. Enqing, and Weigua and Li Xiaofang didn't listen. Li Xiaofang hugged her daughter tightly, as if she was hugging a lost treasure. Qingqing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mom was wrong. I'm sorry. Mom shouldn't force you. It's Mom's fault. Mom didn't respect your opinion. And Weigua hugged the mother and son, and looked at his daughter, who was standing beside him with red eyes. His big hands gently stroked her head, and his fingers trembled violently. Although your mother did something wrong, she was thinking about you wholeheartedly. Qingqing. Don't blame your mother. Blame your father. It's your father's fault. He should have persuaded and enlightened your mother. But not only did he not persuade your mother, he also joined her. When Weigua thought of the scene of his daughter swallowing pills in despair, he closed his eyes. Tears rolled down his eyes, and his voice was hoarse. Enqing was originally quite aggrieved, but the two of them came up and started to speak. She was stunned for a while, slowly stood up from her parents' arms, and looked at the two people with painful expressions in a daze. Dad? Mom? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Li Xiaofang reached out and touched Enqing's face, her fingers tracing her eyebrows and cheeks bit by bit. Although this body is not Enqing's original body, it is somewhat similar to her. Facing her daughter's blank eyes, Li Xiaofang closed her eyes in pain, and Weigua patted Li Xiaofang's shoulder and looked at Enqing. Qingqing. You don't understand. That's because you forgot. But it doesn't matter. Those memories are not good memories. Forget them. Just forget them. You just need to be healthy and happy. However, Mom and Dad still have to apologize to you. It's our fault. We did something to hurt you in the name of doing good for you. Whether you remember that memory or not, you must remember that it was Mom and Dad who were wrong. Mom and Dad love you very much. As long as you are happy and happy, as long as you live well, we will be satisfied. Li Xiaofang choked and nodded. Yes. Qingqing. Mom and Dad love you very much. It was Mom who was obsessed and forced you before. Now Mom and Dad have nothing to ask for, but only hope that you live well and be happy all your life. The couple looked at their daughter greedily, as if they wanted to deeply imprint her current appearance in the depths of their souls. Enqing stood still, blinking slowly. Something in her mind seemed to be stirring and trying to break out. Suddenly, the broken black and white picture was pieced together, slowly regaining color. She remembered, for her, the days when she had no light and could not see the future. The days when she was so depressed that she attempted suicide several times. But she regretted it at the last minute and dared not let her parents find out. Enqing's eyes gradually filled with tears. Her parents loved her, and she always knew it. From childhood to adulthood, she has received the wholehearted love of her parents. She has all the toys that other children have. She only needs to ask her parents for what she wants. As long as it is within their ability, they will satisfy her. When she was a child, her classmates would travel around with their parents during the holidays, and she envied them. So, her father hired someone to look after the store, and took her to have a picnic, travel, and see the crowds of people. When there were many people, She would be put on her father's shoulders to sit, looking down at the crowded heads. Her mother is very good at cooking. She likes to make a lot of delicious food for her and feed her. She buys her beautiful clothes and says she is the little princess of their family. And she once raised a cat in the game. She dressed the cat very beautifully and named it Princess. Actually, it was because she used to be the little princess of the family. But she didn't understand why she changed after growing up. Now, Ching remembered everything. She didn't come to this world inexplicably. She came here after taking sleeping pills and committing suicide. And Ching never hated her parents. She knew very well that they cared about her wholeheartedly. But what they pushed into her was not what she wanted. What's more, they kept belittling her in order to force her to go on blind dates and get married. Because she knew they were doing it for her own good, they loved her very much, so they made her suffer even more, like a butterfly trapped in a thick cocoon, no matter how hard she struggled. She could not escape the cage. And Ching took a deep breath, and the sudden recovery of her memory had a great impact on her. She did not hate them, and she never had a revengeful mentality. In fact, many of her behaviors at that time were somewhat out of control, as if someone was saying to her, "I am so tired, I wish I could die, I would not be so painful if I died." And Ching looked at her parents, who apologized to her, and her eyes were very sore. She hugged Li Xiaofang's waist, buried her face in her mother's arms, and suddenly burst into tears. This time was different from the grievance and fear she had just seen her parents. This was a venting of all her might, as if she wanted to vent all the depression and pain during that period through crying. Li Xiaofang hugged Ching and gently stroked her back. Fortunately, this was in Ching's office, which had good sound insulation. Otherwise her crying would have been heard far away. Seeing his daughter crying like this, and Weigua felt a pain in his heart. But he also realized that Ching suddenly cried so much, which must be because she recovered her memory. It was so easy to remember, which made Weigua very scared. He couldn't imagine what would happen to Ching, who suddenly recovered her memory, if he and his wife didn't come. Would she choose to end her life like before? Even now. And Weigua was nervous and uneasy. After all, Ching committed suicide because of depression. Depression is a mental illness. Who knows if depression will be recovered after recovering her memory? Time passed bit by bit. And Ching was tired. She fell asleep in Li Xiaofang's arms. Li Xiaofang looked around and carefully carried her to the sofa. And Weigua came to help. And the two let Ching lie on the sofa. Li Xiaofang gently wiped the tears from Ching's face, regretting and worrying, and couldn't help looking at Weigua. Ching. Just now. Did you remember it? And Weigua squatted beside the sofa, looked at Ching, and nodded. It should be. Li Xiaofang was a little anxious. What should we do? Ching. Will she still? Speaking of this, Li Xiaofang covered her mouth, and she didn't want to say those words. And Weigua, before we pushed her too hard. She was too depressed. She just cried hard and vented her emotions. She should be fine. He said this just to comfort Li Xiaofang. In fact, he was still very worried. 001 squatted on the coffee table and slowly revealed its body. Although it already had a physical body, it was still a system and could choose whether to show itself in front of people. Unfortunately, Li Xiaofang and Weigua were all focused on Ching and did not notice that there was a cat on the coffee table. 001 was a little speechless, but he kindly comforted the two people's uneasy hearts. Don't worry. Ching has been in this world for so long, and her depression has long been cured. The sudden voice in the room scared the two people, and Weigua and Li Xiaofang only then saw that there was a cat on the coffee table next to them. Looking around, there was no one else in this office except the cat. Don't look. It's just me talking. 001 said, I am Ching's golden finger, and I am bound to her system. You can call me 001. Li Xiaofang and Weigua were both a little confused. Fortunately, after all, they had lived in the era of information explosion before. Even if they had not read these novels or TV shows, they had seen them on short videos, so they still knew the words such as golden fingers and system. Li Xiaofang was a little nervous. Hello. 001 nodded. I am the supermarket system. The food that comes out of me has special abilities. It can bring happiness to people, heal their souls, reduce stress and improve their mental state. Although it was not very clear before, it was inferred from the state of the people in the base after eating the food. But it just looked at Ching's condition carefully. After she recovered her memory, her emotions did not go to extremes. Hearing this, Li Xiaofang and An Weigua both breathed a sigh of relief and thanked 001. 001. You're welcome. My ability cannot allow you to project virtual reality for too long in this world. So you can only stay here for 10 days at most and then go back. During this time, you should accompany An Qing well. She is under a lot of pressure in this world. Li Xiaofang was stunned. She didn't know what kind of world this was. Nor did she know An Qing's life here. Is Qingqing having a bad time here? 001. Not bad, mainly because the pressure in this world is already great. And Weigua couldn't help asking carefully. 001 had been following An Qing all the time, so he knew everything about An Qing. After thinking for a while, he felt that there was nothing he couldn't tell her about this matter, so he told her in detail about An Qing's experience of traveling to this world. As Li Xiaofang listened, she covered her chest, and had some difficulty breathing. She asked tremblingly, This world, is so dangerous? 001, this world is ending, it must be dangerous, is it your world ending too? Li Xiaofang opened her mouth, but that world had an I Ching. When she was awake in the soul state, the end of that world had been ended by an I Ching. But in the end, Li Xiaofang didn't say it, after all. If An Qing stayed in the original world, she might not be able to survive. Although she and An Weigua woke up in the state of souls, An I Ching allowed them to walk temporarily in a physical form. So they lived in An I Ching's territory for a while, and heard a lot about the dangers after the apocalypse. Before the end of the apocalypse, 8 out of 10 people turned into zombies and died. And only a few survived. Although it was dangerous for An Qing to travel to this world, there was already a mature base here, and the supermarket system was always protected. And Weigua said in confusion, Qingqing doesn't have to leave the base now. Why do you still say she is under a lot of pressure? 001. Because An Qing is now the head of the base. Li Xiaofang. An Weigua. This is a development that neither of them expected. Although they both love their daughter very much, it is a fact that An Qing has always had poor grades since she was a child, and she is not very scheming, and it is also a fact that she is not smart enough. To be honest, they really can't imagine what it would be like for An Qing to become the head of a base. An Qing didn't sleep for long. In less than an hour, she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she still felt a trance, as if she didn't know what day it was. After a while, she finally sat up on the sofa. A familiar and vague voice sounded. Ah, it's delicious. This was 001's voice. Right, Qingqing liked the steak I made the most. The mother's voice came. It's delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Your cooking skills are really great. 001 flattered her. Li Xiaofang was very happy. That's right, I'm a very good cook. When Qingqing was little, she seldom went to eat at roadside stalls. Those stalls didn't cook as well as I did. She told me what she wanted to eat every morning, and she could eat it when she got home in the evening. And Weigua, what Qingqing wanted to eat, you secretly looked up information online and learned it yourself. You kept cooking when Qingqing was not at home. How could you not cook it well? How many of your failed dishes did I eat at that time? Especially when Li Xiaofang fried steaks, she couldn't cook them well at first. Every time she fried steaks, they were old and hard. As a result, she had steaks every day during that period. He chewed them until his cheeks hurt. And An Qing wanted to eat cake. When she practiced secretly, it was often fuzzy. The cake was not fluffy, it was like a pancake, or a fuzzy pancake. Li Xiaofang was a little embarrassed. It didn't take too long. It only took me a few days to learn it. An Qing sat on the sofa, looking at the lounge in the office. She didn't have the habit of sleeping in the office, so the lounge was converted into a small kitchen, so she could make some simple food for herself. The door of the lounge was not closed. A strong smell of food wafted out. Li Xiaofang was still busy cooking. And Weigua was helping her. And 001 was squatting on the stove. In front of him was a small plate with some prepared food. 001 was feasting on the plate like a real cat, enjoying it very much, and even making purring sounds. And Qing, her mom, isn't she allergic to cat hair? Oh, I forgot, 001 is not a real cat in the strict sense. Although it has a physical body, the hair on its body will not fall off. And Qing stared at her parents busy in the kitchen, feeling as if she had instantly returned to the happy time before she became an adult. Chapter 99 fell down. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. And Qing immediately looked at the office door, then looked at her parents, who were busy in the kitchen, and did not speak for a while. The two people, and the cat in the kitchen also heard the knock on the door. And Weigua and Li Xiaofang were startled, and looked outside nervously, and happened to meet in Qing's eyes. 001 swallowed the food in his mouth, and then said slowly, "Don't worry, without my permission, outsiders can't see you. It's the same reason that if it doesn't want others to see it, others won't see it." And Wei Guo and Li Xiufang both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had just learned about the situation of this base from 001. They were afraid that their sudden appearance would be noticed by the people in the base, and cause trouble for their daughter. After hearing this, and Qing said to the people outside, "Come in." And Wei Guo hurried to the door of the small kitchen and closed the door gently, but did not close it completely, leaving a gap so that people outside could not see inside. But they could see the situation outside from inside. The office door was pushed open, and Zhou Jing walked in quickly. "Base director, a lot of documents have just been handed over by various departments." As she said that, she placed the documents in front of Qing. "Many people have proposed to urgently transform the Underground Research Institute into an underground fortress to provide shelter for the entire base." And Qing flipped through the documents Zhou Jing sent over, and read through them one by one. They all basically had the same idea. Is this considered a joint petition? Underground fortress? Let's not talk about the feasibility of transforming the Underground Research Institute into an underground fortress. Even if it is really transformed into a fortress, it cannot accommodate everyone in the base. Not to mention that sufficient supplies are needed to hide in the underground fortress. Giving up the ground means giving up everything in the base. Then the current supplies in the base will definitely not be able to feed the entire base. So, regardless of supplies or living space, the base will have to give up some people. According to the space of the Underground Research Institute, 160% of the people in the entire base need to be abandoned. And Qing looked at these documents. She was very calm, but her mood was very complicated. It seems that people in any world are actually the same. Even if the people in this world have been educated to consider the base since childhood, and to preserve the human fire, there will be differences when they encounter danger. Some people will consider the entire base, for the entire human race, and some people will be more selfish, just wanting to survive, and have enough supplies. These documents are all about turning the Research Institute into an underground fortress, but Qing can actually see that those people's words are selfish, and who is really considering the future of the base and humanity. And Qing closed the file, and didn't read it again. Have Qiong Jing and the others returned? Zhou Jing shook her head, "Not yet." And Qing nodded. "Then you go out, and keep an eye on them, and report to me immediately when they come back." Zhou Jing, "Okay, base commander." She turned and left, and when she left, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept across the small kitchen in the office, and her steps paused, and said nothing, and closed the door after leaving the office. In the small kitchen, and Wei Guo and Li Xiufang thought they were spying outside in a very covert way. But they saw Zhou Jing looking at them, and they held their breath in fear. After Zhou Jing left, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, the couple were in a complicated mood now. Their daughter was originally a delicate and soft girl with a good temper. But when they saw the conversation between Qing and Zhou Jing just now, they found that their daughter had changed a lot. After being the base leader for a period of time, she obviously had more majesty of a superior. When she saw those documents and frowned slightly, and Wei Guo and Li Xiufang both felt a heavy pressure. "Dad? Mom?" And Qing came over and gently pushed open the door of the small kitchen. Li Xiufang came back to her senses, and seeing Qing's relaxed face, she smiled. "Qing, Mom made you a steak, and also steamed shrimp and clam egg custard. Are you hungry? I'll serve it to you now?" And Qing looked at her mother's bright eyes and expectant expression, and nodded, "Okay." Li Xiufang and Wei Guo were both very happy. They quickly brought out dishes from the kitchen, all of which were Qing's favorites. Not just the two that Li Xiufang had just reported. Black pepper steak, grilled lamb chops, steamed egg custard, garlic chops, cabbage and pork dumplings, bone soup. Although the portion of each item is not large, the quantity is really large. So much food is placed in front of her. Even if her appetite has increased greatly now, she probably can't finish it. And Qing saw the familiar food and smelled the familiar aroma. She was touched, and at the same time she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mom, you made so much in just a short time? I can't finish it. Can you eat it?" 001, although they can touch it now, they are just projected and can't eat it. It stared at the food on the table and almost drooled. "Host, if you can't finish it, give me some. I can eat as much as you want." Li Xiufang smiled at Qing. "Qing, try it. Has your mother's cooking skills declined?" And Weigwa tried to make himself felt. Dad, help your mother. And Ching. She picked up a piece of steak that had been cut into strips and slowly put it into her mouth. Li Xiaofang is really good at cooking. The steak is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and not dry at all. It bursts with juice when you bite it, and the taste is neither salty nor bland. Just right. And Ching tasted each one of them. The dishes made by her mother were all delicious, and she cherished them very much. Li Xiaofang and Weigwa were watching from the side, with gentle and loving eyes. And Ching was full, and then she remembered, by the way, where did these ingredients come from? Li Xiaofang smiled and said, 001 gave them to us. And Ching looked at 001, and 001 moved his eyes away guiltily. And Ching stared at 001 and said, I remember. My supermarket system doesn't seem to have steak, pork and other things. Right? So, where did you get the ingredients for my parents? Li Xiaofang was stunned. A little confused. No. No. Didn't 001 say that your supermarket system has everything? And Ching nodded, indeed. There is everything. But I need to unlock the shelves one by one. And during this period of time, I haven't unlocked the shelves for a long time. 001, after I have a physical body, I can also take some food from the system supermarket. Don't worry. The food I take will not deduct your happiness points. And Ching still looked at it. Unlock shelves, can you take them? 001. It almost said desperately, yes, as a system, I only have this little authority. Although I can directly take things from the system, there are very large restrictions. And Ching. She was still thinking, since 001 can take things directly from the system, and doesn't need to give happiness points, then can she let 001 directly give her more body-tempering spirit liquid? In this way, she can directly build a cutting-edge army, and then she doesn't have to be afraid of the mutated blood vine at all. As a result, before she could say what she was thinking, 001 said that there were very big restrictions. And Ching asked with a glimmer of hope, what restrictions? Zhong Yiji drove the car very fast. But soon, more and more vines attacked the car. And more. The weapons carried by Li Yu and Huang Jian could no longer clear a way for the car. They had to abandon the car. Fortunately, this place was not far from the edge of the dense forest. Li Yu and others protected Zhong Yiji while clearing the blood vines around. And moved forward. Although there were many vines around them, each one was thinner than the other, like newly grown vines. And their fighting power was not very strong. Not long after they advanced, they seemed to find that these thin vines could not stop them at all. The blood vines did not grow again after being cut off, but retreated into the ground. After the difficult battle with the blood vines just now, Xiong Jing's breathing was a little rapid, but Li Yu and others breathed steadily, and there was no sweat on their foreheads. The battle just now seemed to be easy for them, and they just warmed up. Even though he had discovered it before, he now had a higher assessment of the strength of these people. Without the interference of the blood vine, the group quickly arrived at the edge of the dense forest. Now that the beast tide has not ended, they were on guard, observing their surroundings vigilantly, and slowly walked into the dense forest. The dense forest was very quiet, so quiet that there was not a single sound of mutant beasts, which was very unusual after all. The beast tide broke out, and the mutant beasts were in estrus, so noisy. They walked slowly into the dense forest, and when Li Yu carefully observed the surroundings, she did not pay attention to her feet, and was tripped by a thick tree root on the ground. Li Yu reacted quickly when she lost her balance. When she fell, she immediately supported herself with her hands, and turned over to stand firmly. She looked back at the tree root. Huang Jian and the others also saw it. The thick tree root that had just tripped Li Yu was broken in the middle. Huang Jian subconsciously gave Li Yu a thumbs up. Captain, you are awesome. Zhong Yiji frowned and said, isn't this tree root wrong? The tree root originally arched up one step, like an arch bridge. So Li Yu was tripped without paying attention. However, when the tree root tripped Li Yu, because of the force of Li Yu's fall, the tree root broke into two gaps on the left and right, and a piece of the tree root fell to the ground. Xiong Jing had already squatted in front of the tree root, frowning and observing the tree root. He touched it with his hand, then stood up and said, this tree root has died. Dead? Li Yu was a little surprised. How is it possible? Although she felt that the tree root that tripped her seemed too fragile at the moment she was tripped. She had never been on a mission before, and was not sure whether she had such a feeling because of her increased strength. However, the vitality of mutant plants is very strong, and the dense forest is the home of mutant animals and plants. How could it be dead? Qiangjing looked to the side along the tree root, and soon found the tree connected to the root. He walked over. This tree was as big as a 17-18 person hug. It was unknown what kind of tree it was before the mutation. But according to the base records, this tree, although it grew very large after the mutation, had no mobility and no attack power. Although its leaves were highly toxic, it was also a harmless mutant plant. At this time, the tree was still tall, but the color of the bark was a little different from before, and the branches and leaves on the high treetops seemed to be wilting. There were thick leaves falling on the ground around the roots. Qiangjing reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. A cracking sound was heard. And the next moment, a booming sound was heard. Zhong Yiji immediately grabbed Qiangjing and retreated quickly with his men. Although the four people saw that the tree that Qiangjing had just knocked on was cracked little by little from the root of the trunk, and then fell down in one direction. Boom! The giant tree fell down, hitting one tree after another, and those trees also fell down one by one. And on the way down, they hit other trees. Li Yu and others were very shocked to see that after a tree fell, it affected the surrounding trees, so that the trees in the dense forest spread out and fell in all directions like dominoes. Chapter 100 Bloodvine Ocean. The trees in the dense forest are very tall and dense. When a tree falls, it can affect a large area. So it didn't take long for Li Yu and the others to see all the fallen tall trees. It took Li Yu a long time to find her voice. All fell? It was unbelievable. When did the mutant plants become so fragile? Wang Jian was also a little stunned. After a while, he turned his head to look at the trees behind him that were still good, blew into his fist, and then smashed it on the tree trunk. His fist instantly penetrated the entire tree. And the moment he retracted his fist, the tree also fell down. The same scene as before. The trees fell down one after another. Wang Jian looked at his hand, and then at the tree he had just pierced. He was a little confused. These trees seemed to be hollow? Qiangjing squatted beside the broken and fallen tree to check, nodded and said, yes. These trees look good on the surface, but in fact they are completely hollow inside, with only a thin layer of bark barely supporting the whole tree. These trees are still standing in the dense forest, but it is just an illusion. These trees are still supported on the surface, but in fact they have long been dead. So the trees fell down with a little push. A subtle sound of breaking through the air was heard. Li Yu subconsciously turned her head to avoid it, and her hand suddenly grabbed the flying object. It was a blood vine. The blood vine emerged from the roots of the trees that were still rooted in the soil, and suddenly attacked. If her hearing had not been several times stronger than before, she probably would not have been able to detect it. Qiongju, get away from the tree. Li Yu cut off the blood vine in her hand with a knife, and flew towards Qiangjing. In an instant, dense blood vines emerged from the roots of each tree, and rushed towards the few people. These blood vines were obviously thinner and weaker, but so many dense blood vines rushing over made people shocked and scared. And there was also a creepy feeling that they had become very small in an instant, as if they would be submerged by so many blood vines in the next moment. Not to mention, there were also blood vines emerging from the soil. They seemed to be trapped in a sea of blood vines. Retreat! Quickly! Qiangjing looked grim, and immediately led his men to retreat. They were surrounded by blood vines in all directions, and blood vines kept emerging from the ground under their feet. Zhong Yiji waved the knife in his hand, constantly harvesting the blood vines that surged up from the surroundings. These blood vines were harvested one after another, as if they were endless. It was extremely difficult for them to retreat. Puff! Zhong Yiji felt a pain under his feet, and suddenly raised his feet, seemingly saw a blood vine emerging from the ground, piercing through his soles and into his feet, sucking blood in big mouthfuls. He could clearly see the blood vine's body bulging when it was sucking blood. Zhong Yiji chopped off the blood vine that was piercing his feet with a knife, but he could clearly feel that when the blood vine sucked his blood, he was much weaker. On the other side, Li Yu was also pierced by the blood vines. She reacted quickly and cut off the blood vines. Qiongju, what should we do now? There are too many blood vines. If we continue like this, we will probably die before we evacuate the dense forest. Qiangjing was also pierced by the blood vines several times. These tiny blood vines are indeed not very powerful, but there are many of them. If they accidentally pierce their bodies, they will suck blood crazily. No matter how powerful Li Yu and the others are, they can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention the dense blood vines around them. Qiangjing took a deep breath. Attack as defense, Forced evacuation. Liu nodded. Okay, I'll lead the way. Huang Jian, Zhong Yiji, you two protect Xiongju on the left and right. Huang Jian and Zhong Yiji nodded. Yes. Several people quickly changed their positions, regardless of whether the blood vines in front were cleaned up or not, or how much they had cleaned up. Liu chopped down with a knife and started to rush forward. Zhong Yiji and Huang Jian protected Xiong and followed closely, and cleared the blood vines on both sides. Before, they thought there were many blood vines outside, but when they entered the dense forest, they found that there were more blood vines here. Several blood vines attacked Xiong back. Xiong was sensitive to the blood vines behind him, and cut them off with his backhand. Another blood vine next to him passed Huang Jian's protection, and attacked Xiong neck. Huang Jian subconsciously swung his knife to cut off the blood vine. But he didn't expect a blood vine to suddenly pierce his neck. Huang Jian hurriedly raised his hand to grab the blood vine that pierced his neck, and pulled it out with a roar. Blood splashed in all directions, and the surrounding blood vines were soaked in blood and became more crazy and agitated. They seemed to be completely reckless and wanted to devour them madly. Not long after, Liu and the other three were all injured. Their clothes were soaked with blood, and they didn't even have time to spray themselves with medicine. Fortunately, they hadn't gone deep into the dense forest and finally left the dense forest. Once they left the dense forest, although there were still many blood vines outside, they could clearly feel that there were much fewer blood vines outside. The four of them didn't stop, and dragged their heavy bodies to run forward quickly. The blood flowed along with them, sprinkled on the ground, and was quickly absorbed by the blood vines that emerged from the ground. Finally, they saw the car they had abandoned before, and it was still intact, not damaged by the blood vines. Several people cleared the blood vines around and quickly got in the car. Sitting in the car, the four of them gasped for air. Although Liu and the others were weak, they looked fine. Xiong face was pale. Even his lips were pale, and his pupils were a little dilated due to excessive blood loss. Liu sat in the driver's seat, but did not drive immediately. She treated her own wounds first. Later, Huang Jian and Zhong Yiji treated Xiong wounds first, then injected him with a recovery agent, and then began to clean their own wounds. Liu saw that there were more and more blood vines outside, and hurriedly said, "Ready? I'm driving." As she said that, she started the car, turned around quickly on the spot, and ran towards the base. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car's speed reached the highest speed. The blood vines quickly rushed forward, forming an interception rope in front. As long as she drove past, the interception rope would overturn the car. Liu, Zhong Yiji. Shoot! Zhong Yiji opened the car window, swung his knife to cut off the blood vines that rushed in from the window, and tried to get in, and aimed his gun at the interception rope formed by the blood vines in front. Huang Jian also came over, and kept helping to clear the blood vines rushing towards the car window, so that Zhong Yiji could aim at the interception rope more quickly. Zhong Yiji kept aiming, but did not shoot. When the car was about to approach the interception rope, he pulled the trigger and shot the interception rope. The interception rope was broken at once, and before they could gather again, Liu had already driven over and left. The farther away from the dense forest, the fewer blood vines there were, but the attack power became stronger. Fortunately, there were no blood vines that seemed to be able to submerge the entire dense forest. With fewer blood vines, even if the attack power became stronger, Liu and the others could deal with it. Not long after, several people returned to the place where Tang Ming and his team were stationed. At this time, the battlefield was in a mess, and the blood vines were gone. Several special teams worked together to clean up the battlefield. Tang Ming saw Liu and his team's car coming back from a distance, and walked a few steps quickly. Not long after, the vehicle slowed down and stopped. Xiong, who had rested for a while on the way, finally recovered a little. He opened the door and got out of the car, looked around, and asked Tang Ming, "Captain Tang, have those blood vines been dealt with?" Tang Ming shook his head. "No. They escaped by themselves." After saying that, he saw the embarrassed appearance of Xiong and his team, and asked with a strong smell of blood on their bodies, "What's the situation in the dense forest? Are you all right?" Xiong looked at Tang Ming. "Our previous guess. The probability reached 99.9%. As he said, he whispered to Tang Ming what happened after they entered the dense forest. Those empty mutant trees should have been devoured by the blood vines. They had not yet entered the dense forest, and did not know the situation inside the dense forest, but the mutant trees were empty, and the mutant plants inside should have been devoured by the blood vines, and the fate of those mutant animals should be similar. Those blood vines devoured so many mutant trees, but they were still very thin and small. It was obvious that, after they devoured the mutant trees, the nutrients were supplied to the main body. This also indirectly proved that these blood vines were indeed branches of a blood vine. How terrible has the blood vine grown to have so many branches in the dense forest? It's shocking to think about it. Captain Tang, this matter cannot be publicized yet. You need to continue to stay here. Although the blood vines have retreated, they will definitely come back, Xiong Jing solemnly warned. Tang Ming nodded. Don't worry. I know. Xiong Jing, then I will go back and report to the base commander first. The two sides said goodbye. Tang Ming watched the car leave, and then looked at the direction of the dense forest with a heavy gaze. When Xiong Jing and others returned to the base, Zhou Jing came up to them quickly. Assisted Xiong. Captain Li, you are back? How is the situation? Xiong Jing did not return to the research institute, but asked directly, where is the base commander? We have important matters to report to the base commander. Zhou Jing was stunned for a moment. Nodded, okay. The base commander is still in the office. You come with me. She looked at their bloody and miserable appearance, and saw that they had no intention of washing and tidying up. So she knew that the situation was urgent, and took them to the central building quickly. Soon, the elevator arrived at the top floor. Zhou Jing came to the door of the office and knocked on the door. In the office, although the situation is still critical, and Qing is in a good mood because she has untied her knot. Li Xiaofeng also made her a lot of food she liked in her previous life. She feels that the pressure has been relieved a lot. Unfortunately, the system still has too many restrictions on 001. Although 001 can take some things out of the supermarket, they can only be some ingredients and seasonings, and the amount that can be taken out every day is limited. For example, 1 pound of beef, 1 pound of pork, half a chicken, duck, and fish. And Qing didn't understand why this happened. 001 explained that this should be based on its appetite. In other words, the food that 001 can take out is its daily food. And Qing sighed. The system didn't give her any chance to exploit loopholes. There was no other way. And Qing could only refresh the daily welfare shelf to see if she could refresh more useful things. She refreshed 4 times. The products in these 4 times were thin-skin peppers, dried noodles, body-hardening spirit liquid, and ability cards. She didn't buy thin-skin peppers or dried noodles, but only body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards. In the end, there were more than 2,000 happiness points left, and Qing gritted her teeth and decided to refresh again. Before she started, there was a knock at the door, and Wei Gui and Li Xiaofeng sat next to Qing and watched. Although they couldn't see Qing's operation, they knew what Qing was doing through 001. So they all concentrated and held their breath, not daring to disturb her. And Qing rubbed her eyebrows. Come in. Chapter 101, Barrier. After saying that, Qing looked at her parents sitting next to her, and was silent for a while. She had never thought of using death to force her parents to regret and suffer. But now her parents are really scared by her suicide, and they regret it now, and they look at her with guilt and caution. Before she recovered her memory, Qing missed her parents very much, and wanted to see them very much. After she recovered her memory, she didn't know how to get along with them. The happy time of the family of 3 was real, and the hurt they brought to her was also real. Even if she has untied the knot now, she is not wrong. It is her parents who are wrong, but she can't go back to the past. Base Commander, Xiongju and the others are back. Zhou Jing pushed open the door and reported. A strong smell of blood drifted in. The wounds on the bodies of several people had been treated simply, but they did not heal so quickly. At this moment, the strong smell could still be smelled. She stood up at once, walked over quickly, frowned and asked, what happened? How did you get hurt like this? Xiong Jing shook his head. I'm fine. Li Yu and the others are more seriously injured. And Qing looked at Li Yu and the others. Indeed, there was obviously more blood on their clothes, almost soaking their bodies. Go to the hospital to treat your wounds first, and then have a good rest. Thank you for your hard work this time. Li Yu hurriedly shook her head. No need. Base Commander, we are all fine, and the wounds have been treated. Xiong Jing looked very serious. Base Commander, we have something very important to report. And Qing, then come here. Sit down and talk slowly. Hearing what Qing said, and Wei Gui and Li Xiufeng, who were sitting on the sofa, hurriedly stood up and made way. Xiong and his companions could not see in Wei Gui and his wife. They had indeed consumed a lot of energy this time, and were somewhat exhausted, so they did not bother to be polite with Qing, and sat on the sofa to rest. Base Commander, after we arrived at the dense forest before. Xiong described in detail the situation when they entered the dense forest. Although they did not go very deep into the dense forest, there were indeed no tracks or sounds of mutant animals in the dense forest. Not to mention, when those tall trees fell one by one, there were no mutant animals that were startled. As Qing listened, her face changed. So, the blood vines devoured the mutant beasts and drained the mutant plants in the dense forest. No one could imagine how strong and terrifying the blood vines that devoured the mutant animals and plants in the dense forest were now. According to Xiong, although the blood vines surrounding the base were thicker and had stronger attack power, their number was completely incomparable to the number of blood vines in the dense forest. It was a sea of blood vines. And Qing took out the communicator and called Wei Xuani. Base Commander? Wei Xuani's low voice came from the other side. Yes. And Qing sat in front of the office, rubbing her fingers. She lowered her eyes and looked at her fingers. But her heart was unexpectedly calm. After recovering her memory, she untied the knot of her past life. Without her knowledge, the system food cured her depression. She was very clear-headed. If she went back to the time when she just committed suicide, she would come up with a better solution instead of committing suicide. Perhaps because she had died once. And she no longer had the fear before recovering her memory. She was very stable, and death did not seem so scary. Of course, she still wanted to live. She would try her best to live. But if she couldn't change the outcome of death even if she tried her best. She had tried. But for some reason. And Qing's thoughts drifted away. She suddenly thought of Tang Ming. After recovering her memory, she was sure that the Tang Ming here was the Tang Ming she had dated in her previous life. Even though they only met once during the blind date. And Qing was sure of this. However, her parents were projected into this world because of the system. So what about Tang Ming? And Qing couldn't help thinking. But she didn't forget what she was doing now. How is your situation? Wei Xuani, Noah's Ark has been transferred to the Sky Prison. And the people have been selected and sent over secretly. They are currently boarding the ship and will be settled soon. And Qing, is there a way to contact Noah's Ark in the base? Wei Xuani was stunned. Yes. There is a communication device in the Underground Research Institute that can contact Noah's Ark's communicator. But the distance is limited. Once Noah's Ark rises to 500 kilometers, the connection will be disconnected. And Qing, after settling over there, come to my office immediately. Wei Xuani frowned. Base Commander. Has something happened? And Qing, come over and talk. After hanging up the communication, and Qing frowned and thought. She had wanted to hold an emergency meeting before. But the result of the last meeting made her feel that it would be no different if it was held or not. And it might even make some people more nervous and afraid. And thus do something bad. And Qing sighed. The big leader was indeed a good leader. And he maintained the base very well. But perhaps it was precisely because it was maintained too well that some people in the base lived on the line of life and death every day. While some people had been staying in the base and living a stable and comfortable life. So that now they were in a panic when they encountered a danger that might be difficult to deal with. And Qing asked Xiong and Li Yu to go to the next room to rest for a while and recuperate. At this time, Xian and Wei Gui and his wife were the only ones in the office. And Wei Gui and Li Xiufeng had heard Xiong report just now. And they were both a little uneasy. Qing, what did that person mean just now? Is this world more dangerous? And Wei Gui's face turned pale. He just knew that his daughter was alive and well in another world. But now, he was told that this world was more dangerous. Maybe the whole base would be lost. What about his daughter? Li Xiufeng asked cautiously. Qing, what about the blood vine? Can it be solved? And Qing came back to her senses, looked at them, and smiled comfortingly. It's okay. Mom and Dad. Don't worry. I will solve it. And Wei Gui opened his mouth, but finally closed it in frustration. What could he say now? Nothing he said could help Qing. Li Xiufeng tightly grasped Wei Gui's hand, not knowing what to do. And Qing no longer cared about her parents' situation. She opened the system panel to check. She only had more than 20 million happiness points left before. The value was very close to 30 million at that time. Now that value has risen, it has reached 30 million. She did not refresh the welfare shelf immediately. She first took a closer look at the superpower card. She bought the superpower card immediately after seeing it before. After all, it must be worth it to have superpower. Power card, random power awakening. Note, one power card can only be used by one person, and the card disappears after use. The card only has a simple description, but it should mean that the power can be awakened 100% after use, but with only one card, it won't be of much use at all. However, she still has a dice. If the dice can be thrown 30 times by luck, then she can get 30 more power cards. But there is only one power card, and she now has 3 bottles of body tempering spirit liquid. No matter how many times it is thrown, the body tempering spirit liquid is more cost effective. Compared with the ability card and the body hardening spirit liquid, it is definitely more powerful to have the ability. After all, I learned from Tang Ming that the physical fitness will also improve after awakening the ability. I just don't know if there will be side effects when awakening the ability with the ability card, compared with the unknown ability card and the known body hardening spirit liquid. And Qing prefers the body hardening spirit liquid, especially when there are more body hardening spirit liquids. There are still 3,000 happiness points. And Qing refreshed the shelf first. 001 after refreshing the shelf. And Qing stared at the shelf and kept muttering in her heart, body hardening spirit liquid. Body hardening spirit liquid. I don't know if her desire for body hardening spirit liquid is too strong or what. After the shelf was refreshed this time, there was actually another bottle of body hardening spirit liquid. And Qing exhaled, and a smile appeared on her lips. She took out the body tempering spiritual liquid and placed it in front of her. The 4 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid were placed neatly. However, Qing was not sure whether she would be given double the amount according to the number of the 4 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid. What if the system really limits the number to 1 when it says to select something? Qing got up and searched in the office. She found an unused piece of white paper in the drawer. Her fingers were flexible, and she quickly folded the paper into a paper box. This was something she learned when she was a kid in school, when it was popular to fold boxes with paper. After all these years, she hadn't forgotten it. She folded it in a few strokes, and it was a paper box with a lid that could be closed. After Qing made it, she was very satisfied and put all 4 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid into the paper box. However, when she saw the body tempering spiritual liquid in the paper box, she suddenly had an idea and put the ability card into the box as well. This kind of behavior of taking advantage of loopholes made Qing's heart beat faster with some nervousness. She licked her lips. In fact, she was not sure whether her behavior would succeed. She closed the lid of the paper box, thought for a moment, and then took a pen and wrote the word props on the paper box. Who said that the body tempering spirit liquid and the ability card can't be considered the same thing? They are indeed props. With this thought in mind, Qing carefully placed the box on the desk, took out the dice, selected the props, and threw the dice at the prop box. The dice rolled on the table, slowly stopped, and the number on it was revealed. 21. The light on the dice covered the prop box, and Qing held her breath, clenched her hands, and stared at the box. The next moment, there were 21 more boxes on her desk, including the first one, a total of 22. Qing relaxed at once, and a look of joy appeared on her face. But the next moment, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't just copy 21 paper boxes for her. Chapter 102 21 times. Her heart suddenly tightened, and Qing hurriedly opened a box, which contained 4 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid and a supernatural card. She opened another box, which also contained 4 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid and a supernatural card. Qing was really happy. That's great. She now had 88 bottles of body tempering spiritual liquid and 22 supernatural cards. Qing was in a good mood and put away the body tempering spiritual liquid and supernatural cards. She didn't plan to use the body tempering spiritual liquid and supernatural cards at this moment, but waited until tomorrow morning to throw the dice again, and let the body tempering spiritual liquid and supernatural cards multiply several times again. Even if she was unlucky and only got 1, she could double her props, so she would not lose anything. At this moment, Qing was very lucky, because the lowest number on the dice was 1. There was no 0, and no negative numbers. Otherwise she would not dare to use the dice. Qing, are you hungry? Mom made you hand-rolled noodles. when Enqing was busy just now. Li Xiaofang and Enweigua did not dare to disturb her, and simply went to the small kitchen to think about making something for Enqing. So the couple discussed making a bowl of hand-rolled noodles for Enqing. And of course, they did not forget to make one for 001. 001 was eating in the small kitchen at this time, and his whole face was full of happiness. Before, when he could only watch Enqing and the others eat, he was greedy and envious. Now he can finally eat. It's delicious. Enqing wanted to say that he was not hungry, but he saw that Li Xiaofang had already prepared it and brought it over. Pork whistle noodles, with a poached egg and green cabbage on top. Looked very good, and it made people hungry. Enqing swallowed back the words of refusal. Well, thank you, Mom and Dad. Li Xiaofang was stunned when she heard this thank you. She stared at Enqing in a daze. Enqing was very polite, but Li Xiaofang felt that the distance between them as mother and son had suddenly widened. In the past, Enqing would never say thank you to her. Enqing would only look at the food she made with surprise, run over with a smile, hug her and rub her affectionately, and then say, Mom is the best. In the past, those, Mom is the best, it smells so good, Mom's cooking skills have improved again. It's so delicious, I don't like eating out, the food cooked in those restaurants is not as delicious as Mom's. Now it is simply a sentence. Thank you. She looked at Enqing bitterly, and Enweigua patted her shoulder lightly. Li Xiaofang came back to her senses, and quickly retracted her gaze, and smiled at Enqing. Eat quickly, you will be busy again in a while. Enqing nodded, and picked up the noodles with chopsticks, and put them into her mouth. The hand-rolled noodles made by her mother were as delicious as ever. Enqing didn't feel hungry before, but now she had an appetite after tasting the hand-rolled noodles. In a short while, she ate a bowl of hand-rolled noodles, even drank the soup. Li Xiaofang was very happy to see this. Are you full? If not, Mom will make you some more. Enqing wiped the corner of her mouth, and shook her head and said, No. Mom, I'm full, you don't have to be busy, and go and rest with Dad for a while. As she said, Enqing looked at 001. 001, please take my parents back. The room next door was empty now, and she couldn't help it, which was just right for her parents to stay for a while. 001 had also finished eating, and was very happy. It licked its paw and said, Got it. Then it said to Enweigua and his wife, Come with me. Li Xiaofang didn't want to leave. It was not easy to see her daughter. She wanted to stay with Enqing, even if she didn't do anything. Just stay with her and see her more. But Enweigua pulled her hand, and Li Xiaofang could only swallow what she wanted to say. She followed Enweigua reluctantly, looking back every few steps. Enqing walked over and opened the door. After all, she couldn't let anyone see the door opening and closing automatically. What if there was someone outside? Fortunately, there was no one outside the office at the moment. After Enqing sent her parents and 001 out, she closed the door and returned to the office. Someone would have to send a box over later, according to the specifications of the boxes in the base. The smallest box could probably hold 88 bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid and 22 ability cards. But she didn't know that Li Xiaofang followed 001 out of the central building in a daze. After making sure that they were far enough away from Enqing, Li Xiaofang couldn't help herself and fell to the ground and cried loudly. 001 really didn't expect this, and was shocked by her. What's wrong with you? Enweigua sighed and squatted beside Li Xiaofang, his expression also unable to hide the pain. Okay, Xiaofang. It's too late to reverse what has been done. You can't be too harsh on the child. Even if we realize the mistakes we made before, the mistakes have already been made. Li Xiaofang covered her face and nodded vigorously. I know. I will be satisfied if she can untie the knot in her heart and live her life well. But I just regret it. If I had known earlier, if I had known it would be like this, I would never have done that. But now, it's too late to say anything. There is no such thing as knowing in advance. And they can't reverse time and space and go back to the past. 001 sat on the ground with his tail coiled, looking at the couple comforting each other, and couldn't help yawning. After a while, Enweigua helped Li Xiaofang stand up. Okay. Don't do this again in the future. Don't let Qingqing see it, and make it difficult for her. For their family of 3, it was good to live in peace for a while. You can't force it to go back to the past. Li Xiaofang nodded. Yeah. She looked at 001 next to her, pursed her lips, and said softly, 001. Can you not tell Qingqing about this? Please. She was a little annoyed. She should have endured it. At least until she was alone with Nguigua. And she shouldn't have cried in front of 001. 001 looked at Lu Xiaofeng, thinking of the delicious food he had today, licked his paw and nodded. Okay, I won't tell her. After a pause, 001 added, I can't lie to her, so if she doesn't ask, I won't tell her on my own initiative, but if she asks, I will still tell her. Li Xiaofeng's smile froze again. And Nguigua sighed. That's it, Qingqing is very busy now. She probably won't pay so much attention. In fact, he had already discovered it just now. Qingqing used to be very careful. She could detect the slightest discomfort between the couple. But now? And Qing's attention is not often on them. And she is no longer as attentive as before. Perhaps she has become accustomed to the same person. Or perhaps the gap between the two sides is hard to eliminate. So Lu Xiaofeng showed a strange look several times. But Qing did not notice it. She did not ignore it intentionally. But she really did not notice it. Just like before. When they were worried about her lifelong affairs. When their words and actions became more and more hurtful. They did not notice that their daughter's face was getting worse day by day. In the office, on the top floor of the central building. And Qing asked Zhou Jing to bring her a box. Not long after Zhou Jing left, Wei Xuanyi and Jiang Fushan came over. And Qing asked Wei Xuanyi to go to the next door, and call Qiang Jing and the others in. After talking about the dense forest and the blood vine. And Qing said, no one knows how powerful the blood vine is now. According to the number of blood vines in the dense forest. It is too dangerous to explore the dense forest. People may die before they go deep into the dense forest to find the main body of the blood vine. So we have to prepare first. Dean Jiang. Noah's Ark can't really wait for the base to fall before setting sail. According to the length of the blood vine branches that can reach the base now. If we really wait for the base to fall before setting sail, it is very likely to be pulled down by the blood vine. So let Noah's Ark set sail tonight. Jiang Fuxing nodded. Okay. I'll give the order now. And Qing, wait. In fact, we are not without any chance of winning. Noah's Ark has no destination when it sets sail. If they leave the Earth, the possibility of them surviving is actually very low. Leaving the Earth, they have no target planet to go to. As for landing in other places on the Earth, it may not be safe. Therefore, sending Noah's Ark away is actually a gamble on the extremely low possibility of their survival. Because, in any case, the survival rate is higher than staying. Base Commander. What do you mean? Jiang Fushan looked at Qing. And Qing looked at him seriously. Let them wait at the farthest distance, where they can receive the base signal. If the base is lost, the base will send them a departure signal. If the base is defended, and the blood vine is solved, the base will send them a return signal. Jiang Fushan felt that if the base did have a chance of winning before, according to the current situation, the base actually has no chance of winning. He didn't understand why Qing thought that the base still had a chance of winning. Base Captain, the fuel of Noah's Ark is not unlimited. If it wants to stay in the air, it will require more fuel. Let them stay in the air and wait for the base's results. I'm afraid that after the base is lost, there will be insufficient fuel inside. And Qing was silent for a while, and took out the body tempering spirit liquid and the superpower card. I have the body tempering spirit liquid and the superpower card here. The body tempering spirit liquid can increase a person's combat power by 2 to 3 times. Strengthen the body and bones. And Li Yu and the other 3 have already used it. The superpower card can make a person awaken a superpower immediately. She looked at Jiang Fushan. With these 2 things, I think we still have a chance of winning. Jiang Fushan looked at the 2 things in front of her with some surprise. There was no need for Qing to lie to him at this time. Jiang Fushan did not doubt the effect of these 2 things. Base Captain, how many of these do you have? Jiang Fushan picked up a bottle of body-hardening spirit liquid. Opened the lid and smelled it. But didn't smell anything. It was just like ordinary water. And Qing, I now have 88 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid. 22 supernatural cards. And this number can be doubled tomorrow. So I think we can hold on for a few more days. And let the body-hardening spirit liquid double as much as possible. The more the better. So that more people can improve their physical fitness and awaken supernatural powers. Wei Xuanyi picked up the supernatural card and looked at it. But didn't see anything. Supernatural card. Is it a one-time use? And Qing shook her head. No. As long as it is used, the person who uses it can awaken supernatural powers. After awakening, The supernatural power belongs to him, and will not disappear again. But only one person can use a card. Finally, Wei Xuanyi and Jiang Fusheng both agreed to Enqing's arrangement. Jiang Fusheng hurriedly left with Qiong Jing, arranging for Noah's Ark to set sail tonight. Enqing looked at Wei Xuanyi. You go and make arrangements now, and dispatch a special team to bring Tang Ming and the others back. Wei Xuanyi knew that Tang Ming and the others had protected Enqing before, so Enqing must have more feelings for the Liuwa team. However, he still advised, Base Captain, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to do this. Enqing glanced at him, and understood what he meant. After taking the body-tempering spirit liquid, the physical fitness is improved, and you can actually awaken your superpowers by yourself. Tang Ming has already awakened his superpowers, and he has experience in this regard. The reason for transferring him back is to let him teach others to awaken their superpowers by themselves. Superpower cards are less than body-tempering spirit liquid, so it is naturally better for everyone to awaken their superpowers by themselves, so that the superpower cards can be used by others. If only Tang Ming was transferred back, the fiery team would be without a captain, and would definitely not be able to command well. So they were transferred back together. Of course, Enqing did have some selfish thoughts in her heart. The fiery team had protected her wholeheartedly before, so she naturally hoped that they could all survive. Wei Xuanyi was a little surprised that Tang Ming had awakened his superpowers. He didn't say anything else. Okay, Base Commander. I'll go and arrange for someone right away. Chapter 103 All members awaken their special powers. Late at night, the entire base has basically fallen into silence. Above the sky prison, an upward opening quietly opened, and the whale-shaped Noah's Ark slowly rose. After leaving the base, it immediately flew upward, getting higher and higher. The base also closed quickly the next moment. At this time, after getting the box, Enqing, who had put all the body-tempering spirit liquid and cards into the box, also felt very tired. It was so late, she didn't want to walk back. It was almost 12 o'clock now, and she couldn't sleep for long if she ran back now. She had to come back early tomorrow morning, and was really too lazy to run. At this time, Enqing knew how right it was to have a rest room in the office. Unfortunately, the rest room had been converted into a small kitchen, so she could only rest on the sofa in the office. She was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. At dawn the next day, Enqing, who had slept on the sofa all night, opened her eyes. She washed her face with cold water to wake herself up. Then opened the box containing the body-tempering spirit liquid and the ability card and took a look. And then closed the lid after confirming the quantity. Using a pen, she wrote the word props on the box. Enqing then chose the props and threw the dice. The dice spun, and then slowly stopped. Enqing stared at it without blinking. Although she had prepared beforehand, even if she threw one, she would still win, but at this moment, she couldn't help but hope that she would have better luck. 10 times or 8 times is not too little, and 20 or 30 is not too much. When Enqing silently prayed to all the gods she knew in her heart, the dice finally stopped completely. When she saw the number clearly, Enqing's eyes widened. And then she jumped up. Yeah! It's no wonder she lost her composure, because the number the dice stopped on was exactly 30. At this time, the white light on the dice enveloped the box. Enqing rubbed her hands and thanked all the gods. When the white light dissipated, there were 30 more small boxes on the ground. Looking at the complete 31 boxes, Enqing walked over and opened the lids of the boxes one by one to check the contents. The contents of each box were complete. There are now 682 ability cards and 2,728 bottles of body-hardening spiritual fluid. Enqing was very satisfied when she saw the boxes of spiritual fluid and ability cards. However, with so many spiritual fluids and ability cards, should we distribute them first? Or wait a few more days? If we can wait a few more days, we can get more with the dice. But Enqing is a little worried about whether the special team that intercepts the blood vine around the base can intercept it. What if the blood vine directly breaks through the base after waiting a few more days? At that time, it will be impossible to use spiritual fluids and ability cards in an emergency. The pain after taking the body-hardening spiritual fluid will make people give themselves up. As for the ability card, she didn't know what would happen after using it. Thinking about it, she decided not to be greedy for the possibility of doubling it tomorrow. She should issue a batch today and save some for tomorrow's dice roll. In any case, while the base is still safe, she should improve the combat power of some people first. so that even if the special team can't stop them, the base will still have the strength to fight. Dong dong dong, there was a knock at the door. And Qing rubbed her face, which was a little stiff from laughing, and regained her composure after tidying up her expression. Then she said, "Come in." The office door was pushed open, and Tang Ming walked in, smiling. Base commander. Although she knew that they would definitely meet after Tang Ming was transferred back, she didn't expect to meet him so early in the morning, thinking of the blind date in her previous life. And Qing felt awkward for no reason. However, she relaxed a little when she remembered that Tang Ming seemed to have no memory of his previous life. It was just a pity that Tang Ming did not remember his previous life, so he naturally did not know how he traveled through time. And Qing nodded. "Are all the members of the fiery team back?" Tang Ming, "Yes. A team came to replace our fiery team last night." And Qing, "I asked someone to replace you because there is something very important for you to do." Tang Ming nodded. "Okay. What is it?" And Qing gestured to him to look at the 31 boxes lined up next to him. This box contains body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards. Chui Yi's spirit liquid can temper muscles and bones to improve physical fitness and strength. And ability cards can help people awaken their abilities. Tang Ming had seen the box over there a long time ago, but he didn't look closely, so he didn't know what was in the box. Now he looked carefully and saw the small bottles and cards inside. Although there are ability cards, the number of ability cards is too small. So I will give people the body-hardening spirit liquid first. After their physical fitness is improved, you will lead them to familiarize themselves with their bodies, and then teach them to try to awaken their abilities. And Qing said. Tang Ming nodded. "I have no problem. But it is very difficult to awaken superpowers by yourself, especially since superpowers have never appeared in this world before." After a pause, he said, "You are an exception, and I should also rely on you to awaken." It is so difficult for him, who knows how to awaken and has mastered superpowers. So he is not optimistic about letting others awaken their superpowers by themselves. And Qing, "It doesn't matter. You can try it first. And if it doesn't work, you can only give up." But she thinks it will definitely work, because she guessed that her ability to awaken superpowers is likely related to taking the body-tempering spirit liquid. Soon, Wei Xuanyi, Jiang Fuxing, Xiong Jing and others came over, and Qing immediately assigned a task to Wei Xuanyi, asking him to arrange that, starting tomorrow, the people who would take the body-tempering spiritual liquid would be selected in turn, with those with high combat power being the first choice. Of course, the fiery team would be eliminated first, and she planned to let the people of the fiery team take the body-tempering spiritual liquid today, after Wei Xuanyi left. And Qing looked at Jiang Fuxing, who had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. "Dean Jiang, I don't have anything to arrange for you for now. You didn't get enough rest last night. Go and rest for a while now." Jiang Fuxing shook his head. "I'm fine. I just stayed up late last night to do some research. I slept for a while this morning." And Qing, Jiang Fuxing took out a document and handed it to Qing, although Qiong Jing failed to bring back samples of the main body of the blood vine yesterday. He brought back samples of the branches. These are the results of the inspection of different branches. It can be confirmed that these blood vines do belong to the same branch. If it was just a guess before, now it can be completely confirmed that all those blood vines belong to the same branch of the blood vine. And Qing counted out 101 bottles of body-tempering spiritual liquid from the box, and put them in the box and handed them to Tang Ming. "Captain Tang, you should first distribute the body-tempering spiritual liquid to the members of the fiery team, and let everyone take it first. However, you should tell them to be prepared. The body-tempering period after taking the body-tempering spiritual liquid will be very painful, but you will be fine after you get through it. There are no other side effects." After a pause, she reminded, "Remember to take it too." Tang Ming smiled. "Okay. Base Commander. I know. The body-tempering spiritual liquid can only be used once by a person, and the strength improvement is 2 to 3 times the original strength. Therefore, Tang Ming, who is already strong, and has improved his physical fitness after awakening his superpowers, is now the most cost-effective time to take the body-tempering spiritual liquid." After Tang Ming left, and Qing looked at Jiang Fuxing. "Dean Jiang, I have used the body-tempering spiritual liquid before, so I know the effect. But no one has used the ability card yet, so I don't know what it will feel like after using it. Are you willing to give it a try? The number of ability cards is scarce, and Qing does not plan to use the ability card now. It would be best to let it multiply several times. But it also needs to be confirmed first. Whether the ability card will be the same as the body-tempering spiritual liquid after use. Jiang Fuxing nodded without hesitation. I am willing to do so. Xiong Jing, who was standing by, was a little worried. Base director? The courtyard? How about letting me try first? It was not known whether there would be any side effects of using the ability card. How could Xiong Jing dare to let Jiang Fuxing try? And Qing did not care who tried first. She did not think too much just now, and spoke directly to Jiang Fuxing. This would make Xiong Jing realize after hearing him speak that Jiang Fuxing was the courtyard of the Research Institute after all. And the Research Institute still needed him for so many things. And it would be bad if something happened. Although, having been bound to the system for so long, and Qing felt that the things given by the system should not be so bad. Even if there are a little side effects, it must be like the body-hardening spirit liquid. Jiang Fuxing rejected Xiong Jing's proposal. No, I can do it myself. He looked at the ability card that Qing took out with burning eyes. In fact, not only the ability card, he was also interested in the body-hardening spirit liquid. Compared to using it, he wanted to study it more. If he could replicate the body-hardening spirit liquid and the ability card. Of course, it's just a thought. After all, according to the current urgent situation, he has no time to study and crack it, not to mention that he may not be able to study and crack it. Xiong Jing knew Jiang Fuxing's temper. He had no way to change what he had decided. He could only give up. He looked at Qing, and then at Jiang Fuxing with concern. And Qing handed the ability card to Jiang Fuxing. Dean Jiang, take this card. Put aside your messy thoughts, and recite it silently in your mind. Jiang Fuxing nodded seriously, holding the ability card tightly with his fingers, closing his eyes, putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, and slowly calming down. Then he recited it silently in his mind. And Qing saw that the cards in Jiang Fuxing's hands seemed to collapse instantly and scattered, turning into star-like lights that enveloped Jiang Fuxing. And then all the lights were absorbed by him. And Qing opened her eyes wide and observed carefully. Jiang Fuxing still had his eyes closed, maintaining the same position as before when he was holding the cards. But his expression was normal, without any pain. After a while, Qing saw that he hadn't moved yet, and asked, Dean Jiang? Jiang Fuxing didn't speak, nor did he move, as if he hadn't heard Qing's voice at all. And Qing frowned, a little worried. Although he didn't look painful, this situation didn't look right. Did it? She walked over, and observed carefully for a while. Jiang Fuxing seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. And Qing reached out and gently touched him, but he still didn't move at all. And Qing didn't know what to do for a moment, and could only wait on the side. Time passed little by little, and after about half an hour, Jiang Fuxing, who had been in the same position, finally opened his eyes. And Qing breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. Dean Jiang, how do you feel? What superpowers have you awakened? Jiang Fuxing couldn't hide his smile on his face. He reached out and took Qing's water cup from the desk. The water cup suddenly collapsed into countless stars in Jiang Fuxing's hand. And the next moment, those stars quickly gathered together to form a very small model of a little man. And Qing's eyes widened. Is this reorganization? Jiang Fuxing nodded, yes. Material decomposition and reorganization. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple. This ability is good. It will also be very useful for my future research. But it's too weak. Just now, I felt a dull pain in my temple. And Qing's eyes lit up. Material decomposition. Dean Jiang, do you think this ability can decompose the blood vine? Jiang Fuxing smiled helplessly. Matter is very broad. It can be said that humans, animals, plants, water, soil, everything in this world is material. So material decomposition and reorganization feels very powerful. But the premise is that it is very difficult for me to decompose and reorganize a water cup. I am afraid that I can't cause much damage to the blood vine, let alone directly decompose the entire blood vine. And Qing's original excitement disappeared. She frowned and thought, it seems that we need to awaken our superpowers as soon as possible. The newly awakened superpowers must be very weak and unskilled. Awakening superpowers early, not to mention how high the superpowers are, always requires people to master their own superpowers. Dean Jiang, when you used the superpower card before, you stood still and did not respond to my voice. Do you know what happened? And Qing looked at Jiang Fuxing. Jiang Fuxing, after using the card just now, I felt like something warm penetrated from my skin into my body. I didn't feel any discomfort, but it was very warm and comfortable. But Jiang Fushan looked at Enqing. I felt like I was standing in a very open place. And then you, the base commander, appeared and taught me how to control and use superpowers. Enqing? She widened her eyes, obviously not expecting to hear such an answer. Jiang Fushan looked at Enqing in confusion. Enqing was thoughtful. Could it be that the system's ability card has a teaching function, and she, as the host, is projected as a teacher? This is possible after all. It is her system. Jiang Fushan successfully awakened his ability. Qiangjing let out a long breath, and his palms were covered with cold sweat. Enqing looked at Qiangjing and gave him an ability card. You can use one too. Then she gave one to each of Liu, and the other 3 in a very fair manner. 4 cards were given at once, including Jiang Fushan. There were 5 cards in total. Enqing was still very distressed. Now there were only 677 cards left. Qiangjing, Liu and the other 2 did not delay, thanked Enqing, and used the cards immediately. After a long time, several people successfully awakened their abilities. Qiangjing was a gold element. He could condense a knife out of thin air, but so far, he could only condense 1 knife at most. Liu has wind-related abilities. Her abilities are quite strong. Once she used her abilities, she created a tornado in the office. If she hadn't stopped quickly, everyone in the room would have been swept up into the air. Enqing looked at Liu and said, "Can your wind-related abilities only create tornadoes? Can you condense wind blades?" Liu shook her head and said, "I just tried it. Maybe my abilities are too weak. The wind blades I condensed scattered before I threw them out." Enqing nodded and said, "It seems that I can condense wind blades. You don't need to stay by my side during this period. Practice well by yourself. Don't fall behind in training in terms of abilities or combat abilities." Liu, yes. Zhong Yiji's awakened ability is a spatial ability. It is not a space that can store things, but an ability that can teleport across space. However, the farthest distance he could teleport at this moment was only 500 meters. Not far. After teleporting twice, his ability would be exhausted. Of course, this ability was already very good. During the battle, these 2 teleportations were enough to save his life. The last ability Huang Jian awakened was the Earth ability. He could turn himself into a clay man. After turning into a clay man, he could control the surrounding clay to fill his body and turn himself into a clay giant. However, after Huang Jian turned himself into a clay man, he could only control a small part of the clay to make himself slightly bigger. He could not turn himself into a real giant. However, the time he could turn into a clay man was limited. He would turn back at most in half an hour. In general, the awakened abilities of these people are very good, and Enqing is still very satisfied. At noon, Li Xiaofang and Enweigua came. They took advantage of 001 telling them that there was no one else in the office. So they came. Enqing sat at her desk with a knotted brow, looking at the documents in her hand with a headache. The base is in danger now. Why does she have to deal with these trivial matters? The more she looked, the more impatient she became. Seeing her parents coming, Enqing closed the document. "Dad. Mom. Why are you here?" Li Xiaofang smiled. "You are so busy. I thought I should stew some chicken soup for you to replenish your body. Don't be busy yet. Eat and work again." As she said, she walked to the coffee table and brought out the stewed chicken soup. As soon as the lid was opened, the rich aroma of chicken soup emanated. Li Xiaofang has always had a way of making chicken soup. The chicken soup she made is not muddy at all. The chicken soup is clear and bright. You can taste the mellow flavor with just one sip. Enqing came over and saw that Li Xiaofang had already served her a bowl of chicken soup in a small bowl. There were also a few chopped green onions sprinkled in the clear chicken soup. The fragrance of the chopped green onions was stimulated by the chicken soup, making people feel more fragrant and appetizing. "Thank you, Mom." Enqing smiled, sitting on the sofa and sipping the chicken soup. "I'm busy these days. I don't have time to accompany you. You don't have to be so busy. It's not easy to come to this world for a while. You can let 001 take you around. Don't worry about me. I won't starve myself." Li Xiaofang smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. Mom is not interested in going around. I just want to cook for you more times." She actually didn't want to leave her daughter. She wanted to see her more. But Enqing is really busy now. She knows that she cannot disturb Enqing. So it is good to cook for Enqing. And Qing heard this and said nothing more. The two of them just remained silent. And Wei was sighed and said nothing. The couple watched and Qing eat quietly. And then packed up and went back. For several days. And Qing worked day and night in the office to arrange things and deal with official business. And she never went home. And Wei Gui and Li Xiufang would bring her all kinds of food every day. No matter how awkward the family was when they were together. Li Xiufang's cooking skills were really good. And Qing could hardly refuse the food she sent. So she ate every meal. It must be said that with Li Xiufang feeding her in different ways every day, and Qing's complexion had improved visibly. And she was a little fatter. Not as thin as before. On this day, and Qing threw dice at a huge box. In the first 2 days, and Qing threw twice the dice. A total of 7,881 spiritual liquids. And then chose a special team to use the body tempering spiritual liquid, leaving 7,880 bottles of spiritual liquid. On the second day, she threw 17 times the dice. And there were as many as 140,040 bottles of spiritual liquid. Because the ability cards had not been used, they turned over 36,558 cards in those 2 days. With 140,000 bottles of spiritual liquid, and Qing was generous for once, directly selected 100 special teams to use the body-hardening spiritual liquid, and also selected 10,000 people from the outbound teams to take the body-hardening spiritual liquid. So now there are 119,940 spiritual liquids left, and 36,558 ability cards. In order to pack these more than 100,000 bottles of body-hardening spiritual liquid into a box, Jiang Fuxing helped a lot. Although he couldn't decompose the box into a huge box, he used the paper she had folded the box before to decompose it into a super large box. Then move all the boxes containing the body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards into this paper box. The paper box takes up a lot of space, and is not suitable for being placed in the office, so Qing moved it to the experimental site of the Underground Research Institute. The dice stopped rolling, revealing the 26-fold side. When Qing saw this number, she raised her mouth happily, and couldn't help rubbing her hands. There were 26 identical paper boxes on the experimental site, plus the original paper boxes, a total of 27. What is 119,940 times 27? 3238380, and Qing suspected that she had made a mistake. After careful calculation in her mind, it was indeed this number. The entire base, including those newborns, had less than 1 million people, but she had more than 3 million bottles of body-tempering spirit liquid. How could she not be excited? And Qing was so excited that her face turned red. She even suspected that she was dreaming. She was a little dazed. Wei Xuanyi and Jiang Fuxing beside her widened their eyes. Jiang Fuxing swallowed his saliva, couldn't help pinching himself, looking at Qing in a trance. Base Captain, now, are the body-tempering spirit fluid and ability cards enough for everyone in the base to use? And Qing nodded vigorously. Yes. She swallowed her saliva, her heart was beating fast, she walked over nervously and excitedly, still afraid of any accidents, so she opened the lids of the cartons one by one. Seeing that each carton was piled with identical boxes, she went to open the boxes one by one. There were too many boxes, and Wei Xuanyi and Jiang Fuxing also came to help. Soon, all the boxes were opened, and neatly arranged body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards were inside. And Qing took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Okay, now we can distribute them to everyone. It's a pity that those who used the body-hardening spirit liquid in advance suffered a little. After all, under normal circumstances, you should use the ability card first, and then use the body-hardening spirit liquid to double it after improving your physical strength. But there is nothing you can do about it, because she had so few ability cards at that time. Fortunately, the special team and the outbound team that used the body-hardening spirit liquid in the past 2 days had left the base to intercept the increasingly powerful attacks of the blood vine. After using the body-tempering spiritual liquid, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. At present, the blood vine has been firmly intercepted. The blood vine tried to sneak into the base from underground several times, but was discovered and intercepted in time by the special team. The two sides fought back and forth. The blood vine's attack power became stronger and stronger, but for now, the special team has not suffered any loss. Yesterday, after all the special teams used the body-tempering spiritual liquid, the blood vine broke out several times, but it did not cause any casualties to the special team. After everyone used the ability card and the body-tempering spiritual liquid, They can also go to the dense forest to deal with the main body of the blood vine. After all, there are 987,066 ability cards now. These ability cards are enough for all special teams and outbound teams. And Qing smiled and looked at Wei Xuanyi. Secretary Wei, go and call all the special teams resting in the base together, and call all the outbound teams together. Wei Xuanyi also showed a trace of relaxation on his face, and nodded seriously. Yes. Wei Xuanyi went to arrange it. Although the number of ability cards and body-tempering spirit liquid is enough for the entire base, and Qing does not intend to distribute them to everyone. At least for now, she only plans to use it for combat readiness personnel, that is, the special team, the outbound team, and all the staff of the 3 departments of the security department. And Qing, Zhou Jing, you go to the secretariat to get a few people to work with you, to register all the people who use the superpower card, and record everyone's superpower situation. Zhou Jing, yes, said Zhou Jing, hurried away. That day, everyone in the base was shocked, so there was a little confusion. Fortunately, because after Qing arrived, with the healing of delicious food, most people's psychological problems were alleviated, and their mental conditions began to improve, so they were still very obedient, and there was no chaos. However, the people waiting in line for the arrangement were discussing the awakening of superpowers with their surroundings. Can superpowers really be awakened? Why does it sound so unreal? The notice from the base commander. Can it be fake? The base commander can take out so much food. It's normal that he can take out things that can awaken superpowers. That's right. Didn't the base commander take out the spiritual liquid that can improve physical fitness before? The guy opposite my house is from the outing team, was lucky enough to get a bottle of body-hardening spiritual liquid, and challenged me yesterday. Guess what? In the past, he and I were evenly matched in sparring, but yesterday I was beaten by him. I can't even fight back. I heard before that the jerky made by the base commander can improve combat effectiveness for a period of time, and it's normal to produce spiritual fluid, but superpowers are different from jerky and spiritual fluid. Hey, won't we know whether it's true or not soon? Anyway, I think the base commander can't lie. Because of the restaurant, because of the supermarket, the people in the base have a high degree of trust in Qing, even if they were suddenly notified to gather and wait for the awakening of superpowers. Everyone found it unbelievable, and no one suspected that Qing would lie. Soon, Qing arrived. She stood on the stage and glanced at the dense crowd below, holding a megaphone, and said, I won't say any more nonsense. Those who have received the cards should close their eyes, clear their minds of distracting thoughts, and recite in their hearts. Then, they can use the power card to awaken their powers. While Qing was speaking, some people were already handing out power cards. After awakening your powers, go to the right to register. There is a registration office over there. Everyone looked to the right, and sure enough, they saw that there were chairs there, with the words Power Registration Office written next to them. Those who have received the cards can start on their own. After Qing finished speaking, she put down the loudspeaker and walked off the stage. Standing in the dense crowd, those who had received the cards immediately closed their eyes and cleared their minds. Jean Tao was lucky enough to be called over because she was from the security department. She got the ability card and immediately cleared her mind, as Qing said, but there were too many people around her, and she couldn't stay calm. Jean Tao closed her eyes and heard the breathing of the people around her, and the subtle movement of the fabrics rubbing against each other, and her mind couldn't be completely clear. She panicked for a moment, opened her eyes, looked around, and just happened to see the card in the hand of a woman standing next to her turned into tiny dots of light, and was absorbed into the woman's body. Jean Tao held her breath and subconsciously looked at the intact card in her hand. She continued to close her eyes, took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and clear her mind. She silently said in her heart, use it. However, nothing happened. Jean Tao opened her eyes, and the card in her hand was still in her hand. It seems that she must empty her mind. She knew very well that when she was reciting the spell just now, she did not completely empty her mind. Jean Tao was a little disappointed, but she looked around and found that some people's cards were gone, and some people still had cards in their hands. They were probably in the same situation as her. Jean Tao licked her lips, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. She suppressed her nervousness and panic, and tried to calm herself down. Jean Tao no longer listened to the movements around her. She only felt her own breathing, focused on her breathing, and counted her breathing rhythm. Gradually, the sounds in her ears disappeared, and she could feel that she had emptied her mind. After reciting these 2 words in her mind, she felt something warm close to her skin, and then penetrated into her body and wandered around in her body. This feeling was very strange, but it was not repulsive or disgusting. Subconsciously, Jean Tao felt a pulling force, and when she opened her eyes again, she appeared in an open space, and it was pitch black around her. Only the place where she was standing was cool. She looked around blankly. In the darkness, someone was walking towards this side step by step. Jean Tao looked vigilantly in the direction of the footsteps. Then, she saw Qin. Jean Tao was stunned. Base Commander? And Qin smiled. Congratulations on awakening your superpower. Now, I will teach you how to control and use your superpower. Under Qin's guidance, Jean Tao tried to use her superpower, then learned to control it, and how to cultivate mental strength and superpowers. When she opened her eyes, Jean Tao appeared again at the place where she used the superpower card before. Jean Tao was a little dazed. She raised her hand and used her supernatural power. Her palm was quickly covered with a layer of metal. The thick metal covered her hand, making her originally slender hand several times larger. She clenched her fist. This hand now looked very lethal. Jean Tao turned her wrist, and 3 blades emitting a cold light appeared between the knuckles of her fist. They looked very sharp. Chapter 104 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. The base became busy. Those who successfully awakened their superpowers went to the registration office to register. Those who failed to successfully use their superpower cards, seeing people around them walking away one by one, became more and more anxious. However, the more anxious they were, the more restless they became. The more restless they were, the less they could use their superpower cards. Fortunately, the more anxious they were, the more they could not use their superpower cards, and instead, they had the urge to give up, and the tension of not being able to awaken their superpowers disappeared. The tension faded, and people calmed down and emptied their minds. It took about 4 or 5 hours for all the combatants in the base to awaken their superpowers. It was dark, and these people were still queuing up to register. The special team members were specially trained and emotionally stable. It was easier for them to awaken their superpowers at this time. Therefore, they registered early and rushed to rotate with the special team outside. And Qin was not responsible for the superpower registration, so she returned to the office early. As soon as she arrived at the office, she was blocked by some leaders of the base. Base Commander, what's the matter with the ability card? Yes, it's such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with us? And Qin felt a little scalp tingling when she saw so many people coming to her. She frowned and didn't want to deal with them, and didn't want to say anything. She glanced at Wei Xuanyi. Wei Xuanyi nodded in understanding. Step forward to stop these people. Sorry. The base commander is busy now. Please make way. Wei Xuanyi has also awakened his ability, and his physical fitness has been greatly improved. It is no problem for him to stop these people by himself. So, and Qin returned to her office smoothly. In fact, she had considered whether to disclose the matter of the ability card and the body-hardening spirit liquid in advance, and whether to hold a meeting to discuss it. But to be honest, the previous meetings did not leave her with a good impression. Now she can quite understand why the former leader Song Min only went through the motions every time he held a meeting. In fact, he had already decided what to do, and he also informed others privately. And Qin could think that if she did not make a decision directly and decisively, but convened a meeting first, these people would definitely not agree to give all the combatants the body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards first. It's easy to guess that these leaders must cherish their lives more, compared with improving the combat readiness of the combatants. They would definitely want to improve their own self-protection ability. Once these leaders with their own little thoughts awaken their superpowers and use the body-hardening spirit liquid, they may cause any trouble. And Qin sighed and thought that it would be better for these people to stay in the base quietly. It is not suitable for them to awaken their superpowers now. It is said that a new emperor appoints new ministers. These disobedient people, should they also consider changing someone? And Qin sat in the office chair and thought, perhaps after people have strong strength, their mentality will change easily. However, if all combat readiness personnel awaken their superpowers, the feeling that they are stronger than others will be weakened a lot. In addition, when there are awakened superpowers, she teaches everyone how to control superpowers. I believe that the loyalty of the combat readiness personnel to her will definitely be higher. In this case, her current voice in the base is no different from that of the former leader Song Minhua, and it may even be higher. Wei Xuanyi sent all the leaders away, and then pushed open the door of the office and walked in. As expected, the leaders came to make a fuss, mainly for the superpower cards and the body-tempering spirit liquid. Seeing Qing didn't say anything, Wei Xuanyi asked, "Base Captain, since there are enough body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards, can they be distributed to non-combatants as well? After all, this kind of thing is more about insufficiency than distribution. I'm afraid those people will incite others to cause trouble. And Qing hasn't been around for too long. And she's also young, which makes some people in the leadership feel that they can control her. It's okay at ordinary times. But now is an extraordinary period. If these people really incite some people to cause trouble, it will be troublesome." And Qing shook her head. "They dare to question me with this attitude now. If they really have enough strength, won't they be more likely to make a big fuss?" She spoke very slowly, thinking as she spoke. She already had a solution in mind, but she was not sure whether it was right or not. But after thinking about it, she didn't want to be controlled by others when she took the position of base chief. Now that she has become the base chief and shouldered so many things, she still has to tolerate others stepping on her head? After a while, and Qing continued, "Notify the guard team to closely monitor the leaders who have just arrived here. If they make any small moves, arrest them immediately." After a pause, and Qing slowly said, "Choose another typical example to kill the chicken to scare the monkey." Wei Xuanyi really didn't expect Qing to say this, and was a little surprised for a while. And Qing looked up at him. "What?" Wei Xuanyi was in a complicated mood, but he didn't say anything. "How far do you plan to go?" And Qing leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes. "Since we want to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, we must do it ruthlessly. I remember that the base has the kind of punishment that makes people suffer, and they can neither live nor die." Wei Xuanyi didn't say anything, his expression changed back and forth. And Qing opened her eyes. "I know. You probably think I've gone too far. But have you ever thought about what time it is now? If they really incite people to cause trouble for their own selfish desires, and they really succeed, how many casualties will there be in the base? Isn't this more serious than backstabbing teammates? If they really have this idea, even if I stop them in advance, who can guarantee that there won't be a second or third time? Who can guarantee that they can stop it every time? Even if these people are put in a Sky prison, there is no guarantee that there won't be a second or third wave." And Qing smiled. "I know. If these people are under the big leader, they will definitely not dare to do such a thing. Isn't it just bullying me because I am small and have a shallow foundation? If I don't give them a hard time at this time, there is no way to deter others." She knew very well that as she replaced it with a smart and resourceful person, she might be able to handle this matter better and more beautifully. But she didn't have that skill. So she didn't have to do unnecessary things, and just use the simplest and most effective method. Wei Xuanyi sighed after a while, and had to admit that what Qing said was indeed true. "I know." The next day, all combat readiness personnel were divided into 3 groups, and took the body-hardening spirit liquid on the first, second, and third day respectively. Each group of people also used the spirit liquid in different time periods within a day. This was mainly to ensure that there was always enough combat power in the base, and that the blood vine would not take advantage of everyone's weakness after taking the body-hardening spirit liquid. Since she started taking the body-tempering spiritual liquid, the whole base has been emitting a foul smell. Even though the internal circulation system is working frantically, there is still a faint smell everywhere. That is the smell produced by the body-tempering spiritual liquid after tempering the body. After living in the office for so long, and Qing finally went home to take a good shower and rest. After working non-stop in the office for several days, she was really tired. Fortunately, the important things at present were basically arranged, and she could take some time to rest for a while. After returning home, she just said hello to her parents, went into the bathroom to take a shower, went to bed, and fell asleep. Li Xiaofang walked into Qing's room, saw that she was sleeping soundly, and her eyes were tired. She gently pulled the quilt over Qing, and then quietly left the room. After closing the door gently, and Wei Gui came over and asked softly, "How is Qing?" Li Xiaofang walked into the living room, and then sighed, feeling very distressed. She was too tired, and fell asleep on the bed. And Wei Gui also sighed. "Don't worry. She is a little tired, but I think Qing is living a fulfilling life here. At least it is better than when they forced her to live like a zombie." Thinking of Qing at that time, and Wei Gui's heart twitched. He still didn't understand why he and Xiaofang ignored their daughter's increasingly ugly face at that time. It was not until an I Ching showed them the past that they realized it. Li Xiaofang was silent for a long time, looking at 001 who was sleeping lazily on the sofa, and walked over to squat in front of the sofa. 001. Can you get black chicken and turtle? 001 immediately opened his eyes. Black chicken and turtle? Let me see. Ah. Yes. Is it this? As he said, 001 took out a turtle and a black chicken. Li Xiaofang smiled immediately. Yes, that's it. Thank you 001. What do you want to eat? Grilled steak or grilled fish? I'll make it for you right now. 001 waved his claws, and two big fish appeared. Grilled fish. Grilled fish. It's not picky about food, as long as it's delicious, it likes to eat it, but the grilled fish Li Xiaofang made yesterday was so delicious, it couldn't eat enough. Li Xiaofang, okay. Taking the ingredients, Li Xiaofang went to prepare to cook. She cleaned out the black chicken and turtle first, and stewed them in a casserole. The stewing ingredients 001 gave her before hadn't been used up yet, so she didn't need it to give her more. After stewing the black chicken and turtle in the pot, and Wei Guo also cleaned out the two big fish, and Li Xiaofang began to make grilled fish. It was called grilled fish, but it was actually just heating oil in the pot, frying the fish until it was golden brown and crispy, then frying the ingredients, adding a little water and some vegetables, and simmering them for a while. In the room, and Qing was awakened by a strong fragrance. She was still confused when she opened her eyes, and it took a while for her to recover. She looked at the time and found that she had slept for about 4 or 5 hours. And Qing yawned, got up, opened the door, and walked out. Qing, are you awake? Mom made turtle soup for you. When Li Xiaofang saw Qing wake up, she turned around and carefully opened the clay pot, and took a bowl to serve the soup. A bowl of soup sprinkled with chopped green onions was placed on the table. She then took a large bowl and served the black chicken and turtle. And Wei Guo brought the bowl and chopsticks and said with a smile, your mom just made this soup. It's just fresh. Qing, drink some soup first. Dad will peel off the turtle shell for you. And Qing likes to drink turtle soup, but doesn't like to eat turtle meat, but she especially likes the skirt on the edge of the turtle shell. And Qing took the bowl and chopsticks from Wei Guo. Dad? Mom? Stop busying yourself. Sit down and rest for a while. I can do it myself. Li Xiaofang agreed with a smile, and pulled Wei Guo to sit down next to her. And Qing drank 2 mouthfuls of soup first, then opened the turtle shell and ate the skirt skillfully. The turtle shell skirt was rich in gelatin, soft and elastic, and tasted very fragrant. But after eating 2 bites, she felt a little bit unable to swallow. And Qing put down the bowl and chopsticks, looked at her parents. Dad? Mom? The past is over. I don't blame you. And I have never hated you. Li Xiaofang's face turned pale, and the words I don't blame you. I have never hated you were like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart, making her so painful that she couldn't breathe. In that situation, her daughters never hated her, which was enough to show how much Qing loved them. Because she loved them, she was even more miserable, and even suffered from depression. And Qing said carefully, so, you don't have to blame yourself. And don't be sad. She really wanted to comfort her parents, because she couldn't stand the way her parents looked at her. Their guilt, sadness and heartache were too much and too strong, and they made her feel like she was almost suffocating. She didn't go home a few days ago. In addition to being really busy, she also wanted to avoid her parents. Today she went home to rest. And because 001 told her last night that it could only support her parents' projection in this world for 10 days. Yesterday was the 8th day. Today is the 9th day. And she knows that her parents should go back. After learning the news, and Qing worked in the office for a long time last night, and thought about it for a long time. In the end, she decided not to work today, and came back directly. Of course, she still dealt with important things before coming back. No matter what. It is true that she was spoiled by her parents since she was a child. Even if she made a mistake in blind dating and marriage after adulthood, she could not erase the kindness her parents had shown her. She couldn't hate them. The resentment she had in the past was gone now. But she couldn't treat her parents as well as she did before she was 18. She felt very complicated, but she still hoped that they would be fine. She told them not to feel guilty, and not to be sad. And Qing said this sincerely, but it broke the hearts of Li Xiaofang and Wei Guo. Chapter 105 Rejection. On the last day of Enwegwe and his wife in this world, Enching did nothing but stay with them, took them around the base, and told them what the base looked like when she first arrived in this world, what changes have taken place now, and how she plans to continue to improve the base after overcoming this crisis. Enching has a plan for the future development of the base. It can't be a plan, because the pathological relationships between people in this world are really unacceptable to her, so she will work hard, little by little, to make this world return to normal human social relationships. That is, it is developing towards the society she is familiar with. If Enching was skeptical about whether the base could defeat the Blood Vine before, then after using the Golden Finger to increase the combat power of all the combat personnel in the base several times and awaken their special powers, she felt that the threat of the Blood Vine to the base had been reduced again and again. The special team that used the body tempering spirit liquid before could intercept the Blood Vine more easily, so even if the Blood Vine cannot be eradicated now, it will never be allowed to break through the base. Of course, if the Blood Vine that destroys the ecology appears, they must definitely eradicate it, otherwise, the longer the Blood Vine is left, the more mutant plants and animals it devours, the stronger it will be. And Wei Gui and Li Xiufang listened quietly to Enching's plans for the future, with smiles on their faces. The two sides agreed not to mention the past, and Wei Gui and his wife tried not to focus their attention on Enching, to avoid her noticing their emotions. Enching had greeted Wei Xuanyi, so no one came to disturb her that day, and she really spent the day with her parents. It was not until 001 reminded Enching that the time was almost up that Enching took her parents back home. The family sat on the sofa in the living room. Enching looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. I will live well in this world and live a good life." After a pause, she continued, "Don't worry. Wait for me over there. When I have accumulated enough happiness points, I will send you to start a new life." And Wei Gui had already learned from 001 why he and his wife lived in the state of souls. Hearing this, he shook his head, "Xingqing, no need. Dad and Mom have lived enough for most of their lives. We don't ask for the rest of our lives." He wanted to say that he only wanted you to be safe and happy, but he didn't say it in the end. Li Xiufang nodded, "Yes. Xingqing, you still have so many things you want to do in this world. Your golden finger needs happiness points. Don't waste it on your parents. Starting a new life, to put it bluntly, is reincarnation. Clearing all the memories of this life. Living again like a blank sheet of paper. Are they still themselves? What's more, she doesn't want to forget. She doesn't want to forget her daughter. She would rather keep the memories of this life until the soul dissipates." And Enching was stunned. She looked at Wei Gui, then at Li Xiufang. She wanted to give her parents a new life, but she had never asked for their opinions. Now she knew clearly that her parents were unwilling to reincarnate, and she felt a little complicated. "Dad, Mom, you know, it is very easy for me to get happiness points in this world, so you don't have to worry that I won't have enough. If you don't want me to spend happiness points because of this, you don't have to worry." Enching was not sure whether her parents really didn't want to reincarnate, or because it required too expensive happiness points, so they refused. Li Xiufang also saw what Enching was thinking, and said with a smile, "Xingqing, Mom and Dad really didn't treat you politely." Enching was silent for a moment. She really wanted Mom and Dad to come back to life and have a new life. But if she knew they didn't want to, and still forced them to reincarnate, it would be no different from them forcing her to go on a blind date and get married. She sighed, "Okay, I get it." Li Xiufang came over, hugged Enching, and whispered, "Xingqing, you have to be well." The time was up, and Wei Gui and Li Xiufang gradually faded and then gradually disappeared. Enching felt a little empty inside. She looked at the place where they disappeared. After a while, she took a deep breath and calmed down. She turned around and left the room and went to the central building. Wei Xuanyi had been waiting in the office for a long time. "Enching, how has the situation been these 2 days?" "Wei Xuanyi, the war situation is temporarily stable. Although the level of our psychics is still too low, we can detect the movements of the Blood Vine, because all the combatants in the base have awakened their psychics. There are more people who can take turns to leave the base for defense every day." After the strength was improved, the Blood Vine was in even more trouble when facing the base. The people in the base were able to completely suppress the Blood Vine. After suffering a few losses, the Blood Vine stopped showing up, and no movement was detected underground. Just when everyone was wondering whether the mutated Blood Vine had given up, and was no longer heading towards the base. A plant-based superpower noticed that there were plant activities underground. With the perception of the earth-based superpower, everyone realized that the blood vine did not give up, but changed direction and passed under the Rocky Mountain. If there hadn't been a plant-type psychic near the Rocky Mountain, and the place where the blood vine was moving was within the psychic's perception range, it would probably have been discovered only when the blood vine arrived at the base. Wei Xuanyi spoke in a straightforward manner, and didn't mention the thrill at the time. But Anqing was still shocked, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Fortunately, she had awakened everyone's superpowers before. Otherwise, the base would really have been overturned. Anqing pondered for a moment, and said, "How is everyone's control of superpowers now?" Wei Xuanyi, Captain Tang said that everyone is still unfamiliar with the use of superpowers, and can only exert 50% of their strength. But everyone's perception is very strong, and it is only a matter of time before they fully master superpowers. Anqing nodded. The base is now strong enough, and it doesn't need too many people to completely block the attack of the blood vine. Do you think we can send people into the dense forest to find the main body of the blood vine? Wei Xuanyi thought for a moment, nodded and said, although the base can completely intercept the blood vine at present, but through observation during this period of time, the blood vine grows very fast. We have to deal with the main body of the blood vine as soon as possible. Anqing sat at the desk. Then you notify Tang Ming. Let him select 10 special teams to take, and go to the dense forest to explore the traces of the blood vine. Wei Xuanyi, yes. Anqing played with a pen in her hand. By the way, what happened to the previous leaders? Wei Xuanyi heard this, but his face was not happy. Good looking, the voice was filled with a chill. I have had them arrested. These people really intend to incite non-combatants to cause trouble at this time. After a pause, Wei Xuanyi looked at Anqing. Base Commander, the crisis outside has not been resolved yet. I do not recommend dealing with these people at this time. Should we wait until the blood vine is resolved? Anqing shook her head. Now is not a particularly dangerous time. The situation has been controlled. It is better to fight quickly and decisively. Wei Xuanyi hesitated. Will this cause unrest among the people? Anqing smiled. I am afraid that if I don't do it now, some people will really think that I can't do anything to them, and stab me in the back at the critical moment. She looked at Wei Xuanyi. You have someone publicize what these people have done. Everyone in the base knows that backstabbing teammates is a serious crime, not to mention backstabbing the entire base. I believe that everyone in the base will not easily become uneasy. Especially, life is much better now than before. They had survived the dark and hopeless times, and now they finally had a clear path and a bright future. They would only hate those who tried to disturb their peaceful lives. Wei Xuanyi was silent for a long time, and nodded, okay. I understand. The next day, Tang Ming led the team to leave the base and headed for the dense forest. A meeting was held in the base, and everyone in the base was gathered together to announce what the nearly 10 leaders had done. Then, according to the usual practice, they were punished. The bloody example of being unable to live or die was right in front of them. Some people who had some small thoughts in their hearts gradually gave up their thoughts and became obedient. At this time, Tang Ming had already led people to the dense forest. The dense forest today was very different from the dense forest in the past. The trees that fell on the ground had completely become fallen dead trees. Tang Ming supported himself on the tree and gently broke it. Only a layer of skin was left, and the dry bark made a crisp cracking sound. Hiss, has the dense forest become like this? Lin Shui looked around, and there was no end in sight. All the trees had fallen. Yuan Cheng looked around and walked to Tang Ming. Captain, do you think we can just set a fire? Can we burn the main body of the blood vine to death? Yuan Cheng awakened the fire ability, so the first thing he thought of was to set fire to the dense forest. Anyway, the dense forest is now all destroyed by the blood vine, so just set it on fire. Tang Ming shook his head. Let's not talk about whether setting fire to the blood vine is useful. More importantly, we still need to confirm whether the main body of the blood vine is in this dense forest. Bai Wei closed her eyes and felt for a while, and opened her eyes. Captain, there is the smell of plants around, but I feel that it should not be the main body of the blood vine, probably the blood vine branch. This is easy to distinguish. The main body can branch out so many branches, then the main body must be more powerful, and it cannot be compared with so many branches gathered together. Tang Ming nodded, waved his hand, and said, let's go in and take a look. As soon as they stepped into the dense forest, it was as if a switch was turned on. Dense blood vines suddenly emerged from the ground. The people who had been prepared immediately harvested the surrounding blood vines. Now, they were stronger than Li Yu and the other two before. Their skin had a layer of defense strength, which was not easily pierced by these small blood vines. In addition, they were all very agile and had strong perception. So even if the dense blood vines covered them, they could easily harvest the blood vines and move forward. Tang Ming and his companions had been traveling in the dense forest for half a month. There had always been a sea of blood vines blocking their way. Until today, the blood vines that had been overwhelming and surging were gone. Bai Wei led the plant and earth psychics to cooperate in sensing. There was no trace of blood vines within 100 miles. Tang Ming frowned and asked the plant and earth psychics to form teams of 2 and spread out to sense the blood vines. But he actually had doubts in his heart. Well, the main body of the blood vine sensed the danger, so it escaped in advance. However, no matter how smart the mutant plant is, it shouldn't be that smart. Right? Or it's hiding? Tang Ming slowly lowered his head and looked at the ground under his feet. Chapter 106. Go quietly. Base. The blood vine was under control, the base became more orderly, and some people who were originally uneasy and panicked also calmed down. And Qing announced the rules for non-combatants to obtain body-hardening spirit liquid and ability cards. That is, according to the degree of work, there will be an assessment every month. Those who are excellent in all the assessments in the year can get the ability card, and those who are excellent in all the assessments in the next year can get the body-hardening spirit liquid. Compared with combatants, it is more difficult for them to obtain the ability card and body-hardening spirit liquid, but Qing does not want them to feel that they should be given these things for free, and does not want to give them the feeling that it is easy to obtain these things. In fact, Qing felt that the conditions she had set were too simple. At this time, Qing was in a research room in the Underground Research Institute. In addition to various research instruments, this research room also had complete medical equipment. This is actually just a guess of mine, but I extracted and detected many components from the body-hardening spirit liquid you gave me to study. In addition to some unknown components, it also contains a large amount of calcium and phosphorus. In addition, after using the body-hardening spirit liquid, I really felt the pain of my bones being broken inch by inch. I was wondering if our bones were really broken inch by inch and then reassembled after using the body-hardening spirit liquid. If so, then those who had suffered some irreversible injuries after doing missions in the outbound team or the special team, which made them unable to fight as before, can their bodies also be completely repaired? And Qing heard this and fell into thought. At present, there are actually quite a few people in the base who are unable to participate in the battle because of injuries. It is estimated that there are nearly 100,000 people in total. This is not a small number, especially since these people cannot fight, but they have rich combat experience. If their injuries can be fully recovered and they can participate in the battle, it will be a great thing for the base. Jiang Fuxing had submitted an application for this matter before, but Qing was a little hesitant. After all, Jiang Fuxing's guess is just a guess. If it is true, it will be fine. If it fails in the end, will it be a heavy blow to those who have finally cheered up and lived a good life? You know, although it is dangerous to go out for missions, it is safer for those who are seriously injured and unable to participate in the battle to stay in the base. But from the statistics of previous years, we can see that, even if it is dangerous outside, the death of a teammate can indeed cause psychological trauma to the team members, causing them to become more mentally unstable. However, the most mental breakdowns are not those who are on a mission, but those who are seriously injured and rescued, and can no longer go out on missions, and can only stay in the base to do some simple work. Their hearts seem to be more sensitive and more fragile. But after Jiang Fuxing made several application reports, Qing finally agreed. This world is too dangerous. Qing doesn't know how big the jungle is. Maybe except for the area around the base, it's all jungle. Even if they get rid of the blood vine, who knows how many mutant plants or animals are as scary as the blood vine on Earth. They are even scarier than the blood vine. They just don't notice them, because they are not near the base. In the final analysis, the stronger the base's combat power, the better. This is the only way for the base to survive in this dangerous world. After Qing agreed, she came to the Underground Research Institute and listened to Jiang Fuxing's detailed explanation of the matter. After Qing agreed, Jiang Fuxing arranged people to win volunteers, and he stayed beside Qing to explain the situation in detail. After Qing listened to Jiang Fuxing's analysis, she felt more at ease, and felt that the result he mentioned was very likely to be achieved. The door of the laboratory was opened, and Xiong Jing walked in. Base Director. Dean. The volunteers are ready. And Qing looked over. And Jiang Fuxing signaled Xiong Jing to bring the people in. Soon, a group of 10 people were brought into the laboratory. The first person to walk in was an acquaintance, and Qing's former neighbor Bai Feng. Bai Feng also saw in Qing, but he didn't say anything, just smiled at her. The 10 people came in and stood, and Xiong Jing handed the information of the 10 people to Jiang Fuxing. Jiang Fuxing flipped through the information and read, Bai Feng. Male, 39 years old. Had a broken spine, and had multiple bone comminuted fractures. After treatment and recovery, it was confirmed that the body bones could not be fully restored and could not participate in the battle again. Wen Hongya, female, 41 years old, had suffered multiple severe injuries to her legs and could not fully recover, and could not participate in the battle again. These people were basically on the way to the mission, and after a certain part of their body was severely injured many times, they could not fully recover, although they could still maintain a normal life. They could not do strenuous exercise, so naturally they could not participate in the battle. After confirming everyone's situation, and that they were indeed willing to participate in this experiment, Jiang Fuxing closed the information, and asked the researchers to take them down to prepare for the experiment. First, they checked and recorded their bodies, and then, they were equipped with equipment to monitor their physical conditions at all times. Each person was equipped with an infrared scanner, which could see the condition of their internal organs and bones. Everything was ready, and all 10 volunteers drank the body-hardening spirit liquid, closed their eyes, and lay on the experimental bed, waiting for the spirit liquid to take effect. Bai Feng was the first to drink the body-hardening spirit liquid, and was also the first to react. The sudden pain in his body made him grit his teeth and clench his fists tightly. But as the pain continued to rise, he couldn't help but groan in pain. On the big screen, the situation of the volunteers was constantly broadcast, and Qing looked carefully for a while, and confirmed that she couldn't understand it. So her eyes fell on the internal situation of the body shown by the infrared scan. At this time, she could clearly see that the meridians and blood vessels in Bai Feng's body seemed to be pulled hard by an invisible hand, and it was like ravaging and beating. Just by looking at the degree of distortion of his tendons, veins, blood and flesh, she knew how much pain he was in. However, if you only look at the surface of Bai Feng's body, you can't tell that there is such a magnificent situation inside his body. Then, Bai Feng's bones broke inch by inch. When Qing saw this scene, her pupils were shaking. She finally understood why she was in so much pain at the beginning. The bones were really crushed bit by bit, and they were crushed very hard. Bai Feng couldn't help but scream. Every time he wailed, his bones would break a little more, until the bones were completely crushed into powder. But the powdered bones still maintained their original shape, and did not fall to other parts of the body due to shattering. And Qing could not sit still any longer. This body-hardening spirit liquid is probably more terrifying than the 10 tortures, especially the bones were really broken bit by bit. Not all the bones were broken at the same time, which caused the pain to last for a long time. And Qing had experienced such pain. It was a pain that you could not faint even if you wanted to. Fortunately, after this pain, these people's bones should be able to recover completely. After all, the bones are now broken more horribly than before. The body-tempering spirit liquid has truly implemented what is called breaking and reorganizing. After the bones were reorganized, their twisted and beaten meridians and flesh gradually returned to normal, and all the toxins and stains that had originally accumulated in the body were excreted at once. And Qing's communicator vibrated wildly. She stood up and left the laboratory, saw that it was Wei Xuanyi calling, and answered it immediately. What's the matter? Wei Xuanyi's voice was a little hoarse. The big leader he left. Wei Xuanyi had already started to call Song Min with a former big leader, but Qing later asked people to call her the base commander, so Wei Xuanyi had to go back again. And Qing was stunned for a moment, and was a little unresponsive for a while. When did it happen? Wei Xuanyi, 10 minutes ago. And Qing was silent for a while, and then asked, Are you still in the hospital? I'll come right over. And Qing hung up the call, and said something to Jiang Fuxing before leaving the Underground Research Institute. When she arrived at the hospital, Wei Xuanyi was already waiting at the hospital entrance. As she walked inside, she asked, What should we do with the big leader's funeral? The base did not have the habit of holding funerals otherwise. According to the previous death toll in the base, there was no telling how many funerals would be held every day. But Song Minhwa was different after all. He was once the leader of the entire base. And Qing thought, now that he had passed away, he should have a proper funeral. In fact, she felt a little sad. No matter what Song Mingguo's considerations were, he did take good care of her after she came to this world. Just now at the research institute, she saw that the body-tempering spirit liquid could indeed repair the bones of those people that had become fragile due to injuries. And even the tendons, veins, blood, flesh and even organs were corrected and repaired to become stronger. At that time, she was thinking, the leader's organs were failing. If he was given the body-hardening spirit liquid, could he be cured? Unfortunately, before she could express this idea, the news of the leader's death came. The leader meant that he didn't want to disturb anyone and wanted to die quietly. Wei Xuanyi whispered, although funerals are not held in this world, people will be cremated and sent outside the base after death. And the wind will take away the ashes. If someone knows him, is familiar with him, and is willing to be a funeral attendant, he will personally hold the urn and walk out of the base to scatter the ashes for him. This can be considered as a funeral ceremony in this world. But because of the distance between people in this world, most of the people who attend the funeral are their teammates. If there are no teammates, the base can only arrange people to attend the funeral. When the previous leader died, the entire base left the base and attended the funeral together. Now it is Song Mingguo's turn. He is not willing to mobilize so many troops. Moreover, the base is still in an unstable state. What if everyone in the base leaves the base and is attacked by mutant animals and plants? Although Song Mingguo has been staying in the hospital, he also knows what is happening outside. So, feeling that his body was getting weaker and weaker, he contacted Wei Xuanyi and told him about his last wishes. Wei Xuanyi looked at Qing. Base Commander, these are the last words that the leader asked me to record for you. Qing was stunned, and took the card handed over by Wei Xuanyi. And her mood became more complicated. She had understood what the leader meant. Not alarming others, quietly sending the leader away, was not friendly to her. A successor who suddenly appeared, and it would easily become a handle for others to control her. If she didn't have this recording, she probably wouldn't be able to explain herself when someone threw dirty water at her. And Qing held the recording and sighed, I know. Let's do what the leader wants. After a pause, she continued, when the time comes, I'll see the leader off. Wei Xuanyi's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh, but he couldn't. He hummed softly, thank you, Base Commander. Cremation is very simple. Put the person into the furnace, and it won't take half an hour for the person to turn into ashes. I don't know if the fire in this world is more intense or what. In Qing's previous life, she heard that after cremation, the bones would carbonize, but they would not turn into fine ashes. They would need to be hit and crushed with a shovel to break. But in this world, after cremation, the person would have turned into complete ashes. And Qing and Wei Xuanyi sent the ashes of the leader out of the base together. Today, the wind outside the base was particularly strong, as if it was specially sent to send the leader off. And Qing grabbed the ashes of the leader, opened her hands, and the wind swept the ashes away. Chapter 107 Bloodvine arrives at the base. In the dense forest, Tang Ming stared at the ground for a while, and suddenly said, retreat, back to the base. Everyone was a little surprised, even puzzled. Captain, didn't the base commander ask us to find the main body of the Bloodvine? We haven't found it yet. Isn't it good to just go back like this? Some people hesitated. Tang Ming looked back in the direction of the base. I'm afraid we'll be lured away from the mountain. He carefully recalled the situation along the way, although it seemed difficult, but when they were surrounded by so many bloodvines, it didn't seem difficult for them to pass through them. Originally, Tang Ming thought that this was the reason why everyone's physical fitness was improved and their abilities were awakened. But thinking back, it can be found that the deeper they went, the fewer blood vines seemed to be around them. Until just now, there were suddenly no blood vines around them. Tang Ming's heart tightened, and his expression became more and more ugly. Retreat. Retreat immediately. As he said, he took the lead and ran quickly towards the base. Everyone was also confused by Tang Ming's words. But seeing that his expression suddenly became so ugly, they also had a vague bad premonition in their hearts, and ran quickly. Although they had been in the jungle for more than half a month, they had not walked too far because they had to deal with the blood vines. If they ran at full speed, they would probably be able to return to the base in 1 or 2 days. However, they had not walked far towards the base when blood vines suddenly broke out of the ground and blocked their way like dense trees. If everyone was still a little skeptical about Tang Ming's guess before, then at this moment, Everyone's face looked ugly. There was no need to think about it anymore. The meaning of these blood vines blocking their way back was self-evident. Tang Ming's eyes were cold, and frost gradually covered the long sword in his hand. When he rushed towards the blood vines, he swung the long sword, which was covered with frost, making the blade of the long sword sharper and slashing at the dense blood vines. The blood vines in front of him suddenly dispersed, barely avoiding Tang Ming's attack. The next moment, the blood vines rushed over, at a very fast speed, and entangled Tang Ming's hands and feet. Tang Ming chopped the blood vines with one hand and grabbed the attacking blood vines with the other hand. Using his supernatural power, frost spread from the palm of his hand, and soon froze the blood vines in his hand into an ice sculpture. He kicked up, and the ice sculpture cracked, and dense cracks appeared on it. The next moment, the blood vines that had been frozen into ice sculptures broke into pieces. The group of people following Tang Ming also began to exert their strength. Everyone's superpowers were not very strong, so they basically attached their superpowers to their weapons to make the weapons more powerful. However, the footsteps of more than 1,000 people were still tripped. The blood vines seemed endless. They killed one group and another group appeared, causing them to basically stay where they were. At the same time, the interception point outside the base has been submerged by the overwhelming blood vines. From a distance, you can only see the blood vines as dense as an ocean, and you can't see the special team and the outbound team that are submerged in it. Since the awakening of the superpowers to improve the physical fitness, the gap between the special team and the outbound team has been narrowed. Therefore, now the people guarding against the blood vines at the interception point of the base are all the special team and the outbound team. But no one expected that the silent blood vines suddenly made such a big noise. There were too many blood vines. Even if they could not hurt the special team and the outbound team, they could entangle them, making it impossible for them to get away and report to the base. At this time, the dense vines entangled the humans, leaving all the superpowers who could sense the underground without any spare energy to explore. The main body of the blood vine began to move underground. Unlike what Jiang Fusheng and his guests, the main body of the blood vine was not that huge. It was very long, about 300 meters long, but the diameter was not big, only about half a meter. At this time, the main body controlled the branch vines to entangle and block the humans, and it had sneaked into the vicinity of the base. The closer the blood vine got to the base, the more excited it became. It could clearly feel that something in the base was attracting it, something that could make it stronger. It could sense that as long as it got the things in the base, it would become the strongest existence in the world. Therefore, despite being frustrated by humans again and again, the blood vine did not give up, and even used its second mutated thinking to think hard, and finally came up with a way to trap the humans around the base and go to the base with its main body. There is no doubt that its numerous branches have indeed trapped all the humans. No one noticed that it had already passed through the underground and was close to the base. Closer. Closer. The small branches that had not yet grown around the blood vine trembled excitedly, and the grown branches trembled even more excitedly, so that the attack on Tang Ming and the interception point became more fierce and crazy. Outside the base, and Qing opened her hands and let the wind take away the last bit of the leader's ashes. The wind blew her hair into a mess. After the ashes were blown away, they spread and disappeared from sight. Wei Xuanyi stood beside Qing, holding the jar containing Song Minggua's ashes. The two stood in silence for a long time before Qing spoke. "Let's go back." Wei Xuanyi nodded. As the two turned around and walked back, Wei Xuanyi's footsteps suddenly stopped. Qing looked over. "What's wrong?" Wei Xuanyi turned around and stared at the ground not far away. "There seems to be something underground." Qing's eyelids jumped, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. She quickly said, "Go back first." Wei Xuanyi nodded, and immediately protected Qing. The two quickly entered the base and closed the door. After hurriedly returning to the base, they came to the monitoring room. The base has surveillance equipment facing outside the base. When the two came to the monitoring room, the security personnel in charge of monitoring stood up and greeted them. "Base Commander, Secretary of Security." Qing nodded. "Is there any situation?" The people in the security department were a little confused and shook their heads. The surrounding area of the base is normal. There is no problem at present. Qing walked to the monitoring screen and looked at all the monitoring screens around the base. Indeed, it was calm outside at this moment, and there was no situation. She thought for a moment, and asked Wei Xuanyi, Did you feel wrong just now? Wei Xuanyi is an Earth-type mutant. He felt something underground. And Qing immediately thought of the blood vines that were running underground. However, the blood vines had been controlled before. How could they run directly to the vicinity of the base without alerting the interception point? Or did something happen at the interception point? And Qing frowned and thought. Speaking of which, Tang Ming and his team had left the base for more than half a month. And no news had been sent back yet. Wei Xuanyi, no, I clearly felt that. There was something underground, but it was still a little far away at that time, so I wasn't sure what it was. Could it be a mutant animal that could travel underground? This was not impossible. And Qing thought for a moment. You go ahead and make arrangements. The entire base is under martial law and ready for war. Wei Xuanyi, yes. At this time, underground. The blood vine had already arrived at the base. The outer wall of the base was very solid. The blood vine approached and touched it, and it felt too hard, and it was difficult to break through. The base was indeed a huge sphere. Its ground was like that of the ground. The blood vine circled around the base, trying to find a gap for it to drill into the base. But the outer wall of the base was tightly closed. There was no place for it to drill into. After circling around for several times, the blood vine finally became impatient. It twisted its body, and drilled out of the ground more flexibly than a snake. Not long after Wei Xuanyi left, and Qing saw in the surveillance video that a long blood-red worm drilled out from the ground. It had a lot of small, swaying hairs on its body. Those hairs seemed alive, and kept twisting. It was creepy to watch. Hiss. Blood vine? The faces of the people in charge of monitoring in the security department all changed. In the monitoring screen, the blood-red thing that stood up like a snake was completely different from the blood vine they had seen before. But they could still see that it was the blood vine. Blood vine? And Qing's heart sank. This blood vine was obviously different from the blood vine she knew. Could it be that this was the main body of the blood vine that she asked Tang Ming to find? Before she could think deeply, the blood vine had completely drilled out of the ground. The more than 300-meter-long blood vine flew up and hit the wall of the base like a whip. Boom. The entire base shook violently as if it had encountered an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. Many people in the monitoring room lost their balance and fell to the ground. And Qing also staggered a few steps to the side, and then she managed to stabilize herself. Before the fallen people could get up, the blood vine outside the base struck again. Boom. The base was whipped with a rumbling sound, like a ball about to be hit, and the bottom of the ball was about to leave the ground. And Qing stared at the screen in the monitoring. As the blood vine whipped, several monitorings were broken and lost their function, and the screens went black one by one. And Qing took out the communicator and called Wei Xuanyi. Base commander. Wei Xuanyi was obviously running. And Qing held the wall. We can't let it continue to lash the base. Send people out of the base to fight it. Wei Xuanyi, yes. After receiving the order, Wei Xuanyi immediately sent people out from all exits of the base to fight the blood vine, with the special team and the outbound team holding them back. The blood vine finally had no time to lash the base again. The base gradually calmed down, and Qing observed the situation outside through the remaining surveillance cameras. And her brows were getting tighter and tighter. There were thousands of people who left the base to fight against the blood vine. There was no other way. The blood vine was too long and too big. In addition, everyone's ability level was too low. The damage caused to the blood vine was not high. So more people were needed. When the blood vine was about to be controlled, and Qing watched helplessly, numerous vines like tentacles suddenly grew on the blood vine. Those vines were like sharp swords, and fiercely stabbed at the people besieging it. Some people dodged nimbly, and cut off the branch vines with a knife. Some people failed to dodge but relied on the strength of their skin to resist the branch vines. But they didn't expect that the tip of the branch vine suddenly opened its huge mouth, revealing the dense serrations inside, and biting the man's shoulder fiercely. And Qing looked grim. She recalled the experience of Li Yu and the others entering the dense forest. Now she could confirm that this blood vine was indeed the main body. Moreover, the closer the branch vine was to the main body, the more powerful it was. So, the branch vine next to the blood vine was the most ferocious. She took a deep breath. Seeing that more and more people were injured, and Qing ordered people to rescue those who were seriously injured and unable to move, and then sent more people. However, whenever the blood vine was about to be suppressed, more branch vines would grow on it. And Qing had already figured out that the fine hairs on the blood vine were not just any hairs, but its branches. As long as it was moved, the hairs would turn into branches. After seeing the main body of the blood vine suddenly open its bloody mouth like a carnivorous plant and swallow countless people in one gulp, and Sheen's face turned completely ugly. She originally thought that since everyone in the base had improved their physical fitness, their combat power had doubled, and their superpowers had been awakened, the danger of the blood vine was nothing. The result showed a heavy blow to her. Indeed, they can now easily deal with the blood vine branches. But that can only be the branches that are too far away from the main body of the blood vine. Those close to the main body can still suppress humans. And the main body can swallow hundreds of people in one breath. She stared at the surveillance screen, thinking frantically about what to do now. But what can she do? In her golden finger, there are only pots and pans besides food. Even in the welfare shelf, there is nothing useful except the body tempering spirit liquid and ability cards. And even with the use of the body tempering spiritual liquid and the power card, they still couldn't deal with the blood vine. And Sheen closed her eyes. The body tempering spiritual liquid and the power card couldn't be used on the blood vine, otherwise wouldn't it strengthen the enemy? Wait. And Sheen's thoughts stopped. Body tempering spiritual liquid? The process of strengthening the body with the body tempering spiritual liquid is to break it down and reorganize it. Then what if it is used on the blood vine? But isn't this idea a little too crazy? The blood vine is a plant after all. What if it can't achieve this effect with the body tempering spiritual liquid? In the dense forest, the surroundings are densely packed. The blood vine that can't be killed no matter how hard you try makes everyone a little tired. Each one of them is exhausted and panting. Suddenly, all the blood vines shrank back into the ground like snakes. Everyone was stunned. Tang Ming frowned and looked at the ground warily. Bai Wei squatted on the ground, supported herself with her hands and felt it carefully, and said hesitantly, "Captain, the blood vines are gone." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had improved their physical fitness and possessed superpowers, they were still mortals. Unlike those blood vines that did not know fatigue at all. If they continued to fight, they would most likely be exhausted and finally be devoured by the blood vines. Tang Ming's expression became more and more ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go back. Quickly. The blood vines have gone to the base." Everyone was stunned. They realized that these blood vines had been preventing them from returning to the base before. But now they suddenly disappeared. They must have arrived at the base. For a moment, everyone's face turned green. They didn't care about being tired, and followed Tang Ming back at full speed. The situation at the interception point was the same as here. The blood vines that were attacking them before suddenly disappeared. But this was not the first time. There were many times before. The blood vines fought, and felt that they were not getting the best of the humans, and then they retreated. Many people were injured at the interception point, but they were not seriously injured, but they were all very tired, and sat on the ground to rest. When Tang Ming and others ran to the interception point, it was completely dark, and the people at the interception point were muttering that the shift change time had passed a while, and the people who were supposed to change shifts should have arrived long ago, but no one had come yet. They were really tired today. So tired that they didn't want to move their fingers at all. Many people were whispering to each other about what was going on. Suddenly, they saw someone coming from the direction of the dense forest. Everyone was stunned. Everyone stood up and looked over cautiously. They found out that it was Tang Ming and others. And then they relaxed. Tang Ming looked at the interception point now, asked about the situation, and briefly stated his guess. But this was his guess after all. So the people at the interception point could not be transferred at will. He only asked them to hold on and continue to guard here to avoid other situations. And then he hurried to the base with people. At the base, and Sheen discovered a situation. The newly grown blood vines on the main body of the blood vine did not wither after being cut off. Instead, they attacked people like a new small blood vine. Once they bit a person and absorbed blood, the broken blood vines would grow bigger. However, although these blood vines were separated from the main body of the blood vine, they were still controlled by the main body. Therefore, the blood vines that were too far away from the main body would wither and disappear after being cut off. But the blood vines that were close to the main body would still survive and have attack power after being cut off. And Sheen called Liu and others and gave them an order. Liu immediately led people out of the base, approached the main body, and tried to cut off a blood vine from the main body and bring it back to the base. In the Underground Research Institute, when Sheen brought the blood vine over, she found that the Research Institute was very busy. The structure of the base building was very solid. Although the blood vine whipped the base a few times before, it caused a vibration similar to an 8-magnitude earthquake. But the building did not collapse. However, the bottles and jars in the research institute had problems. Some were broken. Some instruments were smashed to pieces. And even some important medicines were broken and exploded, causing the research institute to be in chaos. And Qing finally found Jiang Fusheng, who was directing people to tidy up the research institute. Jiang Fusheng heard in Qing's voice, turned his head, and saw in Qing, and the blood vine, that in Qing was holding tightly in her hand, but was still twisting and struggling. He was stunned for a moment. "Base Commander, what are you doing?" "In Qing, this is a branch of the blood vine. I need you to help me do an experiment." Jiang Fusheng walked over quickly. The blood vine tightly wrapped around in Qing's arm, as if it wanted to use its strength to break her arm. However, Liu cut off this blood vine as soon as it emerged and brought it back. It was a very thin and small vine, and it did not have much strength. It did not cause much damage to Qing when it was entangled in her arm. But the sharp teeth in its mouthparts were very harmful. So Qing held the back of its mouthparts tightly, just like holding the 7 inches of a snake. The blood vine opened its mouthparts frantically, and the sharp teeth with cold light inside looked even sharper under the bright white light of the research institute. Jiang Fusheng looked at the blood vine in her hand. "Don't blood vine branches wither after they are separated from the main body? What's the situation with this one?" And Qing told Jiang Fusheng about her discovery. Jiang Fusheng's face turned ugly when he heard this. "Has the main body of the blood vine arrived at the base?" And Qing nodded, "Yes. And it is very difficult to deal with. It can swallow hundreds of people with one mouth, and its serrations can easily penetrate human flesh." Jiang Fusheng took a deep breath, knowing that Qing asked him to do an experiment at this time. She must have a way to deal with the blood vine in her mind. But she was not sure whether it would work. So she came to him. "What experiment do you want to do?" And Qing took out a bottle of body-quenching spirit liquid. "I need to know. If the blood vine takes this, will it also be broken and reorganized, and thus lose its combat effectiveness?" Jiang Fusheng was stunned. He didn't expect Qing to want to use the body-quenching spirit liquid to deal with the blood vine. However, thinking of the pain that people suffer when taking the body-quenching spirit liquid, it can be said that in the process of breaking and reorganizing, anyone will lose their combat effectiveness. If it is the same for the blood vine, then this is really a way. Plants and humans are different after all. So this is indeed an experiment that must be done. By Feng and others who did the experiment before have already left the institute. And it just so happens that the laboratory is currently the best preserved. After the blood vine was fed with the body-quenching spirit liquid, it was tied up tightly with a restraint belt, and it was covered with a container for imprisoning mutant plants and animals. And then infrared rays were used to observe its internal conditions. Jiang Fusheng and Qing both stared at the infrared image. The inside of the blood vine is completely different from that of humans. It has dense and thick fibers inside. But it is not just fibers. It has a mouth, which has dense serrations inside. It also has a digestive tract more than ordinary plants, except for the lack of excretion in bones. It seems to be developing from a plant to an animal. Suddenly, the blood vine began to struggle violently. And Qing saw in the infrared image that the blood vine's thick plant fibers were broken inch by inch, which made its struggling and swinging movements seem large. But in fact, it did not have much strength. And Qing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be possible. Jiang Fusheng stared at the speed at which the blood vine's plant fibers were broken. Just like human bones would be crushed, its plant fibers were also crushed and reorganized. Of course, it was still in the crushing stage. He stared at the time. And when the plant fibers were completely crushed and had not yet begun to reorganize, he pressed a button. A high-temperature flame suddenly spurted out of the vessel to burn the blood vine. The blood vine had already been motionless, but when it was burned again, it let out a strange scream. Not like a beast or a human, a very strange scream. It kept struggling in the flames. When the flames burned it, the infrared image was still on the screen. They saw that the speed of the blood vine's body reorganization was actually faster. If it was reorganizing at a normal speed before, when it was burned by the flames, the speed of the plant fibers in its body reorganizing was more than 10 times faster, and the surface of its body also showed fire resistance. You know, among the samples that Qiong Jing had extracted before, the blood vine was not fire resistant. Jiang Fusheng and Qing fell silent. It seems that although the body-hardening spirit liquid can make the blood vine lose its combat effectiveness for a short time, it also helps the blood vine to make up for its weaknesses. Jiang Fusheng smiled bitterly and said, The blood vine before the second mutation is extremely difficult to deal with. If it cannot be burned with fire, even if it is chopped up, it will not die, and will slowly grow again. And Qing looked at the flames. And the blood vine was not only not burned to death by the flames, but also completely absorbed the body-hardening spirit liquid. And its body instantly grew several times larger. It seemed to realize that it was stronger and more powerful. It swung its body wildly to get rid of the restraints and hit the vessel hard. The vessel made a banging sound and was about to break. Fortunately, the restraints were still tightly wrapped around the blood vine. No matter how it swung, it could not break free. Jiang Fuxing frowned. Base Captain, what should we do now? The body-tempering spirit liquid could not deal with the blood vine. Instead, it made it stronger. Now they didn't know how to kill this branch vine. Once the branch vine ran away, the base would be finished. And Qing bit her fingers unconsciously and frowned in thought. She opened the system panel. During this period, she had gained a lot of happiness points. She also bought things on the welfare shelf every day. But nothing could deal with the blood vine. And Qing frowned. 001. Is there nothing in the system that can deal with the blood vine? 001 was chewing sausages in the system. Hearing this, he shook his head. I don't know either. How about refreshing the welfare shelf and giving it a try? And Qing, he knew that he had asked in vain. She scanned the things she had bought from the welfare shelves during this period. In addition to normal rice and cabbage, and eggs and flour, the only things she had bought from the welfare shelves during this period, except for the body-tempering spirit liquid and the ability cards, were the toxin decomposition liquid. But this thing can only decompose toxins. Suddenly, Qing had a flash of inspiration. Why do mutant plants and animals contain highly toxic substances? Could it be that the thing that caused them to mutate itself is a toxin, and then after the chemical reaction with plants and animals, finally caused the highly toxic substances in their bodies? And Qing felt that her imagination was a bit too big, but when she thought about it, she couldn't control her thinking, and felt that her idea was really possible. If it was really as she guessed, then if the toxin decomposition liquid was used on the blood vine to decompose the toxins in its body, would it kill the blood vine, or return to the state before the mutation? Boom! The base was whipped again, and the huge vibration could be felt in the Underground Research Institute. Chapter 108 Daybreak and Qing no longer thought about it. In this situation, she could only try her best. She took out the toxin decomposition liquid and handed it to Jiang Fuxing. Dean Jiang, you try this? Jiang Fuxing saw Qing take out a bottle of toxin decomposition liquid out of thin air. He immediately nodded and took out a syringe to suck up a syringe of toxin decomposition liquid and quickly approached the blood vine. At this time, the container had been broken by the blood vine. It was trying to tear the straps tied to its body with its claws and teeth. But no matter how it twisted its body, its teeth could not bite the straps. Jiang Fuxing squeezed the toxin decomposition liquid into the wide-open mouth of the blood vine from a distance. And Qing and Jiang Fuxing stared at the blood vine. The blood vine seemed to have not changed, and was still struggling. About 20 minutes later, the blood vine gradually became slow. Like an old man, the vine gradually turned yellow from its original blood red, and the vine began to wither. Finally, the vine completely withered and stopped moving. But Jiang Fuxing and Qing still did not approach. The two checked the blood vine through infrared display and confirmed that the blood vine was indeed withered. Jiang Fuxing pressed the flamethrower again, and the flames burned the withered vines. This time, the vines were quickly ignited and then burned to ashes. Success? Jiang Fuxing's face showed excitement. And Qing was also very excited. A bottle of toxin decomposition liquid is about 2,000 milliliters. And one drop can decompose 1,000 milliliters of toxins. The blood vine is more than 300 meters long and has a diameter of about half a meter. If we calculate it based on 1 milliliter per drop, there are 2,000 drops in a bottle, which can decompose 2 million milliliters. Does a vine have 2 million milliliters of toxins? Jiang Fuxing shook his head. Not enough. The water content of the blood vine is 70%. And even if the water is squeezed out of it, it still contains a lot of toxins. What's more, the main body of the blood vine can grow so many vines. Conservative estimates are at least 4,000 liters, which is about 40 million milliliters in milliliters. And Qing, in other words, one bottle can decompose 2 million milliliters. And she needs more than 20 bottles. But she currently only has 8 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid. She had used the dice on the body tempering spirit liquid and the ability card early this morning. And Qing had a headache. What time is it now? Jiang Fushan looked at the time. It's 10:49 p.m. now. That means she still had 1 hour and 11 minutes before she could use the dice. Boom. And Qing lost her balance and fell forward. Jiang Fushan grabbed the edge of the wall next to her and quickly reached out to pull Qing up. If the previous earthquake was an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, then the vibration of the base this time was doubled. After Qing stood firm, the base shook violently several times, and then gradually stabilized. After confirming that the toxin decomposition liquid was effective, Qing hurried back to the ground. At this time, except for the bright street lights on the ground, it was pitch black outside. Qing found Wei Xuanyi and asked about the situation. Wei Xuanyi looks tired. The blood vine has sunk in the base, and the sky curtain is broken, so now the base is completely in darkness. Qing realized that there was no artificial moon and stars in the sky at this time. So this was not a simulation of the dark sky outside, but it was damaged and caused it to be completely dark. If there were no streetlights in the base, I am afraid that the entire base would be in darkness. What's the situation outside? Wei Xuanyi shook his head. Not very good. Currently the casualties are serious. The hospital wards are basically full, and many people have died in the mouth of the blood vine. Qing took a deep breath. You notify them, tell them not to fight head-on, try to delay time, don't confront the blood vine head-on, drag it, try not to let it attack the base. Wei Xuanyi was very perceptive. Does the base commander have a solution? Qing nodded, almost, but we need to wait a little longer. If you are lucky, it is estimated that you will have to wait for more than an hour. If you are unlucky, you may have to wait for another day. Tang Ming, who hurried back to the base, saw Qing under the street light at a glance. He walked over quickly, looked Qing up and down, confirmed that she was okay, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Qing was a little surprised to see Tang Ming coming back. Captain Tang, you're back? Then she saw Tang Ming in a mess, and she was a little worried. How are you? Are you okay? Are you injured? Tang Ming smiled, wiped his face and said, I'm fine. But I realized that the tiger was lured away by the blood vine, and I wanted to come back, but was blocked by the blood vine for a while. Qing saw that although he was smiling, he could not hide his fatigue between his eyebrows. Then you go back and rest first. Tang Ming shook his head. No. I just came back to see if you are okay. The others have joined the team besieging the blood vine, and it's time for me to go over. Qing was stunned. She really wanted Tang Ming to go back and rest. After all, he had been running back and forth for so long, and he was tired at a glance. But Tang Ming didn't give her a chance to speak, and he turned around and hurried out of the base. Qing took a deep breath, turned around and went back to the central building, sat at her desk, and faced the various documents on the desk. Without any intention to read them, she took out the dice and stared at it in a daze. There was no moment when she was so eager to throw a higher multiple. No matter if she had to throw more than 3 times the speed, she had to. Qing walked to the sink and carefully washed the dice repeatedly, until they were clean and shiny, and then began to wash her hands. She knew that these would not help her to bet high, but she could not calm down at all. The dice were washed clean, and her hands were washed clean. Qing opened the curtain of the office, and asked someone to turn the surveillance video to her side, and then observed the outside scene through the few remaining cameras. It was dark, and the camera could see the blood vines constantly attacking the people around, and the people who attacked the blood vines one after another. But whether it was the blood vines or the people, they all turned into black shadows. Except for being able to distinguish between blood vines and humans, it was impossible to tell who was who among humans. Qing wanted to find Tang Ming, but she couldn't find him after searching for a long time. She felt a little nervous. Tang Ming was so tired. Would he have enough energy to face the blood vine? Especially when the blood vine suddenly opened its mouth and rushed towards the human again. Everyone knew the blood vine's move. It would scatter in all directions the moment it opened its mouth. But those who ran slowly were still swallowed by the blood vine. For a moment, Qing couldn't help but wonder if Tang Ming was among the people swallowed. She was restless, watching the time slowly passing by, and felt as if every second was like a year. Qing recalled the scene of meeting Tang Ming during a blind date. Tang Ming was good-looking, but very gentle, and neither his appearance nor his temperament were aggressive. Even if she was very resistant to him during the blind date, she could not feel any resentment when facing Tang Ming. His words and deeds were very friendly, making Anqing feel very comfortable. She actually had a momentary impulse at that time, and wanted to try to get along with Tang Ming. But at that time, she had already developed a physical aversion to blind dates because of her illness, and the little affection she had for Tang Ming in her heart was completely suppressed by her resistance to blind dates. Maybe if she had met Tang Ming on her first blind date, she might have been willing to date him. But there is no if. Anqing thought about traveling to this world again. She had lost the memory of the days when she was forced to do so. When she first met Tang Ming in this world, and the little things they had experienced together in this world. The scene of her helping Tang Ming treat his injuries. The scene of Tang Ming carrying her home. And the scene of him carrying her and letting her sit on his shoulders. Anqing closed her eyes. She even had an impulse to immediately ask Liu and the others to bring Tang Ming back. But Anqing knew very well that she couldn't do this. If she hadn't become the base commander, she could have asked Tang Ming to come back directly. Now that she was the base commander, when so many people in the base were fighting desperately, she was worried about Tang Ming and called him back. What would others think? Anqing took a deep breath, slowly exhaled the pent-up air in her chest, and looked at the time again. It was 11:50. There were still 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes. Anqing's hands were sweating as she held the dice tightly. She stood up and took out all the toxin decomposition liquid. After taking them out, she remembered that she had given Jiang Fuxing a bottle before, and she did not take it back. So she only had 7 bottles in her hand. It was okay. After all, some of that bottle had been used. These 7 bottles were full, and it was enough to throw 3 times 21 bottles. She packed all 7 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid in a box. It was 11:53. Anqing went to wash the dice carefully again, and washed her hands. The time finally reached midnight. Anqing took a deep breath, holding her breath. She picked up the box containing the toxin decomposition liquid and recognized the dice. The dice rolled, and Anqing stared at it, staring until her eyes were sore and painful, finally saw the dice gradually stop. 4 times. Anqing's body softened, without any strength. She fell to the ground and gasped for air, and her clothes were all soaked with cold sweat. Seeing that there were 4 more boxes in the office, plus the original one, a total of 5 boxes, so now she had 35 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid. Now, we need to find a way to make the blood vine swallow at least 20 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid. But for safety reasons, Anqing thinks it is better to have more. After all, the blood vine can grow so many branches, and the branches can grow very long, even from the base to the dense forest. Therefore, it is best to put in 30 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid at one time. But the blood vine obviously has some thinking and wisdom. If we put bottles into the blood vine's mouth one by one, once the blood vine senses the effect of the toxin decomposition liquid, it is very likely that it will not open its mouth again. After all, it attacks with brute force, and humans are not very able to withstand it. This was after improving her physique and gaining superpowers. It is conceivable that if it was before, the main body of the blood vine might have been able to crush all humans directly, and the only one who could throw all the toxin decomposition liquid into the blood vine's mouth at once seemed to be, she was the only one. Anqing swallowed her saliva, her heart was beating wildly, seemingly fear, but not entirely. After she recovered her memory, she knew that she had died once, and her fear of death was not so strong. She called the internal line and asked Liu to bring people over. After Liu got the news, she had brought all the guards over. Now the guards have added many people, a total of 30 people. Anqing stood up. You protect me, and take me to the mouth of the main body of the blood vine. Liu was stunned, and looked at Anqing in astonishment. Base commander, this is too dangerous. Anqing, I know, you just follow orders. Liu looked at Zhong Yiji next to him. Zhong Yiji shook his head, also confused, not sure what Anqing was going to do. Anqing saw that their faces were a little bad, and he was still hesitant, knowing that if he didn't make it clear, it was more likely to go wrong at a critical moment. I need to put the toxin decomposition liquid into the mouth of the blood vine, so I need to get close to it. Liu didn't understand, but still frowned and said, then you don't have to go there yourself, you can leave it to me, I will definitely let the blood vine swallow it. In fact, it is quite simple to throw something into the blood vine after all. The main body of the blood vine will open its mouth and swallow people from time to time. Anqing, not only the toxin decomposition liquid, but also the body hardening spirit liquid. If the toxin decomposition liquid is used directly, the blood vine will still have strong attack power for a long time. But it will be different if the body-hardening spirit liquid is used first. When the body-hardening spirit liquid begins to destroy the fibers in the blood vine, it will not have much strength to destroy it, although it cannot be burned with fire. When the toxin decomposition liquid is used directly, the fibers in the blood vine have not been reorganized when the toxin is decomposed, so it does not have much destructive power. 30 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid are used, but only 1 bottle of body-hardening spirit liquid cannot be used. After all, the volume of the blood vine is unknown how many times that of humans. If the amount is too small, and the fibers in the blood vine are not completely crushed, it will be more difficult at that time. So Enqing planned to feed all the more than 1,000 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid in her hand to the blood vine. 1,000 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid, 30 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid. Only if she could store them in the supermarket system could they all be accurately put into the blood vine's mouth. Enqing walked out of the base and saw the behemoth outside the base. The main body of the blood vine was bigger and more terrifying than it looked in the surveillance. Those who climbed on its body were thrown away by it and fell heavily to the ground. There were blood vine skins cut off by humans on the blood vine around, and there were burned blood vine branches on the ground, but more were human hands, feet and flesh bitten off when the blood vine was devoured by the main body. The strong smell of blood around was nauseating. Enqing took a breath. "Let's go!" Liu and the others immediately surrounded Enqing, clearing the way for her. On the other side, Tang Ming, who had just cut off a section of the tail of the blood vine, saw the tail of the blood vine grow back at a rapid speed and frowned. This blood vine actually has a strong self-healing ability. Suddenly, Tang Ming's eyes froze in one place, and he saw Enqing. Enqing, escorted by a group of people, quickly approached the blood vine. Tang Ming's heart suddenly tightened, and he didn't care about much. He quickly bypassed his teammates, avoided the blood vines around him, and went towards Enqing, blocking her way before she approached the blood vine. At this time, Tang Ming was anxious and angry, and blurted out without thinking, "Why did you come out? It's dangerous here. Go back quickly." Enqing stopped and shook her head and said, "If you continue like this, you won't be able to kill the main body of the blood vine. It will only consume the people in the base. I have a way to deal with it. You just need to get close to its mouthparts." Tang Ming frowned. "This is too dangerous. The mouthparts of the blood vine are very large, and the bite force is amazing. If you get close, it will swallow you in the next second. How are you going to deal with it? Let me do it." Tang Ming looked at Enqing. Enqing smiled. "More than 1,000 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid, 30 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid, all put into the blood vine's mouth one after another. Only I can do this. After all, no one can watch 1,000 bottles of body-hardening spirit liquid being put into the blood vine's mouth in an instant. If many people cooperate with the situation of one after another, no one knows what accidents will happen." Enqing had to spend some time again, explaining it clearly to Tang Ming. Tang Ming didn't move for a long time. After a long time, he nodded slowly. "Okay, then I'll accompany you." Enqing was stunned, then smiled. "Okay." Liu looked at Enqing, then looked at Tang Ming and said nothing. Then Liu's original position was replaced by Tang Ming. A group of people protected Enqing and quickly approached the blood vine. The blood vine did not open its mouth to swallow people at any time. It seemed to open its mouth to swallow some people every once in a while. When Enqing and others approached, the blood vine had not opened its mouth yet. So they faced the attack of the blood vine and the dense vines. Enqing was protected by others and dodged the attack flexibly. She did not attack the blood vine. The task of attacking was given to the people around her. She only stared at the mouth of the blood vine and threw the body-tempering spirit liquid at it the moment it opened its mouth. Tang Ming and Enqing dodged the attack together and kept cutting off the blood vines around them. Because the branch vines close to the main body still had attack power after being cut off, Tang Ming could only use his superpowers, and used ice superpowers to freeze the branch vines firmly while cutting off the branch vines, and then crush them with one foot. Finally, the main body of the blood vine suddenly opened its huge mouth. The others immediately fled in all directions when the blood vine opened its mouth. Enqing did the opposite. She quickly moved closer to the blood vine's mouth. She opened all the caps of the body-tempering spirit liquid in the system supermarket, and then threw them all into the blood vine's mouth. Because the distance was close enough, all the body-tempering spirit liquid was thrown in. Tang Ming stared at Enqing's movements, and when she threw it in, he took her to dodge to the side. The blood vine suddenly stopped moving. It sensed something, and stopped swallowing to the side. Instead, It suddenly closed its mouth, as if it was afraid that the things in its mouth would fall out. At the same time, the blood vine began to drill into the ground, and Qing looked back, and her pupils shrank when she saw this scene. She hurriedly shouted, "Stop it! Don't let it run away!" And Qing's voice was hoarse, and everyone heard it. Tang Ming immediately used his hands to support the ground and activated his supernatural power. Instantly, frost filled the ground and gradually began to freeze. Before the blood vines penetrated the soil, they were frozen by the ice layer on the ground. It suddenly pulled its head back and began to run to the side. The people around had also reacted and immediately began to intercept the blood vines, although they didn't know why they were intercepting the blood vines. And Qing immediately called Wei Xuanyi and asked him to arrange for reinforcements. The more people, the better. All the combat forces in the base should be dispatched. Soon, all the remaining combat power in the base came out. More than 100,000 people surrounded and intercepted the blood vine. Low-level psychics threw water balls, fireballs, and ice balls at the blood vine. Earth-type psychics worked together to reinforce the soil to prevent the blood vine from drilling into the ground. The blood vine was more crazy than before. Many people were bitten and thrown away, but everyone still intercepted the blood vine and did not let it escape. Finally, the body-tempering spirit liquid began to take effect. The blood vine's attack power became weaker and weaker. Finally, it fell to the ground in pain and kept twisting and struggling. But it was obviously out of strength, and it couldn't even twist its body. The blood vine opened its bloody mouth, and you could vaguely see the blood, flesh, and claw strips left in its teeth. It made a strange wailing sound, and Qing immediately approached the blood vine, and Tang Ming hurriedly followed. Li Yu and others also protected Qing. After the group approached the blood vine, and Qing opened the caps of all 30 bottles of toxin decomposition liquid, and then threw them directly from the system supermarket into the mouth of the blood vine. The moment the toxin decomposition liquid was thrown in, the blood vine obviously made a vomiting action similar to that of a human. But now its fibers were broken and crushed, and it was completely unable to spit out the toxin decomposition liquid that was poured into its mouth. And Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had used the body-hardening spirit liquid first. Otherwise the toxin decomposition liquid would have been wasted if it was really spit out by the blood vine. The blood vine made an even more tragic sound, which was particularly terrifying, compared with the simple pain before. The sound at this moment could make people feel despair, which was creepy. This is a plant, but it has grown mouthparts and digestive organs, and can even make painful wails. How can this not be terrifying? And Qing stood not far away, watching the blood vine until the toxin decomposition liquid took full effect and the blood vine began to turn yellow and wither. At this time, and Qing was still worried. She didn't relax until the blood vines withered completely. Her body was too tense before, and now it suddenly relaxed, and she felt weak all over. Her feet were weak, and she couldn't stand steadily. Tang Ming put his arm around her and let her lean on him to stand steady. And Qing took a deep breath, and then said to Li Yu beside her in a hoarse voice, "Light it up. Burn it." Li Yu, "Yes." A raging fire broke out outside the base. The fire burned very brightly, making the area at the entrance of the base as bright as day. And it was like a life lamp that broke through the darkness. The night faded away, and the day dawned.